Having traversed into an alternate elven realm, Zi'an has weathered the storms of life for 16 years. At the moment he became a trainer, he successfully activated his very own system, the talent system. Ding! The ability Magma Controller has been successfully bestowed upon Charizard. Charizard, allow me to incinerate you with a blast of magma. Ding! The ability Annihilating Thunder has been successfully granted to Electrode. Electrode, you are the ground type? Then my electric attack will surely suffice. Ding! The ability Void Sea of Consciousness has been successfully conferred upon Kingler. Kingler, as a sage of the ocean, is it not quite natural for me to command a sea? From that moment forth, Zi'an embarked on an ever-expanding journey as a trainer. Chapter 001, Zi'an and Electrode. Tianyan City. In a dimly lit room where the curtains are drawn, only a faint glow seeps through the crevices, illuminating the indistinct surroundings. This is an utterly ordinary bedroom, furnished simply with a disheveled bed where a young boy lies sprawled out, sleeping in the utmost tranquility. Creak! At this moment, the door gently swung open, and light from the outside spilled in, rendering the room's contents more distinct. A yellow humanoid figure stepped inside, tilting its head as it gazed at the boy on the bed, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Gio. The room's lights were switched on by the newcomer, revealing the full appearance of the yellow figure. With a rounded physique, its skin predominantly yellow, it bore a structure resembling a bun atop its head, alongside a red orb situated on its tail and forehead. Its abdomen was white, its hands flat with only a single toe, while its neck, ears, and parts of its tail were adorned with yellow and black patterns. It hurriedly approached the bedside, gently nudging the boy with its flat arms. Gio. The boy swiftly awakened, rising from his bed. Upon seeing the figure beckoning him to wake, he lazily inquired, "Electrode, what time is it?" Electrode pointed to the bedside clock, which boldly displayed the time as 7:20. The boy merely cast a fleeting glance before collapsing back onto the bed, mumbling, "Isn't it still early? I can lie down for another half hour. 10 minutes will suffice for me to get to school." Electrode found this response rather exasperating, pondering that although the school was nearby, shouldn't one prepare thoroughly for the first day? Observing the boy's reluctance to move, Electrode felt compelled to unleash its ultimate technique. With one hand, it pressed down on the boy's hand, a spark of electricity flickering lightly. As the electric touch made contact with the boy's arm, an instinctive sense of unease surged within him, and he abruptly opened his eyes, attempting to protest, "Electrode, please don't." Yet, as his words barely escaped his lips, the arc of electricity had already coursed through his body in an instant. Ah! Gurgle. Zi'an finished brushing his teeth, splashed cold water on his face, and straightened up to gaze at his reflection in the mirror. 16 years. As a time traveler, Zi'an has resided in this world for a remarkable 16 years. Unlike many predecessors who occupied the bodies of locals upon their arrival, he was reborn as an infant, genuinely living in this world for the full span of 16 years. This world, while foreign, contained elements familiar to him, namely the existence of Pokémon, creatures known as spirits in this realm. Over these 16 years, Zi'an has endured much: a troubled childhood, a harsh family, a disintegrating household, and the passing of his only kind-hearted grandmother, all of which have unveiled the stark realities of this world to him. After 2 years of solitary living, he is fortunate to have the Electric Dragon by one side for companionship, and now everything has finally fallen into place. "Keep it up," a faint self-encouragement whispered to himself. Zi'an exhaled deeply, shook his head, wiped his face dry, and stepped outside. Clad in the pristine school uniform issued earlier, Zi'an approached the dining table and was greeted by a rather sumptuous breakfast spread. His eyes lit up, and he promptly took a seat, reaching out eagerly towards a fluffy white bun. However, a spark of electricity surged from the kitchen, striking precisely between the bun and his hand, causing Zi'an to retract his hand in alarm. The Electric Dragon emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl of kanji, casting a somewhat helpless glance at Zi'an before sitting down and placing the kanji before him. Zi'an smiled and began to eat quickly, his gaze towards the Electric Dragon filled with warmth. The Electric Dragon mirrored this sentiment, its eyes reflecting a hint of fondness. It was an expression reserved for family, embodying a bond of mutual affection. After a prolonged silence, Zi'an seemed to recall something, suddenly breaking into a smile. "After school today, we may have new companions joining us." Upon hearing this, the Electric Dragon nodded in agreement, its eyes squinting with joy and a flicker of anticipation. Once they finished breakfast, Zi'an slung his backpack over his shoulder and addressed the approaching Electro Dragon. I'm off to school. Once I have selected my companions and completed the trainer registration, I will seek Aunt Sun to have your information officially registered under my name. As a Pokémon, the Electro Dragon must be registered under a trainer's name to reside legally in the city. Originally, it was registered under his grandmother's name, but following her passing and in accordance with her wishes, it was meant to be registered under Zi'an's name. At that time, however, he was too young to be a trainer and thus could not claim ownership of the Electro Dragon. Ultimately, the Electro Dragon was temporarily registered under the name of his grandmother's last remaining apprentice until Zi'an reached adulthood and became a trainer, at which point ownership would be transferred to him. It is worth mentioning that Zi'an's grandmother was a renowned breeder, and that apprentice is now one of the most distinguished breeders in the city, with a reputation that resonates throughout the nation. The neighborhood where Zi'an resides is a modest, mid-range community. Although it is not yet 8 o'clock, numerous figures are already bustling about. An elderly man walking his large dog, a lady with a bobo perched on her shoulder, a strong individual assisting an elderly woman with fresh vegetables, and a small Snorlax frolicking with children. Although this world is not the same as any Pokemon realm Zi'an knew in his previous life, Pokemon have long been integrated into human existence here, becoming indispensable in every facet of life. After a 10-minute walk from the neighborhood, Zi'an arrived at his school, the first Pokemon school of Tianyan City. In this world, due to the presence of Pokemon, the education system is notably different. While compulsory education still spans 9 years, among the 7 core subjects, Pokemon studies has replaced English, becoming one of the 3 principal subjects and occupying a position of absolute primacy. Upon completing the high school entrance examination, students have the option to attend high school or vocational school, but there exists a more aligned path with the mainstream of this world, enrolling in a Pokemon school to embark on the journey of becoming a trainer. Naturally, this path is fraught with challenges as admission scores for any Pokemon school are exceedingly high, and there are specific requirements for scores in the subject of Pokemon studies. With the experience of 2 lifetimes and an understanding of the significance of becoming a trainer, Zi'an exerted every effort to successfully gain admission to a Pokemon school. Chapter 002. The first day of school, perhaps due to the fact that today marks the official commencement of the academic year. The entrance of the school is bustling with activity. Countless freshmen clad in pristine uniforms are traversing the area, while returning students accompany their Pokemon into the institution, creating a scene of delightful congestion. Fortunately, the school has anticipated this situation and designated a separate entrance for the newcomers, ensuring a smooth entry for this year's cohort. Zi'an navigated through the throngs of students, recalling the path from his previous registration visit, and soon located his assigned classroom, Class 2 of Year 1. Upon entering, he found the classroom already populated with a significant number of students, and his arrival went largely unnoticed. A quick glance around revealed that the coveted seat at the back, reputed to be reserved for the protagonist, remained unoccupied, prompting Zi'an to take his place there without further ado. The resonant chime of the bell soon echoed through the room, gradually ushering in a serene silence. A middle-aged man promptly entered, followed by a striking blue quadruped Pokemon. Many students' eyes lit up at the sight of the creature, with some exclaiming in hushed tones, "It's Lucario." Zi'an's gaze similarly brightened. Lucario is renowned worldwide, not only for its rarity and striking appearance, but also for its formidable prowess. Moreover, the discerning nature of the Lucario lineage regarding trainers means that possessing one is a mark of distinction wherever one may go. The middle-aged man, observing the excitement stirred by his Lucario, smiled gently and remarked, "Isn't it handsome?" Indeed, the students chorused in unison, their lively voices eliciting a bashful expression from the Lucario on the podium. "Thank you for your compliments. I believe that in time, each of you will have the opportunity to possess equally splendid Pokemon." The man continued with a warm smile, before clearing his throat and addressing the class. "All right, everyone. Please settle down. Firstly, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all at the Tianyan First Pokemon Academy. Your presence here signifies the first step on your journey to becoming trainers." He introduced himself. "My name is Chun Ming, and I will be your homeroom teacher as well as your battle theory instructor. If all goes according to plan, we will share the next 4 years together." The students eagerly applauded, and once the clapping subsided, Chun Ming resumed, "I trust that you are all impatient to acquire your first Pokemon." Many students' eyes sparkled with anticipation. For as Chun Ming had articulated, the foremost aspiration in their hearts was to swiftly obtain their inaugural Pokemon. It is worth noting the regulations in the Longxiao Alliance regarding Pokémon and trainers. In this region, aspiring trainers must meet two fundamental criteria to legally possess Pokémon. Firstly, they must be at least 16 years of age. Secondly, the means by which they acquire their Pokémon must be legitimate and duly registered. The age requirement of 16 was established after considerable deliberation, as it is believed that individuals at this age possess a sufficient worldview, value system, and overall awareness. Furthermore, most 16-year-olds maintain a degree of innocence, allowing for a more positive interaction with Pokémon, thus fostering a quicker bond. The second criterion serves to regulate the trade of Pokémon, stipulating that only those registered with the various alliances are eligible to enjoy the benefits and rights afforded to trainers, including the privilege of challenging gyms and participating in sanctioned competitions. Observing the eager expressions of his students, Chunming shifted the conversation. However, there is no need to rush just yet. The school and breeding facility are making preparations, and you will have to wait until noon to select your Pokémon. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed many faces, but it was swiftly replaced by renewed enthusiasm, the sparkle of anticipation returning in full force. Indeed, emotions can be fleeting. Before we proceed, allow me to outline a few important guidelines to prevent any unforeseen incidents during the Pokémon distribution. Chunming then articulated the requirements clearly, each accompanied by an untold story, which captivated the students' attention. In addition to these stipulations, he provided a brief overview of their academic pursuits to better acclimate the students to their forthcoming educational journey. The Pokémon Academy operates on a 4-year curriculum, meaning that graduation necessitates 4 years of study. The subjects to be covered are not extensive. The 3 most critical ones are Pokémon studies, battle theory, and trainer education, supplemented by some advanced cultural courses. After all, even trainers should not be illiterate. While the Academy does not emphasize cultural studies heavily, it certainly does not neglect this aspect of education. Time swiftly passed amidst the students' eager anticipation, and soon noon arrived. The students could hardly contain their excitement, their restlessness palpable. Chunming re-entered the room, and with a slight smile amidst the expectant gazes, announced, "Let us proceed to select your Pokémon." A jubilant cheer erupted as all the students rose, eager to follow Chunming out of the classroom. Under Chunming's guidance, the students formed an orderly line and, after a brief journey, arrived at a vast gymnasium at the heart of the school. Outside, an expansive plaza was already filled with several lines of students, all preparing to receive their Pokémon. Zi'an surveyed the scene and discerned 5 lines, indicating that this year's cohort comprises 5 classes, with over 50 students per class. The total number of newcomers was approximately 250. This number is not insignificant. The Tianjin City Pokémon Academy comprises only 4 institutions. If this recruitment trend continues, the entire city would see just over 1,000 students enrolled this year. Of course, this does not imply that students from regular schools lack opportunities to obtain Pokémon. According to Alliance regulations, students who do not gain admission to a Pokémon Academy can, upon reaching 18, acquire a starter Pokémon from an official breeding center at their own expense and apply to become trainers. This provision offers a pathway for those unable to enter the academy, but it is fraught with challenges. Those who choose this route find themselves 2 years behind their peers and must navigate their training without guidance, requiring substantial time and effort to enhance their Pokémon's abilities and their own knowledge. As such, many opt to select a Pokémon for companionship rather than engage in training for battle. In addition to students and faculty, numerous staff members in uniforms were present, likely from the breeding facility, tasked with organizing the proceedings. As the crowd gathered, the event commenced with speeches from various school leaders, culminating in remarks from the principal. The entire address stretched over an hour, leaving the students in a state of drowsiness, their fervor for acquiring their initial Pokémon seemingly waning. Chapter 003, The Starter Pokémon, Slugma. Fortunately, the students finally reached the conclusion of the principal's speech. With the final words, "I wish for each of you to become exemplary trainers." The moment for selecting Pokémon had finally arrived. In sequential order, beginning with Class 1, under the guidance of teachers and staff, the excited new students of Class 1 entered the gymnasium before them, each student receiving a Pokeball upon entry. As long as the students carefully selected the Pokémon they desired, and if the Pokémon consented, they could capture them using the Pokeball. The other students, who had yet to begin, felt a renewed restlessness, having been subdued by the lengthy speeches of various leaders. The 4 classes still in line exhibited a hint of agitation. Soon, as time passed, the students of Class 1 gradually emerged, each holding their Pokeballs with expressions of sheer excitement. Those who had selected their Pokémon proceeded to register as trainers and document their Pokémon, with staff advising everyone to temporarily refrain from releasing their Pokémon. Under the instruction of their teachers, the newly emerged students lined up to complete their registrations. Before long, it was Class 2's turn to enter. Led by Chun Ming, all the students of the class sequentially entered the gymnasium, with Zi'an being the last to step inside. After politely thanking the staff as he received his Pokeball, he hurriedly made his way inside. Zi'an had previously visited the gymnasium during the enrollment registration, where the school had arranged a tour. The vast interior was nearly the size of a standard football field. However, it had been modified for this occasion, with the expansive area partitioned into various zones, each filled with numerous Pokémon frolicking about. As Zi'an observed, he noticed that the majority of the Pokémon present were rather ordinary species. Rare Pokémon were conspicuously absent, and even the more common ones found in the tall grass of the games were few and far between. Pokémon like Caterpie and Magikarp were notably missing, as these students possessed a certain foundational knowledge of Pokémon, making it highly unlikely for them to choose such mundane creatures. Thus, the officials had excluded them from the selection list. Additionally, there were some Pokémon known for their aggressive nature or those that were difficult to care for, such as Arbok and Weezing, commonly associated with Team Rocket in the anime. The high level of danger was the primary concern. Should any of these students inadvertently provoke these Pokémon, they could be attacked, resulting in consequences that the school would find difficult to bear. Zi'an decided against meticulously selecting each Pokémon, and instead resolved to explore the area, intending to take home whichever little creature caught his eye. After wandering for a considerable time, he found no Pokémon that piqued his interest. Just as he was about to turn back to reconsider some of the relatively appealing Pokémon he had previously seen, his peripheral vision caught sight of a vacant stare. Zi'an halted in his tracks and turned to face the source of the gaze. Before him was a Pokémon resembling a small camel, predominantly yellow in hue, with a lighter yellow underbelly and mouth. Green spots adorned the top of its hump. It had two small yellow ears atop its head, with a tuft of yellow fur in the center, and its eyes were framed by brown circles, perpetually half-closed. Zi'an approached, stepping over the barrier to kneel beside the Pokémon, studying it intently. This was a Slugma, a sluggish Pokémon of the ground and fire types. In its normal state, it exhibited a certain lethargy, harboring molten lava within its body. If exposed to water, causing its temperature to drop, it would become listless. Upon noticing Zi'an crouched beside it, the Slugma's eyes flickered with confusion, cocking its small head in bewilderment at him. "Little one, why are you all alone here?" Zi'an inquired, having noticed that this solitary Pokémon sat proudly without any companions. In response to his question, the Slugma shook its head, exhaling a small plume of flame, which Zi'an interpreted as a sign of disdain. "Oh, a spirited little creature, are we?" Zi'an mused with a slight smile, confidently producing his Pokeball. "I see you possess the potential of a champion. Become my partner, and I shall guide you to the pinnacle of this world." There are numerous methods to capture a Pokémon, with battling being the most straightforward and brute force approach. Other techniques involve hatching Pokémon eggs to cultivate bonds or enticing them with food. However, Zi'an opted for a method favored by many protagonists, verbal persuasion, often referred to as painting a picture. Given that he currently had no other Pokémon and lacked any additional items, he had no recourse but to use this approach. Remarkably, this tactic proved highly effective, especially for naive young Pokémon that had yet to experience hardship, making them susceptible to flattery. The Slugma was evidently one such creature. Upon hearing Zi'an's words, the Slugma glanced between him and the extended Pokeball, a spark of ambition flashing in its eyes. Without hesitation, it bumped its head against the button of the Pokeball, activating it. As the Pokeball opened, a beam of red light enveloped the Slugma, drawing it inside. The ball shook briefly before emitting a glow, signifying a successful capture. Suppressing his excitement, Zi'an tightened his grip on the Pokeball. After taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, he held the Pokeball before him, a smile gracing his lips. "Slugma, we shall embark on a remarkable journey together." Having completed his Pokémon selection, Zi'an did not linger any longer and quickly exited the gymnasium with his Pokeball in hand. After joining the queue for registration and filling out several forms, he received a certificate from the staff. This certificate would allow Zi'an to register with the Trainer Association and obtain his Trainer ID. Only with this ID could he transfer ownership of his Electivire. At the moment he completed his registration, an unexpected voice resonated within Zi'an's mind. "Host qualifications met. Talent system activated." System. Zi'an's body stiffened, his gaze flashing with intense emotion as a whirlwind of excitement surged within him. Having traversed nearly 16 years in this world since his birth, he had long since ceased to expect any extraordinary abilities. Yet, he never anticipated that his system would activate in such a sudden manner. Suppressing his exhilaration, Zi'an discreetly returned to the class line. Once everyone in Class 2 had selected their Pokémon, Chunming led the entire group back to the classroom. Zi'an could hardly contain himself, disregarding Chunming's speech entirely as he took out his phone to record, focusing his thoughts on the newly activated system. Level 5, Novice, Level 15, Ordinary, Level 25, Elite, Level 35, Advanced, Level 50, Top Tier, Level 65, Gym Leader, Level 75, Champion, Level 90, World Class, Level 95, Tier 3 Deity, Level 100, Tier 2 Deity, Level 110, Tier 1 Deity. Chapter 004, The Talent System. System, what functionalities do you possess? Zi'an initially posed a quintessential opening question, his mind meticulously attuned to the system's subsequent actions. Drawing from the plethora of novels he was well-versed in, he discerned that, barring certain exceptional factors, systems predominantly fell into two categories, those endowed with intelligence and those devoid of it. The former typically functioned akin to an intelligent assistant, excelling in a particular domain, capable of propelling the host to unprecedented heights at a meteoric pace, provided the host utilized it adeptly. In contrast, the latter tended to be rather rigid. Their comprehensive features unfolded gradually, leading to a steadier enhancement of abilities. Of course, this was not an absolute rule, as the vast array of systems boasted an eclectic mix of functionalities, leaving no one assured that their specific system would not exhibit eccentricities. Returning to the matter at hand, after Zi'an's inquiry, the system indeed furnished a response. The current system possesses two functionalities. First, a reading function, enabling the host to select target objects for the establishment of an information panel. Second, a talent function, whereby the system bestows a talent upon the host daily, which can then be allocated to the corresponding target. Zi'an nodded thoughtfully. The former function was easily comprehensible, being a common feature among most systems, serving to aid the host in understanding unfamiliar entities, a potent tool for ostentation and seizing opportunities. The latter function appeared to be the system's hallmark, offering a so-called talent daily, seemingly reliant on fortune, yet providing a daily boon without cost. Are there distinctions among talents? Zi'an inquired once more, as it was customary for talents to be categorized by quality. The system promptly replied, talents are divided into 8 qualities: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, and rainbow. Does today count? He asked. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent Magma Master, Gold, which has been placed in your talent space. Zi'an's eyes widened in astonishment. Had he truly struck gold? Was the probability so favorable? Although he was uncertain if this was merely a novice's boon or a stroke of luck, the acquisition of a golden talent was undeniably fortuitous. As he silently invoked the opening of the talent space, Zi'an felt an inexplicable vastness manifest within his mind, containing solely a golden red orb that floated serenely. Talent, Magma Master. Quality, gold. Effect, fire affinity increased by 200, rock affinity increased by 200. Fire or rock type moves may transform into a magma state, allowing nearby rocks and soil to convert into lava, rendering him immune to fire-type damage. Zi'an gazed at the effects, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Truly, the might of a golden talent was impressive, with each effect boasting formidable strength. Furthermore, this talent seemed particularly well suited for the dull fire camel he had just acquired, as its enhancements in fire and rock attributes could surely be utilized, considering the inseparable nature of rocky terrain. However, being in the classroom naturally precluded the release of his Pokémon, so he would have to wait to act. Setting the system matters aside, Zi'an concentrated on the lecture, only to hear Chunming conclude, "That will be all for today, class dismissed." Finished already? Zi'an felt a twinge of disbelief, but thankfully, he had recorded the lecture on his phone. He could listen to it later to grasp the essence of Chunming's discourse. Upon exiting the classroom, Zi'an listened to the recording while quickly jotting down Chunming's remarks. Apart from the initial emphasis on the importance of understanding a Pokémon's condition and the consequences of abandonment and release, the lecture primarily detailed the school's educational system. The curriculum was notably relaxed, commencing at 8 in the morning with only 4 classes scheduled, each lasting 40 minutes, interspersed with 20-minute breaks. In the afternoon, 2 classes were dedicated to training and battling, each lasting an hour. The remainder of the time was allocated as free time for students to train at their discretion, whether utilizing the facilities established by the school or managing their own affairs outside. After all, the path of a Pokémon trainer necessitated collaborative effort between the Pokémon and the trainer. The school merely provided a platform and guidance, while the majority of advancement relied on the students themselves. Finally, the school granted those who had just received their Pokémon a half-day off, allowing them to bond with their new companions and attend to any subsequent matters, such as obtaining their trainer's license. Zi'an also intended to first acquire his trainer's license before seeking out Aunt Sun to transfer the ownership of the electric dragon to his name. It is noteworthy that the transfer of Pokémon ownership adheres to specific regulations. Pokémon involved in ownership transfer would be ineligible to participate in any formal competitions for a designated period. Additionally, trainer assessments prohibited the use of Pokémon acquired through ownership transfer, mandating that only Pokémon corresponding to the trainer's assessed power could be utilized. In reality, however, it was not uncommon to encounter 16-year-old trainers possessing one or two exceptionally powerful Pokémon, far beyond what a novice should typically possess, particularly among the offspring of prominent families. They might appear as mere novices, easily underestimated, yet could unexpectedly reveal a top-tier Pokémon. Such occurrences were far from rare. These Pokémon were often bodyguards, as families sought to ensure their children's safety by providing them with their own Pokémon or well-trained specimens. This phenomenon was unavoidable. It merely underscored the necessity of the regulations established by the Alliance and the Trainer Association to better manage the relationship between trainers and Pokémon, thereby facilitating the smooth operation of the Pokémon trainer system. On his way to the Trainer Association, Zi'an prepared to call Aunt Sun to arrange a time for the transfer of the electric dragon's ownership. However, before he could dial her number, her call arrived first. "Zi'an, have you finished school?" A knowledgeable woman's voice resonated from the other end. Zi'an responded affirmatively. "I just got out. I'm about to head to the Trainer Association." "Perfect timing. I'm currently at the Trainer Association, so once you obtain your trainer's license, I can directly transfer the electric dragon's ownership to you." Zi'an was somewhat taken aback, given Aunt Sun's reputation as a renowned breeder in the city. She was not only well-regarded but also exceedingly busy. He hadn't anticipated her presence at the Trainer Association, unsure whether she was there specifically to wait for him or if it was mere coincidence. Regardless, it was fortuitous for Zi'an. "You must have already received your Pokémon, right? What kind did you get?" Aunt Sun inquired. Zi'an, without hesitation, replied, "It's a dull fire camel, a rather spirited little fellow." Dull fire camel. What a fine choice. Once it evolves into a blazing camel, its dual offensive capabilities will be quite impressive, Aunt Sun responded with genuine praise. It was regrettable that the advanced evolution system had yet to be discovered in this world. Otherwise, her commendation would have been even more enthusiastic. Chapter 005, Aunt Sun. Zi'an swiftly arrived at the Trainer Association, for it was conveniently located not far from both his school and home, merely a 10-minute walk away. Following the guidance provided via telephone, he soon located his Aunt Sun, who was patiently awaiting his arrival. Aunt Sun, originally named Sun Danua, appeared to be an exceptionally gentle lady, standing around 1.7 meters tall with a slender and graceful figure. Her fitted, pale white long dress accentuated her remarkable elegance. Despite being in her 40s, her appearance and attire bestowed upon her an aura of an intellectually sophisticated older sister. Beside her stood a strikingly imposing figure, wholly incongruous with her gentle demeanor. This was a bipedal dragon-like Pokémon, its deep blue skin elongated and powerful, adorned with blade-like fins of orange-red on its abdomen and arms, and a robust, shark-like tail that boldly exuded the essence of a formidable being. This was a Garchomp, known as the Dragon of the Earth, a quasi-legendary Pokémon of both dragon and ground types. Its presence created a vacuum around it, drawing envious glances from onlookers at a distance, their eyes filled with awe and trepidation, yet none daring to approach that area. Zi'an understood the reason behind this. Beyond the inexplicable powerful aura of the quasi-legendary, it was due to the strength of the Garchomp itself. This Garchomp was indeed a genuine champion-level Pokémon. It was not that Zi'an possessed the keen eye to recognize a champion-level Pokémon at a glance, but because Aunt Sun had previously introduced her initial partner to him. At that time, Zi'an had marveled, likening Aunt Sun to a heroine from a novel, as she exhibited unparalleled talent both in breeding and as a trainer. As Zi'an approached, the Garchomp was the first to notice him. Upon recognizing him, its fierce expression softened, and it waved its fin-like arms in a friendly manner. "Aunt Sun." Zi'an greeted her warmly before also waving at the Garchomp. "Garchomp, have you learned Dragon Dance?" "Garchomp, all right," it replied. Aunt Sun, somewhat exasperated, reached out to pat the slightly disgruntled Garchomp and turned to Zi'an, saying, "Please don't provoke it." Zi'an chuckled, and the two, accompanied by the Pokémon, made their way toward the registration office. During their walk, Aunt Sun inquired about Zi'an's life over the past period, asking if he was well and if he faced any difficulties, offering her assistance. Her words of concern mirrored that of a caring elder for a younger relative, and Zi'an naturally responded with gratitude. Arriving at the registration office, Aunt Sun's presence spared them from the queue, allowing them to register at the nearby VIP window. Compared to the ordinary counters, the process was remarkably swift. Within 10 minutes, Zi'an received his Trainer S license. After completing the transfer procedures for his Electrike, he successfully obtained a Premier Ball from Aunt Sun. This Premier Ball signified that Zi'an had officially become the trainer of Electrike. Gently reducing the Premier Ball in size and placing it back into his pocket, Zi'an retrieved another Pokeball from his bag and released his long-awaited Slugma. The reason for not releasing it earlier was that prior to obtaining his Trainer S license, Slugma was still an unregistered Pokemon. It was akin to owning a newly purchased car without a Driver S license. One cannot drive it around freely. Otherwise, if caught by the patrolling officers, the Pokemon could be confiscated. Now that he possessed his Trainer S license, as long as the Pokemon did not pose any threat or hazard to public safety, Zi'an could leisurely stroll with his Pokemon. Slugma landed amidst the red glow, curiously surveying its surroundings, exhibiting no fear despite the crowd. Aunt Sun, observing Slugma, nodded approvingly, crouching down with a warm smile as she reached out to pet it. Slugma gazed at the human before it without resistance, feeling a gentle aura emanating from her, and thus allowed her to touch it. Additionally, the imposing Garchomp behind her instilled a sense of caution in Slugma, as if it sensed that any sudden movement might lead to unfavorable consequences. Not only did Aunt Sun stroke Slugma's head, but as a trainer, she instinctively began to examine Slugma's body. She lifted each of its limbs to inspect them, placing her hand on its back to gauge the internal temperature within the hump, conducting a rudimentary examination. Quite an excellent little one. Overall condition seems favorable, and the internal temperature appears to be normal. Given the size of its hump, it should be a female. Aunt Sun summarized her findings and then turned to Zi'an, stating, "Now that you've captured this little one, be sure to take good care of it. I will send you some information about Slugma shortly. It will contain detailed data regarding this Pokemon's characteristics and general behavioral statistics. In a couple of days, I will consult with a breeder specializing in fire and ground types to gather additional training materials for both Slugma and Magcargo. Using this information, you can draft a training and nurturing plan tailored to your ideas and Slugma's specific situation. Once you have it ready, bring it to me for review, and let us strive for a comprehensive plan." Upon hearing this, Zi'an's face lit up with gratitude, and he looked at Aunt Sun with appreciation, exclaiming, "Thank you, Aunt Sun. I will take good care of this little one." "That is my duty," she replied with a smile. "Moreover, if you encounter any distressing matters needing assistance, feel free to come to me. I will do my utmost to help you." Zi'an expressed his thanks once more, feeling reassured that with her support and promises, he would find it considerably easier to navigate any challenges that might arise in the future. The two soon exited the Trainer Association with their Pokemon. Although Aunt Sun had intended to take Zi'an out for a meal, a phone call interrupted her, compelling her to leave earlier than planned. Zi'an understood. It was quite a feat for someone as busy as her to spare time for such trivial matters. Deciding to head home himself, he ambled leisurely with Slugma. As their destination was not far away, Slugma, equally curious, gazed around, having spent its life thus far within the simulated environment of the breeding facility, and had never before encountered such towering buildings. At that moment, Zi'an recalled the ability to check Slugma's panel using the system and quickly accessed the read function to examine Slugma beside him. Pokemon, Slugma. Affinity, 90. Gender, female. Type, fire ground. Level, 8, novice. Potential, superior. Ability, simple. Ability changes are doubled. Held item, none. Moves, howl, inherited. Growth, inherited. Ancient power, inherited. Tackle, growl, ember. Talent, none. Zi'an scrutinized the panel before him, particularly contemplating the category of potential, as he was uncertain how to classify it. Although he was aware of the individual differences among Pokemon in this world, a precise classification and information system had yet to be established. Although the precise level of exceptional qualifications remains unknown, one can infer a considerable potential simply from the presence of 3 inherited techniques. Chapter 006, The Electric Dragon of Diminishing Qualities. Moreover, its level astonishingly reaches 8. A noteworthy fact considering that the breeding facility typically cultivates initial Pokemon for students in uniform batches, with most only attaining around level 5. An 8-level Pokémon signifies that the dull fire camel has likely engaged in frequent autonomous training, suggesting a competitive spirit. This information is particularly promising for Zi'an, who is pursuing a career as a professional trainer. After all, only combative Pokémon exhibit a stronger desire for competition, channeling more energy into training and battles. Upon returning home to the community, Zi'an discovered the electric dragon was hanging laundry and promptly rushed over to assist. The electric dragon appeared somewhat surprised to see Zi'an return so early, yet soon its eyes crinkled into a joyful squint. It understood that Zi'an's return signified the acquisition of his first Pokémon, marking him as a trainer. Furthermore, it realized that it would soon officially transfer under Zi'an's ownership. After finishing the laundry, Zi'an introduced his 2 Pokémon, formally announcing the dull fire camel as the new member of the household. The electric dragon regarded the little creature gazing up at it with gentle warmth and raised a hand in greeting. The dull fire camel, curious about this older sister figure, felt a sense of friendliness emanating from her, although she lacked the intimidating presence of the larger Pokémon. This sensation was unfamiliar to it, having only encountered it during leisurely strolls with Zi'an. Unbeknownst to the dull fire camel, this feeling was one of familial affection, a sentiment that can only be bestowed by loved ones. Zi'an smiled as he observed the 2 Pokémon and took the opportunity to glance at the electric dragon status panel. Species, electric dragon. Affection level, 200. Gender, female. Type, electric. Level, 34 elite. Qualifications, special, diminishing. Ability, static. If an ally with static or lightning rod enters the field, its special attack is boosted. Held item, none. Moves, trick wave, inherited. Electric terrain, inherited. Tackle, growl, thunder shock, thunder wave, cotton spore, charge, slam, electro ball, aura sphere, power gem, flame punch, dragon pulse, magnet rise. Charge beam, electro cannon, agility, thunder, protect, sleep talk, volt tackle, ice punch. To discover that the electric dragon had reached the upper limit of elite level 34 was astonishing. With further effort, it could easily ascend to a higher advanced level. Moreover, the array of moves it had learned was impressively comprehensive, encompassing both those acquired through level progression and others that could only be learned via technical discs. However, all astonishment ceased abruptly upon reading the qualification status, diminishing. And Zi'an's expression grew complex as he gazed at the electric dragon. The electric dragon seemed to sense Zi'an's sudden shift in demeanor. Gazing back at him with a puzzled expression, Zi'an suppressed the urge to inquire, smiling and shaking his head to indicate that all was well. Yet his mind was engulfed in contemplation. He lacked sufficient knowledge regarding the causes of diminishing qualifications and had never even heard of such a classification prior to obtaining the system. He vaguely recalled hearing his grandmother mention it during her lifetime, where it had been rumored in breeding circles that research aimed at categorizing Pokémon based on individual differences was ongoing, intended to aid trainers in more accurately selecting their Pokémon. However, due to the complexity of this endeavor, progress had been slow, and he had not heard of any advancements before his grandmother's passing. Following her death, Zi'an had little inclination to pursue this matter further, unaware of its current status over the past 2 years. Perhaps he could inquire with Aunt Sun when he had the chance. Presently, through the system, Zi'an was beginning to ascertain that there exists a differentiation in qualifications among Pokémon. Although he was still uncertain of the specific classification criteria, it was evident that the special qualification was superior to that of the dull fire camel. Regrettably, the system seemed only capable of providing information regarding talent, leaving Zi'an at a loss for deeper insights. With the electric dragon's qualifications diminishing, Zi'an had several hypotheses as to why. Since his grandmother's passing, the electric dragon had primarily focused on caring for him. It had scarcely engaged in battles, let alone training, spending its days diligently managing the household. This likely hindered its qualifications from being fully realized, and over time, such neglect could lead to the current predicament. A wave of guilt washed over Zi'an, and he resolved to assist the electric dragon in reclaiming its lost qualifications if it so desired. Regardless of whether the electric dragon wished to battle or continue living a tranquil life, Zi'an would unconditionally support its choices. Although it might seem unnecessary, if the qualifications were restored and the electric dragon still preferred a peaceful existence, would the resources spent not be in vain? Zi'an felt differently. Restoring qualifications was something he deemed necessary, while the electric dragon's choices were ultimately its own. These were 2 distinct matters. Holding this thought close, he suddenly remembered the golden talent bestowed by the system and prepared to attempt to grant it to his Pokémon. The talent Magma Controller was particularly suitable for the dull fire camel, and without hesitation, Zi'an selected it for bestowal. Target's compatibility with this talent is 95. Do you wish to confirm the bestowal? Surprised yet finding it reasonable, he confirmed without hesitation. A compatibility of 95 is scarcely different from 100. Unless the system's underlying logic was akin to a certain penguin game. Bestowal failed. The target's affection level is insufficient. A minimum of 150 affection is required for the first bestowal. Upon witnessing the failure message, Zi'an's heart sank momentarily, fearing he had spoken too soon. However, the subsequent explanation eased his mind, and he then inquired about the possibility of multiple bestowals. Each target may receive up to 3 talents. Achieving an affection level of 150 permits the first bestowal, 200 for the second, and 255 for the third. The system promptly responded, and Zi'an absorbed the information. First and foremost, a single Pokémon could be granted 3 talents, and affection level was a crucial factor in this process. According to the system's assessment, regardless of whether the Pokémon belonged to him, as long as the affection level with Zi'an was met, the bestowal could proceed. The differences within are quite substantial. Perhaps in the future, when Zi'an possesses the strength to cultivate his own companions, he might employ certain strategies to enhance the prowess of his subordinates' Pokémon, thereby securing their loyalty. However, embarking on such a venture would undoubtedly pose significant challenges. After all, achieving the required intimacy with Pokémon that are not one's own is no trivial task. Chapter 007. The preliminary training plan for the Diefire Camel. Yet, these are merely thoughts for now. What Zi'an needs to focus on is elevating his bond with the Diefire Camel and aiding the little creature in enhancing its strength. Before proceeding, however, he must first devise the inaugural training plan for the Diefire Camel. Fortunately, the promised materials from Aunt Sun arrived promptly on his phone. By referencing these documents in conjunction with the Diefire Camel's temperament, Zi'an managed to outline a fundamental training plan. As an accomplished breeder, Zi'an, with the mature mindset of an adult, naturally laid a solid foundation in this regard. With the attentive guidance he received, such matters were not particularly daunting for him. From various indications, it appeared that the Diefire Camel had a rather combative disposition, prompting Zi'an to approach the training by first stimulating its enthusiasm. The method was straightforward. He would allow it to watch battle videos, thereby igniting the fiery spirit within the Diefire Camel. Of course, the videos were not chosen haphazardly. Zi'an specifically sought out clips featuring the Diefire Camel as the protagonist, ensuring they were of high quality in both editing and narration. Once the first step was confirmed, Zi'an called the Diefire Camel over and settled down to watch the videos together. Initially confused, the Diefire Camel's eyes widened with each passing clip, its previously blank expression gradually transforming. Diefire. Observing the creature intently, Zi'an smiled gently, stroking the now restless Diefire Camel, and inquired, "What do you think? Do you aspire to be as formidable as the Diefire Camels in the videos, or even surpass them?" The Diefire Camel nodded resolutely, its gaze ablaze with fervor, as if eager to engage in battle at that very moment. The response was highly gratifying. It was evident that the Diefire Camel was keen on becoming stronger. The first step went smoothly, and Zi'an proceeded to implement the training plan step by step, all while meticulously observing the Diefire Camel's progress to refine the plan further. As a Pokémon of both fire and ground types, the Diefire Camel boasted commendable resistances, capable of withstanding damage from 5 different types. However, its superior resistances came with significant weaknesses. The double damage from ground-type attacks and the quadruple vulnerability to water-type moves were aspects that could not be overlooked. Beyond type disadvantages, the Diefire Camel inherently had a strong aversion to water. With a body harboring molten rock at 1,200 degrees, any contact with water would cause its internal temperature to drop, leading to lethargy and sluggish movements, severely diminishing its combat capabilities. This was an unavoidable issue inherent to the Diefire Camel's physical structure. Typically, there are 2 primary solutions to address such a problem. One is to minimize the Diefire Camel's contact with water, learning techniques to shield itself from water before it makes contact or even evaporate it entirely. The other is to train it to overcome this challenge, gradually enhancing its resistance to water through a boiling frog training method. Though this latter approach may yield results more slowly, should it prove successful, the rewards would be immense. These 2 methods were the most frequently proposed in the materials, representing 2 distinct training paths for the Diefire Camel, one focusing on special attack and the other on physical attack. After careful contemplation, Zi'an ultimately decided to pursue the first option. In his view, a trainer's role is to intelligently synergize the Pokémon at their disposal, overcoming various challenges through collaboration and complementarity. If the Diefire Camel fears water, then the solution is to capture a Pokémon capable of countering water types, thereby bolstering that particular shortcoming. Moreover, Zi'an was not naive. Unless in exceptional circumstances, he would not allow the Fire Camel to confront water-type moves head-on. He was no master of type advantages, nor did he possess the terrifying aura of a protagonist, so he would refrain from such foolishness. Additionally, the Fire Camel's ability is simple, which would evolve into solid rock upon evolving into a Blaziken, mitigating damage from super effective moves and significantly enhancing its resilience. Next, regarding the Fire Camel's role, Zi'an contemplated a dual attack strategy. After all, once the Fire Camel evolves into a Blaziken, both its special and physical attack stats would exceed 100, providing a solid foundation for this route. Furthermore, it could learn a diverse array of moves, mastering numerous powerful attacks of its own type, thereby excelling in both physical and special offense. Of course, the Fire Camel and its evolved form, Blaziken, also possess evident weaknesses, namely, their relatively low defenses and sluggish speed. Zi'an contemplated this aspect as well. In terms of defensive capabilities, he could teach it moves that enhance both special and physical defenses. For instance, moves like Amnesia could significantly boost special defense, while Curse, when used by a non-ghost type, could increase attack and defense at the cost of speed, making it a viable option. As for speed, Zi'an found himself lacking in effective remedies. The best solution would be to seek out a Pokémon capable of learning Trick Room in the future. By establishing a Trick Room team, he could mitigate concerns over slower Pokémon should he capture more in the future. Taking time to reorganize his thoughts, Zi'an spent over an hour refining the initial training plan for the Fire Camel in its first iteration. The next step involved testing it with the Fire Camel, allowing for further improvements to the plan. Electro Dragon, Fire Camel, let us head to the supermarket shortly. I need to purchase some supplies for the upcoming training, Zi'an announced. Both the Electro Dragon and Fire Camel nodded in understanding, with the Electro Dragon instinctively turning to prepare the necessary items for their shopping excursion. This had become a habitual instinct over the years, as they seldom separated, except when Zi'an had to attend school. Zi'an saw nothing amiss in this arrangement. After informing the Fire Camel about the training plan for later, the creature eagerly agreed. The trio soon ventured out, making their way toward the largest Pokémon supermarket in Tianyan City. After a half-hour bus ride, they arrived at a bustling area in the city center, stepping into a comprehensive Pokémon supermarket named Platinum Gyarados. The company behind this establishment, Platinum Corporation, is renowned throughout the Longxia Alliance. It ranks first in the comprehensive standings of the entire alliance and is among the top 10 companies globally, a super conglomerate celebrated worldwide. Their supermarkets not only have branches in every city within the alliance, but also proudly claim to offer the most comprehensive array of goods in the entire league. If it exists on the market, one can surely find it within their comprehensive supermarket. Even in the absence of certain local materials and resources, they can be swiftly airlifted to your hands within a mere 48 hours, making this a preferred choice for many trainers seeking various supplies and materials. Zi'an is no exception, as he gazes upon the countless neatly arranged shelves filled with an array of items. His mind races with thoughts of what he needs to purchase and the funds at his disposal. Speaking of money, Zi'an is not particularly lacking. This is primarily due to the inheritance left to him by his late grandmother. Aside from the 3-bedroom apartment he resides in, he currently has approximately 1 million at his disposal. Chapter 008, Procurement of Supplies. 1 million. While this sum may seem substantial, those well-versed in the field would find it astonishingly inadequate, considering the extensive cultivation knowledge his grandmother possessed. Yet, given her fondness for nurturing the younger generation, alongside the repugnant presence of his parents, having 1 million left for Zi'an is quite commendable. Reflecting on his parents, Zi'an closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, slowly suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. Over the past 2 years, the initial 1 million has dwindled by nearly 100,000 due to living expenses, with a significant portion allocated to tuition fees. Due to his age, Zi'an has been unable to earn any income, leaving him with only about 900,000 in cash. However, he is acutely aware that aspiring to be a trainer entails increasingly greater expenses as time goes on. While his 900,000 might suffice for a while, the cost will undoubtedly escalate as both the strength and number of his Pokémon increase. Thus, he must consider means of generating income well in advance. Upon entering the supermarket, Zi'an's objectives are crystal clear. After inquiring with the staff about the locations of the items he needs, he swiftly heads towards them with his 2 Pokémon in tow. Before long, he is confronted with heaps of berries, ranging from the most common orange berry to rarer varieties with special effects. The only variable is their quantity. As he recalls the cultivation knowledge imparted by his grandmother, he meticulously selects the berries before him. As her sole remaining kin, Zi'an absorbed a wealth of knowledge during their time together, particularly excelling in the creation of Pokémon food. Whether it be standard Pokémon rations, energy cubes, or other specialized nourishment, crafting such items is indeed Zi'an's forte. Having developed a mature plan, he works quickly, soon gathering an assortment of berries to his satisfaction. After purchasing the berries, Zi'an shifts his focus to another section, intent on acquiring some essential items for his little companions. He has already decided on the soothing bells, items that rapidly enhance friendship levels. Since the phenomenon of mega evolution has yet to be discovered in this world, items like the soothing bell are not highly regarded. Most trainers purchase them primarily for Pokémon that require high friendship for evolution. Observing the price of 40,000 each, Zi'an ponders briefly before deciding to buy two, one for his beloved Charmeleon and the other for his Ampharos, as the latter can also undergo mega evolution. By raising their friendship levels to maximum, he will be better positioned to utilize the mega stones and keystones when he acquires them. In addition, he purchases a firestone and a portion of soft sand, all of which are of modest quality, totaling over 60,000. Lastly, he considers the move discs. Since technology for the automatic production of move discs has been established in this world, although the overall output remains low, the prices are quite reasonable. However, given that this is his first training session, Zi'an refrains from buying in excess and selects only two moves suitable for Charmeleon, Flamethrower and Dig, costing a total of 60,000. After all, these are not particularly powerful attacks, and the pricing is deemed quite fair. As he is just beginning his training journey, it is wise to focus on moves that align with his Pokémon's inherent attributes. Upon completing his purchases and heading to the checkout, Zi'an finds himself somewhat pained by the expenditure, which has amounted to over 60,000. Nevertheless, such expenses are inevitable. Every subsequent outlay will only increase, compelling him to suppress the surging emotions within. Exiting the supermarket, Zi'an takes out the soothing bells he just bought, offering one to each of his Pokémon, Ampharos and Charmeleon. Naturally, both Pokémon are overjoyed. While Ampharos has received numerous gifts from Zi'an in the past, this is Charmeleon's first present from its trainer, leaving it immensely excited. If Zi'an were to check the panel, he would notice a slight increase in their friendship levels. The immediate effect brings him satisfaction. Yet he understands this is merely a result of the novelty of gift-giving, akin to a novice's bonus. Returning home, Zi'an carefully places his purchases in their designated spots before solemnly entering a particular room. Upon opening the door, he is greeted by a rather ordinary bedroom. The bed is meticulously arranged, devoid of any dust. The most distinctive feature of this room is the wall-to-wall collection of books and various equipment scattered throughout the corners. This was his grandmother's room, and since her passing, everything within it has remained untouched. Ampharos diligently cleans and organizes this space every day, maintaining it in its current state. With a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes, Zi'an steps into the room, pausing for a moment before approaching the corner where various apparatuses are displayed. A discerning individual would instantly recognize that these devices are specifically for producing energy cubes. While the models may not be the latest, they were undoubtedly top-tier 2 years ago. Zi'an picks up a relatively new machine and turns to leave the room. Finding a suitable spot to plug in the machine, Ampharos returns with the previously purchased berries, now washed and neatly sorted. As his grandmother's only Pokémon, Ampharos often served as her exclusive assistant. Many times, it required no verbal instructions. Ampharos would simply anticipate her needs. Although it has been rare for Ampharos to assist since her passing, it quickly regains its touch. "You've worked hard," Zi'an smiles, and together they begin their tasks. The machine whirs to life, and as the two work in unison, following the chosen recipe, the berries are processed with remarkable proficiency, belied by the fact that they haven't made energy cubes in quite some time. Charmeleon, curious about the commotion, waddles over, observing Zi'an and Ampharos at work. Not wishing to intrude, it simply sits quietly, watching intently as the processed berries are fed into the machine, while Zi'an's gaze remains fixated on the spinning compartment, deftly manipulating several buttons. As time progresses, a series of square energy cubes, akin to shimmering jellies, emerge from the machine's outlet, each piece sparkling like a precious gemstone. Should a cultivator be present, witnessing Zi'an's operational prowess and the machine's output efficiency would undoubtedly leave them astounded. Chapter 009. The Creation of Energy Cubes. Under typical circumstances, the criteria for evaluating a cultivator's ability to produce energy cubes hinge on two factors: yield and quality. The The quality is primarily assessed by purity, which refers to the amount of impurities within an energy cube. The fewer the impurities, the higher the purity. A qualifying energy cube must possess a purity level of at least 70% to be deemed acceptable, while a purity exceeding 90% is regarded as excellent. Achieving purity beyond 90% becomes increasingly challenging, with each additional percentage representing a significant breakthrough. Attaining 100% purity signifies that even a lowly ranked 9-tier energy cube indicates one has reached the pinnacle of energy cube craftsmanship. As for yield, it pertains to the quantity of energy cubes produced. Typically, a single recipe's fruit can yield one standard-sized energy cube, which is sufficient for a corresponding strength Pokémon's consumption. However, during the production process, it is unlikely that a recipe's fruit will precisely yield a standard-sized energy cube. Variations in each cultivator's technique and proficiency result in some degree of loss. This loss must exceed 50%, meaning at least half of the standard quantity must be produced for the creation to be considered satisfactory. Beyond these two aspects, the classification of energy cubes by tier is paramount. The tiers range from 1 to 9, each corresponding to the strength of Pokémon. However, in comparison to quality and yield, tier classification is merely a reflection of differing recipes and the machinery employed, exerting minimal influence on the cultivator's inherent abilities. Consequently, even the highest Tier 1 energy cube can be produced via assembly line methods, albeit with a purity typically below 70% and a yield ratio of approximately 108. Therefore, to sustain oneself through this craft, a cultivator must be capable of producing energy cubes with a purity exceeding 70%. This results in a significant disparity in the market prices of energy cubes. Those with purity below 70% follow a model of thin profit margins and high sales volumes, while those exceeding 70% are considered luxury items, with prices varying drastically according to purity levels. At this moment, the energy cubes Zi'an is crafting, intended for the Slugma, are naturally of the lowest tier, 9. Nonetheless, even these lowest tier energy cubes boast a purity of at least 90%, and the yield is nothing short of perfect at a 1-to-1 ratio, with each recipe's fruit yielding a standard-sized energy cube. Were Zi'an to undertake a certification as a cultivator now, while he may not attain the master rating, achieving a top-tier rating would certainly be within his grasp. Cultivator levels: apprentice, junior, intermediate, advanced, top-tier, master. Of course, this reflects Zi'an's competence in crafting energy cubes, but to secure a rating, a cultivator must receive comprehensive support for their development. Even if one aspect is particularly strong, deficiencies in other areas cannot be too pronounced. A severe imbalance as seen in Zi'an would be unacceptable. After devoting a full half-hour, Zi'an successfully produced energy cubes from all the prepared fruits at home. Upon counting, he found approximately 31 standard portions, which would suffice for the Slugma for about 7 days, even with a daily consumption of 3 portions. Although his technique had become somewhat rusty, it remained acceptable. Zi'an smiled to himself as he meticulously packaged each energy cube. After all, he had previously maintained a purity of 95% or above, and this batch yielded only about 1/5 at that standard. The Slugma, drawn by the enticing aroma of the energy cubes, eagerly approached Zi'an, its mouth seemingly glistening with anticipation. Observing the little creature inching closer, Zi'an, as if foreseeing its intentions, extracted a few cubes and waved them enticingly before it. The Slugma curiously followed the movements of the energy cubes with its small head, its gaze fixated on the shimmering morsels, as if they might drop at any moment. With a hint of a gentle smile, Zi'an tossed a few energy cubes into the air, which gracefully spiraled down into the Slugma's open mouth. As it savored the delightful flavors that perfectly tantalized its taste buds, the Slugma felt an overwhelming sense of submission, its bond with Zi'an beginning to deepen. Once Zi'an finished packaging all the energy cubes, his electric dragon had already cleaned the machine and containers, and was now carrying the energy cube production apparatus into his grandmother's room. The Slugma, still circling around Zi'an, occasionally cast longing glances at him, clearly yearning for more energy cubes. All right. These will all be yours in due time. No need to rush, Zi'an said with a sigh, crouching down to pat the creature's head and offering it a few energy cubes as a consolation. Glancing at the time, he noted that night was approaching, and training would have to wait until the following day. The electric dragon had already entered the kitchen, skillfully preparing dinner. Rather than idly sitting by, Zi'an joined in, and together with his Pokémon, they busied themselves, soon having dinner ready. This meal was particularly lavish, with several dishes tailored to the Slugma's palate. The Slugma feasted heartily, its little belly visibly rounder afterward, a satisfied expression lingering on its face. The day passed simply amidst their laughter and joy, and as night fell, the slugma, thoroughly content, drifted into a peaceful slumber. In Zi'an's room, he sat at his desk, perusing various materials on his computer, deep in thought, while jotting down notes to refine his plans. The electric dragon entered the room, gently carrying a cup of warm water and placing it steadily on the desk in front of Zi'an. "Why are you still awake?" it inquired softly, a smile gracing its features. "Are you worried about me?" Zi'an responded, setting aside his tasks, rising to tenderly stroke the electric dragon's head, warmth radiating from his expression. "It's all right. I have now become a trainer. There are certain experiences I must undergo, but I will take care of myself and not cause you concern." The electric dragon nodded gently, and Zi'an picked up the cup of water it had brought, moving to the window to gaze at the scenery outside as he took a sip. After a while, he suddenly asked, "Electric dragon, do you wish to grow stronger?" At this question, the electric dragon paused, its eyes sparkling with a glimmer of nostalgia, as if lost in a cherished memory. Within its pupils flickered the image of a kind old lady, gazing at it with a benevolent expression. "Since you do not wish to care for this child, I shall take on the responsibility." The elderly woman cradled the merino sheep in her arms, addressing her son with such words. "Do not be afraid, little one. I will look after you from now on." The kind grandmother gently stroked the merino sheep before her, her eyes sparkling with joy as she said, "Congratulations on your evolution. Henceforth, I shall call you Fluffy Sheep." As she gazed at the fluffy sheep, her expression was filled with delight and happiness. "Would you like to assist me? Then you shall become my helper." The warm-hearted grandmother watched as the fluffy sheep offered her a fruit from the tree, her face lighting up with a tender and loving smile. "You have grown taller. I shall now call you Electric Dragon." Looking up at the towering figure before her, the grandmother was overwhelmed with emotions reminiscent of watching her younger kin grow. "Electric Dragon, I may be departing soon. I have one last request to make of you." The frail voice of the elderly woman echoed softly from her sickbed. Her murky eyes filled with tears as she regarded the electric dragon and the distant youth with tear-streaked cheeks. With great difficulty, the elder opened her mouth to voice her final plea to the electric dragon. "Please, take good care of Zi'an." The frail words seemed to linger in the air. Yet the electric dragon's gaze suddenly turned resolute, its tone gentle yet imbued with certainty. "I will strive to grow stronger so that I may protect you." Turning her head, Zi'an observed the electric dragon, whose eyes shimmered with determination despite their glistening tears. After a moment's daze, a smile crept across her lips. "Then, leave it to me." Moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the contents of the notebook, where clear records of the electric dragon's data and various nurturing methods and case studies were displayed. Chapter 010, The First Training. The following day, as sunlight filtered through the window, Zi'an had already risen to wash and prepare. "System, when will I receive my talent for today?" During her morning routine, a thought struck her, prompting an urgent inquiry in her mind. The system's response was swift, its distinctive voice resonating in her ears. "Extracting talent. Congratulations, you have obtained the talent, Rapid Cooling, Blue, now stored in the talent space." Blue is it? Though she felt the quality was somewhat lacking, Zi'an opened the talent space to examine its effects. Talent, Rapid Cooling. Quality, Blue. Effect, Ice-type affinity increased by 50. Ice-type energy temperature decreased by 20. Speed increased by 50 when using Ice-type moves. It was evident that this talent belonged to the Ice category. Although it was merely of blue quality, its overall effect was still quite commendable, certainly not comparable to the Golden Lava Master talent. Dressed in her school uniform, Zi'an made her way to the living room, where her two Pokémon were already awake. The sluggish camel ambled about on the balcony, seemingly stretching its limbs. And upon seeing Zi'an, its eyes brightened, and it hurried over. Bending down, Zi'an affectionately patted the little creature's head before joining it at the dining table. The electric dragon had prepared breakfast, which, due to the commencement of formal training, was modest in quantity but thoughtfully crafted for both the sluggish camel and Zi'an. After finishing breakfast, Zi'an took the backpack that the electric dragon had neatly organized, recalled her two Pokémon into their Pokeballs, and swiftly exited the house toward the neighborhood. It was around 6 o'clock, and with the first class starting at 8, she had approximately 2 hours for training. This period was neither too long nor too short. But for Zi'an, it was just enough to engage her Pokémon in some morning exercises. The location for the first training had long been decided, a training park not far from home. Known for its unique architecture, the training park served the singular purpose of facilitating Pokémon training for trainers. Typically, the park offered various free facilities for trainers to utilize, greatly benefiting many novice trainers. Upon arriving at the park, which was relatively empty at the moment, Zi'an found an open area with a striking target and released her 2 Pokémon. As the sluggish camel perceived the training environment, its eyes ignited with fierce determination. It seemed that the motivation sparked by the video watched yesterday still burned brightly within it. Bending down, Zi'an reassured the little one, stating, "Today marks your first training session. Please demonstrate the moves you have mastered." The sluggish camel nodded eagerly and rushed toward the target to begin its assault. Sparks flew as it unleashed the moves: Tackle, Ember, and Ancient Power. Zi'an was pleasantly surprised by the proficiency displayed by the sluggish camel. It was far from the inexperienced Pokémon one would expect from a novice trainer. After the attack demonstration, Zi'an prompted the sluggish camel to showcase its transformation moves. In contrast to its adeptness with attack moves, the sluggish camel struggled with the transformation moves, needing several seconds to execute each one fully. This was certainly inadequate. Not only would it falter in battle, but even in a turn-based game. Such sluggishness would be met with disdain from opponents. Once the sluggish camel finished its demonstration, it was the electric dragon's turn. Given its unique circumstances, Zi'an did not request a full display, but instead asked it to perform a few moves it was particularly skilled at. From the nearly 20 moves available, the electric dragon could proficiently execute 11. These included Charge Beam, Electric Terrain, Thunder Shock, Thunder Wave, Charge, Electro Ball, Charged Beam, Thunder, Volt Tackle, Electromagnetic Control, and Thunder Punch. A glance revealed that nearly all the moves were electric type, underscoring the electric dragon's exceptional affinity for electric energy. Zi'an cross-referenced the panel and instructed it to unleash other moves, selecting a few that appeared useful: Cotton Spore, Giga Drain, Dragon Pulse, and Protect. Compared to its earlier electric-type moves, the electric dragon exhibited less fluidity when using these moves, requiring several seconds to accumulate energy before casting them. Both Pokémon faced issues with the fluid execution of their moves. Zi'an diligently noted her observations and swiftly adjusted the training regimen for both Pokémon, promptly commencing their training. Today, we shall primarily focus on the fluid release of moves. Each command I give must be executed within a second. Both Pokémon nodded. After all, Zi'an's request was not unreasonable. In the arena or the wild, battles are ever-changing. And without the ability to quickly and smoothly release moves, one holds no advantage whatsoever. Thus, the trio began their training, with the 2 Pokémon relentlessly attacking their targets while Zi'an stood behind them, directing their efforts. Whenever she noticed any irregularities, she pointed them out and collaborated with her Pokémon to devise strategies for overcoming the challenges. Initially, the pace was slow, as Zi'an was merely a novice trainer who had just acquired her Pokémon. Her understanding of training was largely theoretical, and this practical application was just the beginning of her journey. The Fire Llama and the Electric Dragon, both untested in battle, required a period of acclimatization training with Zi'an. Time seemed to flow swiftly during their training session, and it was only when Zi'an had set an alarm that he was jolted back to reality. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 7:40. He approached the 2 Pokémon and called an end to their training, suggesting they take a break to replenish their energy. Zi'an set down his backpack and retrieved the energy cubes he had meticulously prepared beforehand, distributing them to both of his Pokémon. The energy cubes for the Fire Llama were crafted the previous day, while those for the Electric Dragon were a stock of earlier batches. These cubes were specially formulated by an elderly gentleman during his lifetime, tailored for the Electric Dragon, which had been consuming them for years. Previously, the Electric Dragon had only ingested the 9th grade energy cubes, which merely maintained its elemental balance without causing lethargy due to insufficient energy. However, now that the Electric Dragon was preparing to regain strength, it was essential to provide it with the corresponding 7th grade energy cubes. Both Pokémon trotted over, panting slightly. Although the training session had not involved strenuous physical exertion, the release of moves inherently consumed energy, rendering their fatigue understandable. Once the 2 Pokémon finished their allotted energy cubes, Zi'an returned them to their Pokeballs for a well-deserved rest and set off toward the school. As the final chime of the bell echoed, Zi'an was the first to step into the classroom, drawing curious glances as he made his way to his desk. Chapter 011, Health Check. He breathed a sigh of relief, having made it just in time. It was only the 2nd day of school, and being late today would have left an unfavorable impression. The teacher soon entered the classroom, a gentleman in his 40s sporting a pair of rimmed glasses that lent him an air of scholarly elegance. Zi'an glanced at the timetable. The first class was Pokémon Trainer 101, a course designed to instruct students on becoming competent trainers, a crucial subject for every new Pokémon trainer. Class is in session. With the teacher's announcement, Zi'an officially commenced his learning journey. The first day's 4 classes included 2 sessions of Trainer 101. alongside a Pokemon Basics class and a Training Techniques class. This arrangement demonstrated the school's thoughtful intent. The initial classes aimed to instill the concept of being a trainer in students who had recently acquired Pokemon, helping them recognize the advantages and disadvantages while confronting some of the more pragmatic realities. The Pokemon Basics class primarily guided students through a closer understanding of their Pokemon, ensuring each student developed a clear comprehension of their companions. After all, foundational knowledge, no matter how well acquainted, could not be seamlessly applied to their Pokemon without a deeper understanding. In the final Training Techniques class, the instructor provided tailored advice for each student's Pokemon, preventing confusion or aimless practice during future training sessions. The morning passed swiftly, and Zi'an gleaned considerable insight, particularly regarding the essence of being a trainer. The teacher's thorough explanations, even in just 2 lessons, left him with profound reflections. This world was perilous, and the knowledge imparted was exceedingly practical, devoid of any abstract concepts that might leave one bewildered. Moreover, the suggestions from the training instructor were commendable, offering numerous avenues for Zi'an to refine his training strategy for the Fire Llama. As the morning came to a close, Zi'an opted to forego the afternoon's free time at school, instead heading directly to the Pokemon Center to conduct health checks for his 2 Pokemon. Indeed, Pokemon Centers exist in this world, serving primarily as facilities for Pokemon treatment, found in every city across the 8 major regions of the Pokemon League. Notably, the Pokemon Centers operate under the auspices of the Joy family, one of the 2 remaining prominent families in the world. Zi'an was astonished to learn this. As the name Joy was synonymous with the Pokemon games and anime he was familiar with in his past life, now manifesting in a similar capacity in this world. In this realm, the Joy family is a formidable entity, influential within the construction of the Pokemon League, which encompasses not just the 8 regional leagues, but also 5 special organizations, one of which is the Pokemon Medical Organization, entirely overseen by the Joy family. Given that these centers are dedicated to healing, they are regarded as exceptionally unique establishments, rarely targeted even in the most tumultuous regions. In the Longxiao region, each city's Pokemon Center is deemed one of the most vital and indispensable facilities, primarily due to the close collaboration between the Huaxiao Alliance and the Joy family, which has endowed the centers with additional functionalities. Beyond medical care, the Longxiao Alliance's Pokemon Centers offer accommodation, communication, transportation, dining, trading, and task services. This is a singular advantage among the 8 major regions, a benefit fought for by the Longxiao Alliance on behalf of its trainers, allowing them to handle their preparations efficiently without excessive running around. Zi'an's purpose for visiting the Pokemon Center was to conduct health checks for his 2 Pokemon. Vigilantly monitoring their health is a fundamental duty for any trainer, particularly after intense training and battles, as neglecting this aspect could lead to hidden injuries. These latent injuries may initially appear insignificant, yet they can become lethal over time, potentially impacting a Pokemon's strength and even threatening its life. Thus, Zi'an placed great importance on this matter, planning to bring his Pokemon for health checks every 7 days and a comprehensive examination each month. For this initial visit, he opted for a thorough examination, despite the steep cost of 10,000 Longxiao coins. He resolutely proceeded to make the payment. This in-depth examination encompasses a comprehensive assessment of the Pokemon, even delving into the ethereal realms of the soul and psyche, yielding a plethora of data. The information gathered from these checks would allow Zi'an to ascertain the health status of his Pokemon and make more precise adjustments to their training plans. The examination took a full 2 hours to complete, during which Zi'an remained productive, continuously gathering information online to refine his Pokemon's training regimen. After receiving the Pokeballs and 2 detailed health reports from Nurse Joy, he departed for the nearest training park. Finding a tranquil spot, Zi'an released his 2 Pokemon and retrieved their food from his backpack to share with them. While they dined, he sat beside them, engrossed in the 2-minute health data, occasionally glancing up to savor the meal he had prepared. One can only marvel at the thoroughness of the comprehensive examination conducted with a sum of 10,000 Dragon Summer coins. Each report comprises over 20 pages, accumulating to a rather substantial thickness. Zi'an meticulously perused each word, gaining a clearer understanding of the physical condition of his 2 Pokemon. The overall status of the Dull Fire Camel was commendable, especially considering it was selected for the newcomers from the breeding base just yesterday, naturally ruling out any problematic specimens. In contrast, the Electric Dragon's situation was rather ordinary. Having not engaged in battle for an extended period, its level had naturally ascended. The most conspicuous flaw was the presence of a certain lethargy within its elemental attributes. Once energy becomes lethargic, it becomes exceedingly difficult to mobilize, which elucidates why. Despite being a Pokémon with energy levels reaching 30, the electric dragon struggles to employ moves of other types. Its electric attributes remain relatively active, while the others pose more of a challenge, necessitating constant efforts to activate them. Aside from this concern, the remaining data reflected a fairly healthy state. Zi'an felt a tinge of confusion upon reviewing the electric dragon's health data, as he did not observe any signs of qualification loss that would indicate a change. Could it be that the technology in this regard is still not mature enough, even the medical advancements of the Joy family unable to detect such a condition? After contemplating, he decided to set aside this line of thought. Such matters are not easily unraveled, and perhaps with ongoing exploration, answers will naturally manifest. Zi'an rose once more and immersed himself in training with his Pokémon, continuing to practice the execution of their moves. Chapter 012. The initial examination at school. The days of training and learning are often tedious, and a week slowly slipped by in this somewhat monotonous routine. However, despite the dreariness, the overall improvement was markedly evident. Without delving into the augmentation of his own knowledge as a trainer, the two Pokémon had significantly elevated their capabilities through relentless training. The electric dragon's level progression was not particularly pronounced, yet having reached level 34, it had already hit the bottleneck between elite and senior tiers. After 7 days of diligent effort, it successfully broke through to level 35, firmly stepping into the realm of senior strength. This was especially notable considering Zi'an had focused on solidifying the foundation and activating energy rather than engaging in battles. For otherwise, with its innate talent, such a minor bottleneck would hardly hinder the electric dragon for long. It had also become adept at executing its moves, practically able to respond swiftly to Zi'an's commands. The dull fire camel exhibited similarly remarkable growth, attaining level 13 after a week of hard work. Given that it consumed high-quality energy cubes and meticulously prepared meals daily, achieving this level in just 7 days was hardly surprising. In terms of moves, the dull fire camel also progressed rapidly, not only mastering several techniques to Zi'an standards, but also successfully learning the 2-move discs he had purchased for it earlier. Additionally, with its level increase, it was able to grasp new moves, leading to overall training results that were exceedingly satisfactory. It even managed to discreetly learn a highly practical move, Guard, from the electric dragon. On the system front, each day over the course of the week yielded a new talent, though the best quality among them was merely a purple one, while the others were predominantly of blue quality. Talent, Blaster. Quality, Purple. Effect, increases the power of fire-type moves by 200, doubles the power of explosive moves, and enhances the effects of explosive traits by 50%. One might say that while the effect of this talent is indeed impressive, it does come at a significant cost to the Pokémon. After all, explosive moves are notorious for being a double-edged sword, inflicting substantial self-harm while dealing damage to the enemy. Moves like self-destruct invariably result in severe repercussions for the Pokémon. An explosion is a last resort technique that typically leads to the Pokémon's demise, barring extraordinary circumstances. Thus, despite the allure of this purple quality talent, Zi'an had no intention of employing it for his Pokémon. As the gentle chime of the bell resonated throughout the campus, signaling the conclusion of the final class for the day, the teacher paused in their instruction and regarded the students, whose states varied, with a warm demeanor. All right. We shall conclude our lesson here for today. Many students stirred, their eyes suddenly alight with excitement. Once the teacher exited the classroom, the homeroom teacher, Chun-Ming, entered from outside and addressed the class. Everyone, please settle down. I have an important announcement to make. The students, though puzzled, obediently returned to their seats. Chun-Ming wasted no time, directly sharing the news. Classmates, you have been trainers for a week now and have developed a certain understanding of trainers and Pokémon. Therefore, in an effort to foster your enthusiasm, the school will hold an initial examination for new students in 1 month's time, gathering all first-year students for a campus competition to assess everyone's strength. Upon hearing this, many students' eyes sparkled with intrigue, and one inquired, Teacher Chun, will there be any rewards for the competition? Naturally, Chun-Ming replied, meeting their eager gazes. Moreover, this time the rewards are particularly generous, with the prizes for the top 10 significantly surpassing those of the previous year. Especially for the top 3, the rewards have even doubled, and the first-place winner will receive a mysterious grand prize. This revelation sent a thrill through the hearts of all the students, who eagerly contemplated participating. Zi'an, too, felt a surge of interest. Such competitions are excellent opportunities to acquire resources. He had contemplated exploring nearby competitions to enter, as these events not only offer substantial monetary rewards to fund future Pokémon training, but also provide the dull fire camel with a chance to experience battles, thereby solidifying its training into more robust combat experience. However, for now, this initial examination seemed a promising option. Students wishing to sign up should raise their hands. The class monitor will come up to collect the registration forms and distribute them, Chunming instructed. Zi'an promptly raised his hand and received a registration form from the class monitor. While the students filled out their forms, Chunming elaborated on the details of the upcoming examination, ensuring that those registering had a clearer understanding of the competition's content. Once all forms were completed and submitted, Chunming dismissed the students, exiting the classroom himself. The classmates erupted into excited discussions, each envisioning their future and speculating on who would seize first place. Zi'an stood up and departed first, his mind contemplating the implications of this competition. With a month at his disposal, he intended to make the most of it, striving to elevate the dull fire camel's strength before the event. Regrettably, the electric dragon would not be able to participate, as its situation was rather unique. It was currently in the cooling-off period following a transfer, during which participation in any official competitions is strictly prohibited. The League has regulations that forbid Pokémon in a transfer's cooling-off period from competing in any formal contests, and even amateur competitions adhere to the same rules. This campus competition would undoubtedly follow suit, for without such regulations, chaos would surely ensue. For instance, if one were to bring forth their parents' Pokémon to compete and claim them as their own, the absence of such restrictions would undoubtedly lead to such occurrences. It seems prudent to engage in a preliminary battle. If time permits, a trip outside the city could also be in order. Leafin contemplated this in his mind, slightly adjusting his schedule for the month. Arriving at the Pokémon Center, he first entrusted 2 of his Pokémon to Nurse Joy for a health examination. Subsequently, during lunch, he discussed this matter with the 2 Pokémon. The fiery camel's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, instantly brimming with fighting spirit, even hastening its pace while eating. The electric dragon similarly displayed eagerness, and although it later learned it would not be participating, its enthusiasm for battle was unmistakable. After finishing lunch and engaging in a bit of exercise, Leafin took his 2 Pokémon to the battle venue. In this world, where trainers abound, there exists an abundance of facilities and venues dedicated to battles. From the globally renowned Battle Tower to the battle parks present in every city of the Longxiao region. Trainers, from novice to elite, can find their desired opponents in these locales. Chapter 013, The First Battle. The destination Leafin was preparing to visit was the most widely frequented battle park in the entire Longxiao region. Similar to training parks, this is also a public facility designed specifically to provide battle arenas. Upon entering the park, Leafin discovered over 30 standard battlefields. Despite it being midday, the atmosphere was vibrant, with numerous trainers engaged in Pokémon battles. The rules for battling here were quite straightforward. As long as both parties consented to the duel, they could find a spot to commence. There were no strict regulations or requirements, the only stipulation being the prohibition of malicious damage to the facilities. Leafin wandered around, observing the strength of the Pokémon engaged in battles. He noted that the majority of the combatants were relatively weak. Perhaps this was due to the fact that many trainers were newly minted, having recently acquired their Pokémon, as most of the faces around were youthful. The Pokémon battling on the field were predominantly entry-level and ordinary types, with elite-level Pokémon being a rare sight. This realization eased Leafin's mind, and he released his fiery camel to begin searching for an opponent. Keeping a Pokémon by one's side was an unwritten rule in training parks, indicating readiness for battle, allowing nearby trainers to gauge the combatant's strength and decide whether to engage. Before Leafin could even begin selecting an opponent, he was approached by someone. "Hey, would you like to have a battle?" The one issuing the challenge was a young boy, appearing to be of similar age to Leafin, accompanied by a Nidorino. As the evolved form of Nidoran, Nidorino is a quadrupedal, violet Pokémon, characterized by large ears, spines on its head and body, and a fierce demeanor, exuding a unique charm. Upon glancing at the Nidorino, Leafin quickly accessed its information. Pokémon, Nidorino. Friendship level, 70. A friendship level of 70 indicates unfamiliarity. Below 70 suggests hostility. Gender, male. Type, poison. Level, 16, ordinary. Potential, average. Ability, poison point, has a chance to poison opponents upon contact. Held item, poison barb, low grade. Increases the power of poison type moves. Moves, poison tail, inherited. Poison sting, leer, peck, focus energy, fury attack, protect, poison jab, shadow claw. Entries, none. At level 16. It was likely that the Pokémon had recently evolved. Both its ability and held item were rather common, and its moves were relatively simple, making it seemingly easy to handle. Leafin considered that his fiery camel should have no trouble, as the level difference was not significant at this tier. Alright, Leafin acquiesced, and the two began searching for an available battle arena. Along the way, Leafin learned that the challenger's name was Lee Run, currently a second-year student at the Yuntian City Second Pokemon School, with Nidorino being his second Pokemon. His first Pokemon was a Poison-type Skorupi, indicating his intent to specialize in the Poison type. Specializing in a single type is the prevailing trend in this world. The vast majority of trainers choose a preferred attribute to delve into, ascending the ranks of trainers step by step. Indeed, the world has even established a ranking system of 18 types, allowing single-type trainers to compete for supremacy. Those who reach the pinnacle of a type are honored with the title of champion, a coveted position aspired to by countless trainers. Leafin had contemplated whether to tread this path before becoming a trainer himself. However, after much reflection, he ultimately decided against imposing such a restriction upon himself. His desire was to walk the path of a trainer, capturing Pokemon he cherished and growing stronger alongside them. Everything unfolds as destined. Before long, the pair located an unoccupied battle arena, standing together with their Pokemon in opposition. Let us decide who goes first by speed, shall we? Lee Ren said playfully while tossing a coin into the air. Leafin nodded, indicating his understanding. As a public facility, the battle park did not have an official referee, and thus, battles here followed their own set of unwritten rules, with coin tossing being the most common method to determine the order of combat. Besides the traditional heads or tails to establish the turn order, another method involved tossing the coin into the air and issuing attack commands the moment it landed. The one with the quicker reflexes would strike first. Lee Ren wasted no time. Taking a deep breath, he tossed the coin high into the air. The two held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the spinning coin. The fiery camel and Nidorino mirrored their trainers, each focused on their respective opponents, eyes brimming with combat fervor. The coin arced through the air, tumbling downward, and soon landed on the ground with a slight bounce. Almost simultaneously as it hit the dirt, Leafin and Lee Ren called out their commands. Fiery camel, use flamethrower. Nidorino, focus energy. The quicker Nidorino responded first, letting out a growl as it gathered energy, visibly swirling around its body. The fiery camel followed suit, flames erupting from its mouth as it rapidly concentrated its power, unleashing a stream of fire aimed directly at Nidorino. After 7 days of training, the fiery camel's flamethrower, while appearing somewhat weak in momentum, was nonetheless quite commendable. After all, it was only at level 14. And achieving standard power was sufficient. To gauge its mastery, one must consider the speed of release and the duration of the attack. As the flames surged forward, Nidorino barely completed its energy gathering at the last moment, instinctively dodging to the side. Although it reacted with remarkable swiftness, it was still caught by the flames. A look of agony crossing its face. Nidorino. No. Lee Ren's anxious inquiry was met with Nidoking's resounding roar, which not only calmed his nerves, but also prompted him to speak again. All right, let us unleash a barrage of toxic assaults. Ignoring the searing pain from the flames, Nidoking swiftly concentrated its venomous energy, forming clusters of toxic projectiles that surged towards the position of the fire camel. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Immediately after executing the toxic barrage, Nidoking's robust form surged forward, akin to a tank charging towards the fire camel. The fire camel maintained its composure, retreating slowly yet agilely. Although it was splattered by some of the toxins, the effects were negligible given its doubled resistance. Zi'an, observing Nidoking's advance towards the fire camel, calmly issued a command. Fire camel, use dig. The fire camel halted its steps, and with a gentle leap, it landed and burrowed into the ground using the dig technique. Chapter 014. First victory against the little crocodile. Deprived of a target, Nidoking skidded to a halt, cautiously surveying its surroundings and occasionally emitting a low growl. Lee Ren, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of concern. He had not anticipated that the fire camel would employ dig. In light of his Nidoking not having learned the earthquake move, he found himself with but one option. Do not panic, continue to gather energy, and remain vigilant, Lee Ren commanded, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding dynamics of the battle. Zi'an smiled slightly, his voice steady as he continued. Fire camel. Instantly upon the utterance, the ground beneath Nidoking erupted, and the fire camel emerged, propelling Nidoking skyward. Nidoking was flung by the tremendous force, letting out a pained cry as it was sent spiraling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. However, it did not lose its fighting spirit. rising to its feet with a slight wheeze. Continue, Fire Camel. Charge in with Stomp. Zi'an commanded, seizing the momentum. The Fire Camel let out a mighty roar and charged forward. Though its speed was modest, the distance between them was short, allowing it to reach Nidoking swiftly. With a powerful stomp, the ground reverberated as the shockwaves surged forth, striking Nidoking squarely once again. Its light panting transformed into labored gasps. Liren furrowed his brow tightly, fully aware that he had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. After a quick consideration, he decided to take a gamble. Nidoking, use Shadow Claw. Summoning its resolve. Nidoking suppressed its pain and roared, fiercely swiping its foreclaws towards the Fire Camel. Ethereal energy coalesced upon its claws, manifesting as two pitch-black talons that descended with ferocity. Hold firm. Zi'an anticipated the move, and without hesitation, the Fire Camel conjured a green barrier that enveloped it securely. The defensive maneuver ensured that the Shadow Claw inflicted no harm, prompting Zi'an to prepare for the final assault. Stomp to finish it. As the Fire Camel lifted its foreleg and brought it down with great force, the shockwave from Stomp erupted once more, sending Nidoking hurtling away. This time, it could not regain its footing, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling over twice, its eyes now swirling in a daze. We've won, Zi'an exhaled, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Fire Camel, witnessing the fallen Nidoking, let out a joyful cheer, bouncing with exuberance. Liren, with a resigned sigh, retrieved Nidoking into its pokeball. Well done, Fire Camel, Zi'an praised, and the Fire Camel squinted happily in response. Liren approached, expressing admiration. You are far more formidable than I anticipated. You hardly resemble a first-year freshman. It was noteworthy that first-year students had only received their Pokémon a little over a week prior. During this brief period, most were just beginning to train their Pokémon, with some still in the adjustment phase, having not even started training. Even those with a solid foundation, who began training from day one, typically had their Pokémon at around level 10. The Fire Camel's level reached 13 due to a well-structured training plan and continuous efforts over the past 7 days. Coupled with an even more significant factor, Zi'an had captured the Fire Camel when it was already at level 8, making it one of the highest level Pokémon among this batch in the entire city school. Of course, this came with its pros and cons. The advantage was that he could immediately utilize a Pokémon of higher level than his peers, while the drawback was that higher level Pokémon were more challenging to train. Much like in games, where insufficient badges lead to disobedience from higher level Pokémon in battles, the same principle applied here. After the battle concluded, the arena was cleared for others to use. Zi'an found a quiet spot to replenish the Fire Camel's energy with some nourishment, while Liren naturally headed to the Pokémon Center to heal his Nidoking. As he rested, Zi'an reflected on the previous battle. Both sides had performed admirably. The Fire Camel and Zi'an, as its trainer, showcased remarkable prowess. The Fire Camel did not falter under attack, nor did Zi'an flounder in his commands, issuing decisive orders in moments of crisis. However, a single battle did not define much. After all, Nidoking's attacks were limited, predominantly comprising poison-type moves that the Fire Camel resisted with double effectiveness. Whether they could replicate such a smooth victory in future encounters remained uncertain. Having mentally replayed the match in detail, he found the information provided was limited due to the singular nature of their battle, leaving him unable to discern any shortcomings in himself or the Fire Camel. Once rested, he was eager to continue battling, and soon enough, another opponent approached. A girl clad in a school uniform approached, extending an invitation, accompanied by a lively little crocodile. Little Crocodile, one of the water-type starters. Pokémon, Little Crocodile. Friendship, 70. Gender, male. Type, water. Level, 15. Quality, superior. Ability, overconfidence. Additional effects of moves are lost, but their power increases. Held item, life orb, medium. Increases move power but reduces the user's health with each attack. Moves, Water Gun, inherited. Dragon Dance, inherited. Scratch, Leer, Water Gun, Rage, Bite, Protect. Scary Face, Ice Fang, Bite. Talent, none. A level 15 Little Crocodile with overconfidence and a life orb would pose a significant challenge for the Fire Camel. After all, a 4 times effectiveness factor loomed large. Should the Fire Camel be hit by even 2 water-type moves, it could very well concede defeat. It was evident that the opponent harbored some intentions of picking on the weak, yet the dynamics of Pokémon types were an integral component of battles. And Zi'an felt little discontent. After some contemplation, he decided to accept the challenge, recognizing that such situations would inevitably arise in the future. It was best to seize this opportunity to test his skills. The two quickly found an available battleground, where they introduced themselves. and Zi'an learned the girl's name, Wang Ming. They soon located an empty arena, facing each other with their Pokémon ready for battle. This time, Zi'an came forth to toss the coin, which, by the way, belonged to Li Ren from the previous match. The coin, soaring through the air, traced a beautiful arc before spiraling rapidly towards the ground. Diefire Camel, use growth. Little Croc, let us employ Dragon Dance. The two commands resonated almost simultaneously. Yet it was the quicker Little Croc that responded first. Wani Wani. As it sang and leaped, a surge of draconic energy erupted from its body, elevating its momentum. Diefire Camel, not to be outdone, swelled with energy, its form expanding dramatically, as an even more formidable aura emanated from it, seemingly surpassing the might of Dragon Dance. Chapter 015, Lizard King. Diefire Camel's ability, Pure, allowed it to double the effectiveness of its power changes, a distinctly double-edged sword. When wielded adeptly, it could significantly enhance its combat prowess. However, it also posed considerable risks if targeted by opponents. Wang Ming quickly discerned the underlying issue. Realizing her original strategy of boosting her power before launching a decisive counterattack was likely impractical, she promptly shifted her approach to direct offense. Water Gun. Little Croc leapt into action, enveloped by a torrent of water, resembling a cannonball hurtling towards Diefire Camel. As a move renowned for its swiftness, evading Water Gun was not impossible, but exceedingly challenging, particularly for a Pokémon like Diefire Camel, known for its sluggish speed. Zi'an was prepared for this, and upon seeing the impending attack, he called out without hesitation, "Dig!" Diefire Camel immediately burrowed underground, narrowly evading the oncoming Little Croc. Emerging from the water, Little Croc appeared somewhat astonished, bouncing around while cautiously surveying its surroundings. Wang Ming, taken aback by Zi'an's unconventional tactic, quickly regained her composure. "Don't panic, Little Croc. Use Water Gun at the hole." She understood that Diefire Camel's nature rendered it sluggish and dull upon contact with water, making it much easier to deal with. Little Croc leapt high, unleashing a water gun straight into the dug hole. "Come out, Primal Force." The ground nearby erupted as Diefire Camel burst forth. A multitude of rocks of varying sizes swiftly coalescing, all launching towards Little Croc with a fierce roar. In midair, Little Croc found itself without a means to brace for impact, but Wang Ming seemed to have anticipated this. Dodge with Water Gun. This was a premeditated strategy, after all. In the absence of an evasive maneuver, it would become an easy target in the air, and Wang Ming was unwilling to allow Little Croc to remain airborne unchallenged. Once again, water enveloped Little Croc, but before it could accelerate, the rocks conjured by Primal Force struck first. These stones formed a circular blockade, effectively sealing off the majority of Little Croc's position. One rock crashed down upon Little Croc, shattering the water barrier and sending it tumbling away. After rolling several times on the ground, Little Croc sprang up, visibly enraged, and retaliated with a water gun. Anticipating this, Diefire Camel opted to dig once more to evade the attack. For a slower Pokémon, this tactic proved to be an invaluable strategy. Of course, one had to ensure that the opposing Pokémon had not mastered moves like Earthquake or Magnitude, lest it backfire. The ensuing battle became somewhat tedious, with Diefire Camel utilizing Dig to evade water-based assaults, seizing opportunities to strike back with Primal Force. Although this strategy might seem underhanded, it proved remarkably effective. Meanwhile, Wang Ming grew increasingly frustrated, and until the moment Little Croc finally succumbed, her side had failed to land a single significant blow on Diefire Camel. As she watched her opponent leave in a huff, Zi'an sheepishly ran his fingers through his hair, feeling a twinge of guilt about the somewhat sneaky nature of the battle. Yet he had little choice. The quadruple-type disadvantage loomed large, and at this level, a single hit could either leave him severely weakened or entirely incapacitated. After concluding the second match, the routine of resting and reviewing commenced, followed by the task of selecting the next opponent. Diefire Camel had fought 5 rounds, and only when it exhibited clear signs of mental fatigue did Zi'an call for a respite. The results were commendable, as they achieved a flawless victory, winning all 5 matches without a single defeat, leaving both Zi'an and Diefire Camel quite satisfied. Retrieving Diefire Camel and releasing Electric Dragon, Zi'an gazed at the companion he had spent so much time with, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he softly inquired, "Are you ready for battle?" "Jijiji." Electric Dragon's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, emitting a bright cry and nodding affirmatively. Initially, Zi'an had believed that, given Electric Dragon's prowess, it might be challenging to find worthy opponents in this area. Yet after an hour of searching, he had not received a single invitation for battle, and even his own attempts had been declined. Frustrated, he pondered the situation, while Electric Dragon's enthusiasm waned. Well, if we can't find anyone here, we'll try a different location tomorrow. Surely we can find battles at the combat tents or arenas. Zi'an had no other recourse, and as dusk approached, he comforted Electric Dragon before preparing to depart. Hey there, the trainer with the Electric Dragon. Would you care for a battle? Just then, a voice called out, prompting Zi'an to halt and glance curiously in the direction of the sound. Approaching him was a rather handsome young man, dressed casually, with an eye-catching belt of pokeballs at his waist. Beside him was a green, humanoid lizard, its wrists adorned with blade-like leaves, its back featuring 6 neatly aligned yellow circular structures, and a large cross-shaped tail. Pokémon, Lizard King. Affection level, 70. Gender, male. Type, grass. Level, 36 elite. Aptitude, superior. Ability, light body, losing its held item boosts speed. Item, Cherry Berry, cures paralysis upon use. Moves, unimportant moves omitted for brevity. No notable entries. Zi'an nodded and readily accepted the challenge. After an hour of searching, it was a rare opportunity to finally find an opponent, and turning it down would be unwise. The two quickly located an empty arena, standing opposite each other in preparation for battle. The sight of 2 fully evolved Pokémon facing off was a rarity in the battle park, drawing considerable attention from onlookers. This caught the attention of the park staff, who, in order to maintain order, dispatched 2 personnel to oversee the match. A passing trainee referee even volunteered to officiate the duel. Neither Zi'an nor the young man named Chunhai had anticipated such a spectacle. However, they remained undeterred, focusing intently on their preparations. Zi'an took a deep breath, feeling a hint of nervousness welling up within him. To comprehend that the higher the level of the Pokémon, the greater the difficulty of battle, one must consider a multitude of factors. After all, this is not merely a game. Each Pokémon is limited to 4 moves. A momentary oversight of a single move could lead to a complete reversal of a favorable situation. Chapter 016, Battle with Lizard King. The battle commences. With a flourish of his hand, the man who volunteered as the referee summoned the start of the duel, and 2 commands echoed almost simultaneously. Electivire, electric terrain. Lizard King, grassy terrain. The instant the words left his lips, 2 currents of energy surged into the ground. One side crackled with arcs of electricity, while the other blossomed with verdant grass. With a mighty roar from both Pokémon, the 2 terrain effects clashed spectacularly, cleaving the originally tawny ground in twain. Zi'an's gaze flickered at this sight, a glint of contemplation illuminating his eyes. Is this what the teacher spoke of regarding terrain contention? The phenomenon of terrain contention occurs when multiple Pokémon simultaneously deploy different terrain-type moves, resulting in an energetic clash as the moves interact through a medium. A Pokémon must wield its mastery over its own moves to contest against the opponent's, successfully dismantling the opponent's terrain move to claim victory in the battle for terrain. There exists another situation, akin to the clear division observed here, colloquially referred to as the segregation phenomenon, even among some elite trainers and champions. The rare occurrence of fusion can transpire during terrain contention. Similarly, the phenomenon of weather contention can also manifest segregation and fusion phenomena. While thoughts raced through his mind, Zi'an's commands remained unwavering. Bolt tackle. A tumultuous surge of electricity erupted from Electivire, a robust bolt of lightning swiftly descending upon Lizard King. With a remarkable speed stat of 120, Lizard King deftly sidestepped, evading the oncoming electric assault. Sword dance. Illusory blades of light emanated from Lizard King, swirling around it with fervor. In a flash, just as the sword dance faded, Chunhai's commands rang out with precision, thanks to its speed and fluidity in executing moves. Lizard King was enveloped in a radiant white light, lunging forward towards Electivire with incredible swiftness. In the blink of an eye, Lizard King was upon Electivire, the green glow enveloping its blade-like leaves, striking down without hesitation. Leaf Blade. The amplified sword dance combined with the rapid approach of Leaf Blade targeted Electivire's face directly, executing a seamless combination of 3 moves that showcased the opponent's mastery and impeccable control. Zi'an's pupils contracted as he observed this flurry of attacks, although somewhat unexpected. His command remained steady. Fire Punch. A surge of flames erupted from Electivire's diminutive fist, standing resolute against the descending Leaf Blade. With a fierce roar, it unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, both Pokémon were thrust back after a tense standoff, and simultaneously, the commands from their trainers resonated. Lizard King. Use Heavy Slam. Electivire, control the magnetic field. As Lizard King descended, one foot came crashing down, unleashing an invisible shockwave that rapidly expanded outward. Zi'an realized that evasion was futile at this distance, thus opting to bolster his defenses. The invisible magnetic field swiftly contracted, encircling Electivire and enhancing its defenses. The shockwave struck with force, causing Electivire to retreat a few steps, albeit regaining its balance quickly. Spore. The green energy of the grass type coalesced in Electivire, sending spore-shaped orbs flying swiftly towards Lizard King. The latter felt its movement slow, as if burdened by an invisible weight, its advance faltering. Consume Berry. Electric Retreat. Chunhai resolutely activated Lizard King's ability, and after consuming a held berry, its speed doubled. The momentary slowdown was reversed, and combined with the priority move's eruption. Lizard King's velocity surged, leaving a blur in its wake. Continue. Control the magnetic field. Zi'an, astutely aware that pursuing his opponent would be unwise, focused on stacking defensive capabilities to their utmost levels. Chunhai would not allow this to transpire without counteraction, issuing clear and rapid commands. Charge in. Use Leaf Blade. Without hesitation, Lizard King surged forth, its green leaf-bladed arms gleaming as it transformed into a merciless scimitar, slashing down with unrelenting force. Do not falter, Volt Tackle. A thick bolt of lightning erupted, the electric terrain beneath amplifying the arcs, rendering this attack more formidable. The clash of moves ignited an explosion of energy, shrouding the battlefield in smoke as both Pokémon retreated, panting slightly, their bodies marked with the remnants of energy impact. The fierce confrontation evoked gasps from the onlookers outside the arena. Chunhai's focus sharpened. The opponent's prowess far exceeded his expectations. Initially, he had assumed that this young trainer in a school uniform would be easy to handle. Yet, as the battle unfolded, he discovered that despite certain inexperience, the coordination and reflexes exhibited by the opponent were remarkably precise, adeptly responding to the moves employed by his Pokémon. Clearly, it was time to unleash his true capabilities. Lizard King, create distance and perform sword dance. The green figure retreated swiftly, conjuring a multitude of illusory blades that spun around it. Electivire Thunder. Zi'an, recognizing the need for a decisive move, opted to gamble on his most powerful attack, aware that prolonging the stalemate would only worsen the situation for himself and Electivire. With a 70 accuracy rate, this move was indeed a matter of fortune. A tempestuous bolt of lightning surged from Electivire, ascending into the heavens before vanishing, only to descend upon Lizard King in an instant, akin to divine retribution. With a deafening explosion, the area where Lizard King stood erupted violently, sending shockwaves rippling outward. After a brief pause of 2 to 3 seconds, amidst the rapt attention of the crowd, a green figure burst forth from the smoke, shielded by a verdant barrier. Charging straight at Electivire, experienced observers quickly deduced that the thunder had indeed struck true, yet Lizard King had adeptly utilized its defensive move to mitigate the attack's impact, closing the distance to its foe, unbeknownst to Chunhai, just as he prepared to unleash his full strength. The opposing trainer launched a powerful electric move without affording him a moment's respite. Fortunately, Lizard King's wealth of experience enabled it to deflect the attack with its defensive maneuver, simultaneously seizing the opportunity to advance upon its opponent. It is worth noting that the usage of such powerful moves, even when devoid of adverse effects for the user, creates a significant cooldown period, often referred to as the move gap. During this interlude, the likelihood of employing such a formidable move again is quite slim, especially for Pokémon of their current caliber. Zi'an is acutely aware of this, possessing a more comprehensive understanding than his opponent. This downtime is confined solely to moves of the same attribute. Other techniques remain largely unaffected. Thus, he commands, hold your ground. The verdant barrier unfurls instantly, effectively shielding against the ferocious descent of the Emerald Blade. A spark ignites in Zi'an's eyes as he unhesitatingly instructs, Electrifying Dragon, seize it, then unleash Fire Punch. The Electrifying Dragon, cognizant of the splendid opportunity, stretches out a hand and firmly grips the adversary, while its other fist ignites in flames, delivering a decisive blow. This punch leaves the Lizard King dazed, its vulnerability to the opposing type inflicting immense pain. Chapter 017. A recap and preparations for the wilderness expedition. The Electrifying Dragon opts to press the advantage, delivering punch after punch with relentless fervor. The Lizard King struggles desperately, yet its attacks are met with the steadfast resolve of the Electrifying Dragon, which shows no sign of retreat. Currently, its defenses are enhanced, fully capable of counteracting the effects of the opponent's two swords dances, allowing for a head-on confrontation, with a resounding roar accompanying the final punch. The Electrifying Dragon's fire punch lands heavily upon the opponent, causing the Lizard King to weaken and its eyes to swirl dizzily before succumbing to unconsciousness. Only then does the electrifying dragon release its grip, stumbling backward, fortuitously caught by Zi'an's timely support. Well done, electrifying dragon. Zi'an's gaze brims with admiration and pride, and his praises flow forth unbidden. The electrifying dragon beams with joy, reveling in its victory in the inaugural battle. Outside the arena, the onlooking trainers erupt in fervent applause, paying homage to both contenders for their exhilarating display. Zi'an and Chunhai recall their Pokémon into their Pokeballs and depart the battle park, making their way towards the Pokémon Center. Along the way, they engage in mutual introductions, during which Zi'an learns of Chunhai's background. He too is a student of the Pokémon Academy, though he is in his third year, attending the city's third Pokémon school. The Lizard King is his ace, having recently evolved. Chunhai is taken aback upon discovering that Zi'an is merely a freshman, possessing an advanced Pokémon at such an early stage. Could he be from a prominent family? However, such matters are not easily broached, leading him to silently marvel at the fortunes of the affluent. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center, both trainers entrust their Pokémon to Nurse Joy for treatment and examination. After parting ways with Chunhai, Zi'an finds a quiet nook to reflect on the previous battle. How shall I put it? Luck played a role in that encounter. Although the level disparity was minimal, as the battle progressed, he found himself increasingly challenged, at times feeling utterly at a loss. Zi'an recognizes that the primary reason for this is his lack of combat experience. The optimal way to improve is, of course, to engage in more battles and to accompany the electrifying dragon on further adventures. As for the electrifying dragon, its performance far surpasses Zi'an's. In terms of obedience to commands and the speed and proficiency of its move execution, it has reached an admirable level. The greatest takeaway from this battle for it is the practicality of executing moves in succession. The smooth sequence of the Lizard King's 3 successive attacks had left Zi'an astounded, illuminating a pathway for future training of its techniques. Nonetheless, the electrifying dragon exhibits some shortcomings, particularly its rigid application of moves during the previous battle, lacking fluidity and autonomy. There are numerous methods to rectify this. The most effective would be for Zi'an to contemplate a combat system to address various battle scenarios in the future. Mastering a move set would allow him to issue simple commands during combat, enabling swifter execution and a more decisive fighting style. This is a quintessential path for high-level trainers in this world. As Pokemon's strength escalates, the intensity of battles will become even more formidable, and the pace of change upon the battlefield will quicken. Trainers are, after all, mere mortals, and the inherent delay in coordination between a trainer and their Pokemon presents a challenge. Should he continue to command one move at a time in the later stages, it would not only hinder the Pokemon's effectiveness but also overwhelm the trainer during chaotic skirmishes, rendering them unable to direct even with multiple voices. A well-established move system for Pokemon can alleviate this issue, and fostering a strong sense of autonomous combat within the Pokemon serves as another solution. Zi'an is eager to learn, yet the challenge lies in the fact that knowledge of combat systems is typically imparted in the third year. After all, first and second year students often possess Pokemon of lesser strength and a limited repertoire of moves, making conventional combat coordination sufficient, thus rendering advanced training unnecessary. After half an hour of contemplation, Zi'an begins to formulate a plan. Since developing a combat system in a short time is unfeasible, he resolves to enhance the electrifying dragon's autonomous fighting capabilities. He ponders the path ahead, silently strategizing for future endeavors. To cultivate the electrifying dragon's independent combat skills, engaging in battles within the city would be far too gradual. The optimal solution is clear: the wilderness. Only in the wild, with its unpredictable and unconstrained environment, can a Pokemon significantly enhance its autonomous combat abilities. Of course, the wilderness presents dangers far beyond those of the city. A single misstep could spell doom even for trainers of champion caliber. Yet, the wild is also a treasure trove. A mere excursion can yield substantial rewards, provided fortune favors the bold. Zi'an has previously considered the timing of his wilderness expedition, envisioning a venture at least 7 days before the end of the month. However, he now decides to advance his plans, preparing thoroughly to explore the fringes of the wild. Although still part of the wilderness, these areas host Pokemon of lower levels, making them suitable for trainers of their current capabilities to undertake adventures. There are drawbacks, of course. Resources in these regions are typically scarce, and the potential gains may not outweigh the effort expended. However, the primary objective is to seek out wild Pokemon for battle. If profit were his aim, he would not choose the periphery. Once the Pokemon's treatment concludes, Zi'an does not hasten home. Instead, he leads his Pokemon to a comprehensive supermarket. He needs to acquire additional Poke Discs to diversify his team's offensive capabilities, along with fruits and various materials to ensure ample resources for their training. Moreover, he must prepare for his upcoming wilderness expedition by procuring essential tools for outdoor adventures. His shopping excursion lasts over an hour, and upon exiting, Zi'an and his 2 Pokemon are laden with numerous bags. He spends nearly all his funds, retaining only a modest sum of 100,000 for emergencies. A myriad of fruits from various trees need not be mentioned, as Zi'an also purchased a selection of technique discs for each of his 2 Pokemon. The electric dragon received reflective barrier, light screen, and charged beam, while the sluggish fire camel was bestowed with charged flame, earthquake, and scaly fire. These techniques were practical for their current abilities and within Zi'an's financial reach. Although the supermarket boasted a range of weather-based and elemental special moves, their prices soared far beyond those of standard offensive and status moves, rendering Zi'an's aspirations unfeasible. Additionally, Zi'an acquired several essential items for his Pokemon's daily training, such as the Thunderstone for the electric dragon and the Firestone for the sluggish fire camel. While their quality was merely mediocre, they sufficed for present use. He also procured various medicines, which are crucial during wilderness expeditions, potentially saving the lives of Pokemon. Finally, he gathered tools and gear for outdoor adventures, including 2 sets of changeable exploration outfits, a camping tent, sleeping bags, ample compressed food, and an assortment of miscellaneous tools. Not to forget, he included a 30-centimeter-long blade for self-defense, as the wilderness harbors risks far beyond those of urban life, with threats arising not only from the natural environment and wild Pokemon, but also from other trainers. Thus, equipping oneself with a weapon for protection is imperative. It could very well save one's life in dire circumstances. With both Pokemon and all acquired items in tow, he hailed a taxi and headed home. Chapter 018. Preparation and Departure, Creek Forest. Upon returning home, Zi'an busily set to work. First on his agenda was the preparation of energy cubes. This time, he had procured enough for nearly a month for both Pokemon, making the process rather time-consuming. Besides, after crafting the sustenance for his 2 Pokemon, he had to portion it out for easy consumption during their future outdoor excursions. Meanwhile, his Pokemon meticulously began learning new techniques via the discs. Although they could not practice offensive moves at home, they certainly could refine their status techniques. This preparation took a full 7 days, during which Zi'an ensured that every necessary item for their outing was ready, in addition to regular training. He carved out time to engage in battles at the battle park and battle tents, allowing his 2 Pokemon to amass substantial combat experience. Both Pokemon exhibited remarkable diligence, training tirelessly without complaint, much to Zi'an's delight. Thus, after each training session, he would dedicate a day or half a day to take them out for leisure, undeterred by the potential expense, for he was preparing for an outdoor adventure, and such funds could easily be recouped. Of course, this was contingent upon a smooth experience, as venturing into the wild is fraught with uncertainties. Beyond caution, a modicum of luck is paramount. Zi'an remained confident, for with the system by his side, a stroke of fortune seemed well within reach. With preparations complete, there remained one final task, requesting leave. After all, it was not yet vacation time, and unceremoniously skipping classes was far from advisable. Requesting leave at this moment, Chun-Ming gazed at his student in surprise, puzzled by Zi'an's timing. It is crucial for first-year students, particularly in these initial months, as this period often shapes their future trajectories as trainers. Most students yearn to remain in school, and absences are rare, save for those from affluent families who can arrange for superior trainers to provide private instruction. Yes, I need to leave for a while, to Tianyan. Zi'an casually provided a reason, unwilling to disclose his true intentions. Were he to reveal his plans to venture into the wilderness, Chun-Ming would undoubtedly be reluctant to grant his leave. Chun-Ming pondered briefly, recalling Zi'an's electric dragon, which had recently attained the advanced stage, and the high-quality energy cubes he provided, not to mention the effectiveness of his training regimen. While he had not delved into Zi'an's family background, these indicators suggested a comfortable home life, leading him to believe that Zi'an's request for leave was likely for self-study. When do you plan to return? The midterm exam is in just over 20 days, Chun-Ming inquired after some contemplation. Zi'an promptly assured him, rest assured, I will return before the midterm exam. Upon hearing this, Chun-Ming no longer hesitated and approved Zi'an's leave request. As Zi'an prepared to depart, Chun-Ming called out to him, Zi'an, do you feel confident about the upcoming midterm exam? Chun-Ming's inquiry stemmed from the fact that, among the students in his second class, Zi'an's sluggish fire camel was the most formidable, boasting a level 15 energy rating, having advanced from novice to ordinary status. This level positioned him among the top 5 in the entire first-year class. Chunming held Zi'an in high regard, believing that if he performed exceptionally well in the midterm, he could potentially secure a top 3 finish, or even first place. Such an achievement would enable him to advocate for more resources for his class, expediting the students' ability to enhance their Pokémon strength. Zi'an pondered Chunming's words, then flashed a confident smile. Don't worry, I've got first place in the bag. His confidence was not unfounded. His bond with the sluggish fire camel had reached a remarkable 145. With a little more effort, surpassing the 150 mark was all but guaranteed. Once that bond was established, the golden talent of Magma Controller would be activated, resulting in a significant boost in strength. Competing in the initial exam, akin to the baby cup, would make achieving first place an effortless endeavor. After securing his leave, Zi'an swiftly exited the school, hastening home to finalize his preparations. He donned the outdoor exploration outfit he had meticulously arranged for some time and shouldered a backpack that appeared anything but ordinary. This backpack was a marvel of cutting-edge technology. While it could not rival the elite space backpacks that boast the capacity of a small room, it was still capable of accommodating 4 to 5 times its original size. Priced at an exorbitant 50 to 60,000, it was beyond Zi'an's means. He could utilize it solely because it had been gifted to him by Aunt Sun. Had he relied on his initial plans, he would have needed an enormous backpack, at least a meter tall, to house all his belongings. Such a burden would undoubtedly hinder his mobility, heightening the dangers associated with wilderness exploration. Though this ordinary space backpack could not achieve the feather-like quality of the top-tier models, it alleviated the issues of capacity and weight to a significant extent, reducing the perceived weight to merely 1/3 of its original. As for the underlying principles, Zi'an was naturally unaware, for this world, populated by fairies, was beyond the imagination of his original realm. Moreover, many of the creatures within this fairy world possessed extraordinary intelligence, such as the Metagross, whose brain rivaled that of a supercomputer, the Dusknoir, known as the Sage of the Sea, and the Chimcho, often referred to as the Sage Fairy. These beings epitomize intellect that surpasses that of humanity, and with their presence, the technological advancements in various fields within this world have reached astonishing heights. In areas such as spatial technology, medical science, and mechanical engineering, the black technologies have nearly transcended an entire era. Having departed from home, Zi'an hailed a taxi, making his way to the outskirts of Tianyan City, specifically to the most renowned region outside the city, Shihe Forest. Chapter 019. A sudden assault. This forest ranks among the top 5 largest in the entire Longxiao region. Its internal ecological environment is abundant, and the variety of fairies is truly diverse, making it an indispensable resource area for several surrounding cities. However, the forest is also fraught with peril, particularly in its deeper regions. The fairies exhibit increasingly formidable powers, with several Emperor-level fairy clans residing at its core. The so-called Emperor-level fairy clans are those that harbor fairies of Emperor-level strength within their ranks. If one were to inadvertently provoke one of these clans, even trainers of Emperor-level prowess would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Zi'an's current capabilities, bolstered by the presence of his electric dragon, afford him a degree of self-protection, though he certainly lacks the qualification to venture deep within. Nevertheless, he did not intend to delve into the forest, merely planning to linger at its periphery. Although the outskirts had likely been scoured countless times by adventurous trainers from the nearby cities, the self-restorative capacity of such a vast forest is formidable. Generally, after 2 or 3 months, a new batch of renewable resources replenishes to a certain extent. Therefore, as long as there is no exploitative depletion, one need not worry about the outskirts of the forest being stripped bare. However, the overall quantity and quality of resources would undoubtedly suffer. Of course, should anyone engage in catastrophic behaviors, such as indiscriminately capturing wild fairies or uprooting all the fruit-bearing trees, not only would the powerful clans within the forest take action, but the local city governments would also not remain passive. At that point, it would be a comprehensive hunt from both sides. Such actions are typically avoided by the general populace, though a select few criminal organizations and malevolent forces may dare to do so. After all, those individuals are accustomed to perilous undertakings, and the consequences of capture are often dire, rendering them indifferent to such matters. The taxi journey continued until they reached the suburban fringes of the city. At this point, the taxi driver would not proceed further, and Zi'an alighted, embarking on foot towards the outside. Initially, the surroundings appeared rather desolate, but as he moved further from the city, the number of people and fairies visibly increased. Each individual was accompanied by 1 or 2 fairies, their attire indicating that they were trainers venturing into the wild. Some appeared spirited and full of resolve. Others looked weary and disheartened, yet there were also those exuding joy, basking in the fruits of their labor. Observing this, Zi'an retrieved the Pokeballs from his waist, releasing both of his fairies. After all, he was nearing the outskirts of the city, and should any ill intentions arise, he might find himself ill-prepared to respond alone. Although the likelihood was minimal, it was prudent to remain vigilant. The moment the 2 fairies emerged, their expressions shifted markedly. Whereas they had previously exuded enthusiasm and readiness for battle in the city, they now bore expressions of calm vigilance, constantly surveying their surroundings. Over the past week, Zi'an had informed them of the dangers of the wild and had shown them numerous videos depicting perilous scenarios. Thus, they understood that this locale was far less secure than the city, necessitating constant alertness to safeguard both themselves and their trainer from potential threats. As Zi'an continued his advance, he soon departed from the city and officially entered the wilderness. The first sight was not a forest, but rather a wide expanse of barren land. This stretch of wasteland had been deliberately created as a buffer zone between the city and the wild. After all, the fairies inhabiting the wilderness were hardly a stabilizing factor, and incursions by fairy hordes into the city occasionally occurred. This buffer zone allows the city time to prepare, preventing an unforeseen onslaught by surging fairy populations. Upon traversing the buffer, just before entering the forest, Zi'an drew a short knife from his backpack and stated, "Electric Dragon. Lead the way. Duhua Camel, stay by my side to protect me." Both fairies nodded in acknowledgement. The electric dragon stepped forward, positioning itself 3 meters ahead, while Duhua Camel took its place beside Zi'an, ready to defend him at a moment's notice. This heightened vigilance proved beneficial. Zi'an had barely penetrated 100 meters into the forest when, just as he crossed a patch of grass, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed through the air. His reflexes were swift. He crouched down while swiftly seeking cover. Duhua Camel, ever alert, had detected the source of the impending attack and unleashed a torrent of flames in response. The fierce blaze engulfed the incoming assault, incinerating it into ashes. Zi'an's watchful gaze immediately locked onto the source of the attack, his mind racing to analyze the recent assault. Given that the flames had consumed the attack, it was likely a grass-type move, with the possibility of it being Leafblade. Moreover, since the attack had been directed at him, there was a high probability it originated from another trainer's ambush. After all, wild fairies predominantly target other fairies when launching attacks. It is uncommon for them to assault humans outright. Electric Dragon, create an electric field to sense the location of our assailant. The electric dragon, eyes sharp, took several strides towards the origin of the attack, unleashing a surge of lightning that enveloped the surrounding area. It quickly discerned 2 moving targets within the realm of its electric field, identifying them as foes. No, they should be referred to as enemies. Without hesitation, the electric dragon unleashed a thunderbolt. A crackling bolt of lightning shot forth, followed by an explosion and startled cries. Soon, a figure and a fairy burst forth from the fray. The figure appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, with an unremarkable appearance and a somewhat disheveled appearance. Yet his eyes sparkled with cunning. His fairy was a brown-bodied creature adorned with white fur, its hands resembling 3 leaves. That was a septile. Fairy, septile. Friendliness, 40. Gender, male. Type, grass, dark. Level, 30, elite. Quality, moderate. Characteristics, Wind Rider. When hit by a wind-based attack or a move that generates wind, it will not suffer damage and will enhance its attack. Item, Miracle Seed, medium grade. When held, the power of grass-type moves is increased. Move, none. Damn little brat. How dare you react so swiftly? The man glared at Zi'an, cursing under his breath. Zi'an had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He had encountered such individuals who would resort to violence against those who had just entered the forest. He understood that they were merely inept bullies preying on novices. Numerous inexperienced trainers had met their demise at the hands of these ruffians, so he wasted no time and shouted decisively. Thunderbolt, Flamethrower. 2 Pokémon reacted simultaneously, unleashing flames and lightning that surged forth, targeting both the man and his Pokémon from opposite sides. Chapter 20. The first wild battle. Damn it. Use Protect. The man quickly stepped back, instinctively reaching for the Pokeballs at his waist. The cunning Maitayana let out a fierce roar, leaping forward to shield against the descending attacks with Protect. In that instant, the man hurled 2 Pokeballs, and as 2 beams of light struck the ground, 2 more Pokémon emerged, a Houndoom and a Kingler. Zi'an swiftly scanned the man with the system. feeling a sense of relief upon realizing that there were no more Pokémon in his possession. This was a technique he had recently discovered, allowing him to read the details of Pokémon through their Pokeballs. By quickly scanning his opponent, he could ascertain whether they had any additional Pokémon at their disposal. With this skill, he could gather a wealth of information in both wild and arena battles, gaining a significant advantage, particularly in the wild. Encountering a seasoned trainer with 8 or 9 Pokémon concealed and waiting to ambush could lead to unforeseen dangers. After all, until one reached a certain level of strength. The number of Pokémon was a crucial factor in determining victory or defeat. As for the 2 Pokémon, one was a level 20 Houndoom, and the other was a level 30 Kingler. Zi'an felt confident he could handle them. Electrode, Mytiana, and Kingler are in your hands, Zi'an quickly instructed. Before setting out, he had told Electrode that unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from giving commands during battles, allowing it to make its own judgments. After all, it was imperative to cultivate the Pokémon's autonomous combat abilities. Electrode nodded, its gaze sharp as it focused intently on the 2 Pokémon. Without hesitation, a bolt of lightning surged forth, aiming directly at the newly emerged Kingler. The ferocious thunderstorm engulfed the area, leaving no time for a response. The middle-aged man was taken aback, instantly realizing he was up against a formidable opponent. He shouted angrily, Mytiana, charge in and take down that Slugma. Houndoom, unleash Dark Pulse on that brat. In wild battles, what is the most effective strategy for victory? 2 words, decapitation. As long as the trainer is eliminated, the opposing Pokémon will fall into chaos, making it much easier to handle them afterward. The 2 Pokémon acted decisively. Mytiana leaped up, lunging towards Slugma with a swift move. Houndoom positioned itself in front of the middle-aged man, unleashing a spiraling beam of dark energy that hurtled toward Zi'an. Seeing this, Electrode unleashed another merciless bolt of lightning. A fierce thunderbolt aimed directly at the airborne Mytiana. The terrifying thunder grazed past, causing Mytiana to shudder in fear and quickly dodge to a different location upon landing. It narrowly escaped, but was thoroughly frightened. Seizing the opportunity, Electrode closed in swiftly, its fist charged with an overwhelming blaze. Flame Punch. This strike was fierce and razor-sharp, propelling Mytiana away with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Slugma was engaged with Houndoom, both Pokémon unable to approach their trainer due to the need to protect him. Yet their attacks never ceased. Slugma expelled torrents of fire, which collided violently with Houndoom's Dark Pulse. After 7 days of diligent training, Slugma had reached level 16. Although it still lagged behind Houndoom's level 20, it was capable of stalling for a short while. Electrode was acutely aware of the pressure it faced. The outcome of this skirmish hinged on its ability to swiftly dispatch its opponents. As for how to gain the upper hand in a 1 versus 2 scenario, Electrode had already devised a strategy. Zi'an had instructed it that in situations involving multiple adversaries, the best approach was to focus intently on a single target. Unfortunately, it still needed to keep both opponents occupied, but this method could still be adapted. For instance, it could prioritize attacking one while ensuring the other could not divert its attention. Electrode had determined that its primary target would be Kingler, which it had a type advantage against. Zi'an had been working on enhancing Electrode's autonomous combat skills, and during this time, it had memorized the type advantage chart and familiarized itself with several common Pokémon species. Though time was short and its knowledge limited, Electrode, having once been trained by a renowned breeder, had a fair understanding of various Pokémon. Coincidentally, Kingler was among those it recognized, and it was well aware that its electric-type moves would inflict greater damage. Electroweb. The frenzied electric waves surged forth, ensnaring the momentarily dazed Mytiana in a web of arcs, rendering it paralyzed. Without hesitation, it redirected its focus and unleashed a thunderous attack aimed directly at the charging Kingler. The more robust lightning indicated that this was no ordinary thunderbolt, but a far more formidable electro ball. Get out of the way, the man shouted, but Kingler, already slow, found it nearly impossible to evade. Despite its frantic attempts to dodge, it was struck, suffering a debilitating blow that left it writhing on the ground, unable to rise. Electrode was momentarily stunned by the sight. How could Kingler be so fragile, collapsing after just 2 hits? Yet, this was quite typical. Kingler was not known for its high endurance. With base stats that were underwhelming, its HP stood at a mere 63, and its special defense was even lower at 55. Its greatest asset was its impressive attack stat of 120, but it had no opportunity to leverage that against its opponents. After taking a thunderbolt followed by an electro ball, coupled with the type advantage and the boost from the electric terrain, Kingler was swiftly overwhelmed and fell, unable to continue the fight. However, this was advantageous for Electrode. as its focus swiftly shifted back to Maitena, unleashing a relentless torrent of lightning once more. A thought creeping into its mind. These foes appeared menacing, yet they seemed weaker than it had anticipated. Damn it, how could they be so strong? The middle-aged man was baffled. How had he, who had lurked on the forest's edge for 2 years and ambushed countless trainers, found himself in such a predicament today? The ambush failed, and a direct confrontation proved futile. It seemed he was destined to regress to a state of utter helplessness. At this juncture, his only hope lay in his great hound breaching the defenses of the sluggish fire camel before the electric dragon could deal with the cunning Tengu, thereby capturing the opponent's trainer. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Great hound, cease to protect me. Charge forward and eliminate that foe swiftly." Chapter 021. First Kill. Pokémon Hunter and the Hunter's Guild. Upon receiving the command, the great hound's eyes gleamed with ferocity as it unhesitatingly charged at the fire camel, which welcomed the challenge. Engaging in battle with an opponent 4 levels higher, the man, devoid of Pokémon protection, tensed as he drew a machete from his backpack, warily scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he realized a troubling fact. Where was the opposing trainer? To his astonishment, he noticed that the young figure was absent from beside the fire camel, which stood alone, accompanied only by its solitary Pokémon in the distance. A sudden realization struck him, and instinctively, he lunged forward. Yet, it was too late. Unbeknownst to him, Zi'an had already materialized behind him, raising his blade high before bringing it down with lethal intent. Originally aimed at the man's neck, the strike was deflected slightly due to his instinctive forward movement, resulting in a devastating blow that severed a significant portion of his arm. As the man's arm, still clutching the machete, soared into the air, blood gushed forth, and his anguished wail echoed throughout the area. This piercing cry attracted the attention of all present, causing the cunning Tengu and the half-galloping great hound to turn sharply. Witnessing the gruesome scene, their eyes widened in horror as they instinctively sought to rescue their trainer. However, the electric dragon and fire camel were relentless, launching an all-out offensive to thwart their attempts. Without a moment's pause, Zi'an, who had stealthily approached the man from behind, raised his blade once more and struck down. "Kid, I am." The man, gritting his teeth against the pain, attempted to utter a threat or introduce himself. But before he could complete his thought, the descending blade struck his forehead. In an instant, his expression froze, a mixture of crimson and ivory splattering the ground below. Observing this scene, Zi'an felt an unsettling discomfort wash over him. He suppressed the urge to retch as he swiftly retrieved the Pokeballs from the man's belt. Selecting the other 2 Pokeballs, he raised them quickly, pressing the button to recall the 2 Pokémon amid their desperate gazes. He then collected the unconscious Kingler, securing all 3 Pokeballs before exhaling heavily, instinctively retching once more. After all, this was his first experience of taking a life. And given the grisly nature of the scene, merely suppressing his stomach's rebellion was commendable. However, there was no time to linger. Zi'an crouched to search the man's body for valuables. The man bore no bag, and aside from the Pokeballs, possessed little of worth. Yet, in a concealed area, Zi'an discovered an identity card and what resembled a mobile device. Although the items felt unusual, he understood that this was not a place to linger. He called upon his 2 Pokémon and dashed toward the position where the man had emerged. As he ran, searching the surroundings, Zi'an indeed stumbled upon a fully packed mountaineering backpack hidden in a secluded corner. It seemed this individual had stashed his belongings. He instructed the electric dragon to carry the backpack, and the trio hastily departed the scene. After traversing for over half an hour, Zi'an finally found a relatively concealed and safe spot to pause and attend to his Pokémon. With a slight exhale, he felt a sense of exasperation. His luck seemed extraordinarily poor. Having entered the forest for barely 10 minutes, he had already encountered an attempted murder, truly an unpredictable turn of events. Normally, he should have first faced wild Pokémon in battle, gradually encountering various challenges. To face such a dire threat immediately was indeed disconcerting. Regaining his composure, Zi'an meticulously examined the spoils he had extracted from the man. The haul was modest. Aside from some mundane supplies, the majority of the backpack contained commonplace consumables. Among these were low-quality medications and foodstuffs of little value. However, he did uncover a collection of empty Pokeballs, a dozen standard red and white balls, 4 Ultra Balls, 2 Great Balls, and a Luxury Ball. Each standard ball was valued at around 2,000, while the Ultra Balls fetched 5,000, and the Great Balls could command prices exceeding 10,000. The Luxury Ball, moreover, started at 50,000. Just these Pokeballs alone amounted to over 100,000, marking a rather lucrative find. Yet, it was peculiar for one individual to carry such a multitude of empty Pokeballs. Fortunately, Zi'an was well prepared for his investigation. Through the abnormal quantity of Pokeballs, he deduced that this individual was likely a Pokemon hunter. A Pokemon hunter is one who captures Pokemon for sale, generating profit through their trade. Behind these hunters lies a criminal organization, the Hunters Guild, which spans multiple regions. It is said to be the largest black market entity, primarily due to its low recruitment standards, resulting in a vast number of peripheral members. The nature of this organization is uniquely insidious, serving as a dark trading platform. Concealed in the shadows, they engage in activities detrimental to both Pokemon and the Alliance, profiting from the transactions between buyers and hunters. In addition to clandestine Pokemon sales, the Hunters Guild often undertakes shady operations involving murder, robbery, arson, and more, frequently acting as mercenaries for other nefarious organizations. Essentially, they are a collective driven solely by profit. A group reviled across all regions. Every faction desires to eradicate them, yet everyone understands the futility of such an endeavor. Even in the Longxiao region, nearly every city harbors black market locales where the Hunters Guild and other sinister forces are omnipresent. The Alliance leadership can only monitor and maintain a semblance of balance, as these black markets sometimes resolve issues that even the Pokemon League cannot. Ultimately, aside from the 3 Pokemon, the value of the other items was negligible. Zi'an contemplated the 3 Pokeballs before him, lost in thought regarding their fate. Should he release them? Eliminate them? Or? His gaze fell upon the identity card he had retrieved from the man, and a plan began to form in his mind. Lifting the card, Zi'an's eyes swiftly scanned the details inscribed upon it. Name, Wang Jiang. Gender, male. Status, intermediate hunter. Identification number, 0725. The name Wang Jiang likely belongs to the middle-aged man, and the accompanying information confirms his identity as a hunter. However, the purpose of this object remains uncertain. After a brief observation, Zi'an set it aside and picked up the device that was placed alongside the identity card. Chapter 022, The First Training in the Wilderness. The device resembled a flip phone from a past era, featuring a screen and buttons upon opening. Zi'an attempted to power it on, but no matter how he fiddled with it, it remained unresponsive. After some exploration, he discovered a card slot on the back of the device. Assessing the dimensions, he took the identity card and inserted it directly. Indeed, the screen flickered momentarily before illuminating, but Zi'an's initial excitement dimmed upon seeing the message displayed. It required a password. Naturally, he had no knowledge of the password, and there was no one to inquire about it, so he reluctantly discarded the device. His primary concern was whether this gadget and card possessed any tracking capabilities that could lead to unnecessary troubles. Daihuatua, take these items far away and bury them. Remember to bury them deep, Zi'an instructed, gathering all the useless items and placing them into his backpack before handing it to Daihuatua. He refrained from disposing of them on the spot, mainly due to his worry that their destruction might emit some signal. If the individual had companions, they could ascertain his demise through any signals received. Burying the items could buy him some time, alleviating his concerns. Although this course of action might seem akin to waging a battle of wits against the air, it was better to err on the side of caution. Daihuatua nodded, and, with the backpack in tow, sprinted into the distance. In less than 5 minutes, Daihuatua returned, evidently having completed the task at hand. Zi'an smiled and praised him before continuing onward with his 2 Pokemon. He needed to find a suitable location to set up camp, ensuring that he would not be caught off guard before nightfall. As he pressed onward, he encountered no further unexpected assaults and finally fell into a regular rhythm. He began to face sporadic interceptions by various Pokemon, but they were all weak, ordinary creatures, which he delegated to Daihuatua. Should he encounter stronger opponents, he would call upon the electric dragon. Although they had ventured deeper into the wilderness, they had not strayed too far, and the Pokemon they encountered were still manageable. Through continued exploration, Zi'an eventually found a rather favorable spot. It was a small clearing by the bank of a stream, offering a broad vista and a clean water source. With a modicum of vigilance, the overall safety seemed assured unless fortune turned against him. Once he selected the location, Zi'an did not approach it immediately. Instead, he retrieved several palm-sized devices from his backpack and placed them nearby. These devices, known as alert sensors, could detect movements within a certain range. If any Pokemon or humans entered the vicinity, the sensors would transmit information directly to Zi'an's handheld terminal, serving as a warning system. Many trainers venturing outdoors would carry one to enhance their safety during rest periods. Upon completing the setup, Zi'an finally approached the clearing and chose a spot approximately 5 or 6 meters from the river to establish camp. The 2 Pokemon assisted him, and within 30 minutes, they had set up the camp. as he prepared the first outdoor meal for himself and his Pokémon. He took out 3 portions of compressed food from his backpack and began heating them, utilizing a compact electric stove powered by the electric dragon's assistance. He had the food ready in no time. After their meal, they rested briefly. Sitting on a small stool he had brought, Zi'an activated the panels of his 2 Pokémon. Pokémon, Electric Dragon. Affection level, 232. Gender, female. Type, electric. Level, 36 senior. Potential, exceptional, fading. Ability, static. If a Pokémon with the ability static or lightning rod is present, the user's special attack is boosted. Held item, soothing bell, low grade. When held, it provides mental comfort, fostering closeness with the trainer and accelerating the growth of their bond. Moves, trick electric wave, inherited. Electric terrain, inherited. Tackle, growl, thunder shock, electromagnetic wave. Cotton spore, charge, body slam, thunderbolt, odd light, power gem, fire punch, dragon pulse, magnetic control, charge beam, electromagnetic cannon, agility, thunder, protect, sleep talk, volt tackle, thunder punch, ice punch, plasma bath, light screen, reflect, charge beam. Talent, none. Pokémon, Daihuatua. Affection level, 145. Gender, female. Type, ground fire. Level, 18 elite. Potential, upper grade. Ability, simple. Ability changes are doubled. Held item, soothing bell, low grade. When held, it provides mental comfort, fostering closeness with the trainer and accelerating the growth of their bond. Moves, howl, inherited. Growth, inherited. Ancient power, inherited. Tackle, growl, ember, flamethrower, dig, protect, heavy slam, flame charge, instant amnesia, scorching flame, earthquake. Talent, none. Observing the panels of his 2 Pokémon, Zi'an felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In just about 2 weeks since their training commenced, both Pokémon had exhibited significant improvements. They had not only learned most of the moves available at their current levels, but had also mastered the techniques from the move discs Zi'an had purchased for them. Though he had nearly exhausted his savings during these 2 weeks, he considered it a worthwhile investment. After a brief respite, Zi'an began assigning tasks to his 2 Pokémon. Electric Dragon, in addition to basic training, pay attention to the transitions between moves during battles. The quicker the transitions, the better. We aim to ensure that the interval between releasing moves of the same type does not exceed 1 second. The Electric Dragon nodded, a glimmer of contemplation in its eyes as it recalled the techniques demonstrated in the videos Zi'an had previously found for it. It began experimenting while making its way toward the forest. Since training necessitated finding opponents, practical experience was undoubtedly the best teacher. Thus, the Electric Dragon set out to search for challengers of comparable strength. Zi'an felt quite assured about the Electric Dragon's capabilities and then turned his gaze toward Daihuatua, a spark of contemplation flickering in his eyes. At this stage, Daihuatua could significantly enhance her current strength through level advancement, improved move proficiency, or increased battle experience. However, the most rapid and effective method for enhancement would be to raise her affection level to 150, thereby bestowing her with a golden talent. Speaking of the system, it continued to grant 1 talent per day, but the overall quality had been disappointingly low, with a succession of white, green, and blue ranks, leaving Zi'an feeling somewhat disheartened. This was also the reason he had yet to grant a talent to the Electric Dragon, which had already reached the required affection level. He remained uncertain whether a talent could be altered after being assigned, so his initial approach was to strive for excellence in his selections. It is prudent to select high-quality talents that align harmoniously with the essence of the Pokémon, ensuring that even if one discovers later that these talents cannot be altered, the losses will be minimal. In his strategic planning, he deemed it essential that the quality should reach at least orange, and the affinity with the Pokémon must exceed 90. Although this endeavor may demand considerable time, it does not preclude the Pokémon from training and enhancing their combat capabilities. Thus, Zi'an is willing to wait. Daihodo, let us train together and strive for your evolution, he gently uttered, crouching down to caress the little Pokémon's head. Daihodo nodded vigorously, and at the mere mention of evolution, a glimmer of anticipation and longing sparkled in its eyes. Having witnessed its evolutionary form, the majestic flame toad, it felt an immense envy, which spurred its enthusiasm for evolution during this period. Naturally, Zi'an had already devised a training methodology for it. He retrieved a jar from his backpack, within which lay some fragmented substances, shimmering with a translucent glow. This concoction was a recent stroke of inspiration, crafted by grinding tree fruits and mixing them with some universal energy cubes, combined with materials that amplify sense. The effect is quite simple. It disperses a delectable aroma into the air, attracting the attention of nearby Pokémon. To put it plainly, its function resembles that of a perfume in a game, primarily designed to allure. However, it pales in comparison to authentic insect-attracting perfumes in terms of overall efficacy. Yet, this is precisely what Zi'an desires, for such potent insect-attracting perfumes would attract an overwhelming number of Pokémon, unsuitable for his current circumstances. Upon reaching the riverbank, Zi'an opened the jar, and an unusual, rich fragrance wafted through the air, causing Deo to drool involuntarily. He pinched a small amount and scattered it on a protruding edge by the river and also sprinkled some into the water, aiming to lure water-type Pokémon. While he did not intend for Deo to engage in deliberate water resistance training, it was imperative to prepare for encounters with water-type Pokémon effectively. This is a path that every Pokémon, vulnerable to quadruple weaknesses, must traverse. Chapter 023, The Concept of the Third Pokémon. Once all was set, Zi'an and Deo prepared on the shore. The bait proved effective, within a mere 5 minutes. A splash erupted from the water as a crab brandishing 2 large pincers leapt forth. Zi'an steadied himself and observed that it was a kingler. This creature, with its upper body adorned in orange-red and its lower body white, was a level 20 Pokémon. You can handle this, Deo, Zi'an encouraged, and without hesitation, Deo sprang into action. Primitive power. The training of the 2 Pokémon commenced, and the previously tranquil forest transformed into a cacophony of chaos. The surrounding area crackled with lightning, courtesy of the electric dragon's influence. By the river, flames and splashes danced as Zi'an and Deo adeptly dealt with the Pokémon drawn in by the aroma, their training fervently progressing. In a dimly lit part of the forest, several figures congregated, accompanied by 1 or 2 Pokémon, their eyes darting warily among one another. The voice that broke the silence belonged to a woman, her form enveloped in a cloak. Yet the glimpses of skin and curves that emerged revealed a figure of undeniable allure. A faint frown graced her somewhat sultry visage, her gaze betraying an icy demeanor. Indeed, half an hour ago, during our routine communication, we lost contact with Wang. One of the individuals beside her voiced his dissatisfaction. Did anyone go to search for him? Yes. Li Mu went but found only traces of battle and blood. He must have been eliminated. A few present furrowed their brows, with one expressing indignation. If one cannot even handle a simple perimeter watch, their demise is well deserved. No one in attendance found this statement objectionable. As they were merely a group assembled for a task, devoid of concern for one another's fates, their focus instead on other pressing matters. We must investigate further. After all, this mission entails a commission of 10 billion, and we cannot afford any unforeseen complications. The woman asserted, then turned her gaze to one among them, Mo Wujing. You are to sweep that area thoroughly, eliminate anyone you encounter. This command elicited frowns from several individuals, one questioning, are we sending him alone? He only has 2 Pokémon, the strongest being a level 40 Gyarados. The man known as Mo Wujing cast a cold glance at the one who spoke, his tone frigid as he retorted. In a fight, the loser dies. The individual furrowed his brow slightly, letting out a huff and choosing silence. Despite his relatively weaker prowess, Mo Wujing fought like a madman, and his vindictive nature made avoidance preferable. Yet, this arrogance caused the woman to regard him with newfound respect. Though still weak, he was taciturn and efficient in his endeavors, making him a suitable instrument for assassination. Very well, go forth. If you accomplish this task, I shall double your reward. Mo Wujing nodded and promptly departed, accompanied by a bee drill that trailed closely behind him. As a surge of flames erupted, a tadpole Pokémon was sent hurtling into the water, splashing waves in its wake. Zi'an glanced at the jar, now half empty, then observed the setting sun casting its golden hues. Turning to the visibly fatigued Deo, he remarked, All right, Deo, it's time for a well-deserved rest. Perhaps it was due to his earlier encouragement, but Deo had maintained an enthusiastic spirit throughout the training session. Despite having recuperated several times, it had persevered thus far, showcasing commendable effort. However, as the night approached, it was indeed time to rest. Deo scampered over and joined Zi'an as they made their way back to the tent. The electric dragon had long returned, revitalized and bustling with energy, assisting in meal preparations while also providing power to some equipment. One can only commend the convenience of electric-type Pokémon, even in the wilderness. They can relish the benefits of technology. However, this requires that the electric-type Pokémon possess adept control over their energy. Otherwise, a miscalculation could render the devices inoperative. After dinner, Zi'an retrieved 3 tablets from his backpack and distributed them among the Pokémon. He helped Dehuoto access the video it needed to view, and the trio began to engage attentively. This method was an idea Zi'an had conceived recently, utilizing spare time for the Pokémon to learn. Knowledge is power. And for Pokémon, this holds true as well. At least under equivalent conditions, the party with a wealth of knowledge undoubtedly holds a greater advantage. Furthermore, he did not wish for his Pokémon to solely engage in battles, but to cultivate deeper thoughts and broader perspectives. The videos prepared encompassed fundamental knowledge alongside information pertinent to their species. For instance, Daifutu, the creature in question, often indulges in videos that elaborate on how Fire-type and Ground-type Pokémon can engage in battle more efficiently, detailing the application of certain moves for optimal effect, and discussing the combat techniques suited to its quadrupedal physique. Meanwhile, the electric dragon is engrossed in videos about electric communication and electric-type Pokémon. Its more sophisticated demeanor instilling greater confidence in Zi'an. It even created specific accounts for the creature, allowing it to spend its own funds on certain premium videos. While not every piece of knowledge can be directly applied, having been exposed to such information often leaves a lasting impression, which could serendipitously manifest during future training sessions, potentially yielding favorable outcomes. Naturally, they also explore videos that are entirely unrelated to their training, predominantly leaning towards their personal interests. For instance, Daifutu possesses a particular fondness for culinary videos, especially those showcasing the preparation and tasting of exceptionally spicy dishes, leaving it salivating each time. The electric dragon is similar, albeit with a penchant for videos concerning breeding information. At times, it also enjoys online shopping, adding favorite items to its cart. Unfortunately, due to recent expenditures, their funds are rather depleted, necessitating that the electric dragon merely places items in its cart, as purchasing would require some time. In contrast to the Pokémon, Zi'an's need for information and resources is far more extensive and varied, emphasizing a holistic development. After all, the moment Zi'an opted not to specialize in a single attribute, it signified that he would require more knowledge and time invested in his pursuits. Time flowed slowly, and as the light gradually dimmed, Zi'an and his Pokémon concluded their study session earlier than they would have at home. After a brief wash-up, Zi'an prepared to retire for the night. However, in the wilderness, a night watch was certainly in order. Even with the surveillance devices he had strategically placed, absolute safety was not guaranteed, for this was a world teeming with Pokémon where danger could arise from the most unexpected angles. The night watch would naturally be conducted in 3 shifts, and Zi'an, as the trainer, was obligated to partake. He assigned himself to the first watch, prioritizing the rest of his 2 weary Pokémon. After retrieving his night vision goggles from his backpack and extinguishing all light sources, he settled into a position beside the now slumbering Daifutu. As he stood guard, he contemplated various matters, particularly the selection of his 3rd Pokémon. While Zi'an primarily relied on fate in choosing his Pokémon, it would certainly be advantageous to encounter one that complements his existing team. Presently, he had 2 Pokémon. The electric type of the electric dragon could effectively compensate for the water type disadvantage that Daifutu faced. However, both of his Pokémon shared a common vulnerability: ground type attacks. Daifutu was doubly weak to such moves, while the electric dragon was outright immune. Thus, Zi'an's foremost consideration was to capture a Pokémon that either resisted or was immune to ground type attacks. Chapter 024: Enemies in the Night. To counter ground types, the most effective defensive attribute is undoubtedly flying, which offers complete immunity and a significant advantage. After all, this is a tangible world, devoid of the ludicrous scenarios found in games where an attack fails to connect with a target like Pidgey. Yet, as long as the energy of the attributes he controlled had not been entirely exhausted by the opposing energy forms, it remained feasible to disregard their energy-based assaults. Moreover, flying Pokémon represent a crucial piece of the puzzle. A creature capable of carrying a trainer aloft provides immense assistance. Whether during wilderness explorations, in pursuit of fleeing foes, or simply traversing daily routes, such a capability can greatly enhance efficiency and offer more options. Of course, water, grass, and ice-type Pokémon also present excellent alternatives, as they all hold advantages over ground types. As he pondered these matters, Zi'an remained vigilant, periodically scanning his surroundings for any anomalies. Soon, 3 hours had elapsed, prompting Zi'an to awaken Daifutu for a shift change before retreating into the tent to rest. In the stillness of the night, Zi'an, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, propping himself up to check his watch. At that moment, the watch emitted a strong vibration, its red alarm flickering ominously. Zi'an's senses heightened, This was no ordinary watch, but a terminal linked to the surveillance devices he had set up outside. The alarm indicated that either a Pokémon or a person had breached the perimeter of one of the sensors. Quickly disabling the alarm, he checked which device had been triggered and, using his memory, swiftly determined the general location of the intruder. Glancing at the side, he noticed Daifudo had changed shifts and was now fast asleep nearby. Zi'an roused it, instructing it to follow closely as he cautiously exited the tent. The electric dragon, stationed on watch, turned its curious gaze towards the emerging trainer as it heard the commotion. Placing a hand on its shoulder, Zi'an whispered, "Charge up." The electric dragon instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. There was an enemy nearby. Its expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness as the surging electric energy coursed through its body. Zi'an narrowed his eyes, attempting to utilize the system's reading function to confirm the approaching entity's details. However, whether due to distance or obstruction, the reading function failed to respond. Letting out a breath, Zi'an resolved to strike first. Even if he could not achieve a direct hit, there was a considerable chance of pinpointing the adversary's precise location. "Thunder," he commanded, pointing towards the area in question with only those two words escaping his lips. The electric dragon wasted no time, stepping forward as thunder surged, a terrifying bolt striking skyward before descending upon the indicated area in an instant. As the lightning struck, anguished cries echoed through the night. The ensuing explosion reverberated, sending a powerful shockwave rippling outward. Zi'an's ears perked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. Did it hit? This was a blind shot. And considering the move's hit rate was merely 70, it was either a stroke of luck on his part or misfortune on theirs. Given that it had indeed struck, he knew he must capitalize on this success. Once more, but this time use Volt Tackle, Zi'an declared decisively. After all, the initial hit could be attributed to fortuitous chance. He could not afford to gamble again. Volt Tackle was a far more reliable choice. Furthermore, he had discerned from the creature's roar that the thunder had inflicted significant damage. The outcome could either be a critical hit or a favorable effect due to type advantage. The electric dragon recognized the importance of pressing the attack, promptly unleashing a Volt Tackle. This time, even before the Volt Tackle could penetrate the forest, a colossal figure erupted from within, shattering everything in its path with a ferocious roar. A green barrier sprang up, intercepting the Volt Tackle, while the enraged beast, akin to a bulldozer, thundered towards them. Zi'an steadied himself, instantly recognizing the Pokémon before him, though he found himself momentarily stunned. What on earth? How was this Gyarados moving so swiftly on land? The creature illuminated by the glow of Volt Tackle was indeed a Gyarados, its massive form becoming evident in the light. The figure before him far surpassed the average Gyarados, which typically measures around 6 to 7 meters in length. Yet, this one stood nearly 10 meters tall, its body marred by numerous visible scars. It advanced with an astonishing ferocity, plowing through the ground as if laying waste to the very earth beneath its feet, exuding an air of dominance and wildness. Pokémon Gyarados. Friendship level, 0. Gender, male. Type, water, flying. Level, 40, veteran. Potential, average, diminishing. Ability, overconfidence, increases its attack power upon defeating an opponent. Item, life orb, superior, gradually drains health but enhances the power of moves. Moves, talents. Upon examining the panel before him, Zi'an's immediate instinct was that this Pokémon posed a considerable threat. However, there was no time for contemplation. He first had to confront this seemingly deranged Gyarados. Electivire, prepare for battle, Zi'an commanded, his gaze not fixated on the creature, but rather scanning for any other anomalies. He could not believe that such an extraordinary Pokémon could appear without a trainer. It was evident that someone was orchestrating this encounter. The items displayed on the panel and the moves learned only through specific TM discs confirmed this suspicion. But before he could conduct a thorough search, the trainer emerged from the shadows. The dim environment obscured Zi'an's view, but he could discern that the figure wielded 2 daggers and was accompanied by a floating Pokémon. The silhouette bore a striking resemblance to a Beedrill. Ah, the night vision goggles. Zi'an swiftly donned them, finally revealing the full visage of his opponent. The Pokémon was indeed a Beedrill, and beside it stood a tall man, approximately in his 20s, towering at nearly 2 meters. Dressed in a form-fitting black suit and shrouded in a cloak, he held 2 gleaming daggers in his hands. His expression was devoid of emotion, his eyes cold and indifferent, as if regarding both Zi'an and the battling Pokémon as mere inanimate objects. Without uttering a word, the man strode purposefully towards Zi'an, undeterred by the fierce clash between their Pokémon, seemingly confident that his own would afford him ample protection. Zi'an, In response, drew his blade. While his Electivire stepped forward cautiously, its eyes fixed warily on the approaching Beedrill. Chapter 025, Frenzied Slaughter. The Beedrill was not particularly formidable, being only at level 25. Electivire could easily handle it. However, the presence of other Pokémon on the trainer's person complicated matters. For instance, a Ditto perched on his face, and several Pokeballs hanging from his waist housed multiple Shellmet. Zi'an breathed a sigh of relief, noting that these Pokémon were of low levels and unlikely to alter the battlefield dynamics significantly. What puzzled him was the trainer's choice to carry several Shellmet, all at such low levels. Yet this curiosity was fleeting, as the opponent closed the distance, prompting the Beedrill to initiate its attack. The Beedrill opened its mouth, unleashing a terrifying sound wave that resonated like a tidal wave. Zi'an furrowed his brow, and Electivire retaliated fiercely, spewing forth a torrent of flames that surged toward the Beedrill, engulfing its trainer in the fiery onslaught as well. The Beedrill soared forward, managing to shield itself from the attack while emanating a sinister aura, launching a beam of energy that struck Electivire unexpectedly. Electivire's usually placid expression turned frenzied. Its eyes locked onto the Beedrill, as if the world had narrowed to this singular target. This was a provocation. In that instant, Zi'an grasped the intent of his adversary. As expected, after the provocation was executed, the man lunged forward, his daggers flashing with lethal intent, closing in on Zi'an at an alarming speed. He had orchestrated a diversion with his Pokémon, intending to confront the trainer directly. Intriguing. Zi'an tightened his grip on the blade, his expression unwavering. He quickly retrieved a pack from beside him, thrusting his hand inside. When he drew it out again, he held two metallic rods, each measuring a meter in length. Casually discarding the pack, he connected the rods, finally inserting his blade into one end of the pole, thus fashioning a spear that now stood before him. Surely, no one would assume that Zi'an's only means of self-defense was that solitary blade? It is often said that length begets strength, and when Ansun gifted him the spatial backpack, he had already contemplated enhancing his melee weaponry. He had initially desired a handgun, but regrettably, while firearms existed in this world, only the United States and White Russia permitted them, with all other regions imposing strict prohibitions. The Longxiao region was particularly notorious. Illegal possession of a firearm could result in no less than 20 years of imprisonment. Thus, he had settled for a weapon that could be easily assembled and disassembled. With a flick of his wrist, Zi'an brandished the spear, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the oncoming assailant. The darkness obscured the details of his weapon, leading the opponent to assume it was merely a pole. However, by the time he realized the true nature of Zi'an's weapon, it was far too late. Zi'an lunged forward, thrusting the spear with precision. In the near half-month of training, he had not solely focused on Pokémon. He had also carved out time to hone his physical form. Particularly after contemplating venturing beyond the city, he had sought out a martial arts school for practice. Though his time was short, and he could hardly be deemed an expert, he had acquired enough skill to deliver a surprise to his current adversary. The opponent reacted swiftly, dodging to the left to evade the thrust, then pouncing toward Zi'an with the ferocity of a beast. Zi'an retreated several steps, sweeping the spear forcefully against the assailant, landing a solid blow. Yet, the man showed no signs of faltering. A flicker of ferocity crossed his face as he absorbed the hit, seizing the moment to drive one of his daggers toward Zi'an's chest. Fortunately, having maintained a safe distance, Zi'an easily evaded the strike by stepping back. After exchanging several blows, Zi'an managed to inflict multiple wounds upon his foe while remaining unscathed himself. At that moment, he discerned that the opponent was not particularly skilled. Their attacks lacked structure and seemed to rely solely on brute force, reminiscent of street thugs, though this individual was undoubtedly more vicious. Any ordinary trainer caught in close quarters with such a relentless assault would likely find themselves in grave danger. Fortunately, Zi'an had anticipated this scenario and, armed with the advantage of his spear, he refused to be intimidated. As the battle between trainers raged on, the conflict among their Pokémon escalated further. The electric arcs crackled across the arena, and Electivire bore numerous injuries, panting heavily, showcasing the toll of the fierce engagement. Yet the thunderbolts showed no sign of abating, relentlessly cascading forth, striking the seemingly rampaging Gyarados with ferocious intensity. At this moment, the opponent's condition appeared even more dire. The Gyarados, already 4 times weak to electricity, had endured countless powerful electric shocks from the Electivire. Under normal circumstances, a standard Gyarados would likely have succumbed long ago, yet this one, driven to madness, felt no pain and continued to attack with relentless ferocity. The roar of the Electivire matched the fervor of its adversary. gathering every last ounce of strength for yet another vicious thunder attack. The electric terrain combined with charge and a fierce thunderstrike was a brutal assault capable of shattering the Gyarados' indomitable spirit. This bolt of lightning seemed as if it could pierce through anything, akin to a colossal maw that would engulf the Gyarados whole. The earth-shattering explosion resonated once more. As the massive figure writhed and howled, yet still stubbornly charged toward the Electivire, its blood-red gaze now clouded with despair. However, before it could completely break free from the electric field, its colossal body suddenly seemed to lose all support, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling perilously before finally halting before the Electivire. At that moment, the Electivire too appeared utterly spent, collapsing heavily onto the ground, succumbing to a brief bout of exhaustion. Meanwhile, the Slugma was engaged in a fierce battle against the Beedrill Queen, locked in a struggle that was equally matched. Fortunately, the Slugma possessed a type advantage. Although the enemy was of a higher level, it held its ground admirably in combat. The tip of the spear sliced through the air with a vicious gleam, drawing forth a spray of blood and a severed arm. Zi'an regarded the youth before him with a detached expression and without a moment's hesitation, thrust the spear downward once more. The youth's face was a picture of disarray, blood gushing and staining much of his form. Faced with this thrust, there was no possibility of evasion. The sharp point pierced through his chest, his fierce gaze slowly dimming, and the dagger in his other hand clattered to the ground. Simultaneously, the Slugma's flames enveloped the Beedrill Queen entirely. With a mournful cry of the creature, its form, suspended in the air, plummeted heavily to the earth, rendered unable to continue the fight. The previously chaotic scene fell silent in an instant, as Zi'an hastily discarded his weapon and grabbed a nearby backpack, sprinting towards the Electivire. Chapter 026, The Death of the Gyarados. Hastening to the side of the Electivire, Zi'an quickly retrieved a vial containing a verdant liquid from his backpack, uncapping it without hesitation and dousing the Electivire thoroughly. The Full Restore, a potion capable of reviving all status and stamina for Pokémon below the champion level, can restore them to full health in an instant as long as there remains a shred of vitality. It is one of the finest restorative potions known in this world, able to bring any Pokémon back to optimal health if they possess even the slightest hint of stamina. Such an extraordinary effect comes at a steep price, 50,000 each. And they are single-use items, truly a luxury in its own right. Zi'an, wary of the cost, dared not purchase more than 2 vials to carry, solely for the sake of his Pokémon's safety, hoping to prevent situations like this one. The effects of the potion were immediate, within 10 minutes of application. The Electivire had risen from the ground, its wounds completely healed and brimming with vitality. Zi'an exhaled in relief, gently ruffling the Electivire's small head in praise before turning to tend to the Slugma's injuries. Its condition was far better than the Electivire's. Having engaged in ranged attacks, it bore only minor wounds from the residual explosions, overall remaining in commendable shape. Thus, treating its injuries proved relatively straightforward, requiring only standard healing ointment. He similarly offered it praise, for it is always wise to commend one's Pokémon. Once he had attended to his own Pokémon, Zi'an shifted his gaze toward their current adversary. The first sight to capture his attention was the immense Gyarados not far off. However, as he focused his gaze, he was startled to observe that the Gyarados' eyes were no longer the usual swirling patterns, but rather 2XS that consumed its entire pupils. Its body began to emit a faint glow, with countless visible lights peeling away from its form, drifting into the air and slowly vanishing. Zi'an's pupils involuntarily contracted. He recognized this phenomenon from online discussions. It was the sign of a Pokémon's death. It must be noted that due to the protective mechanism of near-death states in Pokémon, it is exceedingly rare for one to be directly killed. Even wild Pokémon, upon entering a near-death state, will typically regain a modicum of strength simply by resting for a while, avoiding outright death. Unless, of course, the body has lost its ability to recover stamina autonomously, which usually indicates that it is either too old, has sustained severe injuries, or has already endured some form of damage. Considering the previous condition of the Gyarados, Zi'an strongly suspected it belonged to the latter category. At this moment, the Gyarados' body had already begun to fade into a state of ethereality, with another portion gradually disappearing, transforming into light that dissipated bit by bit. These vanishing lights were the essence of the deceased Pokémon's being. Should it have been hunted, the hunter would absorb this energy to enhance themselves. However, this method of power augmentation typically occurs in the wild, as the essence released upon a Pokémon's death is exceedingly chaotic. Each fragment of essence represents the individual components of that Pokémon. Absorbing it can easily lead to indigestion, as some components may be unabsorbable, accumulating in the body and, over time, causing significant detriment to the Pokémon. While Pokémon are less concerned about this, as it serves as an essential means of enhancement in the wild, a primary source for many Pokémon to accelerate their strength. In contrast to trainer Pokémon, trainers possess ample methods to allow their Pokémon to absorb energy for enhancement, with a longer-term vision and often more effective means of improvement. Such methods include energy cubes, specialized Pokémon food, and various crafted supplements. These items are pure in energy and diverse in form, with prices varying widely, yet remaining relatively stable, often surpassing the effects of the essence released upon a Pokémon's death. Of course, this situation is relative. When a Pokémon reaches a certain level, the essence released upon death often far exceeds these alternatives. In fact, some locations of a Pokémon's death can alter the environment, benefiting the surrounding Pokémon. For instance, the existence of champion-level Pokémon can create phenomena akin to a whale fall. Regaining his focus, Zi'an noticed that the colossal figure had vanished, leaving behind a solitary item. It was a pink orb, which Zi'an immediately recognized as a life orb. This must have been the one the Gyarados was wearing, left behind upon its demise. Zi'an approached and picked it up, tucking it into his pocket without further contemplation. Although somewhat taken aback by the Gyarados' death, he felt little confusion. It was evident that the youth must have employed some special means to achieve this. Perhaps he had ingested some forbidden substance or utilized a ruthless training method. For it was unfathomable to have succumbed to death so swiftly after losing combat capability. Turning to face the youth's lifeless body, he noted that a Pokémon now stood beside it. The pink body, reminiscent of rubber, belonged to a shapeshifter. Zi'an hesitated momentarily, and upon closer inspection, he discerned something amiss with this particular shapeshifter. Its eyes were devoid of life, and its expression was blank, resembling not a spirited creature, but rather a soulless tool. Was this a trained shapeshifter? Zi'an's heart sank as he recalled having encountered such scenarios before. Numerous criminals, in a bid to ensure their safety, would capture a shapeshifter and train it to serve as a tool for altering their appearance, thereby enhancing their security during illicit activities. This practice has become commonplace among terrorist organizations and dark forces, with some large entities even establishing dedicated departments for such purposes. These conditioned beings become utterly obedient, regarding themselves solely as instruments to be wielded. In addition to shapeshifters, there are also mischievous electric-type Pokémon and gas-type Pokémon that fall into this category. Restoring such creatures to their former selves is a formidable challenge. Zi'an exhaled softly, walking over to retrieve the long spear he had hastily discarded earlier, placing it back into his spatial backpack before proceeding to inspect the body. He unbuckled the belt of Pokeballs from the waist and first captured the nearby Beedrill and shapeshifter. Continuing his search, he discovered an identification card and a device resembling a mobile phone hidden in a concealed spot. Name, Mo Wuji. Gender, male. Affiliation, Senior Hunter. Identification number. A flicker of realization crossed Zi'an's eyes. It appeared that this individual was also a member of the Hunter Guild. Encountering two guild members in a single day led Zi'an to surmise that a hunting group might be operating in the vicinity. This posed a potential problem. Although he had successfully dealt with these two adversaries, Zi'an could not guarantee that he would not encounter more of their ilk in the future. If fortune were to turn against him and he faced a top-tier opponent, it could spell his doom. He mused internally, realizing that he might need to conclude his exploration of the Shiha forest earlier than anticipated. Though he felt a tinge of regret, he recognized the necessity of prioritizing caution. He would not engage in perilous ventures when the risks were so evident. Electro Dragon, please check over there and see if you can find any backpacks or similar items. Zi'an instructed, gesturing toward the direction the previous individual had come from. Given that the young man had not carried a backpack, it stood to reason that he had concealed it, as the likelihood of embarking on an adventure without one was exceedingly low, unless due to special circumstances or tasks. The Electro Dragon nodded and proceeded, while Zi'an returned to the tent with the stunned fire camel and began examining the Pokeballs on the belt. It was evident that this belt was custom-made, featuring an impressive 12 buckles, indicating its capacity to hold 12 Pokeballs. Each buckle housed a Pokeball, though most were empty, save for the two he had recently retrieved and 3 Shelmet. Upon inspecting the information regarding the 3 Shelmet, he noted that none of them were even level 10, yet their potential was remarkably high. 2 were classified as superior, while 1 was of exceptional quality. Moreover, upon enlarging the Pokeballs, he could discern through the translucent area that these Pokemon were in a state of near lifelessness, each appearing to be on the brink of collapse. Considering the identity of the individual, Zi'an surmised that these were likely trophies of his conquests. As for the reason why they were all shellmet, it was plausible that he had been tasked with capturing a specific number of them. After a moment's contemplation, Zi'an released them all, administering treatment and nourishment to restore their vitality. The 3 shellmet were exceedingly cautious, huddling together and trembling in fear as they regarded Zi'an with apprehension. However, they showed no inclination to flee, having previously attempted escape only to find themselves unable to evade capture and subsequently facing punishment. Not dwelling on the matter, Zi'an recaptured the 3 little ones, deciding their fate could be addressed at a later time. The Electro Dragon soon returned, indeed carrying a backpack. Although it was smaller than the previous one, its bulging form suggested that this haul might prove even more fruitful. As Zi'an unzipped the backpack, he was greeted by a portable incubator and a single Pokémon egg. Upon examining the egg, he noted it was green-spotted with a white base. As a budding breeder, he possessed a fair amount of knowledge regarding Pokémon eggs and quickly identified it as an embryo stage egg. Typically, Pokémon eggs undergo 2 phases, the embryo stage and the formative stage. An embryo stage egg, like this one, appears as it does, offering no indication of the species contained within. However, as the egg transitions into the formative stage, its internal structure begins to take shape, altering its external appearance with various patterns and designs. Experienced breeders and trainers can often deduce the species of Pokémon within based on these markings. A contemplative expression crossed Zi'an's face as he attempted to utilize the reading function, and the information panel materialized before him. Indeed, it was possible. Pokémon, baby dragon, unhatched. Affection, gender, male. Type, dragon. Level, 0, unhatched. Potential, king champion. Ability, forceful. The additional effects of moves will disappear, but their power will increase. Held item, none. Moves, entries, none. Zi'an stared at the panel in surprise, but his expression soon transformed into one of uncontainable joy. He had previously speculated that this egg might belong to a Drowsy, which would have provided a more satisfactory explanation for the presence of 3 high potential shellmet. However, it was clear that he had miscalculated. This egg was not that of a Drowsy, but rather belonged to the quasi-divine Pokémon, Baby Dragon. As a quasi-divine juvenile, it undoubtedly possessed greater value and potential than a Drowsy. If Zi'an could successfully raise it, it would undoubtedly become one of his most prized assets in the future. Furthermore, its potential was astonishing, starting at the king level. With proper nurturing before hatching, it might even reach champion status. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult of excitement within, Zi'an looked at the 2 Pokémon before him and declared, "I hereby announce that this child will be our companion from now on." The eyes of the 2 Pokémon brightened as they nodded, gazing curiously at the egg. Another family member was added. Although it was still an egg, it did not diminish their hope. Zi'an gently placed the egg back in its designated spot and continued rummaging through the backpack. This time, the individual named Mo Wuji was far more generous than the previous one, Wang Jiang. Not only did he provide a quasi-divine Pokémon egg, but the bottom of the backpack was also filled with various resources. From evolution stones to held items, there were even 2 move discs. Among these, the most valuable were 2 high-quality items, a thunderstone and a piece of charcoal. As fortune would have it, Zi'an promptly distributed the items to both the Dullahan and the Electrode. The 2 Pokémon gleefully accepted the gifts, as the energy-absorbing devices Zi'an had previously procured for them were nearly depleted. Due to prior financial constraints, he had been unable to replenish their supplies. But now the opportunity to continue their usage had presented itself. After emptying the contents, Zi'an initially believed he had uncovered everything, only to discover an unexpected item at the very end. This was the proof of the king. A wave of astonishment washed over him. This was not only the proof of the king, but also belonged to a Shelder. If that Pokémon egg were indeed a Psyduck, Zi'an could assert with confidence that the other party was preparing to cultivate a Golduck. He utilized the reading function to assess the quality of the proof of the king, and upon inspection, a smile graced his face. This was indeed a superior quality item of the highest caliber. It is widely acknowledged that the higher the quality of an item, the more potent its effects, with some even possessing additional benefits. Any item of exceptional quality could command a market price reaching millions, and rarer artifacts may even surpass 10 million, often existing in a state of demand that far exceeds supply. Items like this, which possess unique effects capable of aiding Pokémon evolution, undoubtedly belong to the upper echelon of their category, incomparable to ordinary items. With this treasure in hand, Zi'an began to contemplate the necessity of raising a Psyduck to evolve into a Golduck. After all, the conditions were favorable. should he find a satisfactory Psyduck. The rare and powerful Golduck could be readily within reach. It was worth considering. He meticulously gathered all useful items, stowing away the surplus to later entrust to the Dullahan for handling. As for Mo Wuji's remains, given the generous offering of a divine Pokémon egg along with a rare, high-quality item, it was imperative that he did not neglect this matter. Zi'an sought a location he deemed auspicious and dug a small grave, wrapping the remains in the other party's sleeping bag for a proper burial. Having completed these tasks, Zi'an reflected on the matters ahead. Sleep was out of the question, and he resolved to depart this place of turmoil at the earliest opportunity. Together with his Pokémon, he swiftly tidied up the campsite and, at the break of dawn, made his way back to the city. Focused solely on their journey, they encountered little trouble, and due to retracing their steps, they exited the forest in just over an hour, catching sight of the city's silhouette in the distance. With a gentle sigh of relief, Zi'an quickened his pace, crossing the isolation zone and entering the city. At this moment, the streets were not as bustling as during his previous visit, yet many hurried figures could still be observed. However, Zi'an soon discerned something amiss. Numerous individuals clad in specialized uniforms were traversing the area with serious expressions, occasionally stopping to inquire of passers-by. Investigators? What could they be doing here? Zi'an pondered, only to quickly connect the dots. Indeed, the riverbank forest had already shown signs of Pokémon hunters, and it appeared likely that a coordinated operation was underway. As a department specifically targeting terrorist organizations and nefarious entities, the presence of investigators here was entirely justifiable. After a moment of contemplation, Zi'an suppressed the urge to report his findings and quietly proceeded deeper into the city. After all, should he divulge his discoveries, he would undoubtedly be compelled to cooperate with their investigation. This could lead to restrictions on his freedom, and any items he had obtained might be confiscated. Moreover, the mere presence of investigators indicated that they had ample leads. It was only a matter of time before their methods would uncover the truth. Once he reached a location where he could hail a taxi, Zi'an recalled his Pokémon and summoned a vehicle to take him home. Due to the early hour, the neighborhood was rather deserted, and Zi'an encountered only a few elderly residents on his way back. His absence had only spanned a day, and the house had not undergone significant changes. Once inside, he released his Pokémon and set about organizing the spoils of his recent adventure. To put it plainly, the fruits of this expedition had been acquired through violent means, making their disposition somewhat complicated. However, he had formulated a plan during his return journey. The black market. It had been previously noted that every city in this world typically harbored such establishments, and Tianyan City was no exception. Although Zi'an was aware of the existence of a black market in Tianyan City, he was uncertain of its specific locations. To discover this information, he realized he could simply conduct thorough research online, where he would likely uncover some clues. Despite the illegality of such markets, they could never be entirely eradicated. Provided one refrained from engaging in particularly heinous activities, many cities adopted a tacit acceptance of the black market's existence. After all, if the darker elements of society could not be fully eliminated, transforming them into manageable gray areas could serve as a viable alternative. Returning to the primary focus. With a strategy in mind, Zi'an retreated to his room and powered on his computer to begin gathering intelligence online. After dedicating a full half-hour to his search, he successfully identified 2 black market locations through various online comments. One was situated in the outskirts, while the other lay a mere distance away from his own neighborhood. Within a 2-kilometer radius, Zi'an was astonished to discover a black market in such proximity. However, its closeness was fortuitous, as it would eliminate the necessity of traveling far to dispose of items in the future. With the locations established, Zi'an felt a sense of assurance. Yet he was not in haste to venture forth, for there remained a matter requiring his attention. Returning to the living room, he retrieved a backpack and extracted 2 items, an identification card and a device resembling a mobile phone. These were the identification card and communication device belonging to the Pokémon hunter Mo Wuji. Zi'an had taken the risk of retaining these items, despite the potential for detection, and was astonished to find that no password had been set on the device. Such negligence was akin to purchasing a mobile phone without a security lock. He could hardly fathom how the other party had managed to overlook this. Nonetheless, this oversight greatly facilitated Zi'an's efforts, as he could effortlessly access the contents with a simple swipe of the card. Previously, he had not had the opportunity to scrutinize the device in detail during his journey. But now that he was home, he could thoroughly investigate. After half an hour of diligent examination, Zi'an had gleaned most of the information contained within the device. While it initially appeared enigmatic, further analysis revealed its true nature. In simpler terms, It was a relatively discreet personal mobile device that could directly connect to the Hunter platform's network, allowing users to view their information and facilitating communication. The most significant feature was the ability to access received tasks and manage one's account. Within the task section, Zi'an uncovered a wealth of information. The individual had accepted 3 tasks, one to assist in capturing a high-quality shelter, and another to assassinate the owner of a small company in Tianyan City. In a surprising turn of events, one of the tasks was revealed to be an assistance mission, specifically aiding a team of hunters in establishing perimeter defenses. The initial assignment had already dimmed into obscurity, accompanied by the disheartening note, "Employer deceased." This revelation sparked a sudden insight within Zi'an's mind. Perhaps the exceptional king's token was somehow intertwined with the deceased employer's abilities. Could it be that Mo Wuji had gleaned intelligence about the employer possessing a high-quality king's token and resorted to murder to claim the treasure? Although Zi'an was uncertain whether such actions were condoned by the Hunters Guild, he felt instinctively that they would not be permissible. After all, such conduct would utterly undermine the guild's credibility. If word of this spread, who would dare to post tasks here? Yet, it was not entirely inconceivable, as the Elven Hunters and the guild were notorious for their dubious morals. If the information was kept under wraps, it would likely evade scrutiny for a considerable time. Given the character of the perpetrator, such a scenario was entirely plausible, though the means by which they acquired this knowledge remained a mystery. The Hunters Guild, by its very nature, kept both parties, employers and hunters, at a distance, complicating any attempts to ascertain each other's identities. As for the second task, it was rather mundane. After all, assassinations constituted one of the primary operations of the Hunters Guild. However, it was the third assignment that piqued his interest, primarily because it bore the name of a legendary creature, a name synonymous with extraordinary elven prowess. The Phoenix. This mythical creature was known to possess capabilities surpassing those of ordinary elves, embodying a terrifying strength that countless trainers sought to attain. Additionally, there existed another category of creature known as the Mirage Beast, holding an equal status in the realm of legends. Collectively, these legendary beings were referred to as divine beasts. These divine beasts wielded powers capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. Indeed, the elite among them were said to possess the potential to annihilate entire realms. Their existence was a crucial factor in maintaining a semblance of peace between humans and elves, preventing the eruption of malevolent conflicts. Thus, it appeared that the creature in question had manifested nearby, subsequently attracting the attention of the Hunters Guild for reasons unknown, leading to the issuance of a capture mission. It was likely that the investigators had caught wind of this development, prompting their swift arrival. After all, the emergence of any legendary creature would invariably draw the notice of the local authorities. Zi'an reflected with a sense of wonder, never anticipating that he would uncover traces of a legendary creature in this locale. Did he harbor any aspirations regarding this discovery? Indeed, he wished for such possibilities. Yet his current abilities were wholly inadequate. Beyond the task interface, Zi'an was pleasantly surprised by the nature of his account. However, this account did not pertain to monetary wealth, but rather a currency known as contribution points. It was evident that this was the common currency circulating within the Hunters Guild. Each task listed on the interface had indicated rewards in this form, suggesting its widespread acceptance. As for its utility, it could be employed to procure items on the platform established by the guild, or alternatively, it could be converted into equivalent currency. Zi'an discovered that his account held over 50,000 contribution points, and upon checking the exchange rate, he realized that this amount could be converted into at least 500,000 Longxia coins. Chapter 029, Black Market Transactions. A tenfold exchange rate indicated that contribution points held considerable purchasing power. However, the process of withdrawal posed a significant dilemma, as it required linking to a bank account, thereby risking exposure of his true identity. While contemplating these matters, a notion began to take shape in his mind. The Peace-Building Materials Center. A young man clad in a cloak gazed at the structure before him and stepped inside. Upon entering, he did not linger but swiftly navigated through several turns until he reached an elevator. Once inside, he pressed the close button but refrained from selecting a floor, instead continuously pressing the close button. After 5 seconds, the button illuminated abruptly, and the elevator began its descent. It seemed to traverse 2 or 3 floors before gradually coming to a halt, accompanied by a chime as the doors opened. Before him lay an expansive scene. A vast open platform extended outward, flanked by 4 streets each over 4 meters wide, radiating in a fan-like arrangement. Along the sides of the streets were areas filled with makeshift stalls, where numerous individuals sat cross-legged, each booth adorned with an array of vibrant goods laid upon cloths. Further afield, Some storefronts came into view, yet due to the underground nature of the location, these shops were set deeper within the streets. Their entrances devoid of the bustling vendors found in the stalls. This, indeed, was the infamous black market. Zi'an marveled inwardly, stepping out into this realm, promptly releasing his electrode from the pokeball he had been clutching. After all, this was not a safe haven, and having a Pokémon companion was the norm. Much like in the wilderness, with Mo Wuji's visage etched in his mind, Zi'an ventured deeper, a feat made possible by the shape-shifting abilities of the Ditto he had acquired. Selecting a street at random, he began to explore, keenly observing the wares displayed at the stalls. He needed to ascertain the local market dynamics and regulations to facilitate the sale of his own possessions. Otherwise, a careless transaction could render him vulnerable to exploitation, or worse, draw the ire of those who might seek his life. One should not assume that urban environments offer complete safety. In a world inhabited by Pokémon, certain trainers would not hesitate to resort to violence for profit. Of course, he was not merely wandering aimlessly but was judiciously scouting for potential buyers for his own items, aiming for a swift and decisive transaction when the opportunity arose. After more than 2 hours of exploration, Zi'an had perused nearly all the stalls. As for the shops, he refrained from inquiring further, well aware that the items in his possession were insufficient for a trade of that nature. After all, establishments within the black market typically boasted complex backgrounds, often intertwined with both legality and illegality. Having surveyed the area, Zi'an felt a sense of direction forming within him and hastened towards a stall he had previously earmarked. The proprietor, a robust individual wearing a thunderball mask, spoke with the steady voice of a middle-aged man. The stall showcased a variety of items, yet it was immediately apparent that a significant portion, around 80%, consisted of Pokeballs. It was clear that this vendor primarily dealt in Pokeballs. Zi'an had amassed a considerable number of empty Pokeballs, and aside from retaining 3 Ultra Balls and 1 Luxury Ball, he intended to sell the remainder. After a brief exchange, Zi'an estimated that the vendor's prices were approximately 20 to 30% lower than the market rate, which he considered to be quite reasonable. Zi'an was not inclined to engage in a protracted discussion regarding moral values. Once he sensed the conversation was nearing its conclusion, he promptly liquidated all his Pokeballs, reaping nearly 50,000 Longxia coins. After completing the transaction, he rose and ambled towards another location. He sold low-quality items, evolution stones, and ultimately, all his Pokémon. Notably, he only parted with 3 Pokémon from the King and a Queen Bee, which, combined with the items and Pokeballs, netted him over 400,000 coins. While this figure could be considered somewhat modest, Zi'an was nonetheless quite satisfied. Having wrapped up these dealings, he finally arrived at his last destination, the Hunters Guild's outpost within this black market. His purpose here was straightforward. Firstly, to scour the task interface for any traces of the legendary molters to ascertain the situation surrounding Tianyan City. Secondly, to identify any nearby populations of Psyduck, in hopes of striking a stroke of luck. And thirdly, to expend all the contribution points in Mo Wuji's account. After careful consideration, he opted against converting them into Huaxia coins, as that would pose a risk of exposure. Instead, he intended to exchange these contribution points directly for desired items and resources, which he deemed far more secure. The Hunters Guild outpost was situated at the deepest recess of the 3rd tier. Upon entering, Zi'an quickly scanned his surroundings and approached a task reception machine to search for the information he sought. After devoting a good half-hour to his inquiry, he had perused nearly all available tasks and unearthed some pertinent information. Indeed, the presence of molters had been noted in the vicinity, as gleaned from various tasks related to it within this outpost. This indicated that the area might be quite chaotic in the near future. If Zi'an wished to venture outdoors for exploration, it would be prudent to steer clear of the nearby wild zones and head elsewhere. This was not a daunting task, considering the well-developed aviation industry in this world. As long as he did not encounter an ill-tempered Latios, flying would be relatively safe. Thus, Zi'an could easily take a flight to another city, provided he returned before the preliminary examination. However, he found no relevant information regarding Psyduck after an exhaustive search, suggesting that there were no wild Psyduck movements in the vicinity. Reflecting on this, it made sense. The natural environment around Tianyan City predominantly consisted of forests and mountains, lacking renowned lakes or coastal areas. Consequently, the overall population of water-type Pokémon was relatively sparse, and obtaining a commendable Psyduck would likely necessitate relocating to a different city. Having gathered sufficient information, Zi'an lost interest in the tasks and proceeded directly to the exchange area, ready to redeem all his contribution points. 50,000 points appeared substantial. Yet upon reviewing the exchange list, he discovered that the available items were rather limited. This scarcity was likely due to the fact that the exchange items were exclusive to this outpost, combined with their high quality and rarity. To acquire items not available at this outpost using contribution points, one would need to possess a sufficient hunter level, which Imouji did not meet. Thus, he could only select from the available offerings. Fortunately, the items available for exchange did boast a commendable cost-performance ratio. Zi'an quickly browsed through the selection and identified several items of interest. First among them was a move disc containing the technique Trick Room, a core move for Trick Room teams and a boon for Pokémon with low speed stats. To his astonishment, it was priced at merely 25,000 contribution points, while its market value was at least 400,000, placing it on par with other exceptionally rare weather and field moves. Without hesitation, Zi'an made his selection and eagerly continued searching for weather-related moves such as Rain Dance or Sunny Day. To his delight, he found both, though they were similarly priced at 25,000 contribution points, forcing him to choose only one. After a brief moment of contemplation, he opted for Sunny Day. While Rain Dance would provide minimal benefits to his Electivire, ensuring Thunder's accuracy, it would significantly impact his future Darmanitan. Even if he intended to train a Darmanitan, he planned to focus on special attack, serving as both a space setter and personal bodyguard, primarily utilizing psychic types in the long run. Sunny Day, on the other hand, would enhance fire-type moves' power upon being learned by Darmanitan, providing substantial countermeasures against water types that would otherwise pose a threat. Given the current circumstances, it represented an excellent cost-performance ratio, and once deployed, it would not adversely affect Electivire, making it the optimal choice. After finalizing his selections and completing the payment, Zi'an was in possession of 2 move discs within 10 minutes, during which the staff exhibited no undue suspicion. This was understandable. A high-level hunter like Imouji was merely an outer member, subject to a relatively lenient management approach. Only top-tier hunters could truly be considered formal members of the guild, possessing a degree of authority and status. In simpler terms, the relationship between high-level hunters and the Hunters Guild resembled that of ordinary delivery personnel and their platform. Aside from leveraging the platform for income, they had no authority to exchange resources. Only top-tier hunters could be regarded as site leaders, endowed with certain privileges that facilitated their operations. Having concluded these matters, Zi'an did not linger but swiftly exited the black market. He was not in a hurry to return home. With a surplus of resources, he intended to procure some essential supplies. In addition to replenishing basic necessities, he sought to purchase ingredients for crafting water-type and psychic-type energy cubes, preparing for the eventual acquisition of a Psyduck. After completing his shopping and returning home, Zi'an released all his Pokémon, including the 3 Shelmet. Reflecting on these Shelmet, he had contemplated for quite some time, but ultimately decided to retain all 3 for the time being. This decision was informed by the potential need for one of them should he capture a Psyduck and evolve it into a Golduck. Even if he only utilized one of the Shelmet, or perhaps none at all, it was prudent to have all options available for his future partner's selection. After all, following the evolution process, the 2 Pokémon would share a symbiotic relationship, potentially lasting a lifetime. This was indeed a matter of great significance, warranting the choice to be left to the future Psyduck. Nevertheless, Zi'an recognized that his primary objective remained to capture a Psyduck. He immediately turned to the internet to search for any reports of Psyduck activity in the Longxiao region. Given that Psyduck was not a common Pokémon, but rather a relatively rare one, finding it was neither exceedingly difficult nor overly simple. After scouring the internet for over half an hour, Zi'an finally stumbled upon the most promising lead, directing him toward a city, Qianhu City. The name itself suggested a locale abundant in water resources. Indeed, it is as stated. It is said that this city is built upon 1,000 lakes, where many of its inhabitants have a fondness for water-type Pokémon. And it is also the birthplace of numerous formidable water-type specialists. Moreover, the Thousand Lakes Gym in Qianhu City is celebrated as one of the 3 major water-type gyms in Longxiao, renowned for its exquisite grandeur. The Pokémon he yearns for, the Psyduck, is undoubtedly present there, with even a population of its kind residing in one of the top 5 lakes of the city. However, the endeavor of capturing a Pokémon from a wild population is fraught with challenges. One must either gain the approval of the group or wait for a solitary Pokémon to wander off. After a moment of contemplation, Zi'an decided to venture there to see if there was anything to be gained. Even if he returned empty-handed, he could still hone his skills in the process. With this thought in mind, Zi'an promptly booked a flight ticket, noting that the journey would only take a little over 2 hours, and thus secured a ticket for a flight 3 days hence. The intervening 3 days would serve as a period of rest and recuperation. Although he would be away for merely a day on this expedition, it had proven quite fruitful overall, and he and his Pokémon needed time to assimilate their experiences. Beyond tangible gains, both of his Pokémon had encountered their own shortcomings through the day's trials. This 3-day period would thus also serve to solidify their strengths, enabling them to better prepare for their upcoming journey to Qianhu City. Furthermore, the Sunny Fire Llama he had previously acquired also required time to learn, as mastering weather-related moves is notoriously challenging. Even with these 3 days at his disposal, Zi'an estimated that the llama would grasp only a rudimentary understanding of the move. Being able to execute it at all would be a remarkable feat. 3 days later, Zi'an rose early, completing his morning routine before making his way to the living room. The Electivire was busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen, while the Sunny Fire Llama lounged on the windowsill. Eyes squinted against the morning sun, radiating a sense of tranquility. Zi'an approached, crouched down, and affectionately patted the little creature's head, greeting, "Good morning, Sunny Fire Llama." The llama slowly opened its eyes and, upon recognizing Zi'an, broke into a joyful smile, its gaze sparkling with anticipation. The source of its excitement lay in the fact that Zi'an had informed it the previous day that, due to its impressive performance lately, he was planning to present it with a gift. The air of mystery surrounding this gift had left the llama restless throughout the night, and it now sought to rejuvenate itself in the sunlight. The nature of this enigmatic gift was, of course, Zi'an's intention to bestow a talent upon it. With their bond having surpassed the threshold of 150 the day prior, he was now eligible for the initial granting. Chapter 031, Bestowing a Talent. However, there was no rush. After finishing breakfast, and while Electivire packed for their journey, Zi'an finally turned to the eagerly awaiting Sunny Fire Llama to bestow the talent. Gently placing a hand on its small head, he chose to grant it the talent of Lava Controller amidst the llama's curious gaze. Initially perplexed, the llama suddenly felt an inexplicable energy emanating from Zi'an's palm, swiftly coursing through its body and radiating outward. The energy was wild and potent, yet it brought no discomfort. Rather, it felt as if it were undergoing a transformation. Information flooded its mind, and a look of surprise blossomed on its adorably bewildered face. This was the gift the trainer had spoken of. How magnificent! Successful bestowal of Lava Controller. Once the bestowal was complete, Zi'an withdrew his hand and, smiling at the llama with its now open eyes, inquired, "How do you feel?" The llama nodded enthusiastically, its body exuding a scorching aura, golden sparks flickering from its hump and gradually spreading outward. "Wait, don't test it inside," Zi'an exclaimed, hastily interjecting. If the llama accidentally ignited something in the house, he would have nowhere to lament his misfortune. The llama quickly quelled the energy within, feeling a mix of embarrassment and astonishment. It had merely instinctively channeled the energy to test its control, and while it had done so before without such a significant reaction, the transformation brought about by the trainer's gift was evidently profound. Observing the llama's excitement, Zi'an smiled contentedly, glancing at its status panel and discovering with surprise that the llama's qualifications had indeed improved, elevating from average to exceptional. It was truly a testament to the golden talent, which had directly enhanced the llama's capabilities by a level. Delighted with this advancement, just as he was about to close the system panel, Zi'an suddenly recalled that he had yet to claim his talent for the day. "System, let us get to work," he casually remarked, having grown accustomed to receiving talents daily, maintaining a consistent state of clear skies and white clouds, rendering his tone somewhat nonchalant. After all this time without any noteworthy acquisitions, he had little hope and had resigned himself to fate. Yet, as the adage goes, one should expect the familiar pattern to unfold in such circumstances. Talent acquisition in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the talent, Treasure Hunter, Orange, which has been placed in your talent space. Zi'an's eyes brightened at the sight of the displayed information. Astonished that he had secured an orange talent for the first time, he hurriedly opened the talent space to examine its effects. Talent, Treasure Hunter. Quality, Orange. Effect, allows the user to sense treasures within a 100-kilometer radius, can acquire a desired treasure at regular intervals, possesses heightened sensitivity towards treasures during searches. As he contemplated this unprecedented effect, Zi'an's brow furrowed with confusion. Why was there such a disparity in effects? Since obtaining the system, he had acquired nearly a dozen talents, each with varying effects, yet most had revolved around enhancing Pokémon-related attributes, such as affinity, move mastery, energy control, or characteristics like conquest and quantity carried. However, this particular talent diverged entirely from that realm, resembling an entirely different phenomenon. After a swift mental deliberation, Zi'an resolved to test it out, approaching Electivire to attempt the bestowal. Target S compatibility with this talent is 12. Would you like to confirm the bestowal? 12. There was no necessity for the bestowal. Even if it succeeded, it would merely grant an additional ability without significantly enhancing power. It seemed impractical. Just as Zi'an was about to dismiss it like the previous talents, the system suddenly interjected. Host, the talents condensed by the system can be bestowed upon corresponding targets. Taken aback by this revelation, Zi'an quickly grasped the implication, his eyes lighting up. How had he overlooked this possibility? The system had previously stated that talents could be bestowed upon corresponding targets, but it never specified that these targets had to be exclusively Pokémon. This led Zi'an to ponder whether humans, items, or machines could also be suitable recipients. Eager to experiment, he attempted to endow various items and machines with talents, only to find that ordinary objects yielded no results. However, upon utilizing a special item, he discovered that it was indeed possible, as the compatibility was clearly indicated. At that moment, the system provided a prompt, clarifying that only high-quality items could be endowed, while those of ordinary quality were ineligible. Furthermore, each item could only be endowed once. Zi'an sighed in exasperation. Why didn't you inform me sooner? The system replied. The system will gradually introduce minor functions over time, requiring the host to explore them independently. Admitting his oversight in utilizing the system, Zi'an resolved to pay more attention to this aspect in the future. Ultimately, he decided to bestow a talent upon a human, and with no one else available at home, he naturally chose himself. The compatibility with the chosen target is 85. Do you wish to confirm the endowment? Absolutely. Zi'an's eyes sparkled with excitement at the high compatibility, and he promptly confirmed the endowment. A surge of inexplicable energy coursed through his body, but it dissipated almost instantly. Information flowed from the depths of his soul, providing insights into the talent's applications. The talent Treasure Hunter has been successfully bestowed. As Zi'an opened his eyes, he exhaled lightly, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his gaze. After the endowment, possessing a talent felt akin to acquiring a new organ that could be activated at will or deactivated to shield oneself from its influence. This feature was remarkably user-friendly, as it spared him from potential disturbances in the bustling city. Both he and his Pokémon were eager to test their newfound talents, and once everything was prepared, Zi'an set out with all his Pokémon in tow, including the 3 Shelmet and Ditto. Considering that his Fire Lizard had just acquired its talent, Zi'an had thoughtfully rented a training ground. This ensured safety from accidental harm to others, and the reinforced environment allowed for more carefree experimentation with techniques. Let's start with Flamethrower. Remember to harness that energy. The Fire Lizard was eager to comply, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of scalding magma. The golden magma erupted like a fiery pillar, instantly piercing through a distant target. The scattered magma fell to the ground, radiating intense heat and formidable adhesion. The power was far more terrifying than ordinary flames. Zi'an also experimented with rock-type moves, where the primordial force condensed molten rock into fiery magma orbs that exploded upon impact, delivering a devastating area of effect assault. If those struck a Pokémon, the impact would be vastly different from that of a mere rock. Then, he activated another talent effect. With the Fire Lizard prepared, it channeled energy into the ground beneath its feet. In the next moment, the ground around it became increasingly heated, gradually forming a flowing lava zone that expanded with the release of energy. Zi'an inhaled deeply. This scene resembled the release of a field technique. Yet he remained uncertain whether this magma was classified as fire-type or rock-type, and how it would affect Pokémon of various attributes. The final effect provided immunity to fire, allowing him to experiment with his electric dragon by employing a fire punch against the Fire Lizard. Upon being struck, the Fire Lizard was pushed back by the physical force but sustained no damage from the fire energy. A simple series of experiments revealed the terrifying enhancement the talent Magma Controller provided to the Fire Lizard. It was akin to an exponential leap in power. Astonished, Zi'an quickly decided to test his own talent. As soon as he activated Treasure Hunter, he felt as though a map had materialized within his mind. He sensed a vast area of approximately 100 miles around him, where countless ripples proliferated. It was akin to a torrential downpour, with raindrops striking the surface of the sea, creating an array of expanding ripples. However, this rain was unevenly distributed, with some ripples larger and more concentrated in certain areas. Understanding immediately, Zi'an deduced that these concentrated areas likely corresponded to major shopping districts, where treasures were abundant. To his surprise, he discovered that his talent also reacted to Pokémon. The ripples produced by his electric dragon were markedly stronger than those from the Fire Lizard. Initially, He assumed that higher-level Pokémon generated more substantial ripples. But further investigation revealed some trainers in the park with Pokémon of greater strength that emitted weaker ripples than the fire lizard. Upon reflection, he theorized that the size of the ripples might be linked to the Pokémon's potential. A subsequent comparison confirmed his hypothesis. Higher-quality Pokémon produced larger ripples. This undoubtedly indicated that in the realm of treasure hunting, Pokémon were classified as treasures in their own right. Additionally, he tested various items, discovering that higher-quality items elicited stronger ripples in his mind. This allowed him to ascertain that the greater the ripple, the higher the quality of treasure and Pokémon he could potentially acquire. This insight would significantly aid Zi'an in his future adventures, making it easier to locate high-potential Pokémon or quality treasures in the wild. He could even claim hidden treasures with greater ease, providing a stable source of funding for his endeavors. Meanwhile, the electric dragon observed the remarkable displays from the fire lizard and Zi'an, its expression tinged with envy, though it masked this emotion well. Noticing this, Zi'an approached with a smile, gently patting its head and reassuringly saying, "Don't worry, when something suitable comes along, I'll be sure to share." The electric dragon's eyes brightened, happiness illuminating its features as it regained its lively demeanor. After completing the talent experiments, Zi'an hurried with his Pokémon towards the airport. Fortunately, the airport in Tianjin City was not far from their location, and he boarded his flight to Qianhu City punctually. To ensure a tranquil journey, he had purchased a first-class seat, as the serene environment would enable him to utilize his time on the plane effectively to organize useful information in his laptop and notebook. The private space was quite comfortable, and once seated, a flight attendant approached quietly to remind him of a few details, ultimately inquiring if he required anything. Zi'an requested some snacks and coffee, intending to indulge while organizing his materials. With his laptop and notebook in hand, he began to sort through the documents and information he had previously downloaded, his mind racing with thoughts about future endeavors. After a brief pause of over 10 minutes, the airplane swiftly took off. Zi'an, returning to his senses, cast a fleeting glance out of the window and noticed several ethereal sprites soaring into the sky, escorting the aircraft as it ascended. This was a crucial form of protection. Every airline ensured that each plane was accompanied by corresponding sprites to avert any unforeseen attacks from wild spirits during flight. Simultaneously, an aircraft adorned with a distinctive livery touched down on the runway of Yuntian City Airport. Once the plane came to a halt, a regiment of individuals clad in investigator uniforms disembarked in an orderly fashion, quickly converging with those who had been awaiting their arrival below. After exchanging pleasantries, a group of them exited the airport and boarded the prearranged vehicles, heading towards the city center. Inside one of the vehicles, the man leading this operation furrowed his brow as he examined the documents in his hands, his expression grave. The presence of the Firebird indeed posed a considerable challenge. The man spoke solemnly, foreseeing that as the situation escalated, should this matter become public, it would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar. They would then have to contend not only with the Hunters Guild, but also with various other nefarious factions and ill-intentioned organizations. When these assorted individuals converged upon the city, a vast vortex would form around it, plunging the entirety of Yuntian City into turmoil if not handled adeptly. The sole piece of good news was that the Firebird had yet to fully manifest. Only a few traces remained to indicate its presence nearby. The situation was still manageable, and the assembled entities were unlikely to act prematurely before the circumstances became clearer. After a moment of contemplation, the man opened his eyes and instructed, "Once we arrive, have all your subordinates disperse and observe in areas that are likely to incite unrest. Should they witness any irregularities, they are to take appropriate action. As for us, we must prepare. Let us rest for a day, and tomorrow we shall seek the trail of the Firebird together." The occupants of the vehicle nodded in agreement, committing this mission to memory to relay to their respective teams upon reaching their destination. The convoy soon arrived, and the investigators underwent a brief regrouping before pairing off and spreading out across the city. Their approach not only aimed to address any emerging lawbreakers, but also served to intimidate those drawn to the Firebird. They signaled to these individuals that a substantial force of investigators had arrived, rather than a mere small team, thus demonstrating the Dragon Summer Alliance's heightened concern regarding the situation and dissuading reckless behavior. At this moment, in front of a certain villa, an investigator arrived. As she lifted her gaze from a cascade of pristine white blossoms, her breathtaking visage was revealed. However, her exquisite features bore no expression as she stared at the villa's entrance. The woman approached and knocked on the door. Inside, Sun Danyue was in the living room watching television. Upon hearing the knock, she stood up, puzzled, and walked to the door to open it. Before her stood a woman dressed in investigator attire. Initially taken aback, Sun Danyue's expression quickly returned to neutrality. "What brings you here?" she inquired. The investigator observed the swift alteration in Sun Danyue's demeanor, her gaze flickering with a hint of emotion before swiftly concealing it. She spoke in a calm tone. "I wish to inquire about my grandmother's whereabouts, but I am unaware of where she currently resides, so I thought to ask you, her student." Upon hearing this, Sun Danyue's face reflected confusion. "Teacher?" Yet, it seemed she soon grasped the implication, her brow furrowing as she spoke, her voice laden with a multitude of emotions. "She passed away 2 years ago. Surely you must know this?" As her words lingered in the air, the girl suddenly raised her head. Disbelief etched across her once impassive features. "What did you say?" A surge of intense emotion enveloped the investigator, a force akin to a tsunami erupting forth. In an instant, a shadow emerged from beneath Sun Danyue, swiftly countering the unleashed energy, protecting her from harm. Simultaneously, the pokeball at her waist trembled. But Sun Danyue quickly regained her composure, placing her hand upon it to calm the situation. "Shin Yuyao, retract your psychic abilities," she admonished. Shin Yuyao complied, withdrawing her powers from the surroundings. Gasping for breath due to the overwhelming emotions, she inexplicably found herself calming down within mere moments, her demeanor reverting to indifference. Why was I not informed? Witnessing this exchange, Sun Danyue's eyes flickered with complexity. When asked, she smirked coldly and replied with calmness, "The couple in question is likely aware. It appears they chose not to inform you. Perhaps, to them, the passing of their mother and grandmother is insignificant." Shin Yuyao stood silently for a long moment before finally asking, "What about Long Zi'an?" This time, however, Sun Danyue offered no answer, simply stating, "I cannot disclose that. I can only say that Zi'an is doing well. I hope you will not disturb him." A subtle flicker of emotion crossed Shin Yuyao's face, but she soon nodded in tranquility and turned to leave. As she departed, Sun Danyue exhaled gently, her gaze clouded with intricate feelings, murmuring to herself. That intense reaction indicates her emotions have yet to be entirely stripped away, but it seems that moment approaches. I wonder if the power gained from the deprivation of emotions is truly worth it. In Qianhu City, Yi Zi'an stepped out of the airport, taking in the cultural splendor surrounding him. It was evident that this city had a profound affinity for water-type sprites. A glance around revealed that among the various sprites accompanying the locals, a striking 7 or 8 out of 10 were water types. The architecture and environment were imbued with elements celebrating this love for water sprites, a testament to the city's character. Upon arriving in a new locale, it was only natural to seek a place to rest. Yi Zi'an hailed a taxi, directing it towards the Pokémon Center. As previously mentioned, the Pokémon Center offered lodging services. Any trainer could avail themselves of basic accommodation free of charge. However, for those desiring a single room or more luxurious options, only a nominal fee was required. Yi Zi'an opted for a single room, as this location would merely serve as a brief stopover for rest, just a place to store his belongings without an extended stay. Additionally, he had another reason for visiting the Pokémon Center, to safely deposit the precious egg of the Dragonite. Such a valuable Pokémon was not something he dared to leave too far from his side, yet he feared potential mishaps during this adventure. Thus, securing it at the Pokémon Center was the wisest choice. As for concerns about theft or misappropriation, Yi Zi'an felt none. If the Pokémon Center and Nurse Joy lacked the credibility to ensure such basic security, the Joy family would never have been able to establish their centers across the globe. After completing the deposit and utilizing the facilities, Yi Zi'an left behind some items that would prove useless in the wild. After sharing a delightful meal with the elves, Yi Zi'an, invigorated and brimming with enthusiasm, set forth to embark on his adventure. As previously mentioned, Qianhu City is a metropolis established amidst a myriad of lakes. With over a dozen lakes nestled within its city center alone, the majority of these lakes have been designated as natural parks. And some areas are even off limits due to special regulations. Naturally, these restricted zones were not within Yi Zi'an's considerations, as capturing the elves residing in these designated areas is strictly prohibited. Any attempt to capture a stray elf there would be deemed illegal. The first lake Yi Zi'an intended to explore was Lingxi Lake, a serene forest lake located on the city's outskirts. True to its name, this lake lies at the heart of a lush forest, ranking among the top 10 in size among all the lakes in the region, and is renowned as one of the famed lakes of Qianhu. The lake's notoriety stems from the legend that it once served as a habitat for certain legendary water-type beasts, a tale that has captivated the imagination for quite some time. However, as time has passed, the veracity of this rumor has diminished and public interest has waned. Nevertheless, Some information circulating online suggests that several individuals have encountered a Psyduck in this vicinity, and not just one, multiple sightings have been reported. Moreover, descriptions from those who have had the encounter indicate that this Psyduck is not the usual bumbling creature. Rather, it exhibits remarkable agility and possesses considerable strength. Most intriguingly, this Psyduck is said to have mastered the technique of teleportation, which has thus far eluded capture. After spending over an hour reaching Lingxi Lake, Zi'an was immediately greeted by the sight of a verdant forest. Given that this is a forest lake enveloped by greenery, such a scene was hardly surprising. Zi'an summoned his Electrike to accompany him, and before entering the forest, activated his innate talent as a treasure hunter. In an instant, a vast area materialized in his mind, with ripples gradually emanating within this expansive zone. Zi'an stood still, meticulously observing these ripples. While the ripples within the city were unremarkable, his primary focus lay within the confines of the forest before him. It was evident that the wilderness held a plethora of treasures, an exhilarating sight that stirred his spirit. Yet, Zi'an remained composed. After all, this was the wild, and such phenomena were to be expected in an environment teeming with elves, including those of considerable weight. Thus, his task was to sift through the multitude of ripples to locate the few that exhibited the greatest intensity. The magnitude of these ripples indicated the rarity of the treasures. The more extraordinary the ripple, the more significant the treasure it represented. Zi'an quickly identified a target, a ripple located less than 1,000 meters away. Judging by the ripple's size, if it pertained to an elf, its potential was likely extraordinary. If it were an item, its quality would undoubtedly be classified as superior. He set off in the direction of the ripple, swiftly traversing the forest. Chapter 034. The Rumor of Semi-Divine Beasts. Damn, I was careless, Zi'an muttered, rubbing his forehead in exasperation as he gazed at the expansive lake before him. He had forgotten that 80% of this forest area was comprised of water. Upon activating his mental sensing, he discovered that the valuable items were predominantly located within the lake itself. Surprisingly, the area was far from desolate. Rather, it buzzed with activity. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed numerous individuals seated along the lakeside, accompanied by their elves, each intently watching the water with fishing rods in hand. Zi'an momentarily wondered if he had stumbled into a gathering of fishing enthusiasts. Consulting his map confirmed that he was indeed at Lingxi Lake. Suppressing his curiosity, Zi'an discreetly wandered about, eavesdropping on the fishermen's conversations to piece together what was transpiring. Fisherman A, here it comes. Let me see what treasure it is. A Magikarp. Fisherman B, come on, we've been sitting here for nearly 2 hours. It's nothing but Magikarps. Where are the Dratini? Fisherman A, who knows? I heard it from a fellow angler. Apparently, a seasoned fisherman discovered them here. More than one, in fact. A whole family led by a Dragonair with 2 or 3 Dratini. Fisherman B, 2 or 3. That is credible. How could so few people be fishing here? There's semi-divine offspring, after all. Fisherman A, of course. It's likely that the information hasn't fully circulated yet. Otherwise, do you think those bigwigs in the city could sit still? Fisherman B, you have a point. Oh no, I caught another one. Just a Magikarp again. Observing this scene, Zi'an focused intently on the lake's surface, deep in thought. Dratini? If they are indeed semi-divine offspring, that would certainly be enticing. Glancing at the ripples in his mind, he noted that several of them were significantly more intense than those of his Electrike. Their potential must exceed that of average Pokémon, suggesting they belong to a tier above. The average potential of semi-divine creatures is already quite high. Zi'an conjectured that none would fall below extraordinary status, and only those with exceptional potential could match the average level of these semi-divine Pokémon. As for even higher legendary beings, their starting potential could be even greater, with possibilities of hatching into champions not being out of the question. After a brief contemplation, Zi'an resolved to proceed with his own strategy, hoping to lure the elusive Psyduck. Instead of fishing, he planned to set up culinary traps to await his quarry. He had not been idle during his previous 3 days of rest. To better attract the Psyduck, he had crafted special bait designed for this purpose. To ensure his efforts would not be in vain, he had visited several training parks and battle arenas, where he managed to locate a few Psyducks for testing. The results were remarkable. The usually bumbling Psyducks had pounced on him the moment he produced the bait, with their trainer struggling to restrain them. Fortunately, Zi'an was swift. Though he had been intercepted by some trainers a few times, ultimately paying for a few packs of his specially concocted bait to make his escape. Initially, he had harbored concerns about the expansive area being cumbersome, but upon witnessing the vastness of Lingxi Lake, his confidence surged. His only apprehension was the presence of numerous people. He needed to find a more secluded spot. After a lengthy stroll along the lakeshore, observing the fishermen's weary backs and their astonished expressions as they reeled in Magikarps, Zi'an trudged for nearly an hour before finally discovering a relatively isolated location. If it weren't for the lake's enormity, he would have suspected that these anglers had encircled the entire body of water. Once he selected a suitable spot, Zi'an retrieved the specially prepared bait from his backpack. As he opened it, a peculiar aroma wafted out, rapidly spreading through the air. He tossed some into the lake, and then stepped back a few paces to scatter more bait in a conspicuous area on the shore. Finally, he produced a pokeball and released his Psyduck, readying himself for the encounter. Having done his homework, he was well aware of the possibility that the Psyduck in this area might possess the move teleportation. In order to ensure the success of my endeavors, Zi'an specially instructed Dullfire Camel to master the technique of Flame Vortex, a move designed to prevent the escape of sprites. I am but a simple dull beast, and I find myself engulfed in confusion. From the moment of my birth, as I emerged from my shell, I did not behold my parents, but rather an entity whose appearance starkly contrasted with my own. This being informed me that I was discovered by them during a perilous moment, on the brink of death, and that it was through their own strength that I was saved. Thus, I am eternally grateful for their kindness. They guided me through this world, imparting numerous life philosophies and survival skills. They often remarked that they would eventually depart, unable to remain by my side throughout my growth. Consequently, I cherished every moment spent together, as they nurtured me with the care of a guardian. As the days turned into months, I shed my frail beginnings, gradually strengthening my physique and acquiring strategies to confront adversaries. With their frequent transmission of power to me, I began to sense a transformation within myself. My abilities seemed to evolve, increasingly resembling their own. The distinction was palpable. I felt my strength had markedly intensified, not only exhibiting greater power at equivalent levels, but also adopting an inexplicable elegance. They explained that this was a fragment of their power, which I would assimilate as I grew stronger, ultimately forging my authentic essence. They solemnly cautioned me against becoming enamored with momentary strength and urged me to seek my own path. I etched this advice into my heart, but in truth, every word they spoke resonated deeply within me. Time passed, until one day, they revealed their imminent departure. Although I had anticipated this moment, an odd sensation enveloped me. A bittersweet melancholy interwoven with complex emotions waged within my heart. I inquired when we might reunite, and they replied that the day I became the Sage of the Sea would mark our reunion. I found my purpose, and in a final act of courage, I asked a question that had lingered unvoiced. Who are you? They offered no reply, but as they departed, they infused me with a surge of energy, flooding my mind with memories. From these recollections, I discerned their name, Lugia. Chapter 35, The Turning Point. In solitude, I have been ruminating on a singular thought: how to become the Sage of the Sea. Within the memories imparted by Lugia, it was clear that the first step toward this aspiration is evolution. I must evolve into a being known as Dull King, yet having never encountered another dull beast. I am at a loss regarding how to achieve this transformation. Previously, I wandered aimlessly in this lake, occasionally battling to enhance my abilities. However, today felt peculiar. I sensed an inexplicable pull, as if something sought to guide me in a specific direction. My instincts urged me that there lay an opportunity for my evolution into Dull King. Following this instinct, I soon found myself amidst a gathering of people along the shore, where I spotted the source of my attraction. It was a human. If there was anything that set them apart from others, it was their apparent youthfulness, coupled with an odd essence emanating from their heart. I could not articulate what was strange about them, but it could only be described as complex. I was certain I had never encountered this individual before, yet I felt an undeniable connection. I trailed their movements until they arrived at a secluded clearing, where they retrieved a jar from a peculiar object on their back. The instant the jar was opened, an exquisite aroma wafted through the air, causing my eyes to widen as I instinctively drew closer. What is this fragrance? So delightful. A commotion arose so soon. Zi'an felt a ripple of energy shift within his mind, surprised as he raised an eyebrow. He had to admit, the treasure hunter's talent was remarkably useful, capable of detecting treasures within a 100-kilometer radius, functioning almost like a radar. Whenever a sprite approached, the fluctuations in his mind would reveal their location. Moments earlier, he had sensed a persistent ripple moving, and after casting bait, the response was particularly vigorous. His gaze fixed on the lake's surface. Zi'an gently placed a hand on Dullfire Camel, signaling it to prepare for an attack. The once tranquil waters began to stir, and after a while, a pink figure slowly emerged from the depths, gradually making its way onto the shore. That endearing appearance and rosy form unmistakably identified it as a dull beast. Yi Zi's eyes brightened. As the creature drew nearer, he readied Dullfire Camel to strike, only for a voice to interject first. "Indeed, there is a dull beast," exclaimed a young man, accompanied by a floating Ghastly. As the words left his lips, Ghastly surged forward, preparing to unleash its dark pulse. However, the dull beast had already reacted to the sound, vanishing in a flash with a psychic move. Instant teleportation. Yi Zi's mouth twitched at this turn of events. Who was this clumsy fool interrupting his plans? Emerging from his hiding place, Yi Zi glared at the young man. "Brother, I require a suitable explanation." The young man, initially dismayed, quickly realized he had stumbled into Yi Zi's hunting ground. Yet, he seemed unconcerned, casually retorting, "Do I need to provide you with a reason? This is the wilderness, not your home." His argument was sound, particularly the remark about the wilderness. Without hesitation, Yi Zi declared, "Dullfire Camel, Flame Vortex." Dullfire Camel unleashed the long-prepared flame vortex, a tempest of fire erupting forth and ensnaring Ghastly in its fury. The young man, caught off guard by Yi Zi's audacity, momentarily froze before his expression darkened. "You seek death, boy?" As he spoke, he hurled 2 pokeballs, summoning a purple sludge and a snake-like creature to the fray. Yi Zi took a quick glance. Mook and Arbok, one at level 20 and the other at 30. Ghastly was only at level 25. As the battle commenced, the Vigilant Electrode, previously stationed at a distance, charged forward, leaping into action and unleashing an electric field upon landing. Its gaze locked onto Arbok and Ghastly, striking them with 2 powerful thunderbolts. Drawing in the strongest foes, Dullfire Camel, undeterred by the electric field beneath its feet, quickly gathered energy. A luminous orb, radiating light and warmth, shot skyward, exploding in a blaze that rapidly elevated the temperature of the surrounding area. A clear day? Yi Zi was astonished. Dullfire Camel executed the sunny day with remarkable fluidity, especially considering its earlier clumsiness in utilizing the move. It was evident that this improvement stemmed from the recent enhancement of its innate abilities, likely due to the heightened affinity for fire. However, this turn of events is fortuitous. The Dullfire Camel has just acquired its abilities and has yet to engage in actual combat, providing the perfect opportunity to assess its potential. Dullfire Camel, unleash your flame burst. A flicker of searing intensity ignited in Dullfire Camel's gaze, as molten golden magma surged within, radiating extreme heat that swiftly enveloped its mouth. In the very instant it opened its jaws, a terrifying column of magma erupted forth, hurtling directly towards the Stunky. The oppressive heat intensified the already sweltering atmosphere of the clear day, leaving the opponents feeling as if they might be ignited at any moment. What on earth? Why is this flame burst spewing magma? The young man was instantly drenched in sweat, disoriented by the overwhelming temperature. The Stunky, known for its sluggish movement, was directly struck by this magma-infused flame burst, emitting a wail as it fled in desperation, nearly singed to the bone. A swift knockout. After all, the level disparity between the two was minimal, and under the clear skies, this formidable magma attack was simply insurmountable for the opponent. Dullfire Camel itself was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by the effectiveness of its own assault. Regaining its composure, it let out a cry, urging the Electric Dragon to leave it an opponent. The Electric Dragon, equally astonished, wasted no time in unleashing a barrage of electric attacks upon the Arbok, causing the foe to shriek in agony. Yi Zi'an steadied himself and quickly commanded, "Flame burst." Another column of magma shot forth, and the trapped Ghastly, ensnared within the fiery vortex, had no means of evasion, forced to raise a green barrier to withstand the onslaught of this fierce assault. Despite Ghastly's impressive level of 25, it is well known that the Ghastly line is notoriously fragile. A direct hit would undoubtedly lead to an instant defeat. Chapter 036, A Twist of Fate, Capturing the Drowsy. "Wait, we can discuss this." The young man, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, shouted in a flustered manner. Yet, Yi Zi'an paid him no heed, launching another magma column that decisively penetrated Ghastly's futile struggles, sending it crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the Electric Dragon had also concluded its bout, leaving the Arbok, charred and incapacitated, sprawled on the ground, unconscious. After this display, Yi Zi'an merely cast a fleeting glance at the young man, choosing silence and turning to depart. After all, his intervention was intended as a lesson. It must be remembered that they were in the wilderness, and sparing the young man's life was a considerable act of mercy. Yi Zi'an sighed in resignation. The disruption of his plan weighed heavily upon him, completely derailing his intentions. The same strategy could not be employed again, for Pokémon are not mere instinct-driven creatures. Should he alert them, they would surely remember. For now, he resolved to return and contemplate alternative approaches. Gazing at the lively scene in the distance, he was struck by the sense that the number of people had noticeably increased. Some individuals were no longer content with fishing. They were sending their Pokémon underwater in search of something. If this trend continued unchecked, and if indeed there were a family of Dratini in the lake, it would be discovered sooner or later, leading to inevitable chaos. Leaving now seemed a prudent choice, allowing him to avoid being ensnared in potential turmoil. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was peculiar. He had only ventured into the wild twice, yet each time had encountered such vexing circumstances. Was this the fate of a detective, or perhaps a protagonist's aura? Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, he redirected his gaze forward, leading his Pokémon back into the forest, preparing to return to the Pokémon Center. Beneath the water, a pink figure observed all that transpired, glancing at the distant scene with a faint smile before sinking back into the depths, vanishing in an instant. As Zi'an hurried through the forest, he suddenly furrowed his brow, halting in his tracks. The electric dragon, ever watchful, sensed the shift and became alert. A ripple had unexpectedly manifested in the vicinity. Sensing the disturbance in his mind's eye, Zi'an's brow furrowed slightly as he discreetly surveyed the source of the commotion. As he watched, a pink figure emerged from the shadows, swaying slightly, lifting its head to meet Zi'an's gaze with a comically vacant expression. Zi'an was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a drowsy. Moreover, judging by the ripple, it was likely the very same one. Had it come to him willingly? Hello. Just as Zi'an was processing this surreal encounter, a calm and steady voice resonated within his mind. Zi'an's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he inquired, "Is it you?" The drowsy nodded, and the voice echoed once more, "Indeed. What an extraordinary drowsy. How adeptly it wielded its psychic abilities to communicate with a human at such a low level. Were it not for the evidence before him, he might have assumed it had somehow developed telepathy." Suppressing his astonishment, Zi'an quickly gathered his thoughts and asked, "What do you wish to discuss with me?" The drowsy tilted its head, straightforward in its intent, as the voice resumed in his mind. "I seek your assistance in becoming the Sage of the Sea." Zi'an's eyes flickered with intrigue, though his brow soon knitted in confusion. The Sage of the Sea? He vaguely recalled this title from an anime, associated with a particular special drowsy. In essence, the creature was requesting his help to evolve into a hypno. After considerable contemplation, Zi'an decided it was worth a try and replied, "I am unsure how to assist you in becoming the Sage of the Sea, but I can help you evolve into a hypno, provided you agree to become my Pokémon." The drowsy raised its head thoughtfully and promptly nodded in agreement. "I will." Trusting its intuition that a mysterious force had guided it to this human, it was prepared to place its faith in that instinct. "Is that it? You agree so readily?" Zi'an pondered, bemused. He had not relied on combat or special tactics, merely conversing, and the drowsy had consented to become his Pokémon. Could it be his commanding aura had inadvertently leaked? Rubbing the back of his head in confusion, Zi'an, unfazed, produced his most prized luxury ball and tossed it forth. Regarding the luxury ball, Zi'an had designated it as the standard for his future Pokémon. Having invested in replacing the Pokeballs of Diphone Camel and the Electric Dragon with luxury balls at the Trainer Association, the black ball with golden edges, adorned with a ring of red, struck the drowsy, launching it skyward. As the ball opened, a beam of red light enveloped the drowsy, drawing it inside. The Pokeball landed without a tremor, completing the capture with a definitive click. Zi'an approached, retrieving the Pokeball, feeling its texture in his hand, and exchanged a joyful glance with the Electric Dragon. "We have gained another family member." The Electric Dragon raised its hand, waving with delight, its eyes crinkling in joy. The Pokeball of the dull beast at his waist also trembled slightly, celebrating the addition of the new companion. Although somewhat bewildered, Zi'an successfully accomplished his primary objective. Naturally, he needed to return to the city first to register and undergo a health examination for his new Pokémon, as well as to clarify some specifics about the dull beast. Hastily making his way back to Qianyu City, Zi'an took a moment to inform the dull beast of the situation before entering the city, advising it to remain in the Pokeball for a while. Once the registration and health check were completed, the dull beast could legally exist within the city's confines. Fortunately, the registration process had become remarkably streamlined. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Trainer Association in the city center, Zi'an completed the registration of the dull beast in under 20 minutes. After finishing the health examination at the Pokémon Center, Zi'an found an open space and released all three of his Pokémon to meet each other. The dull flame camel emerged, curiously gazing at its new companion, the dull beast, emitting friendly sounds to welcome the newcomer. The dull beast squinted its eyes in response. waving at the adjacent electric dragon. Zi'an observed this scene with a smile, carefully scrutinizing the dull beast's movements and expressions. He discerned that his dull beast was distinctly different from others he had encountered previously. Typically, dull beasts exhibit a rather simple-minded demeanor, characterized by a slow reflex arc, a penchant for daydreaming, and a tendency to sleep, evoking an image of a leisurely, languid elder. However, his dull beast exuded a serene wisdom, akin to that of a benevolent sage. Chapter 037. The Innate Gift of the Dull Beast. Zi'an was not particularly surprised by this, as it was evident that a typical dull beast would not be so adept at utilizing psychic abilities to engage in conscious dialogue with him. Once the three Pokémon had familiarized themselves with one another, Zi'an approached and sat down, gently stroking their heads. Finally, he turned his gaze to the dull beast and utilized the reading function to examine its panel. Pokémon, Dull Beast. Affection, 120. Gender, male. Type, Water, Psychic. Level, 30, Elite. Potential, Champion. Ability, Oblivious, prevents it from being infatuated or taunted. Held item, Deep Sea Cardamom Bracelet, Premium, a bracelet woven from a special plant found in the depths of the ocean, containing pure toxic energy that aids the Pokémon in evolution. Moves, Yawn, Inherited. Belly Drum, Inherited. Future Sight, Inherited. Tackle, Curse, Yawn, Growl, Water Gun, Teleport, Psychic, Hypnosis, Water Pulse. Headbutt, Mind Reader, Instant Amnesia, Surf. Talent 1, Gift of the God of Currents. Quality, Gold. Effect, increases Psychic Affinity by 200, increases Flying Affinity by 200, increases Water Affinity by 100, granting exceptional control over water and air currents. Zi'an's eyes narrowed as he paused, his hand lingering on the dull beast. The information on this panel was quite astonishing. His gaze instinctively shifted to the talent, observing this unfamiliar golden talent, which stirred profound emotions within him. Having acquired the system for some time, he had accessed numerous Pokémon panels through the reading function, including several champion and powerful Pokémon by chance. Yet, he had never encountered one with a talent overview, leading him to believe that such talents were unique to the system. However, the emergence of the dull beast shattered that notion, presenting not only an unprecedented talent, but one of remarkable golden quality. Setting aside the impressive effects, the name of the talent bore significant meaning. The Gift of the God of Currents. Whom did this refer to? After a brief contemplation, Zi'an formed a conjecture. It likely pertained to the legendary Pokémon born from the currents of the sea, Lugia. Additionally, the dull beast had previously expressed a desire to become a sage of the ocean, and the only divine creature associated with such wisdom was indeed Lugia. Beyond this innate talent, the dull beast's other attributes were exceptionally formidable. The champion potential indicated that the dull beast's baseline strength would inevitably reach champion status. Zi'an had not previously encountered any Pokémon with this potential. Even those he had seen at champion level possessed only exceptional potential. This implied that their potential had been exhausted, requiring countless resources and hardships to achieve champion status. The dull beast's strength was commendable as well. Its level of 30 indicated it had reached the mid to late stage of elite status, which significantly alleviated Zi'an's burdens. For Zi'an, this was indeed good news. He was not fixated on training a Pokémon from scratch. As long as the Pokémon was of suitable level, he saw no issue. With proper bonding, the Pokémon could still exhibit considerable strength. Lastly, there was the held item, the Deep Sea Cardamom Bracelet. Zi'an had never heard of this item, neither in this world nor in the anime of his past life, but he was aware of two remarkably similar items, the Gal Cardamom Bracelet and the Gal Cardamom Wreath. These were items that facilitated the evolution of dull beasts in specific regional forms. The evolved forms, Dull Shell Beast and Dull King, not only exhibited significant differences in appearance, but also transformed their type from water psychic to poison psychic. Nevertheless, Zi'an preferred the original form. Fully aware that the regional form of Dull King was governed by the large-tongued shell, reminiscent of how Paras evolves into Parasect. Dull Beast, could you show me what you're carrying? Zi'an inquired after a moment of thought, eager to understand the uniqueness of the Deep Sea Cardamom Bracelet. The dull beast readily complied, removing the bracelet and levitating it with its psychic abilities. Zi'an accepted it, examining it closely. The purple, withered vines formed a circle, with faint energy patterns swirling across the surface. Just a brief gaze felt as though it would draw him into the depths of the ocean. Additionally, 3 bead-like fruits were embedded within, each a deep blue, lending an air of profundity compared to the ordinary orange-red. Zi'an marveled internally. Truly, it was an item of premium quality, and its appearance alone was astonishing. However, it seemed this item held little utility for the dull beast, as it was not a regional form. Even if it were to be bitten by a large-tongued shell while holding this, it likely would not evolve, right? Zi'an felt uncertain, for this was reality, and he could not entirely apply the information from his past life. This item is remarkable, but you likely cannot harness the power within it, can you? Zi'an returned the item to the dull beast, a hint of curiosity in his voice. The dull beast gently nodded, its voice resonating in Zi'an's mind. This was a gift from it, found deep within a certain ocean. Who was this it? The dull beast did not withhold its past, recounting its experiences in detail to Zi'an. Both Zi'an and the other two Pokémon listened intently, further solidifying Zi'an's conviction regarding the dull beast's connection to Lugia. Simultaneously, he harbored certain conjectures regarding the innate talent of the dull Pokémon, presumably bestowed upon it by Lugia. It appeared that he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure, effortlessly managing to tame a creature linked to a legendary Pokémon. As for the future rendezvous between the dull Pokémon and Lugia, Zi'an felt little concern. To him, his Pokémon were akin to family and companions. He had never perceived them as mere possessions around which all actions and thoughts revolved. He cherished the notion that his Pokémon possessed their own aspirations and dreams, requiring only his guidance to forge ahead and realize them one by one. Subsequently, Zi'an engaged in prolonged discourse with the dull Pokémon, imparting wisdom on how to ascend to the status of a dull king. He immediately produced the proof of kingship and the highest quality shelter, informing it that he could assist in its transformation into a dull king at that very moment. The dull Pokémon pondered for a considerable time, but ultimately shook its head, conveying to Zi'an that its intuition suggested that the time for its evolution had not yet arrived. Zi'an nodded thoughtfully in response. He too felt that the timing for evolution was somewhat off. In his view, the preparations were not yet complete, and indeed, it was not an opportune moment for such a transformation. Chapter 038. The arrangement for evolution for any Pokémon represents a profoundly significant phase, a pivotal juncture capable of altering destinies. Naturally, Zi'an placed considerable emphasis on this, continuously contemplating how to maximize the benefits of evolution. In his perspective, achieving a flawless evolution necessitated that the Pokémon solidify the foundations of its current stage while simultaneously considering numerous factors during the process. Elements such as the environment and various items wield substantial influence over the evolution, particularly for those Pokémon with specific requirements. Meticulous preparation is essential to avoid hastily executed evolutions that squander the potential of the Pokémon's current stage. Although the dull Pokémon's foundation had been honed effectively, there remained room for enhancement. Moreover, Zi'an needed to undertake more detailed preparations for the evolution, necessitating a certain amount of time for planning. The dull Pokémon also expressed that this was the most suitable choice at present, trusting that Zi'an would arrange everything meticulously for it. Upon returning to the room rented at the Pokémon Center, Zi'an prepared lunch for everyone, laying out the energy cubes and specialized Pokémon food while he himself dined on takeout at the computer desk. Following his recent acquisition of the dull Pokémon, he had also prioritized the planned evolution. It was time to commence preparations for certain matters. His primary focus was to research locations conducive to his Pokémon's evolution. Firstly, for the dull fire camel, the ideal locale would naturally be a volcano. Zi'an swiftly perused several volcanoes within this world, setting aside other regions, as the Dragon Summer region alone harbored several. Among them, the two most renowned were located in the core volcanic cluster of the Haisha Desert to the east of Haisha City, and the Yinshan on Sanhai Island. The former, being larger in scale, promised superior results but posed significant travel risks. The latter, while featuring only a single volcanic crater, was closer in proximity. And there were collaborative efforts with the local Pokémon species, including designated training and evolution sites established near the crater. Zi'an found himself with limited options. Had he possessed a champion Pokémon at present, he would have unhesitatingly chosen to venture to Haisha City. However, given his current modest capabilities, he had no choice but to opt for the latter. After finalizing the decision, he began to sift through potential evolution sites for the dull Pokémon. Yet, upon reviewing numerous locations, he deemed them unsuitable. Some of the well-known aquatic areas within the Dragon Summer region primarily manifested as rivers or lakes. While these might be ideal for the majority of water-type Pokémon, Zi'an believed they were not appropriate for the dull Pokémon. As one destined to become a sage of the seas, he felt the evolution site should ideally be situated over the ocean. Though lacking concrete evidence, Zi'an's intuition strongly urged him that the ocean was the optimal choice. After contemplating, Zi'an resolved not to deliberate further, since the idea had taken root. He would simply take the dull Pokémon to the sea. As for the electric dragon, there was no such necessity. It naturally had no need for Zi'an's intervention in completing its final evolution stage. This situation bore both advantages and disadvantages. The positive aspect was that it alleviated a significant burden, while the downside entailed potential complications in enhancing qualifications later on. Nonetheless, Zi'an was not overly concerned, for he understood that bestowing high-quality talents could aid in elevating a Pokémon's qualifications, with the Dullfire Camel serving as a prime example. As long as fortune favored him and he acquired a talent of high quality, the electric dragon's innate abilities would assuredly reach the pinnacle or beyond. With the location established, Zi'an began to contemplate another matter, the financial aspect. Nurturing Pokémon inherently demanded considerable financial resources, and he intended to cultivate all his Pokémon to the highest standards, which would likely require a staggering sum. Fortunately, Zi'an had the system at his disposal. Otherwise, he would lack any confidence in acquiring such funds. Currently, the best strategy he could conceive was to utilize his treasure-seeking talent to explore the wild, searching for undiscovered precious artifacts or high-quality Pokémon. The Thousand Lakes City presented itself as an excellent locale, with countless lakes concealing untold treasures. With the dull Pokémon's assistance, pinpointing the precise locations for submerged treasure hunts would be remarkably straightforward. Zi'an briefed the dull Pokémon on the situation, to which it responded affirmatively, even mentioning several locations it knew of that harbored treasures. Previously, these items had been of little use to it as a solitary Pokémon, so it had not paid them much heed. However, now that Zi'an required them, the dull Pokémon readily divulged this information. It seemed that they would indeed be quite busy in the days to come. Zi'an smiled at his Pokémon, but he did not intend to embark on an adventure just yet. Instead, he aimed to undertake some foundational preparations. The following day, Zi'an set out early with his Pokémon, having already selected the location the previous evening. After more than 2 hours of travel, he finally arrived at the destination. Located 5 kilometers north of the city, Dongshin Lake. In contrast to the Lingxi Lake of the previous day, this locale appeared sparsely populated. Aside from a few Pokémon drinking by the shore, not a single human figure was in sight. Zi'an activated his treasure-seeking talent, swiftly identifying the most valuable locations based on the size of the ripples indicated by his ability. In total, there were 4 sites. One possessed an item of kingly quality or exceptional caliber, while 3 others contained items of special quality or superior grade. Below that, there were over a dozen of lesser quality, though Zi'an deemed it unnecessary to pursue them diligently. Of course, should he happen upon them during his search, he would certainly collect them. Finding a secluded spot, Zi'an retrieved a set of diving equipment from his backpack and donned it. Compared to his previous life, many aspects of technology in this world were more advanced, including diving equipment. The entire ensemble, a sleek black bodysuit covering his body, appeared thin yet provided excellent insulation. On his back rested a propulsion device, roughly the size of an ordinary backpack, complemented by a smaller propulsion unit in his hands. Designed to enhance thrust, while simultaneously allowing for control over direction and positioning. Enlisting the assistance of his electric dragon to keep watch from the shore, Zi'an summoned his dull beast, securing the fully enclosed mask over his face. After confirming that the oxygen supply systems on either side were functioning properly, he submerged into the water alongside it. In an instant, the dim underwater scene unfolded before his eyes. Zi'an pressed a switch on his diving mask, and the previously blurry view sharpened into crystal clarity. As he gazed around, he observed a myriad of aquatic Pokémon gracefully gliding through the water, each exhibiting a vibrant vitality. Schools of Magikarp swayed lazily, the majority showcasing their striking red hues. Yet, other Pokémon were present as well, such as Goldeen, Seaking, and Tadpole. He even spotted whalemare, round tadpoles, starfish, and mantis shrimp at the riverbed. After a brief appreciation of the underwater scenery, Zi'an and Dull Beast pressed on, guided by the innate instincts within his mind, swiftly heading towards the source of the strongest ripples. Chapter 039, Damp Rocks. This location was a fissure at the riverbed, surrounded by a few blue tadpoles and frog-like Pokémon. The round tadpole and blue toad are water and ground-type Pokémon, with the latter evolving into the formidable Toad King with a total base stat of 509, making it a rather impressive creature if utilized effectively. Zi'an paused to ascertain his position, utilizing his reading function to inspect the Pokémon present, confirming that the ripples were not caused by any Pokémon. Additionally, he found solace in the fact that there were no Toad Kings in sight. The strongest among them was merely a level 29 blue toad. Are you confident, dull beast? Zi'an silently mused, unperturbed by the possibility that dull beast might not hear him. Before their descent, dull beast had been maintaining a telepathic connection with Zi'an through its psychic abilities. Piece of cake, came the calm and confident response. After a nod, dull beast surged forward. Zi'an remained stationary, his gaze intensely focused on the impending battle. Directing his commands at this juncture was impractical, particularly since he had only recently captured dull beast the day before. Although they had engaged in 2 battles at the arena yesterday, their synergy could not be honed to perfection in such a short span of time. Thus, Zi'an's priority was to diligently observe dull beast's combat habits, both to facilitate its future training and to foster a more profound understanding of their teamwork. As dull beast approached within a certain range, a resounding thud echoed within its body, unleashing a powerful aura. Belly drum. This was an exceptionally effective transformation move, consuming half of its total stamina to maximize its attack potential. The formidable energy surged forth like an inflated balloon, and dull beast, with a glint of ferocity in its eyes, locked onto its target below, concentrating its psychic energy in front of its head, launching itself like a cannonball. Mind hammer. Not only that, Zi'an could distinctly sense the surrounding lake water being drawn in, swirling around dull beast as if compelled by an extraordinary force. What should have been a slow movement was accelerated by the water's propulsion, causing dull beast to plunge down with incredible speed, akin to a cannonball. The blue toad, targeted by this onslaught, barely had time to react before being struck by the psychic mind hammer, instantly crashing into the riverbed and losing consciousness. Zi'an's eyes lit up. Although the approach was somewhat brutish, the power exhibited was undeniably impressive. Moreover, the peculiarity of the lake's water was likely a manifestation of dull beast's innate ability to manipulate water, a gift bestowed by the deity of currents. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. Dull beast rapidly descended, unleashing waves of psychic energy indiscriminately upon the encroaching blue toads and round tadpoles. In less than a minute, dull beast had thoroughly cleared the area, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Zi'an nodded in quiet approval, despite the swiftness of the battle. He had gleaned insights into dull beast's current combat tendencies. Confidence, decisiveness, and a commitment to giving its all. It bore no resemblance to the ordinary, clumsy nature associated with typical dull beasts. It was as though a king had emerged. Feeling a moment of reflection, Zi'an activated the propulsion device on his hand to steer himself over, surveying the surroundings and selecting several high-quality round tadpoles to capture with his pokeballs. Observing this, dull beast did not perceive Zi'an's actions as rash. It understood there must be deeper reasoning behind such captures. Having lived in the wild for so long, it was acutely aware of the hierarchy of strength, where the weak inevitably became fodder for the strong. Zi'an sensed dull beast's gaze upon him and offered a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate. Capturing the round tadpoles was a strategic move to secure funds. Pokémon of superior quality represented a valuable acquisition. Had it not been for the recent announcement by the Breeders' Guild regarding the classification of Pokémon quality, I would have been at a loss on how to substantiate the high quality of these creatures. Zi'an pondered internally. Not long ago, the World Pokémon Breeder Association, in conjunction with the breeding departments of the 8 regional leagues, had jointly published a classification system for individual Pokémon quality differences. While it was well known that disparities existed among Pokémon, there was previously no accurate means of assessment, only vague conclusions. This new classification system provided trainers and breeders with a reference standard, significantly reducing instances of unseemly behavior, such as the indiscriminate abandonment of Pokémon or misallocation of resources in training. The classification delineated 6 tiers: inferior, average, superior, exceptional, followed by the ranks of champion and king. Zi'an noted that this system mirrored the grading he was familiar with, though he had only encountered the king tier. The specifics of the tiers above remained a mystery. Disregarding the unconscious round tadpoles and blue toads around them, dull beast and Zi'an continued their search for treasures in this underwater realm. Soon, guided by the instincts in his mind, Zi'an uncovered a stone enveloped in aquamarine crystal nestled within a crevice. Damp rock, exceptional. This was an exceedingly rare water-type item, which, when held by a Pokémon, could extend the duration of rain when used. In terms of functionality, it belonged to the elite tier of items, as it was indispensable for rain teams, and its exceptional quality would undoubtedly entice the majority of water-type specialists. As for its worth, such weather-related items, even of the most basic quality, would fetch no less than 200,000 to 300,000. The piece in his possession, being of exceptional quality, could easily start at 7 to 8 million, potentially exceeding 10 million with the right buyer. However, after a moment of contemplation, Zi'an decided against selling it immediately. Instead, he pondered whether it could be utilized within his team. Although his initial strategy revolved around his spatial team, incorporating elements of other battle systems, such as a rain team, was not out of the question. Thus, he resolved to keep it for now. Even if it proved unnecessary later on, selling it would still yield a profit. To ascertain the quality of any item reaching the pinnacle of excellence, its price tends to exhibit remarkable stability. With their treasures secured, Zi'an and the Dai beast swiftly departed from the vicinity, nearly gliding to another location. Along their journey, they encountered two less guarded spots, effortlessly acquiring a superior water stone and a medium-grade heartstone. They also encountered several aggressive sprites, but fortunately, their levels were low enough for the Dai beast to handle with ease. This particular location was somewhat distant. The duo traversed for a substantial half-hour, almost crossing the vast expanse of the lake before arriving at their destination. Chapter 040. The Octopus Barrel. A perilous maneuver. As they drew closer, the pair gradually halted, their expressions turning grave as they gazed ahead. In the distance, a crimson octopus loomed, surrounded by a school of cerulean fish that swirled around it, effectively encasing the creature. The octopus barrel and the iron cannon fish represent a species that undergoes a drastic transformation upon evolution. The initial form of the iron cannon fish metamorphoses directly into the octopus. This transformation is indeed peculiar. The reason for their pause was the formidable presence of the octopus barrel. Sprite. Octopus barrel affinity, 70 gender, female type, water level, 40 potential, exceptional ability, sniper, increases the power of moves that strike critical hits. Item, mysterious water drop, superior, enhances the power of water type moves when held. Moves, talent, at level 40. This creature boasted a 10-level advantage over the current Dai beast, and being in a fully evolved state with an impressive base stat total of 480, posed a significant challenge. Furthermore, there were over 20 iron cannon fish nearby. Although their levels hovered around 20, their combined strength could overwhelm the Dai beast. A careful inspection of the surrounding iron cannon fish confirmed the absence of any monarch-level potential, indicating that this place was indeed a treasure trove. However, given the circumstances, the Dai beast would likely struggle to contend with the octopus alone. With Electric Dragon and Fire Llama unable to assist, the duo deliberated and ultimately decided to proceed. This was not merely a reckless gamble. They had devised a pragmatic strategy, and the Dai beast expressed confidence that with proper coordination, their chances of success were substantial. After contemplating, Zi'an acquiesced. If his own sprite was willing to take the risk, it would be unwise for him, as a trainer, to falter. It is crucial to note that psychic-type sprites are known for abandoning trainers the most. Should their superior intellect deem one unworthy, they may depart without hesitation. Zi'an maneuvered his propulsion device a safe distance away, ensuring they were at an appropriate position before mentally coordinating with the Dai beast. The Dai beast's gaze sharpened with focus, and without hesitation, it swam forth, gathering energy in its mouth. While the energy coalesced, it utilized its water manipulation abilities to draw from the surrounding lake, forming a colossal spinning sphere. Water pulse. A water sphere nearly 2 to 3 times larger than a standard water pulse was unleashed, hurtling towards the slumbering octopus barrel. The octopus, previously with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, sensing the impending threat and swiftly turning its gaze in that direction. The whistling attack approached in an instant, prompting a shift in the octopus's expression. Yet, instead of evading, it unleashed a powerful beam from its cannon-like mouth, directly colliding with the incoming water pulse. Octopus barrel cannon. The two forces collided midair, resulting in a violent explosion that sent shockwaves rippling through the lake. The surrounding iron cannon fish were tossed about by the residual energy, but the Dai beast remained unaffected, skillfully calming the tumultuous waves with its water manipulation. Barrel cannon. The octopus barrel emitted a thunderous roar, its deep voice resonating even underwater. A red silhouette emerged from the explosion, glaring furiously at the Dai beast, unleashing a barrage of spherical seeds like bullets from a machine gun. Seed machine gun. The Dai beast remained unfazed, deftly maneuvering its body through the water with astonishing speed, evading the seed projectiles. As the octopus drew nearer, the Dai beast opened its mouth, producing a sound that conjured a circular bubble, which struck the octopus barrel not far from its position. Yawn. The approaching octopus barrel momentarily froze, and in that instant, the Dai beast executed a swift teleportation, vanishing from its original position and reappearing at a greater distance. An overwhelming drowsiness engulfed the octopus barrel. Despite its attempts to rally its spirit, it found itself unable to escape the clutches of slumber. Observing the now motionless octopus barrel, the die-die beast directed the surrounding waters to carry it away. With the greatest threat neutralized, it turned its attention to the remaining dozen iron cannon fish. Time was of the essence, and the die-die beast dared not linger, propelling itself toward the panicking iron cannon fish. Yet, these iron cannon fish were tenacious, launching a frenzied assault against the die-die beast. Did they succeed? Zi'an's eyes gleamed with excitement as he watched the area gradually clear. He deftly navigated his propulsion device towards the now vacant space. This was their plan, to incapacitate the most formidable threat, the octopus barrel, with a yawn, allowing the die-die beast to fend off the swarm of iron cannon fish while he searched for treasures in the interim. Zi'an moved swiftly, maximizing the power of his propulsion device, while the die-die beast simultaneously intercepted the iron cannon fish and manipulated the waters to facilitate his rapid advance. Determining the area based on his mental map, Zi'an began his search. Fortune smiled upon him once more, as he quickly discovered a diamond-shaped crystal ensnared within a rock. With no time to admire its appearance, he grasped it, only to find it stuck and difficult to extricate. Fortunately, he hoisted the entire rock, which was small enough to manage with one hand, aided by the buoyancy of the water. Just then, a furious crimson figure surged toward him, its target clear. Zi'an. The enraged octopus barrel had gathered energy in its mouth, preparing to unleash an octopus barrel cannon aimed directly at him. Zi'an adjusted the power of his propulsion device to its maximum, and with the die-die beast assisting from afar, he narrowly evaded the terrifying attack while clutching the stone. The die-die beast swiftly swam over to join him, and Zi'an placed a hand on its shoulder. Teleportation. In the next moment, a surge of psychic energy erupted, and the pair vanished without a trace, leaving behind an irate octopus barrel and a battered swarm of iron cannon fish. On the shore, amidst a ripple of spatial distortion, Zi'an and the die-die beast materialized out of thin air, landing steadily upon the ground. The nearby electrode was startled, but upon realizing it was Zi'an and his slowpoke, it breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly approached with a light jog, clutching its backpack. The two humans and their Pokémon simply exchanged glances, bursting into laughter simultaneously. Perfect. Although the entire process had encountered a moment of peril, it was fortunate that Slowpoke came through, executing a swift teleport that allowed Zi'an to escape unscathed. One could only commend the prowess of such a wild escape technique. With the ability to transport others instantaneously, future adventures in the wilderness would undoubtedly offer a multitude of choices. Chapter 041. Bountiful Gains, Chaotic Spirit Stream Lake. Setting down the stone he had been holding, Zi'an carefully examined the crystal lodged within its center. Is this a Z crystal? The vaguely familiar appearance instantly struck a chord with him, and in his uncertainty, he promptly checked with his system. Common Z, unactivated. Indeed. Zi'an's heart surged with initial excitement, but he quickly regained his composure. What does it mean for it to be unactivated? Could this be the reason why? Despite years of development, the Pokémon system in this world has yet to uncover the Z-move mechanics? How does one activate such a thing? Zi'an had no answers at present and could only set it aside, hoping for future research possibilities. After taking a moment to regroup and noticing that it was still early, Zi'an deemed it unnecessary to return just yet. He thus proceeded towards another lake. Continuing his treasure-hunting journey, one must say that Qianhu City truly is a splendid locale, with each lake harboring a wealth of hidden treasures. Had these treasures been located elsewhere, they might have long been pillaged by throngs of trainers, leaving no room for Zi'an to capitalize on the finds here. Perhaps some have attempted to scour this city. Yet even water-type Pokémon find it challenging to navigate underwater. The overall difficulty remains significantly higher than on land, and often, the efforts invested do not equate to the rewards reaped. Moreover, some treasures are deeply concealed. Without Zi'an's acute radar-like instincts, discovering them would indeed be no easy feat. During this period, Zi'an adjusted his daily itinerary. Based on a week's framework, he planned 4 days for wilderness exploration and treasure hunting, 2 days in the city for training and battling, and the final day dedicated to rest and relaxation. After all, both he and his Pokémon are not made of iron. Furthermore, this day serves not only for leisure, but also for Pokémon checkups, resource procurement, and the sale of treasures acquired in the wild. These tasks are crucial for laying a solid foundation for the subsequent 6 days. As time passed, Zi'an and his Pokémon traversed the area, gradually exploring the majority of the surrounding lakes. He chose those that were open and resource-rich, thus maintaining a brisk pace in his explorations. However, there was one location he consistently avoided, despite its bounty and openness: Spirit Stream Lake. Currently, that area is in utter disarray, a chaos spurred by the rumors of a Dratini that have swept through the city, even spreading online for an unknown length of time. There, the ratio of humans to Pokémon has become alarmingly skewed, often leading to friction and brawls. This turmoil intensified following recent eyewitness accounts of both Dratini and Dragonair, rendering the situation even more frenzied. Given that this is an outdoor setting, the city government of Qianhu faces great difficulty in maintaining order, barely managing to prevent the outbreak of larger disturbances. Zi'an's reluctance to venture their stems from the chaos, and another concern relayed to him by Slowpoke. It is indeed true that a family of Dratini resides in that lake, consisting of 3 Dratini and 1 Dragonair. However, unbeknownst to all, lurking in the shadows is a formidable entity, a Dragonite, a fearsome quasi-deity with the strength of a champion-level Pokémon, an absolute dominator in any wilderness. Half a year prior, for reasons unknown, it arrived here and successfully hatched 3 Dratini. During the time when Lugia was present, Slowpoke had crossed paths with them and even engaged in a few exchanges to get acquainted. However, recently, the Dragonite had ventured away, explaining its absence in recent days. As for its return, Slowpoke speculates it should be within the next few days. Should it return, trainers who have been targeting its mate and offspring will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Hence, Zi'an has maintained a significant distance from that location, having no intention of revisiting. A presence at the pinnacle of the championship, particularly a wild quasi-deity, is not something one could confront lightly. Should it unleash its wrath, subduing it would likely require the intervention of the current regional league champion. Nevertheless, even in avoiding that chaos, Zi'an's accomplishments during this period have been remarkable. He currently possesses 25,600,000 Dragon Summer coins. It is important to note that this figure is not the total, but rather the balance remaining after accounting for various resource expenditures during this time, excluding the exceptional quality items or treasures he has discovered. As for those exceptional items, Zi'an has retained every single one without selling any. The total consists of 9 items: 2 water stones, 1 leaf stone, 1 water gem, 1 damp rock, 1 icy rock, 1 common Z crystal, 1 water Z crystal, and 1 evolution stone for Swampert. Naturally, Zi'an places the utmost importance on the last evolution stone. He never anticipated acquiring one so early, especially since this evolution stone is not in an unactivated state like the Z crystal. It signifies that it is indeed usable. The emergence of this evolution stone has also allowed Zi'an to establish a targeted goal for his future Pokémon planning. After all, Swampert is an exceptionally capable Pokémon, and its Mega Evolution boasts incredibly high base stats and a remarkable ability, making it a formidable force in rainy conditions. However, there is no immediate need to seek another Pokémon, as Zi'an already possesses 3 Pokémon, in addition to the egg of a Bagon, and capturing another would only add to his current burden. Speaking of the Bagon egg, after an extensive investment of time and effort, it has now progressed from the embryonic stage to the formative stage. Its appearance has notably changed. The egg has grown several sizes larger, and the surface pattern has evolved from a white base with green circles to a blue base adorned with silver-white motifs. At this stage, anyone with a modicum of experience could reasonably infer the nature of the Pokémon within. Consequently, Zi'an has kept the egg by his side for the majority of this time, when he must temporarily store it at the Pokémon Center. He spares no expense to arrange for a discreet storage, ensuring that Nurse Joy personally oversees its care. His caution is not directed at Nurse Joy herself, but rather at the other staff members within the Pokémon Center. After all, with such a large facility, numerous employees are present. And while Nurse Joy would never harbor ill intentions towards the egg, the same cannot be guaranteed for the other staff members. Furthermore, the enhancement of the Pokémon has reached remarkable heights. After a fortnight of exploration, battles, and rigorous training, the strength of the team has visibly improved. Chapter 042, New Talent. Annihilating Thunder. To begin with, the sluggish fire camel has ascended to level 24, crossing the threshold between the ordinary and elite ranks. With just one more level, a significant power surge will ensue. However, after careful consideration, Zi'an has adjusted the training regimen and cultivation approach for the sluggish fire camel, shifting from a steady ascent to a more methodical strategy. After all, level 30 is the threshold for evolution, and in order to allow ample time for a comprehensive evolution plan, it is indeed prudent to moderate the level advancement. This way, once all preparations are in place, the evolution at level 30 can proceed smoothly. Although it is possible to suppress evolution with an Everstone, Zi'an believes it is preferable for the sluggish fire camel to delay its evolution slightly. Ideally, he wishes to fully unearth the current potential of his Pokémon. Should the rate of potential discovery lag behind the speed of level advancement, only then would it be the most opportune moment to utilize the Everstone. As for the Electric Dragon and Drowsy Beast, they have only advanced by 2 levels, reaching level 37 and level 32, respectively. In comparison to the sluggish fire camel, their circumstances are more stable, alleviating concerns of sudden evolution. Thus, Zi'an merely observes their training and implements more meticulous adjustments on a daily basis. Moreover, during this period, the Pokémon have learned numerous new moves, with nearly a third of Zi'an's expenditures devoted to acquiring various move discs. The Yan Lake Training Park is a superior training venue compared to public facilities. In addition to communal training areas, there are dedicated training zones established for stronger trainers to cultivate their Pokémon. Zi'an has been training here lately, as his newfound wealth and the enhanced strength of his Pokémon have rendered the public training areas less effective, sometimes even hindering the training process. Additionally, after acquiring the Lava Mastery ability, the destructive capacity of the sluggish fire camel has reached an exceptionally high level, particularly in terms of environmental devastation. A single eruption of magma-infused flame can scatter molten rock in all directions, posing a risk of injury to onlookers. Thus, Zi'an invested in reserving an exclusive training zone to circumvent potential issues. Any damage to the venue can be rectified with a modest expenditure. At this moment, 2 Pokémon are diligently training, releasing magma and lightning in a choreographed manner to achieve their training objectives. Zi'an stands at a distance, observing the intense thunder with a satisfied expression. Truly, the golden talent is evident, as the ordinary lightning released is several times more potent than standard electric moves. Zi'an softly murmurs, gazing at the electric dragon enveloped in thunder, his eyes sparkling with pride. Not long ago, after enduring countless clear skies, the system finally bestowed upon him a golden talent, perfectly suited for the electric dragon. Talent: Annihilating Thunder. Quality: Gold. Effects: Electric affinity increased by 200. Energy storage capacity enhanced by 200. Immunity to ground-type moves while dealing double damage. Ability to compress electric energy to augment its power. And the potential for internal electric energy to undergo overclocking. This golden talent boasts 5 effects, each meticulously tailored for electric-type Pokémon. The 200 enhancement in electric affinity allows for greater mastery over electricity, while the doubled energy storage capacity significantly bolsters its endurance, alleviating concerns about energy shortages during battle. Furthermore, it directly compensates for the immunity electric types have against ground moves, overturning that immunity while inflicting double damage. This constitutes a formidable asset, if utilized wisely. It may yield unexpectedly advantageous outcomes in future battles. The last 2 effects are particularly transformative. Initially, Zi'an was uncertain about their application. But after this period of practice and exploration, he and the electric dragon have discerned a general methodology. In essence, it involves compressing electric energy to amplify its power, effectively enhancing the quality and lethality of the energy. Moreover, this compression seems to be limitless. As long as the electric dragon can withstand it, given sufficient time, it can continuously compress energy, potentially even reaching the stage of liquid electricity. The final aspect, termed overclocking, involves allowing the compressed electricity to circulate within the body, enabling the release of electric energy in its compressed state for a brief period. The extent of this overclocked electric energy's potency remains for the electric dragon to discover through further training and exploration. It is undeniable that the golden talent has proven to be invaluable, be it the sluggish fire camel's lava mastery, the drowsy beast's blessing of tides, or the annihilating thunder. Each effect can remarkably enhance any Pokémon's capabilities. Moreover, upon acquiring this talent, the electric dragon's potential has surged from its original rank to the esteemed king level. Nearby, the drowsy beast hovers in midair, emitting a gentle psychic aura, surrounded by a gentle breeze that lifts its form up and down. The blessing of tides talent not only governs water, but also bestows control over the winds. As a gift from Lugia, its mastery over currents naturally extends to wind manipulation, an area in which it excels. However, due to the drowsy beast's lack of flying attributes and its previous preference for aquatic environments, its wind control was initially weaker than its water manipulation. Nevertheless, after this period of training, the drowsy beast has caught up in its command over the winds. Now, it can effortlessly soar through the skies with Zi'an for half an hour without difficulty. Noticing that time is drawing near, Zi'an calls everyone back to conclude today's training. Everyone, tomorrow we shall return to Tianyun City, where a competition awaits that will require our utmost effort. As he addresses his 3 Pokémon with a smile, their eyes light up with anticipation. However, the electric dragon soon appears contemplative, a look of regret crossing its face. Understanding its sentiment, Zi'an gently pats its head in consolation, saying, "It's all right. If you cannot participate this time, there will be future opportunities. This time, we shall rely on the sluggish fire camel." The competition he refers to is indeed the initial assessment, organized by the school to evaluate the progress of new students and their Pokémon over the past month. Only the first Pokémon acquired from the school may compete, thus limiting participation to the sluggish fire camel alone. Even the drowsy beast, captured later, cannot join the fray. The drowsy beast accepts this without protest, for its temperament is the most mature among the trio, and its psychic abilities, along with its gradually manifesting unique aura, render it exceptionally perceptive. Zi'an often discusses matters with the drowsy beast to uncover the most favorable solutions. Chapter 043, Departure, an Unexpected Life and Death Crisis. Miss Joy, I am truly grateful for the care you have provided to the Pokémon egg during this time. In the Pokémon Center, Zi'an accepted the incubator handed to him by Miss Joy, gazing at the blue and silver patterned egg with a tone of heartfelt appreciation. "No need to thank me. It is simply my duty," Miss Joy replied with a warm smile, her impression of the young man before her quite favorable. Although their acquaintance was brief, she had observed his earnest dedication to nurturing the Pokémon egg. Not only had he acquired various high-quality hatching liquids for its care, but he frequently sought her advice on methods to cultivate Pokémon eggs. Furthermore, he was quite generous, often bringing her delightful treats and inviting her out for meals whenever he had the opportunity. If it weren't for his youth, she might have contemplated pursuing him romantically. After all, while marrying Miss Joy would necessitate a form of adoption, countless men would eagerly embrace such an opportunity. Should he succeed, power, beauty, and wealth would be within reach, rendering the condition of adoption trivial in comparison. After a pleasant exchange, Zi'an informed her of his impending departure. With a hint of reluctance in her gaze, Miss Joy watched him return to his rented room. His flight tickets had been booked in advance, and after a brief packing of his belongings, he set out with his Pokémon towards the airport. Along the way, he diligently searched online for updates regarding Tianyun City, eager to ascertain any developments that may have transpired during his absence. He had not forgotten the reason for his departure from Tianyun City to Qianhu City, the frequent appearances of the Hunter Guild and the potential activity of the legendary molters in the vicinity. He had come here to avoid the spotlight. Now, nearly half a month later, there had been no significant developments, leaving him uncertain whether molters had stealthily departed or if greater dangers remained undisclosed. While it would undoubtedly be safer to return only after all threats had dissipated, he pondered the implications of not participating in the upcoming entrance examination at his school, especially in terms of explaining his absence to Qinming. Half an hour later, Zi'an had checked in and boarded the plane, once again opting for first class, as he relished the solitude and tranquility it offered. The aircraft quickly ascended, and he initially believed he would enjoy a peaceful journey lasting over 2 hours. However, shortly after takeoff, a thunderous roar reverberated through the cabin, shattering the calm. Roar! In an instant, Zi'an felt a jolt of anxiety wash over him, as if some unseen force were bearing down upon him, accompanied by a profound sense of oppression. What is happening? He gasped for breath to alleviate the sensation and hurriedly glanced out the window, his pupils constricting in shock. Below, he recognized a familiar lake. Lingxi Lake. The source of the terrifying pressure materialized in the form of 2 figures soaring through the sky. Upon closer inspection, he could hardly suppress his astonishment. What the hell? The 2 Pokémon were a Salamence and a Dragonite, with the former being pursued relentlessly by the latter, and atop the Salamence's head clung a figure. More alarmingly, the Salamence's claws grasped 2 cages, within which were 2 mini Dratini. The situation was all too evident. Capturing the offspring of a peak champion-level Dragonite was an audacious gamble. As he cursed inwardly, a blinding beam of destructive energy shot toward the aircraft, striking the left wing with a thunderous impact. It was a hyper beam. Without a clear understanding of the assailant, the entire structure began to tremble violently. Zi'an struggled to maintain his balance, clutching the pokeball containing his Drowsy tightly. Should anything go awry, he would release Drowsy immediately, prioritizing his survival above all else. In the wake of the aircraft being hit, the cabin erupted in a dazzling display of red warning lights, and the flight attendant's urgent voice pierced through the chaos. Zi'an had no time to spare, as he felt the plane begin to spiral uncontrollably. The The cacophony of screams and the sounds of pokeballs opening filled the air, plunging the scene into utter pandemonium. Without hesitation, he pressed the button to release Drowsy, placing a hand upon its back the moment it emerged. Teleport now. Drowsy sensed the imminent danger and, almost instantaneously, the psychic energy surged forth as they vanished from sight. A powerful wave of dizziness assaulted Zi'an's mind, but he gritted his teeth, holding on until he and Drowsy materialized in midair. His body plummeted, but soon a gentle breeze enveloped him, suspending him aloft. Regaining his composure, Zi'an looked around and quickly spotted the spiraling aircraft descending in the distance. With no time to dwell on the safety of the passengers, his first instinct was to distance himself from the area. Two terrifying presences swept overhead, and upon glancing up, Zi'an saw the two Pokémon soaring above him, their menacing aura weighing heavily upon him. Yet, the Salamence seemed inexplicably drawn to him, circling overhead. The Dragonite, too, appeared wary, preventing itself from closing in. Roar! The Dragonite emitted a furious bellow, and Zi'an suddenly sensed its gaze fixated upon him, more specifically, on Drowsy. The Dragonite wants us gone, Zi'an quickly realized, and he attempted to use Drowsy's teleportation multiple times to shake off their pursuers. However, they seemed determined, their terrifying speed closing in with each passing second. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, Zi'an exchanged glances with Drowsy and the Dragonite. Why is it so relentless in its pursuit? The Dragonite's speed was staggering, and with Drowsy unable to teleport far due to the urgency of the situation, they remained ensnared. Noticing Drowsy's growing fatigue, Zi'an clenched his jaw, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Though unaware of the reason behind their relentless chase, he was not one to succumb to despair. He grasped another Pokeball tightly, and Drowsy, sensing his resolve, prepared for action as the winds intensified around them. With a flash of red light, Electrode was released, the surrounding gusts lifting it gracefully into the air. Electrode, use Charge Beam, Zi'an commanded, his gaze unwavering as he fixated on the approaching Salamence, maintaining an air of calm amid the brewing storm of chaos. Desperate measures were necessary. Chapter 044, Thunderous Strike. The Grave Robber Trainer. Salamence, level 81, Champion. This was a level of power that felt utterly unattainable to Zi'an. Even with his 3 Pokémon, he doubted he could even rattle the opponent. The disparity felt akin to that between an ant and a human. Yet, even an ant could inflict a painful bite. Certainly, Zi'an had never harbored any extravagant hopes that his electric dragon's assault could inflict significant damage upon the adversary. After all, he was not targeting the Dragonite itself, but rather the individual perched atop it. As the Slowpoke, accompanied by a trainer and a Pokémon, executed another instantaneous teleportation, beads of delicate sweat adorned its brow, revealing that its stamina was beginning to wane. The blessings conferred by the god of currents enhanced psychic abilities and the manipulation of water and wind, yet they provided little augmentation in terms of physical endurance. Given Slowpoke's current prowess, the ability to perform multiple consecutive teleports, especially while carrying an electric dragon in the midst of charging its energy, was commendable. Zi'an was acutely aware of this and promptly issued another command, Slowpoke. Summon the rain. Slowpoke, merely channeling its psychic abilities to conserve energy, still possessed ample water-type energy within. Without hesitation, it hurled a condensed sphere of water energy above its head. The moment it exploded, dark clouds enveloped the area, and raindrops rapidly formed in a designated zone. Observing the approaching Dragonite, Zi'an wasted no time, commanding with fervor, strike with thunder. A bolt of lightning erupted from its open eyes, a nearly tangible thunderclap soaring into the heart of the storm. The tumultuous clouds above were instantly painted a brilliant golden hue, as the rumbling thunder caused the clouds to spiral toward the center, where all the golden light converged. Slowpoke strained to maintain control over the roiling clouds above, its unleashed psychic energy firmly locking onto the opponent, predicting the imminent trajectory of the adversary's charge. In perfect synergy, the liquid-like plasma surged downward, targeting the silhouette atop Dragonite. Almost as the thunder struck, a green shield emerged around the Dragonite, indicating the use of the Protect move. The opponent, confident in their strength, was not deterred by the impending strike, yet the presence of the trainer atop necessitated the activation of the move. However, employing such a technique required division of focus, making it impossible for the opponent to sustain such high-speed momentum indefinitely. Perhaps unbeknownst to Zi'an and his Pokémon, the Dragonite certainly seized this opportunity. Exploiting the brief window afforded by the opponent's defense against the formidable attack, Zi'an reacted swiftly. He recalled the electric dragon into its Pokeball. While Slowpoke manipulated the winds to descend rapidly, both trainer and Pokémon plummeting toward the ground. The intense sensation of weightlessness was disconcerting for Zi'an. Yet he steadfastly observed Dragonite's response. He understood that although this assault might induce a fleeting pause in the opponent, it would scarcely inflict any substantial damage. Should the adversary regain composure, a counterattack was inevitable, and the consequences would be untenable for both Zi'an and Slowpoke. Fortunately, they were not alone in this encounter. A champion-level Dragonite had succumbed to a frenzy. Seizing the moment, the orange-hued figure transformed into a blur, recklessly diving down to close the gap with the Dragonite. The brief respite Zi'an and Slowpoke had fought for appeared fleeting, yet for a being of Dragonite's caliber. This seemingly brief interval was ample time to unleash several devastating blows upon the opponent. Without a hint of hesitation, Dragonite surged forward, extending its hand to firmly grasp the Dragonite's head, while its other fist, enveloped in a chilling aura, was poised for a frost punch. If the realm beneath the elite was mere mortals, then the chasm between champions and elites was equally insurmountable. There was no flourish or embellishment, only a straightforward ice-type move. Yet its power was capable of freezing an entire lake. The punch landed squarely upon the opponent's head, instantly encasing half of its body in a frigid grip, leaving the trainer atop utterly unresponsive, tragically succumbing to the impact. Coupled with the quadruple effectiveness of the attack, this singular blow sent the Dragonite hurtling away, unconscious. The two cages it bore fell to the ground, and Dragonite, moving with utmost speed, shielded its two precious companions without a moment's thought for the plummeting Dragonite or the trainer on its back. Zi'an, with keen perception, witnessed this moment and swiftly commanded, "Slowpoke, hurry over." Understanding Zi'an's intent, Slowpoke promptly directed the winds toward the spot where the Pokémon and trainer were descending. Upon arrival, they found Dragonite had crashed through a thicket of trees, lying motionless in a vast crater. The trainer beside it had been impaled by a splintered branch, hanging lifelessly, a grim sight indeed. Though Zi'an had taken lives before, the scene before him elicited a deep discomfort. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. He rushed forward to commence a search of the corpse. Aware of his lack of connections, he understood that every gain was hard-won, and seizing every opportunity was essential to amass capital and bolster his own strength. Approaching the gruesome remains, Zi'an donned a pair of disposable gloves from his backpack and began his search. Aside from the standard pokeballs at the waist, he managed to tear away a slightly damaged backpack from the trainer's back. A cursory examination revealed only superficial damage, and to his delight, it was a spatial backpack, an extraordinary find, given its inherent value and the potential treasures it might contain. However, this was not the time for inspection. Zi'an secured the backpack onto his own back and continued his search of the corpse. After thoroughly examining the body, he confirmed that apart from the pokeballs at the waist, there were no additional items of interest. Discarding the bloodied gloves, he probed the poke belt, discovering a dozen pokeballs. Half of them were empty, while the others contained Pokémon in a state of unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of demise. A glimmer of realization flashed in Zi'an's eyes. It was no wonder the opponent had refrained from deploying any additional Pokémon in such dire straits. They had all lost their fighting capability. He surmised that it was a result of the earlier confrontation with Dragonite. Swiftly testing each ball, he ultimately captured the unconscious Dragonite within one of the Ultra Balls. Having completed his task, Zi'an surveyed the area to ensure nothing was overlooked before turning to flee into the distance. After several minutes of running, he sensed it was time to relax and contemplate other matters when suddenly the sky darkened ominously, and a figure descended slowly before them. Chapter 045, The Terrifying Dragonite. A Grateful Gift. Pokémon, Dragonite. Friendship level, 95. Gender, male. Type, Dragon, Flying. Type Purification, Dragon, 95. Flying, 91. Level, 94. Champion. Domain of Might. High-tier domain, unknown. Crown, not condensed. Qualities, High Champion. Ability, Multiscale. When at full health, reduces damage taken. Carrying, Dragon's Fong, super rare. An exceptionally sharp tooth that enhances the power of Dragon-type moves when carried. Moves, Talent 1, Blessing of the Wind. Quality, Orange. Effect, increases affinity for flying type by 100, boosts the power of wind type moves by 50, and enhances speed by 50. Talent 2, King of Dragons. Quality, Orange. Effect, increases affinity for dragon type by 100, raises physical limits by 50, and amplifies the power of melee attack moves by 50. Zi'an stood in a daze, momentarily overwhelmed by the flurry of information that flashed before him. What in the world is this? The multitude of unfamiliar values left him bewildered. He had no idea that a Pokémon could possess such an array of attributes. Attributes such as purity, domain of power, and crown. Each one struck his mind like a thunderclap, and amidst the haze, he seemed to glimpse the unique nature of Pokémon in this world. Moreover, the fact that the creature possessed two talents, albeit orange rather than golden, was enough to leave him in awe. Clearly, it was not uncommon for Pokémon in this realm to harbor exceptional talents. Suppressing the chaos of thoughts, Zi'an raised his gaze to the towering Dragonite before him. At that moment, the creature was also regarding him, nodding slightly upon meeting his eyes, and then directed its attention to the Drowzee, letting out a roar. The Drowzee responded in kind, and thus began a conversation between the two Pokémon. Zi'an pondered for a moment, but chose not to interject. They were clearly acquainted, as evidenced by their earlier interference with the Dragonite, which had not retaliated against them. Of course, there remained many enigmas, such as the deceased elite trainer. How had he been so assured that the creature would not attack him and the Drowzee? And why did he not flee with his incredible speed, opting instead to circle around? Yet, such musings were now trivial. After all, once life has extinguished, it is unnecessary to dwell on such matters. What he needed to do now was to conceal himself well and reap the benefits that were rightfully his. A gust of wind swept past him, and when Zi'an regained his senses, he realized that the Dragonite had vanished, leaving behind two objects gracefully suspended in the air, supported by psychic energy. What is this? He glanced down at the Drowzee, who explained that these were gifts from the Dragonite in gratitude for their assistance. Hastily, he reached out to claim the floating treasures and examined the items closely. The two objects were a brilliantly colored scale and a blue orb. Dragon scale, rare. Hurricane orb of Dratini, elite. The former was obviously a highly unique scale that could facilitate the evolution of a Seadra into a Kingdra. The latter, however, piqued his interest. Upon reading its description and observing its appearance, he quickly deduced that it must belong to a Dratini of elite status, which could sense and manipulate the weather. A treasure deemed most precious by every Dratini. Although the effects of these items were not explicitly stated, it was evident that their absorption would significantly enhance a Pokémon's perception and control over weather. In this regard, it was clear that this item was as valuable as the Dragon Scale. Content with his acquisitions, Zi'an and the Drowzee pressed onward, soon re-entering the city of Qianhu. Upon entering, Zi'an did not immediately choose to leave. As a responsible citizen, he promptly reported the situation. After all, having materialized here from an airplane, if he did not take the initiative, he might later be summoned for questioning. Being suspected of sabotage would certainly lead to complications. After spending considerable time at the police station, Zi'an finally emerged safely. Observing the sky, he couldn't help but smile wryly, rebooking his flight for the next day, and returned to the Pokémon Center to reserve a room. Upon his return, Nurse Joy, still on duty, appeared quite surprised. Hadn't he gone to another city? Why was this young man back? Zi'an offered a brief explanation, then assisted in healing the two Pokémon that had participated in the battle before swiftly returning to his room. After preparing suitable food for each Pokémon, Zi'an retrieved the training backpack from the Dragonite's trainer and began inspecting its contents. The backpack was remarkably spacious, at least twice the size of his own. It was only half filled, and after removing some mundane items, he discovered that it contained a plethora of Pokeballs. The standard red and white balls were the most numerous, but several other types were present as well, with half of them containing Pokémon. A diverse array of species was represented, including both common and rare ones. He even spotted several from the starter trio, and finally, a quasi-legendary Pokémon. A sticky monster? Alas, my current resources are insufficient to care for you. He checked the information on this quasi-legendary with his system, and to his astonishment, it had qualifications reaching the elite level. Furthermore, there was a Dragonite egg among the contents. And given this newfound wealth, Zi'an had to reconsider acquiring another quasi-legendary. A fleeting moment of regret crossed his mind, but he quickly turned his thoughts to how to manage the quasi-legendary. Surrender it? That was out of the question. If he did that, not only would he lose the contents of this backpack, but he might also invite further trouble. He could even risk losing the Dragonite egg, which had an equally dubious origin. If this were to be pursued, he would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Thus, selling it was the only viable option. Fortunately, during his time in Qianhu City, he had frequented the black market and had become acquainted with a few characters, establishing a channel for his goods. He wondered if Old Wong would dare to take the items off his hands. Looking at the Pokeballs taken from the corpse, Zi'an mused inwardly. Aside from the Pokemon and Pokeballs, the only other valuable items were some evolution stones or tools. He also selected a few unmarked bank cards. To his surprise, these were high-end items. He had only seen them online before, and now he was holding them in his hands. This filled Zi'an with anticipation. He could hardly imagine the vast wealth of an elite trainer. Dragonite, your master finally has the means to care for you. Chapter 046, The Transaction. After spending half an hour categorizing the items he could use and those he needed to sell, Zi'an, accompanied by his well-fed Pokémon, exited the Pokémon Center once more. Magikarp Water Park. Zi'an purchased a ticket and entered, navigating with ease toward a specific area. At this moment, his expression had transformed into one of cold indifference, a stark contrast to the face he had worn when first encountering Mo Wuji. This transformation was, of course, thanks to the efforts of his Ditto, as he had no intention of appearing in his true form at the black market. Following a narrow alley, he took several turns until arriving at a public restroom, then stepped directly into the workspace within. The room was spacious, and a figure clad in work attire was seated inside. Zi'an nodded slightly and handed over 200 Longxia coins. Upon receiving them, the other party pressed a switch, and a section of the wall slowly opened. Stepping forward, Zi'an quickly descended a flight of stairs and soon arrived at a vast underground space. Compared to the black market he had visited in Tianyan City, this locale was far larger and more vibrant. Were it not for its subterranean setting, one might mistake it for a rather quaint market. He did not linger at the various stalls, as he had frequented this place several times before. Many of the systems and talents had already been thoroughly scavenged, leaving little chance for a fortunate find. He swiftly entered a nearby shop, and upon lifting his gaze, he spotted a man behind the counter, playfully teasing his female attendant. "Old Wang," he called out. Hearing his name, the man known as Old Wang turned around and, upon seeing Zi'an's face, his previously displeased expression softened into a welcoming one. "Ah, it's the Wuji brothers. I thought you were leaving Qianhu City for a while. What brings you back today?" "Some matters delayed me," Zi'an replied, offering no further explanation. Instead, he produced his spatial backpack and displayed its contents. "I have some findings. Could you take a look?" With business at hand, Old Wang readily obliged, personally guiding Zi'an into a concealed room within the shop. Sitting down at a designated spot, Zi'an wasted no time in retrieving several Pokeballs containing spirits. "Your haul looks promising," Old Wang remarked, raising an eyebrow, suspecting that Zi'an must have acquired quite a few trainer spirits. After all, under normal circumstances, it would be improbable to capture such a multitude of wild spirits unless it was a coordinated effort. However, a seasoned trader like Old Wang could swiftly discern whether the spirits were wild or had been raised by trainers. As Zi'an continued to produce more Pokeballs, Old Wang's expression transformed from curiosity to bewilderment, especially when he placed the last 6 Pokeballs, which he had pried from the bodies of fallen trainers, onto the table. His composure nearly faltered. What did he see? Legendary level spirits. And there were 3 of them. Among them, one was a Dragonite, and its imposing aura suggested an 80 likelihood that it had an owner. Legendary level spirits were figures of utmost significance, and now they lay before him, seemingly stripped from their original bearers. Old Wang's emotions were tumultuous, and he remained silent for a long moment. Zi'an merely cast a casual glance at him before breaking the silence. "What do you think? What are they worth?" The words snapped Old Wang back to reality as he gazed at the table strewn with Pokeballs, particularly the 6 attached to the belt. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "You've put me in a bit of a bind." A slight smile crept onto Zi'an's lips. "Is there anything that challenges those in your line of work?" With a hint of resigned amusement, Old Wang smiled back. Yet he still hesitated to act on the Pokeballs. "The others are fine, but those legendary level spirits pose a significant risk." "Risk? You speak of risk in your line of work?" Zi'an teased lightly, fully aware that the trade of spirits was inherently illegal, let alone those that were already owned. Engaging in such transactions was akin to placing one's head on the line. A single misstep could prove fatal. Old Wang recognized that prolonging the conversation would yield little advantage for him. After careful consideration, he said, "I can assist you in selling them, but regarding the price, as long as it isn't outrageous, I have no objections. However, you must return the belongings of these spirits to me," Zi'an interjected decisively. After all, he was engaging in a risk-free transaction, and as long as the terms remained reasonable, he was willing to allow the other party to profit. The allure of the items carried by the spirits was too enticing to ignore, especially those belonging to the legendary level spirits, whose accessories were nearly all of exceptional quality and collectively worth a considerable sum. Such treasures could command high prices anywhere, and Zi'an would not allow Old Wang to undercut him. With a clenched jaw, Old Wang acquiesced, summoning someone to retrieve the Pokeballs. However, just as they were about to take the belt, Zi'an raised his hand to halt them, smiling at Old Wong's puzzled expression. There's no rush for those 6. Let us handle the others first. Old Wong appeared momentarily stunned by this remark, but quickly nodded, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. This fellow remained as cautious as ever. Soon, Old Wong exited, only to return shortly with a strikingly attractive attendant who began serving tea and snacks to Zi'an. He merely smiled politely, making no move toward the refreshments. Human nature is inscrutable. Although he was relatively familiar with Old Wong, their relationship was merely transactional, rooted in mutual benefit. This particular transaction carried immense significance, and he could not be certain that Old Wong would refrain from undertaking dubious actions for such enticing profit. Though he was prepared, with his trusty companion by his side, he chose to retain the 6 strongest spirits as a precaution, while he intended to sell them as well. He preferred to conduct the final transaction face-to-face, ensuring that payment and delivery occurred simultaneously. Such an approach would enhance security and instill a greater sense of caution in the other party. After waiting for a full half-hour, Old Wong re-entered the room, clutching an unfamiliar bank card. 18,200,000. Take it if you're willing. Old Wong slid the card across the table. Zi'an pondered for a moment before nodding in acceptance and pocketing the card. Without waiting for further discussion, Zi'an retrieved another Pokeball from his backpack and placed it on the table. Old Wong looked on with curiosity, but his eyes widened in shock upon seeing the spirit within. Another quasi-divine spirit, and in its juvenile form. If the value of an adult spirit is determined by its current combat prowess, then the worth of a juvenile spirit is gauged by its growth potential. Among them, juvenile quasi-divine spirits are the pinnacle, with an average racial aptitude starting at the legendary level, making them the highest tier in market value. A single spirit can command a modest price, and if there is demand, the price can multiply several times over. Old Wong's gaze fixated on the Pokeball, a flicker of greed passing through his eyes as he instinctively reached for it. However, Zi'an was quicker, placing his hand atop the ball and regarding Old Wong with a knowing smile. Regaining his composure, Old Wong glanced at the 6 Pokeballs nearby and, with an apologetic expression, murmured, "I apologize for my momentary lapse." Zi'an did not respond further. He merely withdrew his hand and tapped the table lightly. "Make me an offer, for all of them." Zi'an was direct, his gaze locked onto Old Wong's face-to-face transaction with payment on delivery. At this juncture, let us not hide any high-tech tricks. Old Wong fell into contemplation upon hearing this, before nodding and standing up. "I'll go fetch the items." After a brief departure, he returned swiftly, now holding a device resembling a tablet, connected to a square-shaped apparatus. The device featured a semicircular area clearly designed for placing Pokeballs. The Pokemon Information Statistical Device is capable of presenting the information of Pokemon contained within Pokeballs, including the recently confirmed qualification values. Old Wong provided a brief introduction, and Zi'an raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Casually removing a Pokeball from the belt at his side, he placed it on the device, and without further ado, Old Wong activated it. The machine flickered momentarily, and information swiftly appeared on the screen. Pokemon, Soundwave Dragon. Energy level, 72. Gym level. Qualification, Special. Ability, Penetrate. Item, Dragon's Tooth, Exquisite. Observing the displayed information, Zi'an nodded slightly. Although the system presented limited details, it was evident that the item was extraordinary. Subsequently, the two began testing each Pokemon one by one, simultaneously discussing prices. After completing the statistical evaluation of all the Pokemon, the counterpart offered a rather ordinary price, 350 million Longxia coins. The prices of the 2 quasi-divine Pokemon accounted for at least 60%, while the remaining 30% was attributed to 2 other King-level Pokemon, and the rest was from the remaining 3. Due to the substantial amount, the other party took a full 20 minutes to prepare everything. After confirming the funds on the card, Zi'an relinquished all the Pokemon to them. Of course, all items had been removed beforehand, and 6 exquisite items now resided within Zi'an's backpack. "Well then, Old Wong, it has been a delightful collaboration this time," Zi'an said with a smile, and in the next moment, the light surrounding his drowsy erupted, causing both him and the Pokemon to vanish in an instant. Old Wong, taken aback, opened his mouth as if to speak, but then closed it, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. What a clever fellow. Just then, the door swung open, and 2 figures stepped inside. "Boss, should we pursue?" one of them inquired. Old Wong pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Exhaling softly as he said, "Let's hold off for now. First, we need to ascertain the capabilities of these Pokemon and investigate how they acquired them." We wouldn't want to chase them only to discover they are backed by several king-level or even champion-level individuals. That would spell disaster. Listening to the voices coming through his earpiece, Zi'an casually removed it and tossed it aside, a faint smile gracing his lips as he exhaled in relief. Indeed, the saying that wealth can tempt the heart was not unfounded. Old Wang had truly prepared to turn against him for a no-cost transaction. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and left. Otherwise, he could only imagine what might have transpired. I owe you one this time, Drowsy. Zi'an crouched down, affectionately stroking Drowsy's head. A flicker of sentiment in his gaze. The ability to teleport was remarkably useful. Drowsy had helped him avert numerous crises. This black market was certainly off-limits. Yet he needed to transfer the funds from the anonymous card in a relatively safe manner, which necessitated visiting another black market. Zi'an did not intend to conduct this operation in another black market within the same city. Instead, he planned to seek out one in a different city. After all, such a significant sum of money warranted extreme caution. Zi'an promptly canceled his flight ticket, simultaneously researching suitable cities online while recalibrating his route and plans. 2 days later, at Tianyan Airport, rest assured, teacher, I have disembarked. I will definitely be on time for the preliminary exam tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Zi'an stepped out of the airport, stretching in the familiar surroundings and exhaling heavily. Finally, he was back in Tianyan City. Over the past 2 days, he had traversed numerous locations, withdrawing funds from those cards one by one, consolidating everything into the card he currently utilized. After deducting various fees, he now had nearly 500 million at his disposal. The bulk of this amount stemmed from the money he spent purchasing Pokémon from Old Wang, along with the remaining balances from the cards he had pilfered from the deceased king-level trainer. Though it was significantly less than he had anticipated, he was nonetheless exceedingly satisfied with what he had acquired. Upon taking a taxi back to the home he had left for nearly half a month, Zi'an's first order of business was, naturally, to clean. His Pokémon eagerly leapt from their Pokeballs to contribute to the tidying efforts. Zi'an smiled in appreciation. Once the cleaning was nearly complete, he and his Ampharos entered the kitchen, where he skillfully prepared a variety of delectable dishes for everyone. In the living room, his Slugma made its way to the balcony, finding a comfortable spot to settle down, basking in the sunlight, and closing its eyes in enjoyment. Meanwhile, Drowsy floated in midair, hovering 3 Pokeballs before it, releasing the contained Pokémon one by one. Zi'an had previously informed Drowsy about how to evolve into a Drowsy King and had even selected a partner for it. It merely needed to choose a suitable one from the 3 Shelders, and when the time was right, it could evolve directly. Drowsy took this matter very seriously. Having requested the 3 Pokeballs from Zi'an early on to engage in a selection process that was half training and half matchmaking. However, after this period, all 3 Shelders had captivated its interest, making it reluctant to abandon any of them. Chapter 048, Zi'an's second talent. Zi'an did not rush Drowsy and instead contemplated whether there might be a more viable method. After all, the emergence of the deep-sea cardamom bracelet item had sparked a glimmer of hope for unconventional evolution. Thus, during this time, apart from training and exploration, Zi'an also researched extensively online regarding this subject and discovered the current progression of studies concerning Drowsy Kings in this world. He found that while trainers in this realm knew that Drowsy Kings evolved from Drowsies and were aware of the conditions and factors for evolution, it was astonishing that Drowsies could not simply evolve into Drowsy Kings whenever they desired. There had been breeders who conducted specialized experiments, gathering 100 Drowsies alongside corresponding Shelders and the King S certificate. However, after extensive trials, they discovered that even when all the factors were assembled, not all Drowsies could evolve. It seemed there was a condition influencing the evolution into a Drowsy King. As for what that condition was, the current breeding community had yet to ascertain a definite answer. Whether it lay hidden within the Drowsy, the Shelder, or the King S certificate remained a mystery. After understanding this situation, Zi'an formed his own hypothesis, believing that the greatest possibility for evolution rested with Drowsy itself. After all, in the end, the primary subject of the evolution into a Drowsy King was still Drowsy, which would thus have the most significant influence during the evolution process. There were indeed numerous individuals online who shared this perspective. However, without absolute evidence to substantiate it, definitive conclusions could not be drawn. Drowsy was also aware of this situation, for its intelligence was not to be underestimated. Zi'an had discussed various breeding plans and matters with it, finalizing them bit by bit. As for whether Drowsy possessed the capability to evolve into a Drowsy King, there was no doubt. It was absolutely feasible, even if it had been impossible in the past. After receiving the blessing and power infusion from Lugia, Such a scenario could no longer exist. After preparing lunch, Zi'an sat down to eat with his Pokémon. And while contemplating tomorrow's competition, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to acquire today's talent. In the past, he would either wait until he woke up or be too occupied with his daily activities to fall asleep until after the clock struck. However, he had been quite busy running around these past few days, especially today when the lengthy flight caused him to forget entirely upon waking. It had dragged on until now without him having the chance to acquire anything. As he silently chanted to concentrate his talent, the familiar voice of the system soon resonated. Talent acquisition in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent Ultimate Hyperthinking Gold, which has been placed in your talent space. Zi'an paused in his actions, his eyes instantly lighting up. This name did not seem like something a fairy could wield. He hurriedly opened the system's talent space and sifted through a collection of white, green, and blue talents, finally spotting one shimmering with golden light. Talent, Ultimate Hyperthinking. Quality, Gold. Effect, possesses an unparalleled level of thinking and willpower that transcends all, can deduce the essence of any matter, retains all observed phenomena in memory, purifies and elevates the soul and spirit, rendering them more potent and pure. Zi'an furrowed his brow as he contemplated the true implications of these descriptions. From this information, one could ascertain that this talent encompasses three primary effects: deduction, photographic memory, and mental enhancement. With this realization, Zi'an's spirits soared. Each of these effects would prove immensely beneficial to him in the future, whether for the cultivation of fairies or for devising training strategies. The outcomes were bound to exceed expectations. Without hesitation, Zi'an chose to bestow the talent upon himself, as there were no restrictions on such endowments for him, whether in terms of quantity or intimacy, a fact he had previously verified with the system. The compatibility of the selected target with this talent is 84. Do you wish to confirm the bestowal? While 84 was somewhat low, as long as luck wasn't extraordinarily poor, success was still plausible. Zi'an promptly selected confirmation. Bestowal in progress. Bestowal successful. In an instant, Zi'an felt a resonant hum in his mind, as an ethereal and vast power enveloped him, seemingly elevating his soul and spirit. He lost track of time, and when he regained his senses, he found three fairies gathered around him, gazing at him with concerned expressions. Are you all right, Zi'an? The Dullahan asked with a hint of worry, while the Dullfire tortoise tugged at his pant leg below. Zi'an smiled gently, affectionately petting each of their heads as he reassured them. I'm fine, don't worry. The three fairies finally relaxed. Glancing at the time, Zi'an noted that half an hour had passed, prompting him to hastily finish his lunch. Today, he had not planned any training sessions. Firstly, the fairies had been quite exhausted from their travels these past few days, and a proper rest was essential. Secondly, he intended to test his newly acquired talent. Although he had already memorized the effects and usage methods, practical application demanded careful exploration. As for the competition the next day, he planned to rise early and find a spot for the Dullfire tortoise to warm up. Given its current strength, participating in such a competition seemed trivial. Back in his room, Zi'an settled on his bed and began to experiment with his newfound talent. The effects of ultimate hyperthinking, as he had summarized earlier, revolved around three capabilities: deduction, photographic memory, and mental enhancement. Firstly, the deduction effect is the most extraordinary of the three. It allows one to simulate the outcomes of a chosen event, gradually refining the entire process through considerable expenditure of time and effort. In simpler terms, it can transform a fleeting idea into reality. The only prerequisite is that the idea must possess a semblance of practicality, as long as there is a hint of possibility. It can be manifested into existence. This is akin to navigation. Simply input a destination, and it will plot the entire route, even providing multiple options. Whether to drive, walk, cycle, or use public transport, you need only follow one of the suggested paths to reach your goal. However, attempting to navigate a route to the moon while specifying that only driving is permitted would be an impossible task. Of course, if your goal is to drive there. The deduction could guide you step by step in constructing a vehicle capable of traversing the cosmos. The second effect, photographic memory, as its name suggests, records everything seen into the mind for safekeeping. When recollection is required, mental energy can be expended to retrieve the memories. The longer the recall, the greater the consumption. Thus, if one could memorize every book in a library, they would effectively embody the library itself. Lastly, the third effect, mental enhancement, appears to serve the previous two abilities, significantly augmenting Zi'an's mental limits and the strength of his soul. In Zi'an's perception, it felt as though a wave of clarity washed over his mind, rendering his thoughts remarkably fluid. He could even sense a peculiar energy swirling around him, leading him to speculate that it might be psychic energy. After all, matters concerning the mind and soul in this world often relate to psychic and ghostly realms, and the existence of psychic individuals only reinforced his belief in the former. Perhaps, by delving into this domain, he might eventually reach a level of mental prowess that could qualify him as a psychic as well. To think, I might one day possess such potential, Zi'an mused, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his gaze as he recalled fleeting figures, ultimately settling on a few cold, disdainful eyes. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thoughts, recognizing the futility of dwelling on past grievances that could mar his present joy. Having clarified the specific effects, Zi'an began pondering how to utilize this talent to enhance both his fairies and himself. The following day, Zi'an rose promptly, completed his morning routine, and savored the breakfast prepared by the electric dragon. Stifling a slight yawn, he departed for school. He had stayed up a bit too late the previous night, preoccupied with contemplating how to harness his new talent, resulting in a less than optimal state this morning. Fortunately, the enhancements to his spirit and soul diminished the after-effects of his late night. Upon arriving at school, there was still ample time, so Zi'an did not rush to the classroom. Instead, he headed to the training grounds to warm up the Dullfire tortoise, which was preparing for battle. Today, the Dullfire tortoise seemed particularly exuberant, a fact evident during breakfast. Previously, it would leisurely consume its meal, but today, it was the first to finish and energetically scampered around. Unlike its usual post-meal routine of seeking a sunny spot to bask, the same enthusiasm persisted now. As soon as it emerged, it let out a loud cry. Eager for battle, Zi'an chuckled softly, crouching down to comfort it, explaining that they would first warm up before engaging in combat. The Dullfire tortoise obediently nodded and began executing various moves to prepare itself. As this competition held little significance, Zi'an advised his Pokémon, the fire tortoise, during warm-ups to conduct its attacks normally and refrain from utilizing its innate talent to transform the ground into magma. Zi'an harbored a slight concern that if any of his classmates' Pokémon inadvertently fell victim to a magma-infused assault, it could result in catastrophic consequences. As time wore on, more and more students arrived, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that nearly all were first-year students engaged in various training exercises with their Pokémon. Some were warming up, much like Zi'an, while others were hastily cramming in last-minute training. The effectiveness of such frantic preparation was debatable. There was some benefit, albeit minimal. Ultimately, achieving commendable results required solid foundational skills. With the ringing of the class preparation bell, all students ceased their training and, in unison, made their way toward the teaching building. Upon entering the classroom, Zi'an felt a sense of disorientation and unfamiliarity, having not set foot in this space for over half a month. The reactions of his classmates varied. They whispered amongst themselves, discussing the long-absent Zi'an. However, Zi'an remained indifferent to their chatter, as he had few friends in this class, and he returned to his seat alone. After inspecting his books and finding no signs of disturbance, he nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that the students in this class maintained a commendable level of integrity, as evidenced by the dust atop his books. As the class bell rang, their homeroom teacher, Ming, promptly entered the room. Standing at the podium, he surveyed the classroom and soon spotted Zi'an, who had occupied a seat that had been empty for quite some time. Zi'an met Ming's gaze with a faint smile and a nod. "It is good to have you back. I wonder how well this lad has trained," Ming mused internally before shifting his attention to the rest of the class. "Students, today marks the day of the preliminary examination. I hope everyone can showcase what you have learned during this time and achieve an admirable ranking alongside your Pokémon." His words were met with an eruption of applause, many students brimming with excitement, while a few exuded pride and confidence, as if they had already secured outstanding results. Ming signaled for silence before continuing. "I will now explain the procedures and rules for the preliminary competition. It is imperative that you listen attentively. If there are any uncertainties, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall clarify." With that, he began to elucidate the details. The preliminary examination was specifically organized by the school for first-year newcomers, aimed at assessing their growth over the past period while fostering enthusiasm for direct competition and cultivating a sense of rivalry. The competition was divided into two phases: the class matches and the elimination rounds. The class matches would pit 5 classes against one another, with the strongest 6 students selected to advance to the elimination rounds. Furthermore, after the class matches concluded, an additional revival match would take place, where eliminated students would be divided into 2 groups, each with a revival slot, allowing them to participate in the elimination rounds. Following that, The elimination rounds would adhere to the conventional structure of 32 to 16, then 16 to 8. All battles would occur in a one-on-one format, following the basic rules established by the World Pokémon Battle League Association. Therefore, it was crucial for everyone to remember the rules. Any violations that resulted in disqualification would not only bring shame upon the individual, but also upon the entire class. Chen Ming spoke gravely, and the students nodded in unison, expressing their agreement. As for the specifics of the competition rules, they were well aware. In an era dominated by Pokémon battles, even 8-year-old children could articulate the fundamental rules with ease. Chapter 050. An overwhelming battle. The primary venue for the preliminary examination was the school gymnasium. The administration delivered a brief speech prior to the assessment. While the gym floor was divided into 4 sections, each equipped with 3 or 4 standard battle arenas, ample enough for the students to undergo their evaluations. Zi'an received his match number and, under normal circumstances, needed to win approximately 3 battles to secure one of the 9 advancement slots. Soon, his first match arrived. Upon reaching the battlefield, he discovered that his opponent had also arrived early, a male student with tousled hair and a notably handsome appearance, exuding confidence in his demeanor, clearly assured of his Pokémon's capabilities. Zi'an felt no pressure as he stood in the command zone, casually retrieving the fire tortoise's Pokeball, which he held firmly in his hand. In the referee's area, the judge waved his flags, signaling that both competitors were ready, and announced, "This is a one-on-one battle between Zi'an from Class 2 of Year 1 and Wang Cheng from Class 2 of Year 1. Please release your Pokémon simultaneously upon the crossing of the flags." Both nodded in agreement, a common practice in one-on-one battles when no specific order is mandated, ensuring fairness and spectacle. As the referee crossed the flags, Zi'an and Wang Cheng simultaneously threw their Pokeballs. Defeated, Fire Tortoise. With a flash of red light, their Pokémon materialized on the field. Opposite Zi'an stood a brown, bipedal Pokémon, its abdomen a linen hue, with white claws on its fingers and toes, and a short tail. It wielded a short bone club and wore a skull atop its head, with only its eyes visible. Cub1. Pokémon, Cub1 affection, 70 gender, male type, ground level, 16, common, potential, average ability, hard head, using recoil-inducing moves does not cause self-harm. Item, hard bone, a type of sturdy bone that enhances the attack power of Cub1 and Marowak. Moves, various. Zi'an raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. The opponent's Cub1 was surprisingly at level 16. Indicating that Wang Cheng had nurtured it well and had even equipped it with its exclusive item. However, for the Fire Tortoise, this posed no significant threat. Given its level of 25, it would take no more than 2 moves for the opponent to be defeated. As the battle commenced, the referee raised both hands and brought down the flags emphatically. Begin. Earthquake. Zi'an seized the initiative, instructing the Fire Tortoise to leap and stomp fiercely on the ground. The entire arena began to tremble. Waves of ground-type energy surged forth, crashing into the unsuspecting Cub1. The unstoppable force sent Cub1 flying, rolling several times across the ground before coming to a halt. As Wang Cheng was preparing to give instructions, he suddenly noticed that his Caracara had collapsed on the ground. A look of agony etched across its face, its expression a mixture of disbelief and pain. Flame burst. Without hesitation, Zi'an chose to press the advantage. The Dafengto unleashed a towering column of fire, striking Caracara once more as it struggled to rise. There was no doubt that the opponent had succumbed, its eyes swirling as it lost the ability to fight. The students and teachers observing the scene were momentarily stunned. Even the referee had yet to place the pieces on the board. However, they quickly regained their composure, and the referee waved the flag, announcing, "Caracara has lost its ability to battle. Dafengto is victorious." Dafengto trotted back, and Zi'an crouched down to pat its head, observing the creature's bewildered expression. As if it could not comprehend why the enemy was so weak, Zi'an found himself at a loss for words. After all, Dafengto's strength was somewhat beyond the norm. Facing off against fellow students of the same class felt akin to bullying. In the audience, Chen Ming was taken aback by this display of strength. Astonished by Zi'an's prowess, it was worth noting that Wang Cheng was among the top contenders in the class, known for his commendable training of Pokémon. In previous internal competitions, he had consistently ranked around 8th or 9th. Yet, he could not withstand even 2 moves from Dafengto. Just how formidable was this creature? Returning to the audience, Zi'an found a quiet spot where his classmates were casting curious glances in his direction, whispering among themselves about this relatively unfamiliar classmate. Unperturbed by their chatter, Zi'an seized the opportunity during the break to retrieve his phone and begin searching for information. After a night of contemplation, he established 3 directions for the application of his talent: learning, creation, and training. In terms of learning, he aimed to leverage his photographic memory to read extensively, enriching his knowledge base and laying a solid foundation for future applications of his talent. After all, deduction is not mere fantasy. Certain processes require a meticulously carved perspective, and without a substantial knowledge reservoir, even the most brilliant deductions can be difficult to comprehend. For creation, he intended to experiment with crafting various items, such as artificial tools with unique effects, and subsequently infusing his ideas into these creations to forge unparalleled artifacts. Beyond tools, he also aimed to create energy cubes, food, Pokeballs, and other items, ultimately customizing superior equipment and items for his Pokémon. Training was equally crucial. He sought methods to enhance his mental fortitude, not only to facilitate the future use of his talent, but also to potentially become a psychic, which would greatly ease both his daily life and his Pokémon battles. Once he made satisfactory progress in these 3 areas, he anticipated that his Pokémon would also reach a higher level of strength, at which point he could contemplate how to utilize his talent to devise strategies for further enhancing their abilities. After a half-hour respite, it was soon time for Zi'an to take the stage once more. This time, his opponent was a demure-looking girl adorned with elegant accessories and gripping a luxurious Pokeball, indicating her affluent background. Correspondingly, her prowess was likely commendable, as sufficient resources significantly benefit Pokemon training. 2 days prior to the match, Zi'an had learned the girl's name, Jiang Wenju. Chapter 051 accidentally made her cry. Zi'an recalled that she seemed to be the class monitor and possibly the class beauty. Typically, characters with such roles and narratives often share a connection with the protagonist, at the very least being substantial figures in the story. As the referee crossed the flags, Zi'an and Jiang Wenju simultaneously threw out their Pokeballs. Go, Dafeng 2. Give it your all, Shuangren 1. With a flash of red light, the 2 Pokemon materialized on the battlefield. As the referee's flag descended, the battle officially commenced. Shuangren 1, level 18. Entry level, above average potential, ability, hard shell armor. Zi'an cast a quick glance at the opponent's stats, noting the respectable level and potential of this hidden ability starter Pokemon. Such starters were not typically distributed freely to new students. Generally, one would need either special funding from the city government or familial resources to obtain them through the Pokemon Association, a process requiring significant connections and time. The importance of an initial Pokemon's quality stems from the rigorous scrutiny faced by those aspiring to work within the Longxiao Alliance, particularly for prestigious positions. One of the criteria involves assessing the initial Pokemon's condition and strength. Though the reasons are not explicitly stated, many with societal experience can discern the implications. Shuangren 1, use charge. The distant voice snapped Zi'an back to the present, suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind as he called out, Sunny day? A blazing orb of light shot skyward, and as it exploded in the air, the temperature around surged dramatically, transforming the battlefield into a sweltering sunlit arena. The water-type energy was severely suppressed, and Shuangren 1 felt an uncomfortable twinge, acutely aware of the surrounding water-type energy waning. Weather-based moves are not easily mastered at this stage, and the speed and proficiency exhibited here indicated a remarkable level of skill. The teachers and students outside the arena realized instantly that Shuangren 1's advantage had been significantly diminished. Sunny day? Jiang Wenju, ranking among the top students, was equally taken aback, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Due to her privileged background, she had procured weather-based moves for Shuangren 1 early on, but after a month, while it could execute the move, it required an uninterrupted 10 seconds of concentration to perform. In contrast, Dafeng 2 achieved near-instantaneous execution. The disparity between them was glaring. Yet, she was not one to concede easily and prepared to fight back. Use Swords Dance. Several energy-formed swords materialized, swirling into Shuangren 1's body, significantly amplifying its momentum. Earthquake. Zi'an remained composed as Dafeng 2 unleashed a ferocious earthquake. A wave of seismic energy surged forth, causing the ground to tremble violently. Jump to evade. Use Water Pulse to charge. Shuangren 1 leaped, enveloped in a torrent of water, transforming into a water-shaped projectile hurtling towards Dafeng 2. Block it. The verdant barrier surrounding the Diefire camel suddenly flared to life, colliding fiercely with the oncoming double-edged Maru. A copious volume of water transformed into vapor, swiftly enveloping the arena. Seizing the moment, a clear voice rang out, Water Wave Blade. Jiang Yuju's voice was followed resolutely by Zi'an's declaration, Dig. The encroaching fog was promptly cleaved apart, revealing the double-edged Maru wielding a shell-formed water blade aimed for a strike. Yet it was evident that it had failed to reach the Diefire camel. In the blink of an eye, a sound reminiscent of earth-shattering erupted, as the Diefire camel burst forth from beneath its opponent's feet, delivering a decisive upward strike that sent the double-edged Maru hurtling away. The remnants of the fog were violently dispersed, creating a gaping hole from which the double-edged Maru emerged, tumbling across the ground before barely managing to regain its footing. Double-edged Maru, are you alright? Jiang Yuju's face was etched with concern, and her typically resolute demeanor faltered momentarily. Meanwhile, Zi'an chose to capitalize on the advantage. Earthquake. The Diefire camel unleashed a tremor, causing the ground to quake once more, the shockwave dispersing the remaining water vapor. Naturally, the still reeling double-edged Maru bore the brunt of this attack, being sent flying once more, rolling several times before losing its ability to continue the fight. Double-edged Maru. Jiang Yuju rushed towards her companion, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Zi'an, observing her tearful expression, felt a tinge of awkwardness. Why was she crying? He crouched down to commend the approaching Diefire camel, but after a moment's thought, he chose not to linger and instead turned to leave. This scene was witnessed by the majority of students and teachers present, particularly those in Class 1, Year 2, where Zi'an belonged. The clash between the class belle and the enigmatic dark horse captivated the attention of nearly all the classmates. Many male students infatuated with Jiang Yuju glared at Zi'an with fury, their gazes brimming with resentment. Unbeknownst to Zi'an, he returned to the makeshift healing area to tend to the Diefire camel, before resuming his previous spot in the audience, contemplating the future development of himself and his Pokémon. Subsequently, Zi'an engaged in another battle, this time against a grass-type forest tortoise. Under the bright sun, 2 bursts of flames swiftly concluded the skirmish. The reason for the 2 attacks was that the opponent had learned to defend, successfully blocking the first strike. Naturally, Zi'an secured his spot in the class tournament. Advancing to the elimination rounds. The morning's competition concluded rather simply, while the afternoon was reserved for the selection of the final 2 spots in the revival matches, granting the advancing students a half-day break. With nothing else to attend to, Zi'an returned home, and after lunch, he resumed training with his Pokémon, while simultaneously engrossed in various studies on his tablet. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadows afar, a striking figure clad in a search officer's uniform stood watch. Her exquisite features bore no expression, yet her eyes reflected subtle ripples as they gazed upon the boy. Chapter 052. My surname is Yi, not Long. After an afternoon of training, while the group may not have made significant strides, they each gleaned valuable insights, for strength is built step by step. That night, upon returning home, Zi'an sensed something amiss as he opened the door. It appeared someone had intruded. His brows furrowed slightly, and he released 2 Pokeballs from his waist, summoning the electric dragon and the dull beast. As the lights flickered on, a figure was seated on the sofa in the living room, a woman, clad in a search officer's attire. Her hair cascaded loosely, and her beautiful visage displayed no emotion. Her eyes calm as still waters. Upon seeing her, Zi'an's initially vigilant demeanor instantly turned icy, his furrowed brows betraying a sense of indifference. You've trespassed into my home. I could call the authorities, he stated coldly. The electric dragon and dull beast paused, having never witnessed their trainer speak with such chilling detachment, even when faced with a formidable opponent like the champion-level Dragonite. His tone had retained a semblance of calm after a moment of agitation. The woman slowly lifted her gaze, a flicker of coldness passing through her eyes. With an emotionless stare directed at Zi'an, she rose and furrowed her brows slightly as she spoke. Grandmother has passed. Why didn't you inform me? Her tone was flat, resembling more of a statement than an inquiry. Zi'an's lips curled into a cold smirk as he retorted, Why should I inform you? You are not one of us. The woman's brow furrowed tightly, her voice tinged with discontent. Long Zi'an, I am your elder sister. Mind your tone. At this revelation, Zi'an's expression grew even more frigid, his words unyielding. What tone should I be mindful of? I'll say it again. Get out of my house. And furthermore, my surname is Yi, not Long. His words dripped with disdain, as if the name she had just uttered disgusted him. The woman's gaze bore into Zi'an's, and an involuntary force began to emanate from her, causing her hair to lift as she stood. Yadong. The dull beast surged forward, its eyes locked onto her, its psychic powers beginning to radiate outward. The electric dragon crackled with energy, its eyes flashing with arcs of electricity, poised to unleash a devastating thunderbolt at any moment. The other Pokeball at Zi'an's waist began to tremble, yet without his command, it remained sealed. At that moment, A voice laced with anger pierced the air. Shin Yuyo, I warned you not to seek out Zi'an. A rift in space opened, and a powerful psychic force surged forth, revealing a black gauntlet alongside a familiar figure. Aunt Sun, Yi Zi'an exclaimed involuntarily, recognizing the arrival of Sun Danua. Sun Danua nodded slightly at Yi Zi'an, then turned her attention to the woman, her brow furrowing. Shin Yuyo, this is neither Long City nor your family's dream city. Therefore, please be mindful of your actions, even as a search officer. You have no right to trespass into someone else's home. Shin Yuyo frowned, her gaze fixated on Sun Danua as she replied, This is our family matter. It seems you, what family matter? I have no connection to you. Yi Zi'an interjected decisively. Now leave my home. Shin Yuyo cast a glance between the two, and after a prolonged silence, she produced a pokeball, releasing a Ms. Mimikyu. Teleport. Ms. Mimikyu nodded, and upon noticing Yi Zi'an, she hesitated briefly. But soon both the woman and her Pokémon vanished from the scene. Yi Zi'an observed Ms. Mimikyu's departure, instinctively accessing the system to gaze at her status. Noting her impressive level of 79, a championess strength, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The once adorably naive Mimikyu had evolved to such formidable prowess. As they witnessed the departure, both the electric dragon and dull beast relaxed. Having sensed the vast chasm of power that had existed between them and their adversary, akin to that fateful encounter with the vicious Dragonite. This realization ignited an even greater yearning for strength within them, a sentiment echoed by the Diefire camel still nestled within its pokeball. Twice confronted by seemingly insurmountable adversaries, he found himself ensconced within the protective confines of a pokeball. Although the comforting embrace of the fiery steed, Dahi Huatua, felt warm, it yearned for more. Dahi Huatua desired to stand before Zi'an, ready to face formidable opponents and perhaps even vanquish them. Zi'an, sensing the tumult within his companions, felt a swell of reassurance. Silently vowing, Rest assured, I shall elevate you to the pinnacle of this world. As he entered the room with his Pokémon, Zi'an made his way to the kitchen, inquiring, Aunt Sun, may I have something to drink? It's been a while since I savored your tea. Very well, she replied, deftly preparing 2 cups. Upon returning to the hall, Zi'an placed 1 cup on the coffee table and savored the warmth of the tea in his hands. Sun Danua took a sip, a look of satisfaction illuminating her face. Thank you for this, Aunt Sun, Zi'an expressed, fully aware that had she not arrived in time, matters could have escalated into serious trouble. It's a trivial matter. After all, I promised your master to look after you, Sun Danua dismissed with a wave, though her demeanor quickly shifted to one of gravity. But what will you do moving forward? If Shin Yuyo finds out? I fear it won't be long before your parents are informed as well. Zi'an fell silent, pondering the weight of her words. After a lengthy pause, he murmured, Perhaps the situation isn't as dire as we imagine. After all, my teacher has passed, and time has elapsed. Sun Danua spoke, her tone laced with comfort. Yet Zi'an could only muster a bitter smile, whispering, Figures of their stature seldom concern themselves with such matters, but I dread a recurrence of the past. A mere word from them sends their hounds into a frenzy. If it weren't for those rabid dogs and traitorous wretches, my grandmother might have survived at least another 6 months. Sun Danua, reflecting on that painful memory, fell into a contemplative silence, recalling the vile faces of those who obstructed their efforts to seek treatment for their teacher. Zi'an too was ensnared by the haunting recollections, his hands clenching tightly, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. Just wait. One day, I shall make you pay in blood for the debts you owe. Taking a deep breath, Zi'an suppressed his tumultuous emotions and, after a prolonged contemplation, slowly articulated, Aunt Sun, I may require your assistance with 2 matters. Sun Danua raised her gaze to the boy, who had swiftly regained his composure, her lips pressing together as she inquired, Speak. I shall certainly help you. Without hesitation or expectation of compensation, she readily agreed even before Zi'an articulated his requests. He looked up, gratitude evident in his eyes, and said, I may not be able to remain in Tianyan City for long. If I am away, I would appreciate your help in looking after my home. This request left Sun Danua momentarily speechless. She hesitated, as if to articulate her thoughts, then nodded affirmatively, I promise. As for the second matter. Chapter 053. The elimination rounds commence, battling the armored bird. The following day, Zi'an returned to school. In addition to the impending competition, he had another important matter to discuss with the administration, his intention to apply for a leave of absence. Since that fateful moment when Shin Yuyo sought him out, it became clear that he could no longer remain stationary, but must traverse the region to evade looming dangers. While these threats might materialize or remain mere specters, he dared not gamble, for a miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. His grandmother's untimely passing served as a poignant reminder. She lost her gamble and became trapped in the confines of Tianyun City, never to escape even in her final moments. Zi'an was determined not to follow that path. Remaining in this city, even with the system's aid, would yield limited progress. To achieve the strength necessary to confront his adversaries, he would require considerable time. However, that was a concern for another day. For now, he needed to focus on passing the preliminary examination. After all, rewards await those who seize opportunities. And even if he were to take a leave of absence, he was keen to discover the nature of the reward. Upon entering his classroom, Zi'an's presence did not go unnoticed. He garnered the attention of many curious classmates, their eyes fixed on the somewhat unfamiliar newcomer. Unperturbed by their scrutiny, he proceeded to his seat, closing his eyes to rest while listening to the ongoing discussions. From their chatter, he gleaned that yesterday's revival matches had been fiercely contested, with only 2 slots available, prompting every student to fight with utmost fervor. Remarkably, both advancing candidates hailed from his class, Wang Cheng and Jiang Yuzhu, the very opponents he faced in the first 2 rounds. This indicated that their skills were formidable. Had they not encountered Zi'an, the unexpected dark horse, they likely would not have been so easily eliminated. As the bell rang, Chun Ming entered the classroom, announcing the rules and structure of the upcoming matches. The regulations were consistent with previous one-on-one battles, albeit this time only 32 participants would compete in a brutal elimination format. After outlining the details, Chun Ming led the class to the gymnasium. Though only a select 32 would compete, this marked the first collective assessment for all first-year students. Even if they could not compete, attending as spectators bore its merits. It offered them the chance to glean experience from their peers' battles and recognize the gaps in their own abilities, thus fueling their motivation to improve. Upon arriving at the gymnasium, those students who had secured spots separated from their classmates, proceeding to the waiting area. Prior to the matches, a draw would determine opponents, as per the school's arrangement. Each participating student sequentially approached to select their adversary and match slot. Zi'an, clutching his drawn number, 06, glanced at the large screen displaying the matchups. The elimination rounds would consist of 16 matches, with the school organizing 4 sessions, each featuring 4 concurrent battles, interspersed with half-hour breaks. This arrangement would significantly enhance efficiency while ensuring a degree of entertainment, allowing attending students to witness the clashes. Zi'an's battle was slated for the 2nd session in the 4th arena, facing opponent number 13. As for the identity of his opponent, Zi'an remained indifferent. Even a water-type Pokémon of equal level would pose little challenge for Dahi Huatua. However, the student designated as number 13 was quite concerned. At that moment, he was engaged in conversation with classmates from Class 2, attempting to glean information about Zi'an. Unfortunately, since Zi'an had maintained a solitary existence since the beginning of the semester and had scarcely attended class in the past month and a half, his peers were largely unfamiliar with him. Even if they had knowledge, they would hardly divulge information to outsiders, as a sense of collective honor still thrived among the students. This predicament left the student designated as number 13 somewhat disheartened, resorting to scouring the internet for videos of battles featuring Dahi Huatua or its evolved form, desperately seeking last-minute strategies. The first round of 4 battles proceeded swiftly, and after a half-hour wait, the second round commenced promptly. Zi'an followed the guidance to the 4th arena, raising his gaze to confront his opponent. This was another youth, possessing a refined appearance and composed demeanor, standing alone, exuding an air of gravitas that belied his age. Zi'an regarded him with keen interest, noting that such poise was uncommon for someone of their years. As the flags crossed, both Zi'an and his adversary simultaneously hurled their pokeballs. The dull fire camel materialized on the field, looking up toward its distant opponent. What a magnificent bird! It was a colossal avian creature, forged entirely of steel, predominantly silver in hue, with a gray neck, tail, and talons, while the interior of its outstretched wings gleamed a fiery red. Zi'an instantly recognized the Pokémon as an armor bird. The system scanned and retrieved the relevant information, quickly revealing its level of 16, hidden ability shattered armor, and an impressive base stat total, granting it a significant advantage at this early stage. Unfortunately for the opponent, they were up against the dull fire camel, whose fire type was a glaring weakness against the steel and flying type Pokémon. Moreover, due to its metallic structure, the armor bird struggled with heat dissipation, making it particularly susceptible to hot conditions. Zi'an was determined to exploit this weakness, initiating the battle with a sunny day command. The searing heat immediately enveloped the arena, causing the armor bird to dip lower in the air. Indeed, the vulnerability was all too apparent. Observing this, the opposing youth wore a faint smile of resignation but did not retreat. Instead, he resolutely commanded, "Do not give up. Fight with all your might. Use quick attack." The armor bird's eyes gleamed with determination as its blade-like wings shimmered with cold light, transforming its form into a blur as it swooped down toward the dull fire camel. Seeking to leverage its high physical resistance and innate abilities, Zi'an raised his head and shouted, "Flame burst." A torrent of flames erupted, and the armor bird narrowly evaded the oncoming inferno, soaring directly before the dull fire camel. "Attack with your wings." The armor bird's razor-sharp wings descended with lethal intent. Aimed straight for the dull fire camel's head. Dig to evade. The dull fire camel stomped its foot on the ground, instantly creating a gaping hole as it plummeted into the earth, narrowly escaping the vicious strike. Fire spin, then follow up with eruption to finish it. A smile flickered across Zi'an's face as he calmly issued the decisive order for the battle. Chapter 054, Application for Leave of Absence. From the dark mouth of the hole, crimson flames surged forth, striking the armor bird perched at the edge. The overwhelming blaze engulfed the Pokémon, propelling it away with an unstoppable force. A massive letter appeared in the air, and a steel-like figure fell from it, crashing to the ground and losing its combat capability. Armor bird. A few seconds later, the opposing student finally reacted, his previously composed demeanor shattered as he rushed toward his Pokémon in a panic. Zi'an, however, remained unperturbed. He was well aware of the dull fire camel's power, which could incapacitate the opponent without inflicting excessive harm. Having secured a smooth victory, Zi'an returned to the waiting area to review the upcoming matches for the top 16. Fortunately, the next round was scheduled for the same day, albeit in the afternoon. With no pressing matters at hand, Zi'an departed the gym, making his way to the teacher's office building. Following his memory, he quickly located Chunming's office and knocked on the door. A prompt invitation from Chunming to enter echoed from within, and Zi'an stepped inside. Upon seeing Zi'an, who had been busy with some paperwork, Chunming nodded slightly, saying, "Zi'an, you mentioned on your phone that you needed to see me. What is the matter?" Zi'an replied straightforwardly, "It's like this, Teacher Chun. Due to some personal reasons, I may not be able to remain at school for an extended period, so I would like to apply for a leave of absence." "A leave of absence?" Chunming furrowed his brow, not immediately dismissing the request, but instead gazing intently at Zi'an as he inquired, "What could be so critical that you must withdraw from school?" It's important to understand that in this world, pursuing a structured education and comprehensive knowledge is best achieved through the school system. Even in foundational teachings, not every elite trainer can impart the necessary knowledge effectively. After all, the educational framework of the Longxiao Alliance has been meticulously developed by numerous professors and experts, with very few oversights. This is why many aspire to attend Pokémon schools, and why so many enterprises and alliances recognize the diplomas issued by them. A flicker of reluctance crossed Zi'an's face as he spoke in a tone of resignation. "There are matters I cannot disclose. Suffice it to say, remaining in school may pose a danger to me. Hence, I must choose to take an extended leave. I hope you can understand." Chunming studied Zi'an earnestly, contemplating. "A leave of absence is not out of the question, but you know it requires a guarantor. You will need to have your guarantor present." Zi'an was well aware of this requirement. Although he was essentially an orphan, he had already considered this aspect. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, and both turned to see a figure entering. Sun Danyu. "I hope I'm not late." Sun Danyu greeted with a smile. Zi'an nodded in acknowledgement, while Chunming stood up upon recognizing her. "Master Danyu, what brings you here?" Sun Danyu entered, observing Chunming's surprise and unease, and smiled as she replied, "I have come at the request of this child, to serve as his guarantor for the leave of absence." Upon hearing this, Chunming was taken aback, never having anticipated that Zi'an had such a connection. It was well known that she was a renowned nurturing master in Tianyan City and several surrounding locales. Her reputation resonated throughout the Longxiao region. After the passing of the mysterious nurturing master 2 years prior, she had taken over, ensuring that the influence of the nurturing community in the area not only remained intact, but had even slightly improved. It was said that she had been involved in the recent classification of Pokémon individual potential levels and was currently striving toward a doctorate in nurturing. Yet, this was not her sole accomplishment. She was also a highly esteemed elite-level trainer, renowned for her mastery of ground-type Pokémon, with abilities reportedly rivaling those of certain gym leaders, earning her the moniker Rose of the Earth. "But the guarantor needs to be a guardian of the student, you." Chunming began, somewhat awkwardly. as he was unaware of the nature of Zi'an and Sun Danyu's relationship. No worries, this is your principal's consent signature. You can proceed with the arrangements for Zi'an. Sun Danyu, with an air of foresight, produced a document, which Chun Ming promptly accepted. Upon inspection, he discovered not only the principal's handwritten signature, but also the official seals of both the school and the Education Bureau. Given the gravity of the situation, Chun Ming refrained from further discourse, nodding in acquiescence as he commenced the necessary formalities. After a brief exchange regarding the particulars of the leave of absence, the framework for Zi'an's hiatus was largely established. Essentially, Zi'an's student status would remain with the institution, preserved until his graduation or withdrawal. He would be permitted to study externally during this period, yet he must partake in both midterm and annual assessments. Any absence would result in a repeat year. Furthermore, Zi'an could engage in competitions organized by the school and, with the school's consent, participate in external contests under its banner. Once these details were finalized, the entire process was executed with remarkable swiftness, completed in just over an hour, a pace that starkly contrasted the typical bureaucratic tempo of educational institutions. The underlying reasons were apparent to all. Matters of concern involving a top-tier trainer and breeding master were not to be delayed by the school's higher echelons. And Sun, I truly appreciate your assistance this time, Zi'an expressed as he and Sun Danyu exited the school grounds. Sun Danyu dismissed it as a trivial matter, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, she summoned her psychic clay doll and vanished in an instant. Zi'an then made his way home to prepare lunch for himself and his Pokémon. The afternoon's competition was soon underway, featuring 2 matches in the round of 16, with a total of 4 matchups spaced half an hour apart. Zi'an glanced at the schedule displayed on the large screen and noted that his opponent for this round was number 09, a photograph revealing a bright and sunny youth. His match was slated for the second arena of the first round, allowing him ample time afterward to engage in routine training with his Pokémon. Unbeknownst to Zi'an, the identity of his adversary held little significance. As he prepared to rest his eyes momentarily, a figure suddenly settled beside him, a magnetic voice drawing his attention. Hello, may I introduce myself? Chapter 055, Battle against Charmeleon. Zi'an opened his eyes and turned to regard the newcomer, quickly recognizing him as his upcoming opponent. Upon meeting Zi'an's gaze, the boy offered a faint smile and introduced himself. First year, Class 1, Lilan. My father is Li Jinyan. Having recently immersed himself in various knowledge sources online, Zi'an instinctively recalled the most notable figure associated with that name, the esteemed master of the only dojo in Tianyan City, the Yunkong Dojo. Although this dojo was relatively obscure as a county-level establishment, it was reputedly held by a seasoned trainer of considerable repute. Rumors suggested that he had been striving to elevate the dojo's status from county to city level, yet faced challenges due to certain stylistic issues and the city's limited scope and prosperity. Regardless, as the legitimate master of a dojo in this city, Lilan's father commanded significant influence. Although Zi'an found it curious that Lilan had chosen to mention his father, he introduced himself in turn. Second year. Class 2. Zi'an. Is there something you require? With a smile, Lilan softly proposed. I would like to discuss something with you. Please allow me to win this match. Zi'an furrowed his brow at the request, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. What is your reasoning? My father is Li Jinyan. That's insufficient. Zi'an had sensed that Lilan's approach was dubious, and it appeared his instincts were correct. This was a man attempting to leverage his influence to intimidate. Lilan's expression faltered, and he frowned. What do you mean? Shaking his head, Zi'an rose without further comment, making his way toward the exit as their match was about to commence. Lilan stood momentarily stunned, watching Zi'an completely disregard him, a shadow of malice crossing his eyes. Very well, you had best pray I can defeat you, he muttered to himself. Before striding toward the arena, the two figures soon stood poised on the battlefield, Zi'an and Lilan facing each other. As the flags crossed, 2 Pokeballs were cast into the air. Opposite him materialized a bipedal crimson dinosaur, flames flickering from its tail, its gaze fierce. Is that Charmeleon? Pokémon. Charmeleon affection, 70 gender, male type, fire level, 18, normal, quality, superior ability, solar power, in sunny weather, special attack increases. But health gradually declines. Item, leftovers, superior, gradually restores health when held. Moves. None Zi'an activated the scanning function and noted that his opponent's Pokémon had reached an impressive level 18. It was hardly surprising, given that he was the son of the dojo master. The first Pokémon must have consumed considerable resources for its training. As the flag fell, The battle commenced, and Zi'an initiated with a boost, momentary amnesia. Psycho energy surged around his dull fire camel. Its initially vacant gaze now filled with confusion and vigilance, as its aura began to rise incrementally. Momentary amnesia was a move capable of significantly enhancing special defense, effectively raising it by 2 levels. However, with its pure ability, the dull fire camel's special defense soared to a remarkable 4 levels. Charmeleon, use belly drum. Li Lan commanded, as Charmeleon's fierce eyes glimmered. The sound of a drum echoed within, contorting its face into a mask of pain. Yet, the light surrounding it pulsed, its attack reaching its zenith. Following this, a flash of green light enveloped Charmeleon, as it seemed to chew on something, gradually restoring some of its health. Zi'an raised an eyebrow, having assumed from the earlier stats that Charmeleon was being trained as a special attacker due to its solar power ability. However, judging by the proficiency displayed in its belly drum move, it appeared Li Lan was cultivating a balanced attacker. Use Earthquake. The dull fire camel stomped down, causing the ground to tremble violently. Even as Charmeleon leaped to evade, the damage absorbed was minimal. Most of the impact was endured. Charge in. Use Flame Charge. Charmeleon roared and surged forward, engulfed in flames, racing towards the dull fire camel at breakneck speed. Dig. With a firm stomp, the dull fire camel plunged into the collapsing ground, leaving behind a massive hole. The fiery Charmeleon rushed past, missing its target entirely. Ancient Power. The dull fire camel erupted from a distance, surrounding rocks swiftly coalescing and hurtling toward Charmeleon. Shatter those rocks. With a swift motion, Charmeleon sliced through the air, its claws glistening with energy as it swiftly dismantled each rock hurled its way. Use Growth. The dull fire camel summoned the last few rocks to toss. While its energy surged, its physique appearing to expand slightly. Regrettably, due to the opposing Pokémon's characteristics and attributes, Dekinction was unable to utilize its abilities in this round, resulting in merely a single-stage increase to its dual attack. Fortunately, the characteristic activated once more, directly enhancing the dual attack by 2 levels. As it approached, it unleashed Dragon Breath. The fiery Charizard shattered the last rock, its mouth brimming with surging blue energy, which it suddenly expelled with great haste. The flames erupted forth, dispersing the air. The magnificent flames collided head-on with the blue energy, intertwining in a spectacular display until, at a certain moment, they erupted into a resounding explosion, enveloping both Pokémon in a cloud of smoke. Seizing the opportunity, I charged forward with all my might, executing Dragon Claw. Witnessing this scene, Wang Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement as though he had grasped a chance, and he shouted out. Zi'an furrowed his brow, sensing from the opponent's reaction that their Charizard must have received training to battle within smoke. Otherwise, such a maneuver would be implausible. Defend. Zi'an decisively commanded. A full-power Dragon Claw with an 80-point attack certainly wouldn't bode well for the Slugma if it were struck directly. Moreover, with the uncertainty of the situation within the smoke, the best course of action was to first block this unpredictable attack and then adapt as necessary. Slugma promptly erected a protective barrier, and almost instantaneously, a colossal energy Dragon Claw crashed against it with a tremendous impact. With a force akin to 100,000 horsepower, Slugma was enveloped by ground-type energy, charging fiercely towards the source of the Dragon Claw. Amidst a painful wail echoing through the smoke, a figure stumbled out from the dissipating fog, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. This full-powered 100,000 horsepower strike inflicted considerable damage under double effectiveness, leaving the Charizard struggling to regain its footing. Earthquake. Zi'an chose to press the advantage, unleashing another terrifying shockwave directed at the Charizard. Li Lan reacted swiftly this time, instinctively shouting, Quick, use Protect. Chapter 056, the second bestowal of the Electric Dragon. The downed Charizard activated its protective barrier on the spot, the green shield barely managing to absorb the blow. However, it proved futile. Slugma continued its relentless pursuit, and as it drew nearer, unleashed yet another earthquake, rendering the Charizard unable to continue fighting. Li Lan's expression darkened upon witnessing this, retrieving the Charizard into its pokeball, casting a fierce glare at Zi'an. Zi'an, noticing the intensity of Li Lan's gaze, remained unfazed, crouching down to affectionately pat Slugma's head before recalling it and turning to leave. After exiting the school gates, he returned home. As the subsequent matches were scheduled for the next day, quarterfinals in the morning and semifinals and finals in the afternoon. With ample time on his hands, he found a training park to release his Pokémon, allowing Slugma and the others to engage in some simple training on their own. Zi'an, meanwhile, pulled out his tablet to peruse various texts, diligently striving to become a living encyclopedia. The following day's tournament commenced as planned, with Zi'an rising early to head to school, while simultaneously focusing on talent aggregation. A flash of red light flickered, causing him to briefly pause, his attention quickly honing in on the system. Talent acquisition in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent, Dragon King's Bloodline, red, which has been added to your talent space. Talent, Dragon King's Bloodline quality, red effect. Increases Dragon-type affinity by 150, boosts the power of Dragon-type moves by 100. Activates the Dragon lineage within, reducing the attack of all non-Dragon-type Pokémon against the target by 1 stage. And enhancing the host's dual attack ability by 1 stage when a Dragon-type Pokémon is present on the field. Zi'an's eyes lit up after several days. He had finally received another talent. Though it was a red talent, it fell within the quality standards he had set. Furthermore, it was a Dragon-type centric talent, perfectly suited for the unborn Dragon Pokémon he was preparing for. Just as he considered this, he suddenly fell into contemplation. Although the Dragon Pokémon's egg had entered the embryonic stage, complete hatching might still require some time. Coupled with the accumulation of various resources and the inherent difficulty of hatching a quasi-divine infant, this timeline could be extended further. Zi'an estimated that at least 2 more months would be necessary without any acceleration methods. Rather than waiting, he deemed it more prudent to attempt using it on his current Pokémon. With this thought in mind, he summoned all 3 of his Pokémon, testing the talent on each as they looked on curiously. As anticipated, the one with the highest compatibility was the Electric Dragon, boasting an impressive 85% match, while the others fell below 60%. Observing the Electric Dragon's intimacy level, which stood at 254, he realized it was merely a whisker away from maximum, thus meeting the requirements for the second bestowal. Having made up his mind, Zi'an proceeded with the bestowal on the Electric Dragon without further deliberation. As the light enveloped the Electric Dragon once again, it recalled the scene from when Zi'an had granted it its first talent not long ago, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. In an instant, it felt a transformation coursing through its body, becoming more attuned to an elemental attribute in the air. Additionally, a hidden power within it seemed to awaken, rapidly revitalizing its form. As Zi'an lowered his hand, he suddenly noticed a change on the Electric Dragon's surface. Faint white structures had emerged on both its head and tail, especially the tail, which showcased glimmering red orbs. Zi'an was taken aback. This transformation was all too familiar. It was none other than the Electric Dragon in its Mega Evolution state. Had this single talent bestowal induced its Mega Evolution? Fortunately, as time passed, the subtly emerging white structures gradually faded away, and compared to before, the Electric Dragon appeared more three-dimensional and slightly larger. Zi'an quickly observed the Electric Dragon, honestly surprised that a red talent could instantly alter its physique. The previous golden talents had not yielded such an effect. Upon inquiring about the Electric Dragon's sensations, he learned that it felt as though it had gained comprehensive enhancements, akin to awakening some latent power within. Zi'an pondered this description. The hallmark of dragon-type attributes lies in their lineage hierarchy. The richer the dragon bloodline, the greater the potential and limits. Conversely, the weaker the bloodline, the lower the potential. Furthermore, given that the Electric Dragon species inherently harbored a dragon-type bloodline, this was evident, as it could acquire dragon attributes post-Mega Evolution. Hence, the talent must have directly activated the dragon powers that could only be awakened upon Mega Evolution, granting it certain advantages prematurely. Upon reviewing the Electric Dragon's panel, the overall changes were significant. Pokémon, Electric Dragon Intimacy, 254 Gender, Female Type, Electric. Dragon Level, 37 Senior, Potential, Champion Level Ability, Static. If there are Pokémon with Static or Lightning Rod abilities on the field, the special attack will increase. Carrying, Calming Bell, Inferior. Once equipped, it provides a sense of mental tranquility, fostering a deeper bond with the trainer and accelerating the enhancement of intimacy. Abilities, First Talent, Cataclysmic Thunder, Gold, Second Talent, Dragon's Royal Pulse, Red. The qualification has been elevated by 1 tier. And intriguingly, an additional dragon attribute has manifested in the attributes section. Fortunately, the characteristics section remains unchanged, and the original electric characteristic has not transformed into something extraordinary. Otherwise, it would indeed be akin to Mega Evolution. As for the evaluation of base stats, determining them is not a simple task. One must either visit the Pokémon Center or the Trainer Association, both of which are equipped to assess Pokémon base stats. However, it is said that the cost is rather steep, with a single assessment costing 100,000. Nevertheless, Zi'an feels it is essential to undergo this evaluation. He is curious to see if the current Electric Dragon's base stats will be influenced by a talent. The quarterfinals commence swiftly, and Zi'an enters the lounge to examine his opponent. Unfamiliar. The photograph reveals a girl with a serene demeanor, and Zi'an is struck by a sense of recognition. She is likely a classmate. At that moment, a hand gently taps his shoulder, and Zi'an turns, puzzled, to find a beaming boy standing before him. Hey, you must be Zi'an, right? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Yuan, a fellow classmate. Observing the boy's cheerful expression, Zi'an, recalling the incident with Li Lan from yesterday, subtly furrows his brow and nods slightly before inquiring. Is there something you need? Lin Yuan scratches his head, a sheepish grin gracing his face as he leans in and whispers, Bro, I have a favor to ask. During the match, could you perhaps take it a little easy? I don't want you to lose too embarrassingly. And you? A flicker of confusion passes through Zi'an's gaze, but he quickly glances at the screen displaying his upcoming opponent, prompting him to ask, Are you referring to my next adversary? Lin Yuan nods vigorously, and from his shy yet earnest demeanor, Zi'an discerns a hint of admiration. After a moment's reflection, Zi'an offers a faint smile and nods in agreement. After all, this is not a troublesome request. A slight allowance for the fire camel to engage moderately and be attentive would suffice. Chapter 057. A relaxed battle, an invitation to duel. Upon hearing Zi'an's acquiescence, Lin Yuan's face lights up with joy, and he leans closer, whispering, Bro, I won't let you do this for nothing. I have some information that might be useful to you. Zi'an nods, signaling for him to continue. Li Lan seems to be targeting you. Upon receiving this news, Zi'an displays little surprise. After all, his expression yesterday hinted at his intentions. However, Zi'an is not apprehensive, for he has Aunt Sun as his backing. He had already informed her of the situation and requested her assistance in maintaining his standing, without needing to worry about the so-called gym leader or Li Lan's retaliation. Aunt Sun assured him that they would not dare to act overtly, nor would they be reckless in the shadows, lest she pursue them to an unmanageable extent. A champion-level trainer holds significant weight in this city. Targeting me? How so? Zi'an inquires, intrigued to uncover the specifics of Li Lan's plans against him. Noticing Zi'an's composure, Lin Yuan's gaze flickers slightly, yet his tone remains steady as he replies, A friend of mine mentioned it. But the exact means of how he intends to confront you is still unclear. So, it would be prudent for you to remain cautious. Zi'an nods in understanding. It seems the opponent has yet to devise a concrete plan against him and is merely testing the waters. As for Lin Yuan, perhaps his appeal on behalf of his beloved girl stems from genuine admiration, or perhaps there are other motives at play. Regardless, Zi'an remains unconcerned, for after the competition, he intends to leave Tianyun City to prepare for the evolutions of his fire camel and others. Moreover, compared to the malice of a petty delinquent from a small city, the real dangers he must guard against are far more significant. Soon, the match begins. Zi'an stands on the field, raising his gaze to meet the girl opposite him. Standing at 5 feet 5 inches, clad in a school uniform, her expression is strikingly innocent, with a flush of anticipation and anxiety adorning her cheeks, evoking a desire to protect her warmly. It can be said that Lin Yuan has a keen eye. However, it remains uncertain whether his actions will be appreciated by her. As the flags cross, Zi'an and Ingyu simultaneously release their Pokeballs. Upon seeing her Pokémon, Zi'an comprehends why Lin Yuan urged him to take it easy. It is a grass-type Pokémon, a sweet dance fairy evolved from sweet bamboo. Glimpsing its level of 18, Zi'an recognizes that under normal circumstances, a single hit from his Fire Camel's Fire-type move would undoubtedly lead to an instant knockout. The Fire Camel also assesses its opponent, recalling Zi'an's earlier instructions that this battle need not be taken too seriously. It can afford to engage in a bit of playful sparring before ultimately claiming victory. The Fire Camel readily agrees, now contemplating how to navigate this encounter. Zi'an refrains from commanding his Pokémon during this battle, unless an urgent situation arises, allowing it to experience the autonomy of combat. As the match commences, the Fire Camel begins its performance. With a resounding howl, it stands firm, emanating a stronger aura. The opponent immediately launches an assault, sending a leaf blade flying toward it. Zi'an shakes his head at this spectacle. How could a Fire-type Pokémon be challenged by a Grass-type move? He wonders how the opponent even made it to the quarterfinals. Upon examining her panel, Zi'an discovers that she appears to lack a repertoire of effective offensive moves, with only a few normal and Grass-type moves capable of inflicting damage. This situation reflects a common predicament. Either her resources are insufficient, and she has not equipped her sweet dance fairy with moves that counter his type, or her Pokémon's talent is lacking, resulting in a slower learning curve for other moves. Both scenarios are prevalent among novice trainers specializing in a particular type, as they often struggle to learn a diverse range of moves in the early stages. Fortunately, Zi'an does not share such concerns. He does not intend to specialize in any single attribute, but rather aims for comprehensive development, establishing a more robust and well-rounded system to minimize his weaknesses. Of course, there are drawbacks to this holistic approach, the most evident being high resource consumption and a slower growth rate, which can easily lead to mediocrity if not navigated carefully. Fortunately, Zi'an possesses a system, and the myriad of talents at his disposal bolster his confidence. As Zi'an contemplates these matters, the battle on the field draws to a close. In a series of rounds, the dazed fire camel endured the onslaught of its opponent's most potent grass-type move. Yet it felt as though it had merely been grazed. The damage inflicted could be described as negligible. Contemplating the situation, it surmised that it could gradually bring the match to a close. With that thought, the fire camel opened its mouth and released a spark, enveloping Sweet Dance and I in a cascade of flames. With a cry of despair, the opponent collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. How feeble! The fire camel thought, momentarily taken aback, and hastily ceased the output of energy, allowing the remaining sparks to dissipate. It began to ponder whether the conclusion had come too swiftly. However, it had not anticipated that a mere spark would lead to such a decisive end for its opponent. Had it known, it would have charged in for a direct impact. The fire camel mused with a hint of regret. Clearly, it had misjudged the state of its adversary. Otherwise, such a situation would not have arisen. Zi'an, too, was jolted back to reality by the referee's announcement, glancing at the clock to find that an astonishing 5 minutes had elapsed. Satisfied, he nodded and recalled the fire camel, leaving the field. "Brother, thanks." Upon exiting the gym, Lin Yuan hurried after him, a smile gracing his face. After all, Zi'an had not given any commands during the battle. He had entrusted everything to his Pokémon, a fact that was evident to any observer. Zi'an nodded, curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Are you certain the opponent will be grateful for your actions?" Lin Yuan scratched his head and chuckled softly, explaining, "Of course. Primarily, Inyu was too shy to approach you, so I came to plead her case." Upon hearing this, Zi'an was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed there was a hint of unrequited love, yet this revelation indicated that both parties were indeed openly affectionate. "By the way, I see more than one Pokeball at your waist. Surely, you have some non-initial Pokémon arranged by your elders?" Lin Yuan patted the 2 Pokeballs at his waist, raising an eyebrow with a grin. "How about we find a place to have a battle?" Chapter 058, Battle with the Chishi Bluebird. Zi'an was well aware of what Lin Yuan referred to. The so-called non-initial Pokémon are those acquired before a trainer turns 16 and receives their first Pokémon. Due to the trainers not being of legal age, these Pokémon cannot yet be registered in their names and are typically nurtured until the age of 16, at which point they can be officially registered. For instance, Zi'an's Electric Dragon could also be classified as a non-initial Pokémon. That is feasible, but what about the strength? If you bring out a Pokémon of the champion level, I certainly 1T stand a chance, Zi'an jested, though he knew that such instances were rare, yet not impossible. Some truly elite families invest heavily in cultivating their offspring, and such privileges do exist. However, the stronger the Pokémon, the longer they are prohibited from participating in formal competitions. If someone were to arrange a champion-level Pokémon, it might not be able to partake in battles for a decade following registration. Of course, there are exceptions. First, if your initial Pokémon reaches the corresponding level, it permits participation of Pokémon of the same level in competitions. Secondly, the number of regional gym badges required. Acquiring 8 universal gym badges allows a champion-level Pokémon to battle in official matches. That is improbable. There are hardly any champion-level Pokémon in Tianyan City. Lin Yuan removed a Pokeball and waved it with a broad smile. The Chishi Bluebird, level 36, has been my companion for a decade. Level 36 signifies an experienced strength, and it seemed that this Pokémon had recently evolved. Zi'an pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. His primary intention was to test the Electric Dragon's capabilities after acquiring its second talent. He had initially planned to leave the school in search of an opponent. However, with Lin Yuan approaching him and possessing a dragon-type Chishi Bluebird, it was an opportune moment to assess the effects of his new talent. The two did not depart the school. Instead, they sought out a designated area for battles meant for upperclassmen. Zi'an ventured alone, while Lin Yuan called upon a girl named Inyu, engaging in playful antics that forced Zi'an to endure a journey filled with romantic gestures. It appeared that he might need to employ a heavier hand in the upcoming battle. After submitting their battle request, Zi'an and Lin Yuan were soon assigned to a suitable arena, with a student appointed as the referee. The rationale behind a student officiating was straightforward. The Pokémon School teaches more than just battles. After completing a solid foundation in the first year, second-year students have various other options, such as referee studies, Pokémon breeding, Pokémon healthcare, and ranger studies. Consequently, students studying to become referees often officiate at school battles and competitions, gaining practical experience. As the two trainers faced off, with the referee raising the flags, both released their poke balls simultaneously, one a high-class ball, the other a luxury ball. With a pair of resounding pops, two beams of light illuminated the arena, revealing the electric dragon and the opposing Pokémon. The Chishi Bluebird, an evolution of the Qingyan bird, exhibited an air of elegance. Its head, neck, and legs were a striking sky blue, characterized by cotton-like wings and feathers. Zi'an's eyes sparkled as he scanned the information on the Chishi Bluebird. Pokémon, Chishi Bluebird friendliness, 70 gender, female type, dragon. Flying level, 37 experienced, potential, exceptional ability, weather insensitive, immune to all weather effects, held item, dragon's tooth, superior, boost dragon type moves, dragon dive, inherited, tailwind, inherited, feather rest, inherited. Screech, peck, charm voice, white mist, protect, agility, substitute, fury attack, round, feather dance, dragon breath, mysterious guard, sing, cotton guard, dragon dance, heavy slam, ram, heat wave, dragon pulse. Dual wing beat, return, weather ball, brave bird, charm voice, phosphorescent fire. Talent, none. Zi'an regarded the panel before him, his gaze flickering, judging by the displayed attributes. The Chishi Bluebird had been meticulously trained, boasting a comprehensive array of offensive and defensive skills. It indeed appeared to be a formidable opponent. This Pokémon had undoubtedly undergone careful cultivation, and while lacking a talent, its capabilities might surpass those of his electric dragon based solely on the panel's metrics. Lin Yuan, noticing the electric dragon, retrieved a device to examine it, his pupils narrowing slightly as his expression grew serious. The level disparity was negligible, yet the elemental disadvantage posed a challenge. As both Pokémon emerged, the attention of numerous spectators gravitated toward the battle. Once both trainers confirmed their readiness, an energy-formed barrier swiftly rose, encasing the two Pokémon within the arena. As Pokémon levels ascend, the power of their moves also increases, and this barrier serves to contain the residual effects of their attacks during combat. It is said that this barrier is remarkably intelligent, intercepting moves without hindering the Pokémon's performance, allowing both humans and Pokémon to come and go freely. With the flag signal, neither trainer made a move, but an invisible wave emanated from the electric dragon, and a radiant glow of enhanced capabilities illuminated the arena. The effect of the Dragon King's pulse is activated instantaneously. What manner of technique is this? And how is it being executed with such swiftness? Lin Yuan's pupils constricted, and he hastily exclaimed, Chishi Qingyao, Dance of the Dragon. Electric terrain. Zi'an's voice followed closely behind. The Chishi Qingyao soared into the sky, performing a powerful dance that radiated an aura of enhanced speed and attack power. Below, the electric dragon shimmered with electric light, its crackling energy spreading across the battlefield, with the tailwind boosting its speed. The Chishi Qingyao was enveloped by a cerulean wind that propelled it to even greater velocities as another flash of enhanced speed illuminated the scene. Simultaneously, the Chishi Qingyao opened its beak, rapidly condensing dragon-type energy, unleashing a spiraling wave of draconic force. Thunderbolt, hold it back. A massive surge of electricity erupted, colliding with the dragon pulse, resulting in a deafening explosion that reverberated through the arena. Now's the time, quick attack. Dragon pulse. A white figure darted forward, the Chishi Qingyao, boosted by its increased speed, swiftly approached its opponent. Yet, it was met with a surging dragon pulse. In midair, the Chishi Qingyao executed a sharp turn, deftly evading the dragon energy while hurtling towards the electric dragon, its energy beginning to shift. Now's the chance for a heavy slam. The quick attack was merely a means to close the distance rapidly, setting up for a counterattack. However, Zi'an, fully cognizant of his opponent's capabilities, had already anticipated this. Use substitute. Chapter 059, The Electric Dragon's Little Trick. The electric dragon, remaining stationary, suddenly assumed a ghostly form, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a green doll in its place. The Chishi Qingyao descended with a heavy slam, obliterating the doll, which, despite being battered, remained intact. It is well known that the substitute move creates a decoy capable of absorbing damage at the cost of approximately a quarter of the user's health. The amount of damage a substitute can withstand is determined by the health sacrificed. Zi'an opted for substitute over a defensive stance, seeking to gauge the current stamina of the electric dragon. The outcome appeared quite favorable. The 37-level Qixi Qingyao, under enhanced attack conditions, withstood a move that countered its own without shattering. This indicated that even if the attack landed on the electric dragon, it would not incur substantial damage. With this in mind, Zi'an decided to unleash a newly developed technique during their training. Electromagnetic wave. The electric dragon gathered electrical energy at its fingertips, swiftly unleashing a potent electromagnetic wave that struck the nearby Qixi Qingyao with ease. Directly use earthquake. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, commanding his Pokémon to continue the assault without hesitation. With the distance closed, evasion was no longer feasible. It was better to confront the challenge head-on. The Qixi Qingyao, undeterred, stomped down once more, sending seismic waves rippling through the ground. Electromagnetic levitation. The electric dragon enveloped itself in a powerful magnetic field, lifting off the ground and evading the oncoming shockwaves of the earthquake. Meanwhile, the battered doll was instantly torn to shreds. Ascend and employ mystical shield. The Qixi Qingyao took to the skies, a mystical light shimmering around it, suppressing the flickering arcs of electricity that danced across its body. This was a flawless counter, as the mystical shield effectively neutralized the threats posed by the abnormal status effects. Regrettably, Zi'an had not prepared to capitalize on paralysis, as long as the status remained. There was no cause for concern. Charge. The electric dragon, suspended in the air, began to shimmer with electrical energy, entering a charging state. Lin Yuan sensed something amiss upon witnessing this scene. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from a reckless attack and instead waited for the opportune moment to strike. High-speed movement. The psychic energy surged, further augmenting the Qixi Qingyao's already impressive speed. Observing this, Zi'an furrowed his brow, inhaled deeply, and calmly commanded, "Thunder." Thunder? Those present were taken aback by this command, for the Qixi Qingyao's speed had reached an extraordinary level, making it exceedingly difficult to land a hit with such a lackluster accuracy. However, the electric dragon in the sky had locked onto the Qixi Qingyao, sensing the electric arcs dancing around its form. A colossal bolt of lightning surged forth, piercing the heavens. In an instant, the thunderbolt cascaded downward like a pillar from the sky, aimed directly at the Qixi Qingyao's position. The Qixi Qingyao felt an overwhelming pressure as if it were being targeted by the very thunder dragon itself. Lin Yuan, having cohabited with the Qixi Qingyao for a decade, instinctively sensed the Pokémon's trepidation and immediately revealed his trump card. Defend. Almost as soon as the command was issued, a green barrier enveloped the Qixi Qingyao, and the descending thunderbolt struck, engulfing it in a brilliant display. The blue and white avian burst forth from the thunderstorm, albeit somewhat disheveled, yet entirely unharmed, eliciting gasps from the audience. Lin Yuan exhaled deeply, but before he could fully relax, he noticed the electric dragon, propelled by electromagnetic levitation, charging toward the Qixi Qingyao at an astonishing speed. What made Lin Yuan's heart race was the chilling blue light coalescing around the electric dragon's fist. Ice Punch. This move was perfectly timed, allowing no respite for the opponent. The icy fist crashed into the Qixi Qingyao with tremendous force, dealing quadruple damage and eliciting a pained cry from it as it plummeted from the sky, rolling several times upon impact before finally coming to a halt. Fortunately, the Qixi Qingyao had not completely lost its fighting spirit and managed to rise unsteadily. However, the electric dragon and Zi'an would not squander this opportunity, unleashing another dragon pulse as they swiftly approached. Feather Rest. In this moment, Lin Yuan had no time for hesitation, and the Qixi Qingyao, grounded and vulnerable, activated Feather Rest just as the attack was about to connect, employing a defensive maneuver in hopes of luck. The Qixi Qingyao's fortune proved remarkable. The green barrier manifested once more, successfully blocking the dragon pulse. Retreat and utilize Cotton Guard. The Qixi Qingyao, stripped of its aerial advantage, executed an awkward retreat as the glow of its enhanced defense still flickered. The electric dragon, now grounded, unleashed another ice punch. The tremendous force sent the Qixi Qingyao tumbling several times, but thanks to its enhanced defense, the damage was mitigated, enabling it to rise once more. The electric dragon's relentless onslaught continued, and as it landed, the ground trembled once more. Earthquake! Earthquake! Two voices resonated almost simultaneously, as two seismic shocks erupted in rapid succession, colliding with a resounding impact, causing the ground to tremble and disorienting the surrounding spectators. Lin Yuan remained tense, his gaze fixed on the arena. his mind racing with thoughts as he contemplated issuing further commands, only to witness a mysterious energy dissipate from the Qixi Qingyao. The electric arcs that had been suppressed suddenly surged forth, rendering its movements abruptly rigid. The effect of the mysterious guardian had come to an end. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yi Zi'an's words coincided with the crack of thunder. A colossal thunder dragon surged forth once more. This time, the Qixi Qingyao found itself devoid of any means of resistance. Its form swiftly engulfed by the massive thunder dragon. As the thunder subsided, the blue-white bird lay sprawled on the ground, its body enveloped in electric arcs, its eyes swirling in disorientation. The Qixi Qingyao had lost its combat ability, and the electric dragon emerged victorious. Yi Zi'an let out a subtle sigh of relief. Watching as the electric dragon approached him, he raised a hand to gently pat its head, offering words of praise. Chapter 060, Semi-Final Opponent, Stab Shell. Yi Zi'an was thoroughly satisfied with the previous battle. Despite the electric dragon's back-and-forth exchanges with its opponent, the overall advantage had clearly rested with them. This was evident from the electric dragon's minimal energy expenditure. Throughout the match, aside from the quarter of its stamina consumed by using a substitute, it had not sustained any significant damage from full-fledged attacks. The Qixi Qingyao required treatment at the Pokémon Center, and Yi Zi'an needed to visit as well. It was an opportune moment to assess the current stats of his 3 Pokémon and determine if there had been any changes. Throughout the journey, Lin Yuan engaged in conversation, and Yi Zi'an took the opportunity to learn about his background. Unsurprisingly, Lin Yuan hailed from a prominent family. It was said that his family owned a company primarily focused on the breeding and cultivation of flying-type Pokémon. Furthermore, the company was quite substantial, regarded as a leading enterprise in the entire Tianyan city. Ing Yu and Lin Yuan were childhood friends in the truest sense, having grown up together from kindergarten through 9 years of compulsory education, attending the same school, and even sharing the same desk for an extended period. They soon arrived at the Pokémon Center, where Lin Yuan sought out Nurse Joy for treatment, while Yi Zi'an followed the guidance to request an assessment of his Pokémon stats. Fortunately, this service was seldom utilized, allowing Yi Zi'an to swiftly obtain the current stats of his 3 Pokémon. The results were all normal. This left Yi Zi'an deep in thought. Overall, it appeared that innate talent should not affect changes in stats. Yet why could it influence his own attributes? Upon closely examining the dragon's bloodline talent, he concluded that it primarily activated the dragon bloodline within him. As previously mentioned, dragon-type attributes inherently pertain to the density of bloodlines. And it was not surprising that the electric dragon, having undergone mega evolution, possessed dragon attributes in its regular state following the activation of its dragon bloodline. With Yi Zi'an having received his results, Lin Yuan also finished treating his Pokémon. Given that there was another competition in the afternoon, Yi Zi'an did not linger with them for long. After a brief meal, he returned to school alone. The afternoon's matches were divided into 2 segments, the semifinals and the finals, determining the final rankings. Upon entering the resting area, Yi Zi'an found only 4 individuals remaining. His arrival immediately captured the attention of the other 3. He surveyed the room and recognized 2 familiar faces, one of whom was Jiang Yuzhu, the class's belle. 3 of the 4 finalists hailed from their class, and Yi Zi'an did not need to ponder how elated Chen Ming must be at that moment. Glancing at the screen, Yi Zi'an quickly discerned the identity of his upcoming opponent. A sunlit youth with refined features appeared, even in the photograph, exuding a bright and confident smile. This was the 4th finalist, another classmate, Mo Kai. Instinctively, Yi Zi'an turned his gaze toward the position of his opponent in the lounge, discovering that Mo Kai was also observing him. Upon catching Yi Zi'an's eye, Mo Kai offered a sunny smile and silently waved. Yi Zi'an reciprocated with a smile. He had a favorable impression of this opponent and felt he could afford to be a bit lenient in their match. The first match featured Jiang Yuzhu battling another male classmate, with their Pokémon being the dual blade against the forest lizard. Yi Zi'an refrained from making an immediate judgment based on type advantages. Instead, after a spirited battle, he concluded that the forest lizard held a significant advantage. Indeed, after a fierce entanglement lasting nearly 10 minutes, the dual blade ultimately succumbed to the forest lizard's powerful solar beam. With cheers erupting from the classmates watching the duel, one spot in the finals was secured. After a half-hour break, the second match commenced swiftly. Yi Zi'an and Mo Kai took their positions in the command area, and as the referee waved the flags, 2 Pokeballs were thrown. 2 beams of red light expanded, and the Pokémon materialized on the ground. Yi Zi'an looked up to see his opponent's Pokémon, a creature characterized by 2 upright shells adorned with sharp spikes, with a black spherical body featuring facial features at its center. It was a stab shell. Utilizing the system's scanning function, Zi'an noted that this was an 18-level stab shell with the ability to execute consecutive attacks. He also observed that the opponent carried a rather unique item, a universal umbrella. This item was specifically designed to counteract the effects of sunny and rainy weather, ensuring that the Pokémon would remain unaffected by these two conditions. It appeared that the opponent had done their homework, acquiring this item specifically to guard against the nearly instantaneous sunny day of the Fire Camel. What a formidable stab shell Zi'an used, while simultaneously issuing commands without a moment's hesitation. Sunny day, growth. A fireball soared into the sky, instantly transforming the weather to clear as the surrounding temperature began to rise. Without a moment's pause, the Fire Camel executed a flawlessly smooth growth attack, its form expanding dramatically. Observing this turn of events, Maokai promptly issued his command, Shell Smash. Fully aware of the disadvantage he faced, Maokai realized that a steady approach would lead to certain defeat. To secure any chance of victory, he would have to resort to more extreme measures. The stab shell commenced Shell Smash, and as the Fire Camel prepared its second growth, the opponent simultaneously executed Shell Smash twice. This alone demonstrated the opponent's remarkable proficiency with the move. Both Pokémon's attack levels soared to 4, and after exchanging a knowing glance, they once again harmoniously executed the same move, elevating their attack to the maximum of 6. However, the distinction lay in the fact that the stab shell sacrificed 3 levels of its defensive capabilities, while the Fire Camel incurred no cost. Naturally, the opponent still enjoyed a speed advantage, while the Fire Camel retained the benefit of sunny weather. In a game scenario, the stab shell would undoubtedly possess a greater advantage under such conditions, as speed often dictated the outcome of battles. Regrettably, this is the realm of reality, where enhancements in speed directly correlate with the opponent's increased agility and reaction time, making management far more challenging than in a game. Ice Spike. The armored shell swiftly elevated its body, leaping into the air as energy of the ice element rapidly coalesced, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes akin to a machine gun towards the dull Fire Camel. Flame Burst. The dull Fire Camel tilted its head and opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of fire that swept through, swiftly incinerating the multitude of ice spikes into water, effortlessly countering the assault. Chapter 061, Altered Finals Rules. The searing flames howled past, as the initial flame attack gradually thickened, the central column of fire suddenly expanding, exploding into a large character-shaped inferno that surged towards the armored shell. Dodge with Water Burst. Faced with the incoming explosive flames, the armored shell released a significant volume of water from its rear, propelling itself swiftly to avoid the attack with its maximum speed. This application of speed was evidently cultivated to perfection. Zi'an observed this scene with a slight nod, recognizing the considerable effort the opponent had invested. It is noteworthy that among water-type spirits, certain non-amphibious variants typically cannot engage in combat on solid ground. To surmount this issue, the optimal solution lies in manipulating water currents to navigate through the air, enabling them to float and maneuver. Employing techniques to control the direction of water is a highly refined method, and if executed adeptly, it can even allow these water-type spirits to hover momentarily in the air, evading attacks that propagate from the ground. Thus, this skill is a fundamental lesson for every water-type specialist trainer. Bluffing. The dull Fire Camel raised its head, its expression laced with provocation, eventually exhaling a small flame towards the position of the armored shell. This move aimed to infuriate the opponent, inducing a state of confusion, albeit with significant side effects, enhancing the opponent's attack capabilities by 2 levels. Fortunately, both combatants had already maxed their attack stats, rendering the side effect inconsequential. The armored shell, affected by the move, displayed a grimace as it wobbled unsteadily, a phantom vortex pattern still visible above its head. Damn it, you surf. Maokai sensed a hint of difficulty, gritting his teeth as he prepared to fight back. Alas, it seemed fortune did not favor him. A massive wave of water coalesced for the surf attack and, inexplicably, ensnared the armored shell within it, leading to its initial strike being delivered upon itself. In a state of confusion, it inadvertently struck itself. The armored shell stumbled, both sides having already diminished by 3 levels, and with its special attack stat being low. Receiving its own surf attack nearly spelled its demise. A glimmer of opportunity flashed in the eyes of Zi'an and the dull Fire Camel. They were keenly aware of the need to capitalize on such openings. Character Flame Burst. The surging flames lunged forth, the character-shaped fire barreling down upon the armored shell. Still reeling from its own mistake. Use Protect. Maokai's voice barely echoed when the flames engulfed the armored shell. As the fire dissipated, only the fallen form of the opponent remained, devoid of combat capability. With a 3-level reduction in special defense and a mere 45 base special defense stat, compounded by the self-inflicted surf attack, the ferocious character Flame Burst easily dispatched the opponent. As cheers erupted from the crowd, Zi'an officially advanced to the finals. At this juncture, it was fair to assert that he had secured the first position, as his opponent in the finals, the Forest Lizard, was utterly countered by the Dullfire Camel's type advantage. Unless an unforeseen incident occurred, there was virtually no chance for the opponent to stage a comeback. As for the possibility of unforeseen complications, Zi'an mused that unless the rules were altered or the opponent was changed at the last moment, he was confident that the hidden strength of the Dullfire Camel would suffice to handle any situation. It is worth noting that, even at this point, the Dullfire Camel had only utilized basic flames, refraining from employing its molten powers in battle. The finalists had been chosen, but prior to that, the third and fourth places needed to be determined. After a fierce half-hour struggle, Jiang Yuzhu and Mo Kai engaged in a heated contest, ultimately leading to Mo Kai's armored shell executing a decisive strategy to secure victory, thwarting the prospect of Class 2 sweeping the top 3 positions. Zi'an remained unfazed, patiently awaiting the commencement of the final match. To be candid, at this moment, he felt little concern for the outcome of the competition. Given his current standing, the rewards for first place held little allure for him. After all, this was merely the preliminary examination for the first year. How substantial could the rewards possibly be? After a considerable interval, Zi'an opened his eyes in confusion. Nearly half an hour had elapsed, yet the announcement for the match had yet to be made. Zi'an. At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning towards the source of the sound, he discovered Chun Ming standing at the entrance of the lounge. His expression oddly peculiar. "Teacher Chen, what seems to be the matter?" Zi'an approached and inquired, sensing that something unusual had transpired. "There is something I need to discuss with you," Chun Ming responded gravely, fixing his gaze on Zi'an. "The school administration has just informed me that your performance in this preliminary examination has pleased them greatly, and to motivate everyone, they are enhancing the rewards for this first place." While this sounded like good news, Zi'an furrowed his brow slightly, querying in a tone laced with suspicion, and then, he did not believe the school would suddenly augment the rewards without some stipulation attached. Indeed, Chun Ming soon revealed the condition. "You must have a second spirit by now, correct? The school wishes to elevate the stakes of this finals by having you participate in a 1-on-1, 2-on-2 battle." 2-on-2? Zi'an narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that the situation was far from simple. Rapidly contemplating, he asked in a low voice, "What is the reason?" He was certain that Chun Ming must have some insight, as the latter's expression suggested he was privy to information beyond the surface. "Li Jianyun." Chun Ming uttered a single name, and a flicker of understanding crossed Zi'an's eyes, quickly overshadowed by confusion. It seems that their actions hold little significance, and how does he possess the capacity to alter the opinions of the school's administration? He has a brother who is the school's director, and he is one of the administrators in charge of internal competitions. This clarified matters. Zi'an had not anticipated that Li Lan had been biding his time, ultimately waiting for this moment. With a smile, Zi'an found the situation amusing and inquired calmly, "I do have one, but it is my non-initial spirit, and they cannot dictate its use, can they?" "That would be excessive." "Fear not. The school has agreed to allow the use of non-initial spirits this time." Chun Ming exhaled, adding, "Moreover, the school's decisions are not solely dictated by Li Jianyun. Given the strength of your electric dragon, you should find it manageable." The battle at noon had drawn considerable attention. After all, only 3rd or 4th year students typically possessed spirits of such advanced levels, and their first-year instructors had undoubtedly taken note of that encounter. It is evident that his opponent has also confirmed the existence of a second Pokémon. Otherwise, the essence of this 2-on-2 battle would be rendered meaningless if there were no second Pokémon involved. One can only surmise that this is a well-intentioned yet misguided effort. Chapter 062, Nidoking. Soon, the school's arrangements were announced, leaving many students perplexed by the sudden changes, leading to a flurry of discussions among them. In a certain section of the audience, Lin Yuan and Ying Yu sat together, both wearing expressions of mild concern. That rascal Li Lan had somehow influenced the school to alter the rules in order to target Zi'an simply because he did not acquiesce to his wishes. Lin Yuan found it difficult to comprehend the necessity of such actions. Moreover, how could the gym leader consent to such trivial matters? Just how much favoritism did he extend to Li Lan? Ying Yu's gaze mirrored her confusion, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke with a clear voice. "It feels rather odd. Given that fellow's background and strength, he shouldn't need to resort to such measures against an ordinary student like Zi'an." Although the city's restrictions on trainers were stringent, strictly prohibiting any harm to Pokémon. There were instances where, with proper handling and in the absence of evidence, no repercussions would arise. Furthermore, as the son of a gym leader, it would be considerably easier for him to deal with a regular student after merely teaching him a lesson. Yet, Zi'an is no ordinary student. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, his voice steady as he remarked, I have just received information suggesting that Zi'an seems to have significant connections with Master Daniel. Master Daniel. A flicker of surprise illuminated Yu's eyes as she involuntarily exclaimed, Is that true? Why was there no prior indication of this? I am uncertain. My family had conducted some inquiries previously, but they did not uncover much information, as if someone had deliberately concealed certain details. Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head. Particularly regarding events from 2 years ago, many seemed to hold a certain apprehension, reluctant to mention various matters, as if they were wary of something. On the other side, Li Lan surveyed the bustling scene with a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. He turned his head towards the contestant passage, locking eyes with a figure standing there. Zi'an stood at the contestant passage, illuminated partially by the overhead lights, though half of his face remained shrouded in darkness. The moment their gazes met, Zi'an observed Li Lan raise his hand in a mocking gesture, as if to slice across his own neck. In response to this display, Zi'an merely wore a faint smile, committing Li Lan's visage to memory. Li Jinyun, Li Lan. It is quite amusing that despite my low profile, I have inadvertently entangled myself with them over such a trivial matter. Zi'an strode into the arena, his expression calm as he traversed a portion of the battlefield, arriving at the solitary combat area still operational. As the site for the finals, this arena's dimensions were 4 times larger than the original, explicitly equipped with protective shielding devices. It seemed the school anticipated a fierce battle, for such barriers were typically reserved for elite-level encounters. Upon entering the arena and reaching the command zone, Zi'an turned his gaze towards his opponent, who had also arrived simultaneously. Due to the distance, Zi'an could not clearly discern the opponent as features. The referee, a senior from the 4th grade chosen specifically for this occasion, raised the flags in both hands and began to announce. The first-year preliminary finals in Tianyun City Pit Class 2's Zi'an against Class 2's Wang Yong. The battle will adopt a single trainer format with 2 Pokémon each, following the latest regulations set forth by the World Pokémon Battle League Association. Do both parties confirm their understanding of these rules? Zi'an nodded calmly, and Wang Yong mirrored his affirmation. The initial Pokémon will be released simultaneously. Upon the crossing of the flags, please throw out your Pokeballs. The referee continued, lifting the flags above his head. Zi'an and Wang Yong both reached for their Pokeballs, and as the referee turned his head to confirm, the flags were crossed sharply. The 2 Pokeballs were instantly hurled into the air, with Zi'an's releasing its contents first, revealing the form of a Drowsy. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, as the red light faded, a colossal purple beast descended with a thunderous crash. Pokémon, Nidoking. Familiarity, 70. Gender, male. Type, poison ground. Level, 35, expert. Potential, superior. Ability, rivalry. When facing an opponent of the same gender, its fighting spirit intensifies. Conversely, it weakens against opponents of the opposite gender. Held item, soft sand, medium grade. Moves, talents. Indeed, it is a ground-type Pokémon. Zi'an could hardly believe that his opponent would cease at this level. It was entirely plausible that there was more to this trainer than met the eye. Whether this Nidoking belonged to Wang Yong or someone else would soon be revealed in the course of battle. As both Pokémon appeared, the reactions from the audience varied widely. What? How could he possibly use a Drowsy? In the audience, Li Lan sprang to his feet in disbelief. During their investigation into Zi'an, although they were aware he possessed a Drowsy, they had presumed it was newly captured and could not possibly rival a Charjabug. After all, trainers typically preferred capturing Pokémon at lower levels, nurturing them from the ground up for greater potential and limits. This was an instinctive belief held by the vast majority of trainers. Moreover, this notion held merit, particularly among early-stage trainers, many of whom favored raising Pokémon from eggs. Li Lan had assumed that the Drowsy was cultivated in this manner. Even if it were not raised from an egg, its level could not be high enough to warrant a competition. Thus, they had only prepared countermeasures against the Electrode, and were entirely unprepared for this Drowsy. Damn it, don't think for a moment that your little tricks will work. I have put in considerable effort to ensure your defeat, Li Lan sneered, resuming his seat. On the other side, Lin Yuan and Yu exchanged surprised glances. They too had not anticipated that Zi'an would choose to deploy Drowsy first. They were well aware of the Nidoking's prowess, firmly established at the expert level. Could the initial stage Drowsy truly hold its ground? With both Pokémon ready, the battle commenced, pitting Nidoking against Drowsy. As the flags waved, Zi'an's voice resonated. Drowsy. Use belly drum. A war drum echoed from within Drowsy, its energy surging forth in a powerful wave, reverberating like thunder. Roar. The opposing Nidoking let out a fierce roar, stomping the ground with such force that it unleashed a tremor, sending shockwaves rippling across the arena. Zi'an's gaze sharpened. He had not heard Wang Yang's commands. This could either indicate a well-coordinated battle system where they were in perfect sync without the need for commands, or it could suggest that Wang Yang was unable to direct Nidoking, a scenario most commonly arising from insufficient familiarity between them. Chapter 063, The Anomalous Electrode. Drowsy soared into the air, but to mask its ability to control the wind, Zi'an mentally communicated with it, urging it to envelop its body in a layer of psychic energy. The ferocious earthquake was effortlessly evaded, and at the moment when the dull beast raised its head, a flash of psychic brilliance glimmered in its eyes, enveloping the entire arena with a peculiar wave. Illusion space. Although Zi'an's voice was delayed, it resonated throughout the expanding space, swiftly manifesting bizarre transformations. The Nidoking, originally racing toward this direction, suddenly felt as if it were mired in a quagmire, struggling to move with considerable difficulty. As the core technique of the spatial system, its formidable functionality came with an exceptionally high mastery difficulty. However, once mastered, it rendered the opponent in a state of immense discomfort, provided they lacked countermeasures. Healing wave. Surrounding the dull beast, pink energy gradually unfurled, and the moment it formed, it retracted and struck itself. The stamina depleted from its bloated abdomen rapidly recovered, restoring it to its peak condition in an instant. During this interval, the Nidoking persistently endeavored to approach the dull beast, disregarding Wang Yang's repeated commands, intent on closing the distance. It became increasingly evident that Nidoking was likely not his Pokémon, as it was incapable of following commands, indicating a lack of genuine subjugation. TSK, Zi'an clicked his tongue lightly. However, such disobedience posed a challenge, as it rendered strategic responses based on the opponent's commands impossible and could easily lead to misdirection. Fortunately, Zi'an decided against issuing further commands and directly stated, "Dull beast. The opponent is yours to handle." The dull beast's lips curled into a smile, and in an instant, it gathered water energy, forming a water sphere larger than itself that coalesced rapidly, with a robust water column launching forth like a cannonball. Water cannon. The formidable water projectile instilled a sense of threat in Nidoking, which quickly erected a green barrier with both hands, attempting to shield itself from the incoming assault. Yet, it proved futile. Before the splattered water could touch the ground, an unseen force abruptly halted it mid-air, and as the green barrier dissipated, a barrage of water arrows rained down upon Nidoking. Each arrow possessed the power akin to a water gun. Though individually weak, their sheer numbers compounded with double damage, swiftly inundated Nidoking. But the onslaught did not cease there. The dull beast's gaze sharpened as a shockwave erupted behind it, propelling its body forward like a cannonball toward Nidoking. The energy of its psychic powers manifested above its head, and a terrifyingly potent psychic headbutt was unleashed, striking Nidoking squarely. With double the damage inflicted by its maxed-out physical attack, Nidoking's purple form was sent flying, tumbling helplessly across the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. The dull beast gracefully returned to the ground, nonchalantly swaying its tail as if unfazed. The referee raised a flag and announced loudly, "Nidoking has lost its combat ability. Competitor Wang Yang, please promptly substitute your Pokémon." At that moment, Wang Yang's expression was complex as he glanced at Zi'an and then at his incapacitated Nidoking, letting out a gentle sigh before recalling it. "I never expected my journey as a trainer to end before it even began," he muttered softly. But upon recalling his little sister in the hospital and that haughty visage, he could only throw out another Pokeball. As the red light descended, a yellow and black humanoid Pokémon stood tall on the field. Zi'an raised his head, activating the scanning function, and the information that appeared caused his expression to grow somber. This was an electric-type Electabuzz, and upon glancing at the retrieved data, he noted its impressive level of 40. Pokémon, Electabuzz. Affection, 50. Gender, male. Type, electric. Level, 40 veteran. Aptitude, special. Ability, motor drive, immune to electric-type attacks and increases speed when hit by them. Held item, none. Moves. Talents. Of course, Zi'an did not concern himself with the level. As long as it was not excessively outmatched, he was confident in his victory. Yet, he sensed something amiss. This Electabuzz exhibited some peculiarities. From a distance, its state appeared strange, with its crimson eyes emanating an unusual aura. Upon closer inspection of the interface, everything seemed generally intact, but he discovered something unusual in the move set. How did it learn this move? Zi'an promptly recalled the dull beast, as the duration of the illusion space had expired, causing the wondrous realm to gradually dissipate. He swiftly threw another Pokeball, summoning his Electrode, who, being an electric-type Pokemon himself, sensed the anomaly and let out a low growl to alert Zi'an. Zi'an's conviction solidified. The opponent's Pokemon had undoubtedly undergone some manipulation. Had it been drugged or something? Zi'an made his assessment, but those at a distance could not discern the situation. As for the referee, he glanced between the two sides and waved his flag. The battle commenced. He couldn't have missed it, could he? How could that be possible? As a professional referee, being able to swiftly determine if a Pokemon was in satisfactory health and combat readiness is a fundamental quality. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Zi'an chuckled lightly, wondering what scheme Leland had employed to persuade these two individuals to jeopardize their own futures in their pursuit against him. Be cautious. Initiate with dual screens. Electrode extended its arms, manifesting two distinct transparent barriers before vanishing into the air. The so-called dual screens consist of reflect and light screen. One has the power of physical attacks while the other has the power of special attacks, forming a versatile combination move. Simultaneously, an intangible aura surged forth as the dragon's king pulse activated, diminishing the opponent's aura. Beast. A thunderous roar erupted as Electabuzz lifted its head, unleashing a torrent of terrifying electric-type energy that surged forth in a deluge of lightning. Thunderbolt. Faced with the oncoming storm of electricity, Electrode did not even entertain the thought of evasion, effortlessly dissipating the Thunderbolt with a casual swipe. Currently, Electrode possessed a dual electric typing, granting it a fourfold resistance to electric-type moves, compounded by its strong affinity for electric energy and mastery over lightning. While it had yet to achieve complete immunity to electric moves, it was close enough. Dragon Pulse. Given that the opponent's ability was Motor Drive, which not only immunizes against electric-type moves, but also accelerates when struck by them, Zi'an realized he could not utilize electric-type moves in this battle. However, Electrode excelled in electric-type moves, with approximately 80% of its learned techniques being electric in nature. While it had mastered a few moves of other types, they were limited. This was primarily due to proficiency concerns. Electrode had an exceptionally high level of mastery over electric-type techniques, making it inefficient to pursue moves of other types. Furthermore, due to its ability's immunity to electric attacks, Zi'an had refrained from assigning it additional strategies. Chapter 064. Overload out of control. Thus, this battle would not be easy. Nonetheless, Zi'an remained confident in Electrode's potential for victory. Energy coalesced into a dragon-shaped form, erupting outward, while the opponent swung its lightning-infused fist downward, directly colliding with the incoming Dragon Pulse. Amidst the intertwining of two forces, an explosive cacophony erupted, as the Thunder Beast roared forth from the smoke, dashing towards the electric dragon with remarkable speed. The swiftness of its approach was peculiar. In the blink of an eye, it had closed nearly half the distance. This velocity was decidedly suspicious. Zi'an swiftly discerned the anomaly. He recalled that the Thunder Beast's base speed was 95, and at level 40, such a pace was implausible. To achieve this level of speed, it would require at least a 2-level enhancement in its speed attribute. This indicated that the opponent had undoubtedly employed some method to augment its abilities dramatically in a brief span. Without further contemplation, Zi'an called out, "Lightning Strike." He had no time to ponder. He needed to deploy his most adept technique to defuse the situation. The electric dragon's gaze hardened, and terrifying bolts of lightning erupted forth, colliding head-on with the Thunder Beast's rushing Thunder Punch. Both Pokémon staggered backward several steps, their eyes locked onto one another. At that moment, Zi'an suddenly noticed a flicker of brilliance emanating from the opponent, a sign of enhanced abilities. His eyes narrowed. He was certain that the Thunder Beast had not executed any moves prior, nor did it possess any items. This could only imply one possibility. It was utilizing its ability. The opponent had evidently triggered the electric engine ability with some clever tactic. What had this individual done to the Thunder Beast? Casting a glance at the silent Wang Yong, Zi'an spoke calmly, "Electromagnetic levitation." The electric dragon surged into the sky, crackling with lightning, while the Thunder Beast unleashed a thunder attack from above. Unfortunately, its accuracy was lacking, and the attack veered off course, striking the ground and sending rocks flying. Unyielding, the electric dragon retaliated with Dragon Pulse, clashing with the Thunder Beast's 10,000 volts in a direct confrontation. Observing the unfolding battle, Zi'an's expression grew grave as he calmly declared, prepare to charge. He intended to strike decisively, for he had sensed an ominous development while reviewing the Thunder Beast's stats. The electric dragon's eyes sparkled with electricity as it ascended, gathering energy in the air, while the surrounding arcs of electricity became increasingly dense. On the ground, the Thunder Beast attacked the electric dragon while it charged. Though the electric dragon chose to absorb some of the electrical attacks, deftly converting the onslaught into energy to expedite its charging process. In less than half a minute, arcs of electricity enveloped the electric dragon, as if it were clad in a suit of thunderous armor. Is it charging? Why is it taking so long? Murmured someone from the sidelines, bewildered by the prolonged charging time. It cannot merely be a simple charge, remarked a knowledgeable spectator, their tone a mix of gravity and awe. Some voiced uncertainty, speculating, could it be a deep development of a technique? But such mastery usually requires gym-level prowess. Could they truly achieve this now? Wait, do you see the changes in the electricity surrounding the electric dragon? Commented another, their voice tinged with doubt. Zi'an, too, had noticed. It was a sign that the electric dragon was on the verge of entering an overclocked state. Although one could enter this state directly, the energy amassed through charging would significantly amplify its electric prowess. Electric dragon, Zi'an shouted, prompting the electric dragon to consolidate all gathered lightning into a single attack, unleashing a ferocious thunder imbued with overwhelming force. The stunning display of electricity left many spectators in awe, though Li Lan in the audience, who had initially appeared troubled, regained composure. While he might have worried about other moves, electric-type attacks held no efficacy against the electric beast, which possessed the electric engine ability. In fact, they would only enhance its speed. The terrifying lightning descended without hesitation, as the Thunder Beast showed no inclination to evade, instead welcoming the impending storm with outstretched arms. In an instant, it was engulfed by the overwhelming thunder, letting out a furious roar as flashes of brilliance cascaded over its body. The frequency of its ability activation surged, elevating its speed to maximum capacity. However, as the thunder continued to strike, the Thunder Beast began to emit agonized cries, countless bolts of electricity coursing chaotically through it. This was overload, a loss of control. Several seasoned students and instructors recognized the situation, gasping in alarm. Overload occurs when a Pokémon harbors energy far beyond its manageable limits, rendering it incapable of controlling its internal energy. Each time it attempted to use a move, it inflicted significant harm upon itself. This phenomenon often arises when a Pokémon utilizes moves or abilities that absorb external energy, with Electric Engine being one such ability. Electric Dragon, Zi'an called out urgently. And in the next moment, the electric dragon reigned in its power, the ferocious lightning gradually dissipating, leaving the Thunder Beast collapsed on the ground. Zi'an halted the attack because, according to the rules of the competition, if a Pokémon experiences overload, the opposing side is not permitted to continue attacking. Should they do so, the opponent would be declared the victor, a crucial aspect of Zi'an's strategy. Sighing in relief at the sight of the fallen Thunder Beast, Zi'an was grateful that his opponent had not unleashed their move. Wang Yong stared at the Thunder Beast, disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Zi'an, never having anticipated the battle would conclude in such a manner. The referee, observing the downed Thunder Beast, hesitated momentarily, taking over 10 seconds before uncertainly preparing to raise the flag. Just then, the Thunder Beast trembled and slowly rose, its eyes transformed into an abyssal black. Zi'an immediately sensed the impending danger. The opponent was emanating a radiant white light. Damn, he cursed inwardly, realizing that his earlier relaxation had rendered it too late to call back the electric dragon. He shouted, "Electric Dragon, Plasma Shield." As he yelled, he pressed a button on his belt, and the sloth Pokémon sprang forth, erecting a protective green barrier in front of him. The electric dragon reacted swiftly, launching into a nearly instantaneous plasma shield, while simultaneously ascending and creating a protective barrier. In an instant, the Thunder Beast was enveloped in white light and lunged toward Zi'an. The faces of the onlookers turned ashen. Everyone recognized the ominous glow. It was self-destruct. In official competitions and certain battles, some moves are strictly forbidden. Among them are self-destruct and explosion. The reason lies in the exorbitant cost. The former is somewhat more manageable, as it causes destruction while leaving the Pokémon in a near-death state, with a minuscule chance of lasting effects if not executed properly. However, the latter, once unleashed, guarantees the immediate demise of the Pokémon using it. It can be said that it bursts forth in a final, dazzling display at the cost of life. This has also rendered those capable of mastering such moves into prime candidates for terrorists seeking to execute attacks. Fortunately, The management of these two techniques in the Longxiao region remains relatively stringent, with official regulations strictly governing the distribution of move discs and imposing limitations on the capture of Pokémon such as Taillow and Shuckle, which are particularly adept at these techniques. Moreover, the inherent difficulty in learning these moves, coupled with the reluctance of many Pokémon to acquire them, has made their occurrence quite rare. These various measures have significantly enhanced the safety within the city, preventing it from descending into chaos like some more tumultuous regions, where terror attacks erupt sporadically, accompanied by the explosive spectacle of Thunderbolt. Logically, electric-type Pokémon such as Electabuzz should be incapable of learning the move Explosion. If they can, it is either due to an extraordinary talent in that regard or the result of human intervention. After all, this is the real world, not a game. And Pokémon are incredibly mystical beings, making many incomprehensible phenomena rather commonplace. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted into the sky, nearly instantaneously engulfing the entire venue. The barriers surrounding the area trembled precariously before shattering after a brief 2 to 3 seconds, while the deafening shockwave surged wildly outward. Chaos ensued in an instant, as the sounds of numerous Pokeballs opening filled the air, with countless Pokémon rushing to protect their trainers, while teachers and the principal's Pokémon swiftly charged onto the field under their commands. In the audience, Lilan observed this scene with a calm demeanor. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he murmured to himself, "Truly spectacular. My father's strategy is indeed brilliant. I hope my uncle can handle it." His gaze shifted toward the guest seating area, where a middle-aged man displayed a similarly incredulous expression. Lin Yuan stood up in disbelief, turning to fix his gaze on Lilan from afar. Damn it, has that guy lost his mind? How audacious must he be to believe that his uncle can truly manage such a monumental situation? As several Pokémon whipped up a whirlwind, the smoke from the explosion visibly dissipated, revealing the aftermath. Zi'an stood calmly in place, with Drowsy floating beside him, wearing a grave expression, while the intermittent gusts of wind shielded them. A massive crater had formed on the field, with the referee and Wang Yong lying unconscious on the ground. The exact circumstances still undetermined. The Dragonite hovered high above and scathed, its eyes filled with fierce determination. "Are you all right?" A steel-winged Pokémon descended from the sky, and Chunming quickly jumped off its back, sighing heavily with relief upon seeing that Zi'an was largely unharmed. "I'm fine." Zi'an nodded slightly, lifting his gaze to scan the audience before locking eyes with Li Lan's somewhat bewildered stare in the distance. This time, Zi'an's expression revealed not coldness, but an unmistakable murderous intent. "Those who seek his life must inevitably be eradicated. Rest assured, this time I will ensure that those scoundrels provide you with an explanation." Chunming, similarly suppressing his fury, spoke up, feeling that the finals of this initial examination had devolved into a farcical spectacle. The subsequent handling of the situation would fall to the school, and Zi'an had no interest in delving deeper into the particulars. After confirming with Chunming that he had secured first place in the competition and would be able to collect his reward the following day, he departed the school for the Pokémon Center to seek treatment. Though the Pokémon appeared to be mostly unscathed, Zi'an deemed it prudent to undergo a comprehensive healing to avert any potential complications. An hour later, Zi'an retrieved his 3 Pokémon, and upon reviewing the health reports provided by the Pokémon Center, he felt a measure of reassurance. Upon returning home, he released them from their Pokeballs. As 3 beams of light flashed, Drowsy, and Dragonite appeared beside him, gazing up with complex expressions. Zi'an could discern many emotions within their eyes: fear stemming from today's perilous situation, anxiety over his near injury, rage directed at the assailants, and the frustration of being unable to exact immediate vengeance. Today's events had prompted them to reflect deeply, all culminating in one conclusion: their lack of strength. Zi'an regarded their 3 pairs of eyes with unwavering resolve and spoke solemnly. "Do you wish for vengeance? Do you wish to protect me and our comrades? Do you yearn for a life of unbridled joy? Do you aspire to fulfill your dreams and pursue what you truly wish to do?" All 3 Pokémon nodded in unison, their eyes shimmering with a fervent desire to grow stronger. Zi'an raised his hand to gently stroke each of their heads, his voice softening as he said, "Then let us grow stronger together. I will guide you as we forge ahead, until we accomplish all that we set out to achieve." The events of the day had not diminished the spirit of his 3 companions. Rather, they ignited an even greater determination within them, leading them to train with newfound vigor. Zi'an, too, would not remain idle. Returning to his bedroom, he resumed work on his unfinished tasks. During this time, he had devised every means possible to ensure the future evolution of Drowsy, particularly focusing on a potion that could enhance a Pokémon's potential during evolution. With the assistance of his advanced cognitive abilities, Zi'an had already deduced over 100 formulas. Now, he simply needed to select the most suitable concoction tailored to the individual conditions of his two Pokémon. It must be acknowledged that the capacity for deduction afforded by his advanced cognitive abilities is truly astonishing. Amidst thousands of possibilities, it can pinpoint the most fitting without any missteps. The following day, Zi'an arrived at school primarily to claim his first-place reward. Chun Ming accompanied him to collect the prize and briefly updated him on the situation following the incident. Wang Yong and the referee had been hospitalized, and the responsibility of both would undoubtedly be scrutinized. Wang Yong would likely be unable to continue his studies, while the referee's circumstances remained under investigation. However, these two were merely minor players. It was said that the school was taking this incident very seriously, with a certain director already overwhelmed by the fallout. Given the magnitude of the incident, the usual award ceremony was understandably cancelled, so the rankings were announced directly, and the rewards were distributed to the students. Chapter 66. Selection of Initial Examination Rewards. As for the rewards, due to the last-minute changes to the rules before the finals that enhanced the prizes, along with the compensation for his championship, they were exceptionally generous. In addition to credits that Zi'an would not use, he received nearly 100,000 Longxiao coins, the opportunity to select 2 items from the Academy's Resource Center, and a special spot at the Yangchangshan Pokemon breeding base. While Zi'an felt indifferent towards the other rewards, the last one piqued his interest. Possessing a photographic memory, he had absorbed a wealth of knowledge and had browsed through a multitude of information online, leaving him with a considerable impression of the Yangchangshan Pokemon breeding base. This breeding base is a facility dedicated to nurturing Pokémon, serving as the source for the Pokémon provided to new students each year and the Pokémon from reputable breeding houses in the city. The Yunzhong Mountain Breeding Base stands as the largest cultivation facility among the myriad cities in the vicinity, providing a staggering 80% of the Pokémon allocation for middle schools and breeding houses in the surrounding urban areas. It has become a notable source for numerous high-caliber Pokémon. Zi'an's awareness of this breeding ground is not solely derived from online resources. Rather, it stems primarily from his visits to the Yunzhong Mountain Breeding Base several years prior, during a time when his grandmother was still alive. Due to her inability to travel far from Tianyuan City, he had taken it upon himself to visit on her behalf. However, the most recent of these visits dates back 3 to 4 years, and with most of his acquaintances having departed since then, he finds himself somewhat unfamiliar with the current state of the Yunzhong Mountain Breeding Base. It is noteworthy that Aunt Sun Dan Yu holds a position there as a senior special advisor, enjoying a prestigious status. The coveted special quota awarded by the Yunzhong Mountain Breeding Base is indeed a rare treasure, granting its possessor unrestricted access to select a Pokémon for cultivation. The breeding base is renowned for its signature Pokémon, Charmander and Trico, both of which are exceedingly popular throughout the region. Particularly, the Trico lineage has produced champions of remarkable prowess, with one such trainer being a principal contender among the current Elite Four of the region, specifically the Fighting Master. Longxia. You may wonder why a champion-level Pokémon trainer is merely an elite. The answer lies in the fact that the current regional champions are even stronger. Chun Ming, who guided Zi'an to the school's resource center, assisted him in selecting 2 items. Upon receiving the tablet from the staff for selection purposes, Zi'an quickly discerned that the scope of choices was predetermined. After flipping through the options for several minutes, he found nothing of personal utility. The most valuable items were merely evolution stones and specialized evolutionary tools, with the highest quality items being of superior grade. Is it truly credible that such a vast institution lacks top-tier items? One might argue that it is merely an ordinary preliminary examination, and no matter how improved the rewards, they could not possibly amount to treasures valued in the millions. Zi'an chuckled to himself, initially hoping to uncover some hidden gems through this opportunity, such as megastones or keystones. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt as though he had activated a long-dormant switch within himself. This sensation was familiar to him, akin to the triggering of his innate talent. Zi'an suddenly recalled his talent as a treasure hunter, which seemed to possess an effect reminiscent of wish fulfillment. Perhaps his recent thoughts had indeed activated this particular aspect of his ability. He swiftly glanced back at the tablet, and upon reaching the final few pages, 2 items instantaneously captured his attention. One was a pair of transparent orbs adorned with intricate patterns, and the other resembled a pokeball, predominantly deep purple with a silver border, featuring a hexagonal design at its center. Telepathy Stone. These are 2 extraordinarily unique stones. 1. The red-blue stone is meant for Charizard, while the other, when held, allows the user to sense the thoughts of both entities. Crystallized Pokeball. A special Pokeball discovered in the wild, capable of temporarily capturing already subdued Pokémon. Zi'an stared intently at the images of these two items. And his first thought was, who says the orange talent is not impressive? He never anticipated that such a modest preliminary examination would yield such delightful surprises. Regaining his composure, he immediately turned to the rather impatient exchange teacher beside him and cheerfully declared, I have made my selection. He tapped on the two items and presented the tablet to the teacher. The instructor took the tablet, glanced at it with some surprise, then looked back at Zi'an, but said nothing further before turning to leave. Why did you choose those two items? Chun-Ming inquired, having observed Zi'an's selections with a hint of curiosity. In his view, Zi'an would likely opt for superior grade items or evolution stones to enhance his Pokémon's strength. The two items Zi'an chose were rather obscure, to the extent that many trainers might not even recognize them. I am not in need of money. Those ordinary quality evolution stones hold no value for me. Zi'an explained with a smile. These two items appeared quite intriguing, and I felt they possessed considerable collectible value. This explanation was a common trope among those who had traversed dimensions, and Zi'an naturally employed it to cloak his true intentions behind his selection. Chun-Ming nodded, not dwelling on it further. Once the teacher delivered the items, the two of them departed the resource center. Subsequently, Chun-Ming produced a finely crafted card from his pocket, handing it to Zi'an while stating, also, here is the special quota invitation card for the Yunzong mountain breeding base. Take good care of it. If you lose it, there will be no replacements. Zi'an accepted it with a nod, and after a moment's contemplation, Chun-Ming added, would you like me to accompany you? I fear there may be those with ill intentions. He was not a fool. His investigations from the previous day and various subtle clues suggested that someone was indeed targeting Zi'an. While he was uncertain as to why Zi'an caught their attention, it was plausible that it was due to this special quota, as it had been the sole reward previously offered. Perhaps someone intended to manipulate the competition to secure this coveted opportunity. In such a scenario, Zi'an would be at risk holding this quota, prompting Chun-Ming, as a teacher, to offer his protection. After all, although the breeding base was situated near Tianyan City, its location was quite remote, with a significant portion of the facility nestled in the wilderness. Thank you, but I have already asked Aunt Sun to assist me, Zi'an graciously acknowledged, subtly declining the offer. However, he fabricated a small lie, having yet to contact Aunt Sun, as he was unaware that this quota was included among the rewards. Chapter 067. The treasure hunter talent shines bright. Yet, it was no matter. He could simply inform her when he exited the school gates. If Aunt Sun was not preoccupied, he would ask her for assistance. If she was unable to spare the time, Zi'an was willing to wait, as there was no rush. Chun-Ming refrained from further discussion, being a busy teacher and class supervisor himself, especially given the ongoing situation with Wang Yong, which left him little time. After parting ways, Zi'an sought a secluded spot to examine the items he had just acquired. The items were not simply handed over, rather, they were contained within a box. Upon opening the box, the two orbs and the Pokeball-like object appeared before him. A gleam of excitement flashed in Zi'an's eyes as he quickly utilized the system to read the information on the three items. Item: Charizard Megastone. Description: a wondrous evolution stone that, when carried by Charizard and certain conditions met, allows it to evolve once more. Item: Keystone. Description: a stone imbued with extraordinary power. When worn by a trainer, it can forge a bond with the corresponding Mega Stone-bearing Pokémon, aiding in its special evolution. Item: Thai Crystal Orb, uncharged. Introduction: this is an energy-less Thai Crystal Pearl. When infused with power, it can temporarily contain a spirit, which, upon release, enters a crystallized state. Indeed, upon viewing those two images, he had surmised their nature, and now, with the system's readout, the displayed panel further solidified his certainty. One could say that this time, the talent treasure hunter had achieved a significant victory, triggering 3 acquisitions with a single endeavor. A remarkable feat, however, the uncharged state posed some complications. He was uncertain where in this world he could locate Thai crystal energy. Zi'an mused internally, noting that in the game, replenishing energy was relatively simple, but in reality, the discrepancies could be vast. Moreover, this world had yet to unveil the unique crystallization system, necessitating his own exploration. After securing the 3 items, Zi'an proceeded towards the school gate, casually dialing Aunt Sun. He briefed her on his situation and inquired if she had the time to give him a ride. Sun Danue responded that she was headed to the breeding base herself and could conveniently take him along, instructing him to wait by the school gate. Zi'an expressed his gratitude, and as he arrived at the gate, Sun Danua also appeared just in time. Her swift arrival was not merely due to her proximity, but rather because she had utilized her psychic golem to teleport herself there. As a champion-level psychic Pokémon, she could traverse the entire city with a mere thought. Let us depart. By the way, I forgot to ask what prompted your sudden visit to the breeding base. Sun Danua beckoned Zi'an closer before inquiring. The school awarded a special quota, and I am going to select a Pokémon, Zi'an explained. Sun Danua's interest peaked at this revelation. A special quota? I recall there was only one initial assessment recently. When did Lu Zhao become so generous as to offer this as a reward? Zi'an briefly recounted the events of the previous day, causing Sun Danua's expression to darken momentarily as she inquired, Li Jinyun? Who knows? Zi'an chuckled nonchalantly. Do you need assistance? I can manage on my own. Upon hearing this, Sun Danua glanced at Zi'an, her face lighting up with a bright smile. All right, should you require help, feel free to seek me out. Understood. Yunzhong Mountain Pokémon Breeding Base. Before the grand entrance, a subtle ripple in space heralded the arrival of Zi'an and Sun Danua, courtesy of the psychic golem. Gazing at the immense structure before them, Zi'an's eyes sparkled with awe. It was indeed the largest Pokémon breeding base in the region. Unlike the breeding houses depicted in the anime, the Yunzhong Mountain Breeding Base resembled a vast commercial plaza, boasting 4 or 5 stories. Teeming with Pokémon patrolling the vicinity to ensure security, they found themselves on an elevated platform outside the building, seemingly constructed for the purpose of allowing Pokémon to disembark after teleportation. If one were to teleport to an alternative location, they would be treated as an intruder. Sun Danua elucidated the function of this platform, and Zi'an nodded in acknowledgement, recalling that such arrangements were customary near significant facilities. With Sun Danua's presence, they faced no hindrance and smoothly entered the breeding base. After registering at the reception desk and explaining their purpose, Zi'an presented the card signifying his special quota. Very well, I have registered you. Would you like me to assign a breeder to accompany you in selecting a Pokémon? The receptionist inquired. Just as Zi'an was about to nod in agreement, Sun Danua interjected, No need, I will guide him. The staff member respectfully nodded and returned the card along with some registration details. Zi'an expressed his gratitude before following Sun Danua towards an elevator. As they traveled, Sun Danua began to describe the types of Pokémon available for selection under his special quota. The breeding base boasted an extensive variety of Pokémon, exceeding 100 species, predominantly of the grass and flying types, all cultivated using the most refined techniques available. Due to the differing breeding technologies and individual variations, the Pokémon produced through these methods exhibited certain distinctions. The breeding base categorized these differences into 3 tiers: standard breeding, excellent breeding, and premium breeding. Typically, the Pokémon offered to the Academy were those bred through standard methods, which generally possess qualities ranging from average to above average, though labeled as standard breeding. This merely reflected their status in comparison to the other 2 tiers. In fact, when compared to wild juvenile Pokémon, those bred here typically exhibited superior foundational skills, usually mastering at least 2 inherited moves. Furthermore, this breeding classification did not consider the Pokémon species, but rather the condition of the individual, ensuring that those bred at higher tiers were not limited to a few rare species. Zi'an's special quota allowed him to select from all 3 categories of Pokémon. Naturally, opting for those produced through premium breeding was the most favorable and cost-effective choice. Zi'an would not refuse this opportunity, as although he could utilize the system to select individually, that approach was cumbersome. It was far more efficient to choose from the most exceptional specimens already curated by the staff, ensuring that the Pokémon selected would undoubtedly excel. Chapter 068, Selecting a Pokémon. Following Sun Danua's lead, Zi'an observed numerous breeding rooms through glass partitions, where dedicated breeders busied themselves with various tasks. Some were concocting potions for the Pokémon. Others were administering massages, and still others were scanning Pokémon eggs for breeding data. Zi'an even spotted a female breeder in one room, matchmaking 2 Pokémon, actively facilitating their potential union. Upon observing the prospective pair, a Shinado and a Lucario, Zi'an paused to take a closer look. However, upon scanning with the system, he was taken aback to discover that the male Shinado was indeed male, while the Lucario was female. This unexpected twist caught him off guard. Yet he found it somewhat amusing. At least they weren't arranging a pairing between a Shinado and a Grimer, which would have been quite an absurd sight. After all, Shinado belongs to the human-shaped and amorphous egg groups, while the majority of Pokémon in the amorphous group exhibit a diverse array of physical structures. Continuing their exploration, they finally arrived at a designated relaxation area for the premium-bred Pokémon. exiting the elevator and entering the main hall. They were greeted by a large reception area where a woman looked up upon hearing their arrival. Daniel, what brings you here today? She inquired with a smile. Is that so? I hope I'm not unwelcome, Sun Daniel replied playfully, indicating a close rapport between the two. Of course not. When the esteemed Daniel arrives, how could I not extend a warm welcome? The woman responded with a grin, then noticed Zi'an beside her and teasingly remarked. And who might this handsome young man be? Surely he isn't your new beau? Spare me. Don't tarnish my reputation. Sun Daniel retorted with a light laugh before proceeding with the introductions. The woman, named Chun Xianxian, is the head responsible for the meticulous management of perfectly cultivated Pokémon, and she shares an exceptionally close bond with Sun Daniel, as evidenced by their playful banter moments ago. Choosing Pokémon, your timing is rather unfortunate. Chun Xianxian sighed upon hearing Zi'an's purpose for visiting. She elaborated amidst the bewildered gazes of the two. Yesterday, a batch of exceptional cultivated Pokémon was reassigned, with nearly all of the Charmeleons and Bulbasaurs being relocated, leaving me with only a couple of exquisite felines. Sun Daniel furrowed her brow at this revelation, inquiring with a hint of confusion, what is the reason behind this? The island plan for the 3 starters, Chun Xianxian explained, not only involves our cultivation base, but essentially all Pokémon that meet the criteria to become one of the 3 starters with high qualifications have been reassigned to enhance this initiative. Zi'an listened intently. Though he was unfamiliar with the specifics of this plan, he surmised it pertained to the so-called 3 starters. In this world, the term 3 starters is commonly used to refer to certain Pokémon known for their rapid growth, 3 evolutionary stages, balanced statistics, and remarkable potential, each possessing commendable battle prowess at every stage. The plan, by its very name, suggested the establishment of a habitat specifically designed for the 3 starters, with intentions to formalize this designation and filter out all Pokémon that fit the criteria. Is that so? It does seem rather troublesome. Sun Daniel acknowledged with a resigned shake of her head, understanding that such directives from above were not something they could refuse. She turned her gaze towards Zi'an and suggested, why don't you come back after some time? Zi'an comprehended her implication, but slowly shook his head in response. No. Let's proceed today. Moreover, even if I were to return later, I cannot guarantee that the exceptional 3 starters you cultivate won't be reassigned. This was one reason, but primarily, he had no time to wait, as he would soon have to depart from the city to attend to other matters. Sun Daniel nodded in understanding, acknowledging this rationale, and directed her gaze towards Chun Xianxian, saying, let us go, show us what remaining children you have. Of course, Chun Xianxian replied, turning to lead them toward a grand entrance. As the door gradually opened, a strikingly different environment unfolded before them. They found themselves in a simulated natural habitat, expansive plains dotted with nests, forests, and a grand river flowing gently through. In the distance, a rocky area was designated for Pokémon that preferred not to dwell in the plains. As they ventured inside, Chun Xianxian, leading the way, began to introduce. I have approximately 12 Pokémon remaining, with an average energy level of around 10. Let me show you if any are suitable. Soon enough, they encountered the first Pokémon in this space. A delightful Vulpix scampered past, its fiery red fur swaying, playfully frolicking with a sleek Eevee. Zi'an utilized his system to scan them, astonished to discover both Pokémon possessed champion-level qualifications. Goodness, could it be that all exceptionally cultivated Pokémon start at champion level? The 2 playful creatures soon noticed the approaching trio, joyfully calling out before running towards Chun Xianxian. Vui. Who? Chun Xianxian squatted down to embrace the 2 little ones, one in each arm, her face glowing with happiness. Clearly, she held a deep affection for the Pokémon here, as even a casual encounter with them revealed such intimacy. As the trio continued forward, each Pokémon they encountered exuded vitality. Even an untrained eye could discern that each was remarkably well cultivated. There were vibrant Riolu, lively Ralts, impressively robust Machoke, and the sleek and shiny Heracross. Zi'an even spotted a few Pokémon rare in the Lanzhou region, the Fire Dragon-type Blaziken and the Water-type Squirtle, along with the Steel Dragon-type Alolan Dragonite. Most of these Pokémon hailed from other regions, indicating that considerable resources must have been expended to cultivate them here. With each Pokémon Zi'an encountered, he employed the reading function to glean their information, focusing particularly on their qualifications, traits, and inherited moves. Overall, they were exceptionally outstanding. None had qualifications lower than champion level, with several at the pinnacle of that tier, and many possessed hidden abilities as well. As he surveyed the array of Pokémon, Zi'an felt a strong attraction to each, recognizing that any one of them, with proper training, could swiftly become a cornerstone of his team. After careful consideration, his gaze settled upon a metallic dragon. The Alolan Dragonite, known from the animations as a dragon-type Pokémon from the Galar region, boasted a staggering base stat total of 535, with a special attack reaching an impressive 120 and a solid physical defense of 115, making it a remarkably excellent Pokémon. Notably, in the 9th generation, it had received a new evolution, attainable through an item called Composite Metal, allowing it to evolve into a Alolan Dragonite, thereby ascending to the level of a quasi-deity. Although some 9th generation Pokémon had been discovered in this world, no one had yet encountered the evolution into a Alolan Dragonite. Moreover, Zi'an was only aware of the existence of this Pokémon and its evolution method. He was completely unaware of how its base stats were allocated. Had he known, with his extraordinary memory, he would undoubtedly recall it, especially after gaining this talent that enabled him to remember previously seen events. Overall, the Alolan Dragonite was indeed exceptional, possessing the treasure hunter ability, ensuring that acquiring composite metal would not pose much of a challenge. He considered this a fortunate find of a quasi-deity. As he turned to inform the others of his decision, his gaze inadvertently fell upon an unremarkable figure, prompting him to instinctively scan it with his system. His expression froze in surprise as he quickly redirected his attention to the panel before him and the peculiar figure. Pokémon, Bean Cricket Affection, 70 Gender, Male Type, Bug Level, 12, Beginner, Qualification, High Champion Ability, Colored Glasses, doubles the damage of less effective moves. Double Kick, allows for double damage when using leg-based attacks. Held Item, None Moves, Payback, Inherited, Struggle Bug, Inherited, Tackle, Leer, Bug Resistance, Scare, Pursuit, Double Kick. Talent 1, Legmaster. Quality, Purple, Color. Effect, increases fighting type affinity by 50, priority on physical attacks, can learn kicking type moves through training. Before him stood a Pokémon resembling a cricket, its body predominantly white, with a grayish-black head and limbs, eyes resembling a cross-shaped petal, and a yellow body accented with a black cross at its center. Upon its back resides a pair of folded structures reminiscent of wings, predominantly hued in shades of gray and black, slightly smaller than its body. Zi'an glanced at the creature before him, then at the panel in front of him, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of uncertainty. Although the qualifications of this extraordinary creature were remarkably high, and it exhibited a dual characteristic previously unseen by him, what captured his attention even more was the second characteristic, which he had never encountered before, along with the colorful inscription that accompanied its innate quality. He understood that a colorful quality surpasses even the golden quality in terms of advancement. Yet, the effects of this talent appeared to exhibit only a commendable purple quality. As for the colorful inscription behind the frame, Zi'an boldly speculated that it signified the potential for enhancement to that quality. Talents capable of elevating qualities were something Zi'an had yet to witness, making this one of the reasons for his immediate fascination. Furthermore, the novel characteristic of Double Kick was undoubtedly unprecedented in his experience. He vaguely recalled from his past life that there were discussions in various videos indicating that the Bean Cricket seemingly lacked its own exclusive talent. Its characteristics comprised two, the ordinary talent of Insect's intuition and the colored glasses he currently observed. The effect of this Double Kick, in his memory, bore resemblance to a singular characteristic, parental love. This was the exclusive characteristic of the Super Bag Dragon, which allowed for a single attack to inflict damage twice, albeit the second instance being only a quarter of the first's power. Whether the effect of the characteristic before him mirrored this, however, would necessitate further experimentation to ascertain. What are you interested in? Sun Danuer inquired, observing Zi'an, who seemed lost in thought, and gently patting his shoulder. Zi'an snapped back to reality, glancing between the aluminum steel dragon and the Bean Cricket before ultimately setting his gaze on the latter. This child indeed. Their eyes instinctively followed the direction of Zi'an's focus, expecting to encounter an exceedingly rare sprite, only to find the Bean Cricket perched atop a rock, gazing back at them with a hint of confusion. Is that the Bean Cricket? Both expressed their surprise, recalling the sprite's information after a moment's reflection. This child? Why would you choose it? Chun Qianqian questioned, her tone laced with astonishment. After a brief contemplation, she continued, it has been born for half a month, and due to its inherently solid foundation, we haven't nurtured it extensively. Thus, we lack knowledge on many intricate details. It's all right. It's primarily because this child resonates with me, Zi'an replied, his gaze drawn to that colorful inscription above the talent, which he found undeniably appealing. Sun Danuer initially contemplated dissuading him, but, observing Zi'an's unwavering focus, decided against voicing further objections. Very well, Chun Qianqian acquiesced, nodding as she retrieved a luxury ball from her bag and handed it to Zi'an. This is its pokeball. If the bean cricket wishes to accompany you, then it shall belong to you. The principle of mutual selection was a rule consistently upheld by the Longxiao Alliance, which their nurturing base adhered to as well. After nodding in acknowledgement, Zi'an accepted the ball and slowly approached the bean cricket. As the bean cricket pondered its existence, it suddenly sensed a shadow looming overhead, as if an obstruction had blocked the incoming light. Raising its head in curiosity, it discovered a somewhat unfamiliar human standing before it, prompting it to rise. Its gaze inadvertently fell upon the ball clasped in the human's hand, a ball that felt remarkably familiar, seemingly belonging to it. Having been nurtured within the breeding base since hatching, the bean cricket sensed that this human had taken an interest in it, intending to take it away from the breeding grounds. It remained calm, fully aware that this was a necessary path for sprites in their world. Simply gazing up at the human, Zi'an crouched down for a closer observation, and he discerned further details about the creature. Chapter 070, The Fourth Partner. Remarkable nurturing had rendered this bean cricket notably healthy, its exoskeleton glinting with a vibrant sheen, its form appearing significantly larger. Particularly, its limbs appeared more robust, and the structures on its back, resembling wings, appeared even sturdier. Zi'an understood that these structures were not wings, but rather the third pair of legs hidden away by the bean cricket. Normally, this pair is concealed on its back, only to be unleashed in times of crisis or during intense combat, allowing for a more formidable assault. Could you unfurl your third pair of legs for me? Zi'an gently inquired, his expression warm. Doshi, the bean cricket, somewhat perplexed, did not refuse the request, and proceeded to extend the third pair of legs from its back. Its body leapt slightly into the air, rotating 90 degrees to align parallel with the ground, as the structures behind it folded twice before fully unfurling. A pair of powerful insectoid limbs supported the inverted bean cricket, which then performed a series of jumps on the ground, executing a swift flip midair before landing. Retracting the third pair of legs back onto its back, Zi'an nodded in satisfaction, addressing the creature with directness. Come with me. I shall help you grow stronger. The bean cricket tilted its head, and Zi'an's gentle smile combined with his forthright tone prompted it to nod eagerly. Doshi, there were no promises, no flattery, nor any back-and-forth negotiations. Zi'an's straightforward invitation was met with the bean cricket's enthusiastic acceptance, making the moment feel both abrupt and natural. The two individuals behind them exchanged glances, astonished by Zi'an's ability to persuade the bean cricket with such ease. While it was true that the sprites nurtured here possessed gentle temperaments and did not harbor resistance towards trainers, convincing them to leave still necessitated a certain degree of sincerity to ensure the sprites willingly followed. Instances where a mere invitation could elicit a response from a sprite were exceedingly rare. At that moment, Zi'an retrieved the pokeball, effortlessly capturing the bean cricket within it. Following a series of procedures that lasted about 10 minutes, Zi'an successfully registered the bean cricket under his name. At this juncture, he possessed 4 registered sprites: the dull fire camel, the electric dragon, the dull beast, and the bean cricket. After bidding farewell to Sun Danyue, he hurriedly set off towards the city center. With a newcomer joining the ranks, his first order of business was to introduce it to the other companions in the team. Additionally, he intended to formulate a nurturing plan and procure various resources for development. Upon returning home, Zi'an released all 4 of his sprites and introduced them to one another. As the eldest in the group, the electric dragon was the first to greet the newcomer, informing the bean cricket to express any culinary desires it had, as it could prepare meals for it. Having served as his grandmother's Pokémon assistant, coupled with the 2 years of mutual assistance with Zi'an, it had honed its culinary skills. Moreover, it could communicate with the sprites, allowing it to discern their preferences and aversions, particularly excelling at crafting delightful little snacks for the companions in the team. The clever little bean cricket nodded appreciatively, feeling an instant affinity for the warm-hearted elder sister before him. Meanwhile, the eager Daohuatua squeezed in to introduce himself, but his approach startled the bean cricket, causing it to retreat a couple of steps. Zi'an quickly crouched down to restrain Daohuatua, somewhat exasperated, and remarked, "Tone down your heat. You might burn him." As a fire-type creature endowed with the innate ability of lava manipulation, Daohuatua exuded an exceptionally high temperature. If not properly managed, he could easily create a scorching furnace around him. It was entirely natural for the bug-type bean cricket to feel apprehensive. Daohuatua, feeling somewhat embarrassed, promptly moderated his internal heat, allowing him to approach more comfortably. At that moment, the dazed beast also approached. Offering a gentle smile and raising a hand in a gesture of friendliness, though still maintaining a respectful distance. This was not due to any lack of etiquette on the dazed beast's part, but rather because the energy emanating from the bean cricket made him somewhat uncomfortable. Just as fire is weak against bug types, the bug attributes possessed by the bean cricket exerted a restraining effect on the psychic-type dazed beast. However, this was merely a matter of initial unfamiliarity. As everyone grew accustomed to each other and gained better control over their energies, such situations would soon resolve themselves. Zi'an observed this interaction with a warm smile, choosing not to intervene, but instead pondering the arrangements for the future. Currently, there were two pressing matters. First, the evolution of the Pokémon. Dao was steadily approaching level 30, and his foundational skills were solid enough that evolution could be expedited once he reached the requisite level without the need for further suppression. The dazed beast was also nearing the optimal moment for evolution, necessitating focused preparations for both Pokémon. Zi'an was determined to devise the most suitable plan to facilitate their flawless evolution. The second matter at hand was the training regimen for the bean cricket, an area in which Zi'an felt increasingly at ease. With his extraordinary cognitive abilities, the more information he acquired, the easier it became to formulate an impeccable training plan. As for the electric dragon, it simply needed to proceed steadily without haste. Before reaching the gym level, equipped with both a red and a golden talent, it had a fair chance of competing even against legendary Pokémon of the same level. Lastly, the baby dragon egg, despite not having hatched yet, consumed resources comparable to those of its older siblings. It was hard to imagine the tremendous expenses that would be incurred once it finally hatched, as nurturing it would likely demand a staggering investment. Fortunately, Zi'an possessed a formidable cash flow from 4 small objectives, allowing him to remain unfazed. Nonetheless, financial resources are finite, and the need to generate income was always a consideration. The Pokémon quickly became familiar with one another, and as Zi'an noticed their camaraderie, he busied himself with his tasks. He needed to finalize the initial training plan for the bean cricket and gather the necessary resources for the evolution of the 2 Pokémon he had previously identified. The next day, within a training park, Zi'an had rented a designated training area where he was overseeing the daily training of his Pokémon. The dazed beast, Dao and electric dragon were adept enough that they required no supervision from Zi'an, having mastered their basic daily training routines. They began their self-directed practice while Zi'an confirmed that their training plans remained unchanged. At that moment, Zi'an was explaining the training regimen to the bean cricket, who listened intently. Chapter 071. The fiery bird across the sky. Zi'an generally organized his training plans for Pokémon into 3 phases: basic training, specialized training, and move acquisition. These 3 categories formed the backbone of daily training, supplemented by occasional internal battles, external battles, and field encounters that translated training into practical experience. The 5 components of basic training included stamina, attack, defense, reflexes, and speed. Within the training regimen, the Pokémon would prioritize these 5 aspects according to their individual needs. For the bean cricket, the focus was naturally on reflexes and attack, followed by speed and defense, with stamina serving as auxiliary support to maximize training benefits. For specialized training, Zi'an arranged various kicking techniques and close-range combat drills. The first step involved using props to facilitate training. A small device that could be affixed to the body and tethered to a ball with elastic lines was employed. During training, the bean cricket would kick the ball away. When the elastic line pulled the ball back, it would either dodge or strike the ball away again. As proficiency increased, the length of the elastic cord could be shortened and the material and shape of the ball altered, thereby continuously raising the difficulty level. Finally, for move acquisition, in addition to the fundamental moves of protect and substitute, Zi'an specifically sought out instructional discs for techniques suitable for the bean cricket, particularly those from skilled kickers. Techniques such as triple kick, low kick, flame kick, heavyweight kick, and triple spin strike were all meticulously selected based on Zi'an's deductions regarding the bean cricket's ability to trigger certain kicking characteristics. He wanted to ascertain whether the bean cricket could learn these moves, as the inability to break through its limitations would complicate the learning of other kicking techniques. Fortunately, the results were promising. Watching the shattered instructional disc before him, Zi'an noted the gleeful smile on the bean cricket's face. After completing the morning's training, Zi'an guided everyone through a brief rest period. In the afternoon, they headed to the selected battle park, where they would choose opponents for combat, primarily focusing on finding challengers for the dazed beast, Dao and electric dragon. While the bean cricket was not rushed, although it had reached level 11, it lagged significantly in mastering its moves, and Zi'an planned to arrange its first battle only after the bean cricket had acquired several commonly used techniques. Unleash Flamethrower. Yi Zi'an's calm voice resonated, prompting Dao Tua to exhale a plume of fire, enveloping molten lava within, directly striking the Snorlax that had just managed to rise. As the Snorlax slowly toppled, both Yi Zi'an and Dao Tua beamed with satisfaction, silently celebrating a 5-match winning streak. After concluding this final battle, Yi Zi'an exchanged a few words with Snorlax's trainer and swapped contact information before preparing to head home. As he walked, he accessed the system to review the status panels of his 4 Pokémon, contemplating the subtly fluctuating data. Without a doubt, his strongest Pokémon was the Electric Dragon, which had leveled up following training upon returning from Qinhu City and now boasted extraordinary abilities due to its dual talents, making it the most reassuring member of his team. The Dazed Beast had reached level 34, the highest energy level of the elite tier, and could sense its own energy nearing capacity. It was beginning to feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting Yi Zi'an to consult resources and inquire with Sun Danua about the cause of this phenomenon. Ultimately, he determined that this was a normal state for Pokémon that were ready to evolve once they reached a sufficient level. Upon entering this state, one can initiate evolution, and typically, upon completion, the individual's potential and strength experience a marked enhancement. The Dull Flame Camel shows the most significant improvement, having already reached level 23 in Qinhu City. Subsequently, the majority of battles during the initial examination were executed by the Dull Flame Camel. Although most encounters were overwhelmingly one-sided, there was still some degree of growth. Coupled with daily training and rapid development fueled by accumulated resources, the Dull Flame Camel has now reached level 27, with only 3 levels remaining before meeting the evolution requirements. The egg of the baby dragon continues to incubate, now utilizing not only the finest incubator, but also a specially formulated top-tier incubation fluid, ensuring a life of utmost comfort. Yi Zi'an has even procured a gym-level fire god moth, dedicating an hour each day for it to provide warmth through its ability, Flame Body. Naturally, such premium care comes with a daily expense in the tens of thousands. Yi Zi'an often finds himself questioning whether, at this rate, before the little creature even hatches, he might deplete his savings of 400 million entirely over a few months. Returning to the matter at hand, what he urgently seeks now is the evolution of 2 Pokémon, with the Dull Beast prioritized at the top of the list. Fortunately, the materials he ordered are expected to arrive in the next couple of days. Once they do, he estimates he will spend 3 days preparing the necessary items, after which he will only need to find a suitable location for the evolution. However, Yi Zi'an has been indecisive about the evolution site, lacking a definite choice even after much contemplation. Should he find himself at a loss, he is prepared to rent a small cruise ship in a coastal city and conduct the evolution at sea. After all, the Dull Beast aspires to become a sage of the ocean, and thus it is only fitting that its evolution occurs amidst the waves to draw closer to this goal. As he pondered these matters, Yi Zi'an made his way home, but before he could reach it, he sensed something amiss. Why was the environment becoming increasingly illuminated? Confused, he looked up. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and the city had already entered the nightlife, yet it felt as if the sun were rising. Just as he lifted his gaze, he abruptly spotted a searing line of fire streaking across the sky, as if tearing the heavens asunder. The intense flames rapidly spread from the rift, transforming the previously dark sky into a fiery crimson, reminiscent of an impending calamity. The terrifying heat surged like a rocket, and everyone in the city could distinctly feel the rising temperature, with several areas igniting spontaneously. Yi Zi'an's eyes were glued to the fiery figure at the forefront, instinctively calling out its name. The Firebird. Chapter 072, The Sudden System Upgrade. Almost instinctively, Yi Zi'an activated the system's reading function, his gaze fixated on the golden-red body. Initially, he believed that such distance would hinder successful reading. Yet the system surprised him with a luxurious panel that materialized before his eyes. Pokémon. Firebird. True Origin Manifestation. Affinity. 70. Gender. Genderless. Types. Fire. Flying. Type Purification. Fire. 100. Flying. 100. World Power. Origin of Fire. Level 2 Control. Origin of Flight. Level 2 Control. Level 114. Level 2 Deity. Domain of the Divine. Level 2 Divine Domain. Unknown. Divine Position. Sacred Bird of Fire. Level 2 Position. Unknown. Aptitude. Level 2 Deity. Ability. Triumvirate of the Sacred Birds. Unknown. Item held. Legend S Seal. Unique. Unknown. Moves. Talent 1. Legendary Sacred Bird. Quality. Colorful. Effect. The myriad incomprehensible attributes dazzled Yi Zi'an. Before he could fully absorb the previous panel, it vanished suddenly. He quickly looked up, only to realize that the divine figure had disappeared into the horizon. How terrifying! Zi'an swallowed hard, for the first time grasping the sheer terror of these so-called legendary Pokémon in this world, far beyond the simplistic portrayals seen in past animations. The term origin had emerged, a concept typically reserved for high martial worlds or cultivation novels, yet here it appeared in this seemingly diminutive Pokémon realm. It remains uncertain whether all firebirds possess such prowess, or if this one is the strongest among its kin. Zi'an surmised that the latter was more likely. After all, the population of the firebird species is substantial, and if they all boasted such strength, the terror of this world would be unfathomable. As he marveled inwardly, excitement surged within Zi'an. The path ahead appeared far broader than he had envisioned, and he firmly believed he could lead his companions to continually transcend these formidable existences. The Pokémon balls at his waist jostled, reminding him of their complex emotions and sentiments, even in their dormant state. Rest assured, one day we shall reach that height. Gently brushing each Pokeball, Zi'an spoke softly, his tone filled with conviction, and the shaking balls gradually stilled, quivering only slightly at the end. As if in response to him, with the departure of the Firebird, chaos ensued in Tianyuan City, with flames erupting in numerous locales and emergency responders scrambling to provide aid. Fortunately, the fires were contained quickly, causing minimal damage, and the disasters were swiftly extinguished. The appearance of the Firebird ignited a frenzy of information online, spreading across the Longxiao region almost instantaneously, particularly after someone captured the breathtaking scene on video. The comments below were incessantly updated. The flames that had rent the sky and the fiery clouds that stained the horizon left everyone in awe. Upon returning home, Zi'an first checked the state of his residence, breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming there had been no fire. After sharing dinner with his family, he retreated to his room to browse the internet, quickly discovering the overwhelming tide of information online. After a cursory glance, he chose not to dwell on it, instead checking the shipping status of the materials he had ordered, ensuring everything was on track before resuming his studies across various platforms. Despite attending school, the volume of knowledge he needed to absorb daily was immense. Fortunately, the extreme super-thinking provided him with ample confidence. His photographic memory allowed him to multitask effectively during study sessions. The computer screen displayed several pages of videos and materials simultaneously, enhancing his mental fortitude, enabling him to study uninterrupted for 2 to 3 hours. His formidable deductive abilities also allowed him to draw connections, continuously combining and reflecting on knowledge, sparking new insights. In the living room, the Pokémon that had been released were busily engaged in various tasks. The dazed fire camel sat perched on the balcony. Although night had descended, the city brimmed with vibrant fire energy due to the passage of the flame bird, and at this moment, it was keenly attuned to these energies. The unparalleled affinity for fire allowed the dazed fire camel to frequently experience fruitful encounters, for wherever formidable Pokémon tread, the environment is easily transformed. Not to mention the sheer power of such beings. Meanwhile, the electric dragon busily clutched a few batteries, continuously charging and discharging its own electricity to master its control over electrical energy. These batteries were specially crafted training tools designed specifically for electric-type Pokémon. Furthermore, Zi'an had procured the latest batch of batteries, which not only posed a greater challenge, but also boasted enhanced durability. He could also connect them to devices to retrieve post-training data. At this moment, the slow-witted creature was not engaged in training. Instead, it hovered beside a glass aquarium, using its psychic abilities to clean the shells of 3 large-tongued shells. As for the bean cricket, in a bid to bolster its leg strength, Zi'an had invested in adjustable weighted gear, binding it to its 3 legs. Notably, the weights on its back legs were double the intensity of those on the other 2, a design that ensured the bean cricket was perpetually under load. Being the first day, the bean cricket stumbled and faltered with every movement, occasionally toppling over. Yet, as the day progressed, it managed to walk slowly, at least maintaining its balance without crashing to the ground. All companions were diligently striving, and despite their awareness of their uniqueness, they exhibited neither impatience nor vexation, but rather a steady commitment to continual improvement. Zi'an found himself engrossed in work until the early hours of the morning. As the ringtone of his phone echoed, he lifted his gaze from the vast array of materials and videos, removing his headphones with a deep sigh of relief. After a brief respite, he turned off all videos and screens, rising to take a shower before preparing for sleep. While processing the information in his mind, an unexpected voice from the system resonated mid-shower. Ding. Current conditions for system upgrade met. The talent system is automatically entering the upgrade phase. Estimated upgrade time, 8 hours. Chapter 073, New System Features, Another Red Talent. The sudden announcement left Zi'an momentarily stunned. What was happening? Why was the system upgrading unexpectedly? He hadn't done anything to trigger this. Hastily finishing his shower, he returned to bed and opened the system interface. A large countdown appeared before him, rendering all functions unusable. Upon attempting to inquire about the conditions for the upgrade, he was met with the response that the system was upgrading. With a sense of resignation, Zi'an closed the system, suppressing his curiosity as he pondered the potential changes that awaited him. After quite some time, he gradually succumbed to slumber. System upgrade complete. Reading functionality optimized. Daily talent quality condensation enhanced, increasing the effects of talents. New functionalities unlocked. Talent fusion, talent integration, talent materialization. The sudden voice jolted Zi'an awake from his dreams. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a flurry of information flooded his mind, summarizing the essence of the system upgrade and the effects of the newly unlocked features. The optimization of the reading functionality allowed for more detailed data and content when acquiring Pokémon and items. The enhancement of daily talent quality condensation, as the name suggests, significantly raised the probability of obtaining high-quality talents during daily condensation. The increase in the effects of talents similarly indicated that some new effects had been added, alongside enhancements to existing talents. Overall, the impression was somewhat superficial, reminiscent of a game update. While it claimed to be optimized, the extent and effects of this optimization remained to be discovered. As for the 3 newly unlocked functionalities, Zi'an couldn't help but feel they bore a striking resemblance to the mechanics of online games. The talent fusion feature allows for the merging of 5 talents of the same quality into a single, higher quality talent, with the potential to reach golden quality. The talent integration feature enables the fusion of 2 highly compatible talents, yielding entirely new effects, and this fusion could also be applied to the talents possessed by Pokémon. The talent integration feature appeared to be significantly more advantageous than the talent fusion, considering it was a 2-for-1 deal versus a 5-for-1. However, the limitations of the talent integration feature were substantial. Not only did the 2 talents need to be highly compatible, but there was also a chance of failure. If the fusion failed, both talents would vanish. Even in the event of success, the outcome remained random, leading to either a synergistic enhancement or a subpar effect. Uncertainty loomed over every attempt. In contrast, the only requirement for the talent fusion feature was that the talents be of the same quality. The final feature, talent materialization, primarily enables the condensation of possessed talents into tangible forms, allowing the user to designate targets for these manifested talents. This function, by its very nature, is extraordinarily potent, as it permits Zi'an to bypass the limitations of intimacy, granting the ability to utilize talents on other Pokémon or even trainers. However, this feature is not without its constraints. The effects of talents materialized in this manner would experience a degree of dissipation, resulting in a decline in quality, either by 1 or 2 levels, with the probability of this occurrence being random. Having absorbed all the details and effects of the updates, Zi'an sat on his bed, contemplating how to best utilize these newly unlocked functionalities. The talent fusion feature could assist him in expending the low-quality and underperforming talents that had accumulated over the past month. Though the 5-to-1 ratio seemed a bit steep, having talents that served no purpose was less desirable than fusing them. The talent integration feature could be reserved for when he acquired similar effect talents, as he was reluctant to risk his Pokémon in such endeavors. Even with a 99% success rate, he would not tempt fate with that 1% chance of failure. As for talent materialization, he considered experimenting with orange quality talents or lower that he wouldn't use himself. Anything higher would be less worthwhile. The talents materialized could possess considerable research value, and he pondered the potential for employing these manifested talents in novel ways, such as imbuing items with talents. After sitting on his bed lost in thought for a while, Zi'an finally rose to refresh himself. In an uplifted mood, he effortlessly completed his daily talent condensation. Talent acquisition in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent bounty of the earth, Red. It has been placed in your talent space. Oh, Zi'an paused mid-brushing, his eyes sparkling as he hurriedly opened the talent space, confirming that it was indeed a red talent. It hadn't been long since he received his previous red talent, Dragon's Vein, and yet here he was, bestowed with another red talent so swiftly. Was it mere luck or a reward following the system update? Glancing at the effects of this red talent, Zi'an's first instinct was to recognize that the second talent for the dazed fire camel had arrived. Talent, Bounty of the Earth. Quality, Red. Effect, Ground-type energy affinity increases by 150, The power of ground-type moves enhances by 100. Physical defense capability rises by 2 levels upon entry when positioned on the ground. Rapid recovery of health and energy occurs. This talent leans towards the ground type, and its overall effects are focused on recovery and defense, particularly the final effect, which, if utilized wisely while standing on the ground, could function akin to a perpetual motion machine. Zi'an, naturally pleased, after completing his morning routine, made his way to the living room, greeting the sprites who were already up and moving about with a smile. Dai Sho waved his hand as he raised his body, supporting himself with a glass bottle filled with energy cube fragments, feeding the 3 shelders in the water tank. Occasionally sampling some himself, coupled with his adorable yet earnest expression, made the scene quite amusing. Do Chi Chai, come here, let me check for improvements. Do Chi Chai happily bounced over, and Zi'an, observing the significantly improved state compared to the previous night, affectionately ruffled the sprite's head, casually adjusting its burden upwards by 1 level. Do Chi Chai instantly felt the weight, struggling to jump, its walking becoming a bit wobbly. Dianlong, please prepare a lavish breakfast for everyone today. Passing by the kitchen, he noticed Dianlong operating the electric appliances solely using his own electricity, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. While controlling the power supply to 5 or 6 devices, Dianlong still found time to respond, grabbing 2 happy eggs from beside him and cracking them into a pot. Chapter 074, The Long Family and the Divine Family. Finally, reaching the balcony, he spotted Dai Huatua basking in the sun with closed eyes. He approached and gently patted the sprite's head. Dai Huatua opened its eyes, happily straightened its body to greet him, nuzzling against Zi'an's palm. A smile never left Zi'an's face as he regarded the affectionate little creature, saying, "Stand still, let me enhance you a bit." Dai Huatua tilted its head in confusion, and Zi'an simply smiled, giving its small head a gentle pat, while selecting to empower it. Sprite, Dai Huatua. Status, healthy. Affinity, 251. Gender, female. Dimensions, 12 m. Height, weight, 30 kilograms. Type, ground fire. Level, 27 elite. Aptitude, special. Ability, simple. Ability changes are doubled. Item, soothing bell, superior. When held, it provides mental comfort, enhancing closeness with the trainer and accelerating the increase in intimacy. Moves, howl, inherited. Growth, inherited. Ancient power, inherited. Tackle, sing, ember, flamethrower, dig, protect, stomp, flame charge, forgetfulness, scorching fire, earthquake, flame whirlpool, smoke, heat wave, flare blitz, smoke, earth power, fire blast, rest, phosphor fire. High temperature, heavy pressure, rock slide, rock tomb, stomp. Talent 1, Magma Controller. Quality, gold. Effect, fire type affinity increases by 200, rock type affinity increases by 200. Fire or rock type moves can transform into a magma state, capable of converting nearby rocks and soil into lava, immune to fire type damage. Talent 2, Earth's Blessing. Quality, red. Effect, ground type affinity increases by 150, ground type move power increases by 100, physical defense capability rises by 2 after entry. Rapid recovery of health and energy occurs when positioned on the ground. Zi'an looked at Dai Huatuo's panel, nodding in satisfaction. Particularly in terms of moves, Dai Huatuo's energy level at 27 boasted nearly 30 moves, a feat that allowed it to surpass the vast majority of sprites at the same level. It is known that, under normal circumstances, a sprite's energy is limited, and pursuing comprehensive development requires a multitude of training projects throughout the day. Learning moves is merely one aspect, and once learned, ample time must be devoted to training. Overloading on moves can easily lead to a slow enhancement of strength. Thus, trainers typically arrange their sprites' learning in a complementary manner, striving to maximize the effectiveness of each move learned. However, this approach is often a last resort, as once a sprite reaches the gym leader level, ordinary moves can no longer suffice to unleash their potential. Consequently, they seek various means to amplify their move power, with the most common methods being combination moves and fusion moves, referred to as secret techniques. As the term suggests, these are clandestine skills that allow sprites to demonstrate greater power and efficacy. This domain is a vast field of study, and some special combination moves are considered closely guarded secrets, a cornerstone for many gyms or martial arts schools. Zi'an possessed only a rudimentary understanding of this area. After all, the gym leader level was still far removed from his current standing. Although he could certainly aspire to reach it, the path ahead remained long and arduous. Moreover, with numerous pressing matters to attend to, he hardly had the leisure to contemplate and strategize regarding these currently inapplicable skills. It would be wiser to focus on effectively managing his present circumstances. After finishing breakfast, Zi'an was preparing to take everyone for training when a sudden knock echoed at the door. Puzzled, he wondered who might be seeking him at such an hour. Approaching the door, he opened it to find a flawless yet expressionless visage. Instantly, his previously buoyant mood vanished, and his gaze reverted to neutrality. The visitor was Shin Yuyao. "What brings you here?" "You are not welcome." Zi'an's voice was frosty as he uttered these words, attempting to close the door. However, it was merely half shut when an invisible force locked it in place and pushed it open with sudden force. Zi'an stumbled back, and in that moment, 4 Pokeballs opened simultaneously at his waist. 4 sprites appeared behind him, their furious gazes fixated on the woman at the door. Shin Yuyao, however, exhibited no reaction, glancing at the 4 sprites with indifference, stating, "Your sprites might not even be able to defeat me." Zi'an's expression darkened, yet he refrained from retorting. Directing his attention to the sprites, "Leave this to me." He understood that her assertion was not unfounded. He was well aware of this sister's prodigious talent and her formidable prowess and psychic abilities, which had undoubtedly reached a higher echelon now. With the current strength of his sprites, it was uncertain if they could indeed contend with her. "What do you want?" Zi'an glared at Shin Yuyao, who had casually entered his home and taken a seat on the sofa, his tone decidedly unfriendly. "I am leaving," Shin Yuyao replied calmly. Lifting her gaze to meet his, "You are coming home with me." Upon hearing this, Zi'an couldn't help but laugh in anger, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Home? Which home?" "The one that prides itself on bloodlines, where the Long family looks down upon everyone, or the one that is as cold as machinery, where every individual walks as if stripped of emotion, with the entire clan believing themselves to be superior, the Shin family." His tone was laced with derision. Yet Shin Yuyao remained unaffected, responding in a flat manner. "This is the price of acquiring power." Zi'an, uninterested in further discussing this matter, pointed behind him. "I possess no so-called dragon mastery, nor do I have the qualifications to awaken psychic abilities. That was your reason for expelling me before, and it is how I now respond to you. At the very moment of my grandmother's passing, I found myself bereft of any relatives. Long Zi'an, do not be willful. I can sense your spirit is exceedingly vigorous. Return with me to the Shin family, where we possess the means to assist you in awakening your potential. Get lost." The frigid words abruptly interrupted Shin Yuyao, who had been about to speak. Zi'an and Xuandanyu locked gazes, their expressions devoid of any superfluous emotion. Shin Yuyao furrowed her brow tightly, rising to her feet, intending to reach for the pokeball at her waist, only to discover that Xuandanyu had already leaned against the door frame, her cold gaze fixed upon her. After a prolonged silence, Shin Yuyao lifted her leg and stepped past the two, leaving the scene. Zi'an exhaled a heavy sigh of relief and turned to Xuandanyu. Expressing gratitude, "I appreciate your help once again, Aunt Xuandanyu." Xuandanyu smiled and shook her head gently, with the teleportation of the psychic golem. It was merely a matter of convenience. The two engaged in light conversation before Xuandanyu departed swiftly, allowing Zi'an to refocus on his training for the day. 3 days later, Zi'an let out a quiet sigh of relief as he beheld the potion he had meticulously crafted, a relaxed expression finally gracing his features. Within the sealed glass vial, a cerulean-hued potion flowed languidly, intermittently shimmering with a faint pink glow. The 2 colors danced in a mesmerizing exchange, exuding purity and brilliance. At last, it is complete. The potion in his grasp was a bespoke concoction tailored to the specific needs of the Pokémon, resulting from countless simulations conducted through his extreme cognitive abilities. Its primary function was to assist Pokémon in achieving their optimal state during evolution, unlocking their full potential. The observable effect would be an elevation in aptitude. Those of King rank and below would see at least a 1-level increase, while those above would also gain a slight enhancement. This vial, specifically designed for the drowsy, was deceptively small, yet its production cost alone had reached millions. It is important to note that this is merely the base cost. When factoring in technical and labor expenses, if Zi'an were to sell it, he would likely reap several times that amount, if not more. After all, treasures capable of enhancing Pokémon aptitude are exceedingly rare, aside from some legendary items circulating online. Elevating one's potential is fraught with challenges. Thus, the preciousness of this potion becomes apparent. It had consumed much of his time and effort, and now that it was finally completed, he found himself with ample time to pursue other ventures. "Let us call it the sublimation potion," he mused, stretching wearily. Rising, he approached a cabinet and placed the freshly crafted vial on a shelf. Next to it lay another vial, a vibrant golden yellow potion, radiating a dazzling brilliance. These 2 potions had demanded considerable time and resources, and he was relieved to have finally completed them. Just a couple more days, and I shall make a trip to Sansha Island, Zi'an murmured to himself, recalibrating his upcoming itinerary. Noticing the time, he casually utilized his recently refreshed opportunity to consolidate his talents, resulting in the acquisition of an ordinary green talent. Accustomed to such occurrences, Zi'an glanced at it briefly before redirecting his focus. With a slight effort, he powered on his computer to browse the internet. The fervor surrounding the legendary molters had significantly diminished, and the attention towards Tianyan City had also finally subsided, perhaps in due time. Those individuals might take some form of action. Though a hint of paranoia lingered, certain matters warranted caution, and Zi'an was prepared. Were it not for the need for Doshi to gradually acclimate to the training regimen and find suitable opponents, he might have booked a flight to his destination the very next day. As for now, he would wait. The night passed swiftly, and Zi'an rose on time to wash and prepare for the day. While enjoying breakfast, he addressed Doshi. Today, we shall engage in battle. Are you ready? Having learned of this delightful news the previous day, Doshi, unable to contain its excitement, leaped joyfully, signaling its readiness. The three other Pokémon nearby merely smiled, observing Doshi as one would a spirited younger sibling. After finishing his meal, Zi'an sought out a park to conduct his daily training routine. He then hailed a cab and set off towards a Pokémon battle arena, intending to select opponents for Doshi. The choice of the arena over a battle park stemmed from the convenience it offered. Within such facilities, one could directly request matchups without the arduous task of seeking and inviting challengers. Whether through random pairing or by designating staff members for practice, suitable opponents were readily accessible. During the journey, Zi'an took a moment to examine Doshi's profile, Pokémon, Doshi status, healthy affinity, 70 gender, male size, 0. 3m, length, weight, 12 kilograms type, bug level, 14, beginner, aptitude, high king ability 1, color change, doubles damage from ineffective moves, ability 2, multi-kick, delivers 2 strikes when using leg-based attacks, item, life orb, premium, gradually drains health but enhances move power, moves, double return, inherited, tackle, inherited, scary face, bug resistance, pursuit, multi-kick, protect, substitute, screech, triple kick, rest, leech life, low kick, bug bite, flame kick. Talent 1, kicking expert quality, purple, rare, effect, enhances fighting type affinity by 50, grants priority in close combat, enables learning of kicking moves. Through diligent training over the course of just 2 to 3 days, Doshi had ascended 2 levels. A notable improvement compared to the pace at which Drowsy had progressed at that stage. The significance of aptitude becomes increasingly apparent in later stages, as early enhancements often obscure true potential. Doshi exhibited a commendable repertoire of moves, and with the kicking expert ability, the 3 kicking moves he had arranged were swiftly mastered. However, considering the necessity for proficiency, Zi'an opted for a methodical approach, introducing 1 move at a time. The triple kick and low kick were learned with relative ease. Yet the flame kick required additional time, presumably due to type disadvantages. Basic moves like protect and substitute posed no challenges, and after complementing his arsenal with some offensive moves, Zi'an managed to acquire a premium life orb, significantly boosting Doshi's offensive capabilities. To accommodate the life orb, he had Doshi learn several restorative moves to ensure sustainability in battles. Although the system had yet to be fully established, it was more than adequate for ordinary confrontations. Zi'an approached the entrance of the Circle Bear Pokémon Battle Arena, glancing at the signage before stepping inside. After completing the necessary registration at the front desk, aided by the receptionist, he quickly finalized his battle parameters. Unrestricted single battles with energy levels ranging from 15 to 20, in addition to imposing certain restrictions on strength. Other requirements emphasize a sense of spontaneity. After all, in battle, only by confronting unknown opponents and adapting accordingly can one accumulate valuable combat experience. After completing the payment, Zi'an's battle was swiftly arranged, and under the guidance of the staff, he ascended to a battle platform. His opponent was already prepared, a young man in his 20s. His gaze devoid of emotion, yet his face bore a professional smile. These practice partners are social trainers recruited by the Pokémon Battle Gym, compensated with payment and profit sharing for engaging in battles with guests who come to the gym. Chapter 76, The Marvel. As a practice partner, it is customary for the opponent to release their Pokémon first, as the Pokeball was thrown and burst open with a flash of red light. A hornet equipped with dual guns emerged onto the field. Beedrill. Zi'an glanced at its level, which was 16, and casually unlatched the Pokeball from his waist, tossing it forward. Metapod. With a flash of red light, Metapod appeared on the field, its burdens lifted, feeling an overwhelming sense of ease that compelled it to bounce around joyfully. With the commencement of the match, it was naturally Zi'an's turn to strike first. Flame kick. Zi'an commanded decisively. Metapod crouched low, small flames beginning to flicker on its limbs. Harnessing the full power of its legs, Metapod sprang into action, tracing a blazing arc through the air and swiftly closing the distance to Beedrill, without granting the opponent any time to react. Its fiery forelimbs came to rest upon Beedrill's body. The ability multi-hit activated. As it transitioned in midair, its hind legs followed suit, delivering a thunderous fiery kick. Beedrill, caught completely off guard, was forcefully slammed into the ground, the excruciating pain rendering it incapable of further combat, its eyes spiraling in a daze. The opposing trainer had yet to comprehend what had transpired before realizing that their Pokémon lay incapacitated on the ground. A swift knockout. Metapod landed gracefully. Visibly exhilarated by the outcome, Zi'an nodded in satisfaction, entirely unperturbed by the sudden finish. The practice partner quickly recalled the incapacitated Beedrill, and a voice crackled through the earpiece, relayed through the microphone from the sound system. "Sir, may I send out another Pokémon to continue the battle?" Typically, these practice partners possess 2 or 3 Pokémon, ensuring a balanced skill set for more opportunities to engage in battles. After all, their commissions are based on the number of matches fought and the satisfaction of the guests. Relying solely on sporadic battles for income would be quite challenging. Zi'an did not decline, nodding in agreement. The opponents swiftly resumed the battle, releasing another Pokeball from their waist. As the light faded, a small blue scorpion appeared on the field. It was a Camerupt, a dual poison and bug type. Zi'an noted its level, which was 18, and its ability, Sniper. The battle continued, with Zi'an once again taking the initiative. Flame kick. Metapod leaped once more, engulfed in flames as it lunged towards Camerupt. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zi'an fought until around 8 or 9 in the evening before finally departing the battle gym. Within a span of just a few hours, he and Metapod had engaged in nearly a dozen battles, concluding with a total of 10 victories, amidst both losses and wins. Overall, Metapod performed admirably, while the few battles lost were either against opponents of level 20 or due to significant type disadvantages, yet the matches were still exhilarating. Of course, the total duration of Metapod's battles did not take such a long time. Zi'an also ensured that his other 3 Pokémon participated in battles, albeit with fewer matches than Metapod. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Zi'an arranged for the healing and examination of all his Pokémon, using the waiting time to contemplate future strategies. He was the kind of person who loathed wasting even a minute. Whenever he found a moment, he would ponder ways to navigate paths for himself and his Pokémon to enhance their strength. Zi'an? Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name, jolting him back to reality. He looked up to see a man and a woman approaching. He quickly recognized them. Lin Yuan and Ying Yu. Zi'an nodded in greeting, and as they came closer, Lin Yuan smiled and inquired, "Why haven't I seen you at school lately?" Zi'an, without hesitation, explained, "Due to personal reasons. I applied for a leave of absence from school. Aside from a few important exams and competitions, you likely won't see me at school." "Leave of absence?" Lin Yuan expressed surprise. "You're taking a break in your first year?" It was known that outdoor training was a crucial method for trainers to advance rapidly, making it common for students to take leaves. However, this typically occurred in the 3rd or 4th year. First-year students were usually laying the groundwork, making such absences quite rare. Zi'an nodded without further elaboration, and Lin Yuan did not press further but shifted the conversation, saying, "Zi'an, have you heard? It seems a marvel has appeared over at Panlin Mountain." A marvel refers to extraordinary supernatural phenomena, often caused by powerful Pokémon or legendary beasts. If one is fortunate, they might discover special treasures born from the powers that generate such marvels, such as divine artifacts. As for Panlin Mountain, Zi'an recalled that it was situated west of the stream forest, spanning over 200 square kilometers and featuring 6 peaks, the highest of which reached over 1,200 meters, an area explored less than 20%. It is said that each peak is inhabited by a formidable Pokémon clan, with each group occupying the summit of its respective mountain led by a Pokémon of elite status. There are even rumors that the highest peak is home to a champion-level entity. Observing Zi'an shaking his head, Lin Yuan whispered, "This matter hasn't spread widely yet, but it is no longer a secret among the elite circles of nearby cities. Many influential families and organizations are heading there, hoping to uncover marvels and reap some benefits. Are you two planning to go?" Upon hearing this, Zi'an grasped their intentions, his expression tinged with curiosity. It was well known that these two were first-year students like him, their Pokemon's strength not particularly high. And even those raised since childhood were only around levels 30 or 40. Given such capabilities, not only were they ill-equipped to seek out marvels, but even if they found one, their Pokemon would be incapable of harnessing its power. Divine artifacts are not something just any Pokemon can utilize. Whether one wishes to absorb the energy or wield its power, there are stringent requirements and limitations. Otherwise, one risks dire consequences such as energy overload, energy conflict, or even assimilation, none of which low-level Pokemon could withstand. Chapter 77, Destination, Yinshan Town. Indeed, our two families are preparing to unite and form an exploration team to venture into Panlin Mountain. We both intend to accompany them to broaden our horizons, Lin Yuan explained. A glimmer of excitement flitting across his face as he spoke of this endeavor. After all, such quests for divine artifacts are precisely the adventures that their age longs for and anticipates, rendering them indifferent to the dangers that may lurk therein. With teams composed of both themselves and their elders, led by top-tier trainers and protected by seasoned professionals, their safety remains substantially assured, provided they are not targeted by hostile forces or swarmed by Pokemon. By the way, Zi'an, would you like to join us? If so, we can go together. Lin Yuan invited, his eyes gleaming with hope. Zi'an glanced at him, smiling casually as he shook his head. Thank you, but I think I'll pass. It's not an appropriate time for me, and I have many personal matters to attend to. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment at this response, yet refrained from pressing further. His primary motivation for inviting Zi'an was to cultivate a rapport with him, given that he was associated with the esteemed breeding master, Sun Danyu. Establishing a connection through Zi'an could prove to be an invaluable opportunity. However, with Zi'an's polite refusal, Lin Yuan decided against persistently inviting him. There was no need. The rejection clearly stemmed from Zi'an's own commitments, and pressing further might breed resentment. Moreover, future opportunities would undoubtedly arise, and clinging to this moment was unnecessary. Additionally, Zi'an's refusal was not entirely unfavorable. After all, given the dangers associated with Panlin Mountain, having one less dead weight would lessen the overall risk for the team. After a brief exchange, the two parted ways. Zi'an took out his phone to search for information regarding the expedition. As anticipated, there was a conspicuous absence of information online, likely due to deliberate suppression, preventing the news from circulating widely. After browsing for a while, Zi'an lost interest. He genuinely had no intention of pursuing the so-called marvel and preferred to continue at his own pace. After all, his strength was considerable, and unless he sought Sun Ai's assistance as a bodyguard, the risks of venturing there were too great. The thought of troubling her for such a matter was swiftly dismissed. He did not wish to impose unnecessarily. 2 days passed, and rumors of the phenomena at Panlin Mountain gradually spread online. However, Zi'an had long since set this matter aside. At that moment, he was boarding a high-speed train to another city. When asked why he preferred the train over a plane, Zi'an replied that flying was too perilous. He did not wish to relive the harrowing experience of soaring through the air as he had previously. Thus, unless in an emergency, he opted for the train, which, while slower, offered comparable comfort, often exceeding that of an airplane for a reasonable price. On this occasion, Zi'an had purchased the highest level of service available on the train, securing a spacious room roughly half the size of a carriage. It included a living area, a bathroom, and a dining table, with dedicated one-on-one service. The cost was merely a glance away. He did not dwell on it, as he believed that while nourishment could be modest, his accommodations should never be subpar. The journey to his destination would take considerable time, and he intended to make the most of it. Moreover, with this private suite, he could allow his Pokemon to stretch their legs and enjoy some fresh air while dining and resting in comfort. Mr. Yi, should you require any assistance, please feel free to call upon me, the attendant offered. Thank you, Zi'an replied with a nod, and the attendant promptly exited, closing the door behind them. Assessing the room's dimensions, he deemed it spacious enough for all his Pokemon, so he decided to release all 4 of them. It's a bit cramped, but we'll manage for now, he remarked with a smile, and the Pokemon nodded in agreement, expressing no objections. Placing his backpack down, he retrieved a Pokemon egg, inspected it to ensure everything was well, and then returned it. He then took out his laptop and notebook, proceeding to conduct final inquiries about the destination city. Situated at the southernmost tip of the Longxiao region, Sansha Island, as its name suggests, consists of 3 islands. The easternmost of these is Dongsha Island, where the only city, Dongsha City, is located. Besides this city, the island is home to several renowned small towns, one of which is Yinshan Town, nestled at the base of an active volcano, and is one of the destinations for this trip. According to his plan, he would first head to Dongsha City for some rest. then wait for the right moment to rent a boat to a nearby island, where he would facilitate the evolution of his Psyduck. Once Psyduck evolved, he intended to train his Pokémon there until his Numel reached the optimal point for evolution before heading to the volcano in Yinshan Town to complete Numel's evolution. With both Pokémon evolved, his strength would significantly increase, allowing him to pursue even greater endeavors. It is worth noting that this journey would involve a boat ride to reach the island, requiring a transfer from the high-speed train to a ferry. However, Zi'an had already meticulously arranged this aspect, having secured a ticket for a cruise well in advance, ensuring a seamless transition to boarding the ship upon arrival in the transfer city. The high-speed train soon set off, and Zi'an busied himself in the room, gathering various materials and organizing data, while his Pokémon chatted in the living area. Numel nudged Psyduck, prompting a curious response from the latter. Numel, hey Psyduck, how's your practice with the flamethrower I taught you going? Psyduck rolled his eyes at Numel, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Psyduck, it's going all right. I've managed to use it quite smoothly. And could you please stop calling me Psy? I've asked you many times already. Numel replied cheerfully. All right, Psy, how about I teach you overheat? You should pick it up quickly. Psyduck, silence. Observing Psyduck's exasperation, Electrike, sitting nearby, squinted with amusement as laughter escaped him. The Pokémon maintained a harmonious relationship in their daily interactions, yet their choice of nicknames occasionally felt peculiar. As Zi'an's initial Pokémon, Numel took it upon himself to care for every newcomer to the team, aspiring to embody the role of the elder sibling. However, it was somewhat awkward that both Electrike and Psyduck, in terms of strength and age, surpassed Numel, often taking care of him instead. This had caused Numel some frustration for a while, but the recent addition of crickets had alleviated the situation considerably. Numel soon came to terms with the dynamics, letting go of the need to be the caretaker and adopting a more carefree attitude. Chapter 078, The Ocean Festival. As for the nickname Psy, it was a recent moniker Numel had bestowed upon Psyduck, a name that even Zi'an, as the trainer, was not yet aware of. Of course, Numel reserved this nickname solely for Psyduck, while Electrike, as the second-in-command of the group, had to rely on Electrike for various snacks and treats, making it inappropriate for him to adopt such a nickname. As for the Bean Cricket, the clumsy fire camel had yet to settle on a name, and as the youngest member of the team, it felt there was no rush, considering they could wait for a new recruit to join before bestowing a more fitting name upon the Bean Cricket. At that moment, the electric dragon suddenly had an idea, springing to its feet and dashing back to the room where Zi'an was. Under Zi'an's somewhat puzzled gaze, it rummaged through its spatial backpack. Eventually, it produced 3 jars, each filled with an assortment of oddly shaped snacks. Zi'an soon recalled that these were treats the electric dragon had concocted during its spare time, tailored to the tastes of the other 3 little companions. With a sense of resignation, Zi'an watched the electric dragon hastily rush out and remarked, "Let them eat less." The electric dragon nodded in acknowledgement and, upon leaving the room, distributed the snacks to the 3 Pokémon one by one. The little trio's eyes sparkled with delight, especially the Bean Cricket, which had only recently begun to enjoy its special treats and was still savoring the novelty of them. Time on the high-speed train slipped away in this harmonious atmosphere. Despite the swift pace, they spent nearly 6 to 7 hours traveling before arriving in the city where the boat was docked, Zhanhai City. This was a picturesque coastal city, renowned for being the closest urban area to 3 southern islands, making it a famous tourist destination and port city. Upon exiting the train station, Zi'an was preoccupied with his phone, checking the map while calculating the time. It was now 7 in the evening, and his ferry ticket was booked for around 9 the next morning, allowing him to rest well for the night in this city. Given the time, he decided against searching for a high-end hotel and opted instead for the local Pokémon Center, intending to spend the night there. Unfortunately, fate was not on his side. The Pokémon Center was fully booked. I apologize, but due to the annual Zhanhai Festival in Zhanhai City today, many trainers have come to seek the blessings of the sea, and all rooms have been reserved well in advance. Upon hearing this explanation, Zi'an's expression turned contemplative. It is widely known that many celebrations in the Pokémon world are intertwined with legendary Pokémon. The name Zhanhai Festival inevitably reminded him of a mythical Pokémon, revered as the Prince of the Sea, Manaphy. Allegedly, this being could command all water-type Pokémon, even compelling the legendary Pokémon Kyogre, said to have been born from the ocean, to fight on its behalf. Of course, these were merely fragments of memories from his past life, and whether such abilities existed in this world remained uncertain. After all, the appearance of the Firebird had already revealed to him the extraordinary nature of this realm. Should this entity indeed possess such powers and could manipulate Kyogre to that extent, its level of terror would surely escalate significantly. Coincidentally, he had arrived just in time. Perhaps he could join in the festivities. If luck favored him, obtaining a blessing from the sea would be nothing short of splendid. This notion was not entirely unfounded, considering that his clumsy Pokémon bore a divine gift from the god of currents. Although the blessing was from Lugia, it still had a substantial connection to the ocean, suggesting a favorable chance of success. After spending some time locating a hotel with available rooms, Zi'an settled in and began researching the Songhai festival online. As he had suspected, there was indeed a connection between the festival and Manaphy. However, contrary to his expectations, the festival was not an annual event, but took place monthly in a global touring fashion. This celebration was organized by a group known as the Water Dwellers, who were said to possess the ability to breathe underwater and had a profound affinity with water-type Pokémon. They venerated Manaphy, the Prince of the Sea, and to spread their faith, they had selected 12 cities across 8 regions worldwide to host the Songhai festival, a tradition that had been ongoing for nearly a century, taking place without fail every month in designated cities. As for the source of their funding, Zi'an could only surmise that one could never fathom the treasures hidden within the depths of the sea. In essence, for those who could traverse freely underwater, the entire ocean was akin to their backyard. Upon examining the location of the festival, he discovered it was set on a well-known beach called Xingyue Beach, one of the city's most famous attractions. "Everyone, after dinner, I'll take you to the seaside," Zi'an announced after organizing his belongings. All the Pokémon were ecstatic, devouring their dinner with gusto, as if fearful that Zi'an might leave without them. After finishing their meal, Zi'an led all the Pokémon toward Xingyue Beach. It took him nearly half an hour to arrive by car. The beach was bustling with people, Pokémon and trainers mingling closely, with a significant number of water-type Pokémon in attendance. Amidst the throng, there was a relatively open space where a massive platform stood, revealing an enormous fountain. To his astonishment, the fountain's water did not cascade downward but appeared to be manipulated, forming various unique shapes and patterns in midair. Having researched the event online, Zi'an recognized this as the site of the Songhai festival. "There are quite a few people here. How do we get through?" Zi'an scratched his head in frustration, while the nearby Pokémon pondered a solution. "Yadong, what if I use my psychic powers to take you all over?" The clumsy beast quickly proposed a method, and Zi'an realized this was indeed the best course of action. "All right," he nodded in agreement, without inquiring whether the clumsy beast was capable of executing such a task. He had meticulously designed and organized each Pokémon's training regimen, and he was well aware of their current strengths from reviewing the data after their daily training sessions. Unless a Pokémon underwent a sudden evolution or engaged in an overexerted battle, he could accurately predict how many moves each Pokémon could execute in combat. Chapter 079, A Sudden Terrifying Attack. Boom. Before the clumsy beast could act, a tremendous explosion suddenly erupted. Zi'an instinctively looked up, his eyes widening in shock as he realized the massive fountain had been engulfed in a sudden blast. A terrifying cloud of dust enveloped the area, and a jarring shockwave swept through, leaving everyone rattled. This festival is taking things too far? The thought barely crossed his mind before the encroaching panic and cacophony interrupted his contemplation, clearly indicating that this was beyond the scope of the festival's festivities. Observing the panicked crowd surging outward, Zi'an reacted swiftly, instructing the clumsy beast to manipulate the wind to help them retreat quickly until they reached a safe distance. Upon further reflection, he deduced that the explosion was likely not caused by a bomb, but rather by a Pokémon using self-destruct or explosion-type moves. Utilizing such moves in a public setting was exceedingly perilous, especially in the Longxiao region, where there was an 80% chance it would be classified as a terrorist attack. How unfortunate! Zi'an felt a twinge of helplessness. His initial intention had been to take his Pokémon out for a leisurely outing, perhaps even stumble upon some fortuitous encounter. However, he was unexpectedly met with an assault that was nothing short of terrifying. What kind of protagonist's fate was this? Zi'an had no intention of stepping closer. The nature of such attacks was beyond the capabilities of a mere student, and the situation inside remained shrouded in uncertainty. Opting for self-preservation, he decided to turn and depart. As for the potential escalation of chaos, he harbored no such concerns. Given the occurrence of such an incident, the response time in the Longxiao region would ensure that police, firefighters, and other emergency personnel would arrive promptly. If there happened to be a Pokémon gym in the city, and the gym leader was present, they too would swiftly come to address the unfolding crisis. After all, safeguarding the city's safety and intervening in emergencies was one of the gym leader's responsibilities. Indeed, before Zi'an had ventured too far, a figure streaked through the air, propelled by a fierce wind, heading directly towards the site of the explosion at the Songhai festival. Glancing upwards, Zi'an caught a fleeting glimpse of the figure, though he could not discern its exact form due to its rapidity. The system's reading function provided information about the Pokémon. The system indicated that it was a Noivern, boasting an energy level of 74, a formidable presence even among gym leaders. Such a power level would suffice to quell the turmoil, even if the gym leader of the city was not present. After all, if a Pokémon champion were to wreak havoc, the Longxiao region would undoubtedly be shaken, and the response would involve the Elite Four or top investigative teams. Shaking his head to dismiss further thoughts, he boarded a taxi and directed the driver toward the Pokémon Center. Meanwhile, the scene at Crescent Moon Beach was one of utter devastation. Dozens of Pokémon were entangled in a frenzied melee, with bloodied individuals strewn across the ground. Damn it! Upon arriving, Hai Bo, the gym leader of Zhanghai City, was immediately struck by the grim sight before him, his expression darkening with rage. Yet, he understood that anger would not remedy the situation. Immediate action was required to manage the chaos. A swift glance allowed Hai Bo to assess the circumstances, and his murderous intent flickered momentarily. The Pirate Alliance and Pokémon hunters had conspicuously joined forces. Below, amidst the tumult, two distinct groups were evidently engaged in a relentless assault against a cluster of individuals and Pokémon situated upon the water's surface. Most of those on the water were scantily clad, with only the women draped in sheer garments. As denizens of the sea, they possessed an innate affinity for water, enabling them to easily rise above the surface with but a gentle movement. How could this happen so suddenly? The leader of the assailants, a strikingly beautiful woman, wore an expression of dismay as she commanded her Pokémon in battle. What is the situation? Have we located Her Highness, Fiona? No, the explosion was far too abrupt. After it occurred, Her Highness vanished from sight. Another individual behind her bore a similarly grim visage, acutely aware that their mission was to protect the princess, allowing her to experience the myriad wonders of the ocean, paving the way for her to inherit her mother's divine position. The thought of having lost the princess was alarming. What would the queen say? How infuriating. If only the divine envoys could provide constant protection, this rabble would never have had the chance. The woman, her anger palpable, bellowed. Everyone, attack with full force. We must not allow them to abduct the princess. The already terrifying battle escalated further, as water-type Pokémon were unleashed in rapid succession, empowered by the ocean, launching a frenzied offensive against the two opposing teams. The self-destructing Pokémon were no longer an option. The humidity-sensitive Pokémon had already compromised the entire beach. There's no way around it. We must go on the offensive, declared a man clad in a black and white outfit, his face obscured by advanced eyewear, his expression menacing. Then let us proceed with brute force, chimed in a woman beside him, draped in blue and white attire, a glint of malice flashing in her gaze. Tall and statuesque, she sported cascading golden waves of hair, yet her exquisite features were marred by a deep scar that cleaved her face. Several pokeballs hung carelessly at her waist, while she brandished a slender rapier. With a fierce command, she raised her rapier high and swung it downwards, issuing orders. Thunder Squad, prepare to strike. Behind her, a group clad in attire reminiscent of her own promptly removed their pokeballs from their waists, releasing a barrage of electric-type Pokémon. Each one bore a ferocious expression, their eyes betraying a hint of madness. Their bodies shimmered with electricity, poised to unleash a devastating thunderstorm that would obliterate everything in their path. Truly a madman, muttered a man observing the scene, recognizing the telltale signs of drug-induced aggression in these electric-type Pokémon. The intensity of their demeanor suggested they had been administered a potion designed to incite fury and enhance combat prowess, a substance infamous for draining the lives of Pokémon. Yet, for those of their ilk, such concerns were trivial. Aside from a select few key Pokémon, the rest were mere tools, expendable at a moment's notice. Just as they favored the self-destruct tactics, they also employed a form of mental control over their Pokémon using similar substances.